Pay attention. 18-year-old Dao Xian travels to the world of One Piece and acquires a mysterious merchant system. Upon arrival, he steals oranges and offends Nami, only to be sent flying by his invincible defense. He tricks Nami into opening blind boxes to deal with the evil dragon, but after 10 pulls, she only gets garbage, while Nojiko pulls a silver skill card. At this moment, the evil dragon learns that a little mouse has landed on the island. The traveler acquires a mysterious merchant system, starting the world of One Piece. In H City, Dao Xian is playing a game when he suddenly hears in his mind, "Young man, do you wish to become a mysterious merchant of the heavens and help others change their fate?" Dao Xian looks around. "I'm only 18. Am I hallucinating?" The mysterious voice continues. "You are 1 in a million. Do you agree? Note, if you do not attack proactively, you will have invincible defense and can communicate in all worlds." A countdown suddenly starts. 10, 9, 8, only one chance. Dao Xian hurriedly shouts, "I agree." The system loads. Loading successful. You will travel in 10 seconds. Before Dao Xian can react, he feels dizzy and disappears. When he opens his eyes again, Dao Xian finds himself by the sea. Where is this? The system replies, "Year 1519 of the Sea Circle Calendar, World of One Piece, Kokoshia Village in the East Sea." Dao Xian is shocked. Kokoshia Village? Isn't that Nami's hometown? As a fan of One Piece, Dao Xian is super excited and immediately asks about the system's abilities. The system explains, the currency of this world can be exchanged for blind boxes, and there is a limited number of blind boxes. Only by opening enough can you get a god-level blind box. If a customer does 20 pulls, he can choose the same rewards. 20 bronze can be exchanged for silver. The blind boxes are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and god level. Higher level blind boxes require money and enough lower level boxes to open. Dao Xian remains calm. What's the evil dragon to me? As long as I don't attack, I'm invincible. He rushes into the village, shouting, "Nami, Namison." Meanwhile, in the village, the evil dragon is arrogantly saying, "Namison, keep it up. Just 50 million more, and it'll return your village." He laughs as he heads back home, thinking, "This little girl is so easy to deceive. I never planned to return the village. I just want her to draw maps and collect money to rob later. Perfect." Furthermore, he aims to motivate her to gather money, and once she has enough, he will find someone to steal it from her, making it a flawless plan. The traveler steals oranges and meets Nami. Invincible defense sends the little thief flying. On both sides of the road are orange orchards. Dao Xian walks to a wooden house and casually picks a few oranges. Eating one, he shouts, "The taste is amazing. The fruits in the One Piece world are top-notch." He goes for more. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Stop! Thief! Dare to steal my oranges." Dao Xian turns around at a girl with orange hair and a striped short-sleeve shirt and white skirt, charging at him with a stick. It's Nami. Dao Xian is caught off guard and watches helplessly as the stick swings toward his shoulder. Bang! It sounds like glass breaking, and the recoil sends Nami flying to the ground. Dao Xian scratches his head. "Oh no, I just got here and offended Namison." He immediately apologizes. "I'm sorry. I was thirsty and thought they were wild." Nami stares at Dao Xian's clothes. "This fabric is better than that of nobles. You must be rich. Pay up." Dao Xian suddenly feels awkward, hasn't received any belly from the system, and his pockets are emptier than his face. The situation becomes tense. Suddenly, a mature woman approaches with a smile. "All right, Namison, he's a guest. It's Nojiko." She turns to Dao Xian and says, "Come to my tavern, I'll treat you to a meal." Dao Xian immediately agrees, completely ignoring Nami's glare. The three arrive at the only tavern in the village run by Nojiko. The tavern is empty at noon, and Nojiko goes to the kitchen. Nami curiously asks, "Who are you? How did you get to this island?" "You see, after the evil dragon pirate crew took over this island, no one dared to come." Nami continues, "The evil dragon has a bounty of 20 million belly." That's right, a 20 million belly pirate. The mysterious merchant flirts with Nami about opening blind boxes. The evil dragon is just a lackey in the new world. The weakest in the East Sea, the 20 million belly fishman Arlong can be considered a big pirate here. Those who can fight him don't care, and those who can't escape. Very troublesome. Dao Xian can avoid the fishmen landing on the island and can also bounce away sticks with his barrier, leaving Nami puzzled. Dao Xian adjusts his collar. "I am the mysterious merchant of the heavens. I can buy and sell anything. Whether you can change your fate depends on yourself." Nami seizes the point, but the merchant said he has no money. Dao Xian hits a sore spot and quickly changes the subject. "Namison, do you want to free the village from the evil dragon?" He knows very well. Nami must have saved at least a few tens of millions of belly. This money can open blind boxes and easily deal with the evil dragon. It's just about how to get her to spend 100,000 belly to open the first one. Nami's eyes are filled with resentment. Of course I want to, but the evil dragon is too strong, we can't stop him. Dao Xian pulls out a bronze blind box, which floats to his hand, 50 centimeters long and exquisitely crafted. He shouts, "Want to smash the evil dragon? Come open a blind box. Inside are famous swords, abilities, bloodlines, and devil fruits." His voice is very enthusiastic. With these, the evil dragon is nothing. In the new world, he's just a nobody. Stronger people can take him out with a glance. Nami's eyes light up. "Really? Are you giving me a blind box?" Dao Xian smiles. "You can use it first. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to pay. If you want to open more, you have to pay for this box first." Nami instantly gets excited. Although she doesn't understand everything, she understands that there are good things in this blind box, even famous swords. However, the simplest meaning she understands is that there are various items in this blind box, even famous swords. Nami opens the blind box and gets a fireball technique. The mysterious merchant instantly reports her wealth. Nami thinks, "If I really pull a famous sword, I can directly redeem the village from the evil dragon." Dao Xian seriously says, "Before opening the box, let's go over the rules. 1. Opening 100 can buy the next level blind box. 2. I can recycle unwanted items for blind boxes, but at a very low price. 3. May the luck of the European Emperor bless you." Namison, are you ready? Dao Xian transfers the blind box permissions to Nami, and the originally floating blind box loses its light, turning into a regular box. Nami unties the thread and opens the lid, and the box turns into flowing light and disappears, leaving only a palm-sized scroll. She holds up the scroll, confused. "What is this?" Dao Xian is astonished. "You have good luck. This is the Fire Release Great Fireball Technique scroll from the world of ninjutsu, and it can only be used once." Seeing that Nami doesn't understand, he explains, "It can release a giant fireball. It can burn a 7-meter deep hole. If Arlong gets hit, he won't die but will be seriously injured." Nami gasps in excitement. "How much for one blind box?" Dao Xian gestures and smiles. 100,000 belly. Buy 10, get 1 free. Nami doesn't feel it's expensive for the first time. This is the power that can crush the evil dragon. With this power, making money will be super easy. Just as she is about to get the money, Dao Xian says, "No need. I know your wealth. If you agree, I can deduct it directly. You currently have 46 million belly, right?" Nami looks dumbfounded. How does he know about her savings? Every time she deposits money, she counts that this is something that no human could do. Perhaps the legendary devil fruit has this ability. Nami's 10 consecutive pulls yield all garbage. Nojiko opens a box and pulls out a silver skill card. Nami no longer hesitates. Rather than entrusting her life to the evil dragon, she might as well trust herself. She confidently shouts, "Give me 10 consecutive pulls." Dao Xian is super excited. A big order on the first day. All 46 million belly go to open boxes. Crushing the evil dragon is guaranteed. Dao Xian activates the system and directly deducts 1 million belly for Nami. Buy 10, get 1 free. Nami instantly feels the money under the oranges diminish and is completely convinced that Dao Xian is a true mysterious merchant. 11 blind boxes are spread out on the table, and she rubs her hands nervously. Whether we can get rid of the evil dragon depends on this. I'm opening it. The first box opens and a pill falls out. Dao Xian says, "Fasting pill. Eat 1 and you won't feel hungry for 7 days. Also replenishes stamina." Nami feels disappointed. This world doesn't lack food compared to meat. It's far from enough, and it's only somewhat useful for experts. The second box opened with 10 shurikens. Nami's face darkened. This is even worse. After that, she opened frantically, and by the 10th one, apart from a broken pistol, everything was trash. Nami glared at Dao Xian. "Did you do something shady with the first box? Are the rest all traps?" At that moment, Nokigo rushed in with a feast. "The feast is here." "What's this?" Nami slumped over the table, utterly defeated. "Blind boxes. A scam. They got all sorts of junk." Nokigo curiously picked up the last unopened blind box and opened it. Pay attention. The silver light exploded and dazzled everyone, making it hard to open their eyes. After the light faded, a special glowing card lay on the table. Nami instantly sat up straight, and Nokigo was also stunned. "What is this?" Both of them stared at Dao Xian, waiting for an explanation. The special effect was already 100 times better than the previous trash. Dao Xian glanced at the system and slowly spoke. "It's called a skill card. After use, it grants a special ability." Nami was confused. For 60 million spent on blind boxes, the evil dragon was about to tear apart the little mouse. Dao Xian didn't mention that the skill would automatically adapt to the current world system, and if used by someone with a corresponding system, it would be even more powerful. Nami was completely baffled. This world had never had such a thing, and she couldn't understand it at all. Daoxian helplessly explained. This is the Wind Release. Great breakthrough skill card. It can create a whirlwind for attack and defense. He was clear in his mind. This jutsu had become stronger in the One Piece world. It didn't require hand seals and could be released using stamina. The more stamina, the greater the power. Nami might find it difficult to crush the evil dragon, but if Whitebeard used it, its power would rival that of a dragon's devil fruit. The key point was that the skill card could be used infinitely with money. One could be invincible. Nami clenched her fist and urgently asked, "How do I use it?" Daoxian said, "Just hold the card and silently think of using it." Nami immediately grabbed the card, and it transformed in a flowing light and disappeared instantly. She understood how to use it. Nami was super excited. 1 million for 2 powerful skills. Spending 460 million was worth it. Crushing the evil dragon was secure. She leaned forward and pounded the table. "Exchange all my money for blind boxes." No Kigo supported this. Having power was more reliable than saving money to redeem the village. Daoxian stared at the golden meat chunks on the table, drooling. "Let's eat first. The meat juice looks delicious." The three immediately started enjoying their lunch. Pay attention. The evil dragon pirate ship docked on the east coast, and the fishermen were frolicking in the sea during the day. In the captain's cabin, the shark fisherman sneered, "Captain, a little mouse has landed on the island, discovered by Kruby. Should I go crush him?" Long Lalia grinned. "Go. Tear him apart. Also, the cost of hiding the mouse. The ransom is doubled this month. You should know that the evil dragon exploits the villagers. Adults pay 100,000 berries every month, children 50,000, and if they can't pay, they will be killed. The evil dragon pirate crew survives by squeezing the village of Kokoshia, where adults on the island must pay 100,000 berries every month, and children 50,000 berries. If they can't provide the money, they will be killed by the evil dragon pirate crew. The evil dragon has killed a third of the villagers." Nami uses Wind Release to confront the fisherman officer head-on. The evil dragon pirate crew has ruled here for 8 years, killing nearly 1/3 of the villagers. Passing merchant caravans are allowed to leave if they pay the ransom. If not, they will remain on the island forever. The shark fisherman, filled with hatred for humans, walks toward the village, while the evil dragon sleeps soundly on the ship. This fisherman is an officer with a bounty of over 10 million, a top-tier powerhouse in the EC. As soon as the shark fisherman enters Kokoshia village, all the villagers hide. 8 years of oppression have crushed their will to resist. They know that fighting back is useless. The fisherman Budo is extremely excited. This looks just like the gaze he had when he was a celestial dragon slave. He shouts, "Someone is hiding a stranger." The ransom is doubled this month. In the tavern, Daoxian is enjoying his meal, and doesn't he hear the shouting outside? Nami tells Nojiko about believing that Daoxian is a mysterious merchant, and Nojiko looks at Daoxian. This young man is 20 years old, with fair skin, looking young. Definitely a handsome guy, just a bit short and thin, stared at by a beautiful woman. Daoxian feels embarrassed and loses his appetite. Nojiko laughs and asks, "Mysterious merchant, can I buy a blind box?" She sees Nami getting good things from the boxes and is very interested. Daoxian readily agrees. "Of course, the more boxes you open, the more I can go to the next world. Pay attention." Budo searches around and rushes directly to the tavern. As soon as he opens the door, he sees Daoxian and grins. "The little mouse is here?" Upon seeing Budo, Nami grits her teeth. She couldn't fight back before and had to hide her hatred. But now she has skills and is confident she can crush this fisherman. Budo sarcastically says, "Oh, isn't this our evil dragon pirate crew officer, Nami-san?" "Oh, isn't this our evil dragon pirate crew officer, Nami-san?" Nami uses Wind Release to instantly attack the fisherman officer with a total of 46 million berries. She bets it all on opening blind boxes. Budo doesn't take Nami seriously at all. Catch this little one to present to the boss. The boss will definitely be happy. He thinks he can take on 50 Nami, reaching out to grab Daoxian. Daoxian calmly doesn't dodge, but Nami panics. Daoxian is the hope for saving the village, and she still has tens of millions to spend. She absolutely cannot let him be captured. Nami grabs a wooden stick and smashes Budo out of the tavern. Remember, in the world of One Piece, ordinary people are incredibly strong. Nami may seem weak, but she just hasn't encountered a normal person. Budo is stunned and then enraged. Nami, his body can withstand the blows without injury, and he turns to pounce again. Pay attention. Nami shouts, "Wind Release, big breakthrough." A sudden storm sweeps through the tavern, wrapping Budo in sand and dirt. The sand cuts into his body like knives, leaving him covered in wounds. Budo screams, "I will kill you, and I will slaughter the entire village." This makes Nami even more determined to crush the evil dragon. Nami exhausts her energy and shouts again, "Wind release, big breakthrough." A tornado 3 times larger wraps around Budo. She shouts to Nojiko, "Hurry, throw me some weapons. I can't hold on much longer." Nojiko quickly rushes to the kitchen to grab knives and throws them into the wind. Budo screams a few times, and the wind stops. His over 2-meter fisherman body lies on the ground, covered in injuries. Nami collapses on the ground, panting, and turns to Dao Xian, saying, "Mysterious merchant, exchange all my berries for blind boxes." She knows that with such a big commotion, the evil dragon will come soon, and she must quickly gain the power to crush the evil dragon crew. Dao Xian understands too. His wind release is weak, and his physical ability is not as good as Nami's. He can only rely on money to exchange for strength. His wind release, big breakthrough, is pathetically weak. The only way to convert these huge funds directly into strength is the only solution. Nami frantically opens blind boxes to stockpile power. Villagers surround their savior. The only way is for Nami to defeat the evil dragon with absolute strength. Dao Xian shouts, "Start." The 3 return to the tavern, ignoring Budo's corpse outside, and open blind boxes in a race against time. Dao Xian waves his hand, and 11 blind boxes are placed on the table. Nami's savings drop by 1 million. She doesn't pursue the thrill of opening boxes. She shouts for Nojiko to open them together, and after finishing the 11, she urges Dao Xian to transform again. The noise outside has already alarmed the villagers. They peek through the cracks of the door and see Budo's corpse lying on the ground, feeling both delighted and anxious. Previously, every time they resisted, they were beaten, and this time the one dead is an officer. The evil dragon will definitely retaliate. Some villagers say, "Find the murderer. It can't be someone from the village. Otherwise, the evil dragon will have an excuse to come after us." Most people don't want to confront the evil dragon head-on. Ajian looks at the traces in the tavern, guessing if it was done by Nami and Nojiko, and laughs at himself for overthinking it. They couldn't possibly defeat an officer. At this moment, a villager shouts, "Budo was beaten out of the tavern. The murderer is inside." The villagers rush in with weapons. Inside the tavern, Nami and Nojiko are frantically opening boxes, and Dao Xian is busy sorting precious items, completely ignoring the outside. The villagers barge in, dumbfounded. These 2 women are continuously opening boxes. Can a stranger also turn into a box? They immediately surround Dao Xian. "Did you kill Budo?" Dao Xian is extremely indifferent. These people are afraid of retaliation and yet surround their savior. He doesn't speak and shifts his gaze to Nami. A villager is anxious. "Nami, are you in cahoots with the murderer? Do you want to harm everyone?" However, another villager quickly retorts. Ajian angrily ignites the fire of revenge. A villager counters. Nami joined the evil dragon crew to save the village. She is desperately saving money for everyone. How can you say that about her? The villager who questioned her immediately lowered their head, ashamed for being too selfish. Nami now has the confidence to fight against the evil dragon and understands the villagers' fears. Previously, they were brutally beaten for resisting, and without assurance, no one dares to take a gamble. She looks at the villagers' uncertain gazes and decisively shouts, "Trust me, everyone. I can fight against the evil dragon. Give me some time, and I will prove it to you." But there are still some villagers hesitating. They know Nami's strength. She can't even defeat an officer. At this moment, Ajian stands up and shouts hoarsely, "Have you forgotten how Arlong killed your relatives? Bru, your parents died at his hands. Don't you want revenge? Poor San, you too." The villagers named all lower their heads. More than half of the people present have relatives who died at the hands of the evil dragon. A villager cries, "But we can't fight. Going up is just seeking death." Ajian roars, "Even if I die, I'll take a few fishmen with me. I must avenge Belmare. Pay attention." The villagers suddenly burst into tears. 8 years of oppression and blood vendettas of their relatives are all exploded by Ajian's words. They roar, "Revenge! Revenge!" The fear of the evil dragon is completely suppressed. Now they only want to fight to the death with the evil dragon. Even if it means dying, they want to bite him. Nami is deeply moved. "Thank you, everyone." The villagers raise their weapons, transforming from surrounding Dao Xian to protecting the 2 of them. "We believe in you. This time we will fight to the death with the evil dragon crew." Nami accelerates, opening blind boxes, and Aegean distributes the firearms they open to the villagers, making everyone more confident. Inside Arlong Park, Nami, the unlucky one, is crying. Nojiko opens a box and gets Captain America's serum. The skinny fishman hurriedly runs to find Arlong. Boss. Not good. Budo is dead. Arlong's eyes widen in anger. Budo is a strong man in the East Sea. His subordinates would never dare to lie. He immediately gathers his men. To prevent the opponent from being too strong and causing an upset, everyone assemble. On the other hand, Nami is crazily opening blind boxes to get stronger. 46 million berries, 400 bronze blind boxes, 4 silver blind boxes. The bronze blind boxes are quickly opened. Aside from a bunch of weapons, everything else is trash. A huge loss. Fortunately, she opens a shadow clone technique skill card, which can create 2 illusions with low stamina cost. Nami is about to explode with anger. In the first 20 boxes, there were 2 good items, and the remaining 300+ boxes are all useless. She glares at Dao Xian. The last 4 silver blind boxes, bring them out. Dao Xian looks at her unlucky expression and hesitates, saying, how about letting Nojiko open them? Although Nami is reluctant, she still nods. Fine, just don't break them. Nojiko was so nervous that her hands trembled as she opened the first silver blind box after a few seconds. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, good stuff. Inside the box was something resembling a syringe. The system showed it was Captain America's serum. Nami and Nojiko hurriedly asked, what is this? Dao Xian explained, this is a strengthening agent. Injecting it can enhance physical fitness and extend lifespan, keeping you youthful forever. Nami's eyes instantly lit up, and Nojiko was also extremely envious. But Dao Xian had already said, whoever opens the box can only use the item. As for enhancing physical fitness, Nojiko was lucky. She opened the golden empty belt. In the world of One Piece, the physical enhancement from this potion could be achieved by strong people after a few months of training. But for Nami, it was super timely. Her abilities relied on stamina, and with improved physical fitness, her combat power would soar. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow. Continue opening? Nami nodded, and Nojiko reached for the second silver blind box. Upon opening it, there was an ordinary scroll, and Dao Xian was slightly disappointed. He could copy one of the 20 rewards for customers, and the better the item, the more he profited. He explained, this is a basic martial arts scroll. It can make your punches and kicks more precise. The 2 girls nodded and then opened the third blind box. Inside was a bag of rice, and Dao Xian said, store 100 tons of rice. In the world of One Piece, it was useless, but in a post-apocalyptic world, it would be a fortune. The current items were enough for Nami to fight Arlong, but with the help of his crew, she wasn't confident. This last blind box would determine life and death. Watch closely. Nojiko opened the last blind box, and golden light exploded. Dao Xian exclaimed, wow, golden legend. Lucky. Nami glared at him. What are you looking at? Dao Xian said seriously, normally, it takes 1 billion berries to get a golden item. But you got it with 4 silvers. What luck. He pointed to the belt. This is the empty belt. Wearing it can transform you into Kamen Rider Kuga, easily defeating evil dragons. Nami didn't hesitate. She first injected the Captain America serum, then used the basic martial arts scroll, and finally put on the belt. The serum and the belt transformed her body simultaneously, and Nami's clothes burst off. Dao Xian was dumbfounded, but fortunately, the others were guarding outside the tavern, and no one disturbed them. They all knew Nami was preparing to deal with Arlong, and who would dare to interfere? They could all see that Nami was using some means to confront Arlong, so no one dared to interrupt her. Nami transformed into Kamen Rider, dressed in red armor. She faced Arlong directly. This explosive scene was only witnessed by Dao Xian and Nojiko. Dao Xian exclaimed that he made a huge profit. Nami's figure was stunning. In the next second, a mysterious substance emerged from Nami, quickly forming a red armor in the shape of a bug. This armor was different from the original Kuga. It had no head covering and added a skirt below the waist. Definitely a feminine version. Wearing the armor, Nami looked heroic. And Nojiko worriedly asked, Nami, are you okay? Nami clenched her fists to feel the power and confidently shouted, leave Arlong to me. With the full power of Kuga, she was now ready to crush Arlong's crew. On the other side, Arlong, along with 3 officers and a group of fishmen, stormed into the village, roaring, hand over the murderer of Budo. If you hide anything, I'll slaughter you all. The voice reached the tavern, and although the villagers were prepared, they couldn't help but feel scared. When Arlong and his gang arrived at the tavern, they saw the villagers with weapons and instantly flew into a rage. dare to resist the great fishmen? Do you know what will happen next? Suddenly, the tavern door opened, and red-armored Nami walked out. Arlong was dumbfounded. Is this still that little thief cat? Even if she has eaten a devil fruit. I'm not afraid. Useless people can't become strong. The fisherman officer laughed maniacally. Nami, don't you know that resisting will lead to death? Who killed Budo? Nami stepped forward and shouted loudly. I killed Budo. Arlong glared at Dao Xian, completely ignoring Nami. Nami was furious. What are you looking at? Watch closely. Nami took the initiative to attack first. Wind release. Great breakthrough activated, and a tornado swept up dust toward Arlong. Arlong plunged his shark-toothed knife into the ground, but the hurricane couldn't budge him at all. His strength was 10 times stronger than Budo, but the villagers were all dumbfounded. Is this still Nami? Creating a hurricane is too amazing. However, Nami's performance still shocked the villagers who knew her. Was this really Nami? The power to create such a giant wind was too strong. Nami kicked Arlong down in one blow. The villagers' 8-year blood feud was finally avenged. When the villagers saw Nami could create a hurricane, their morale soared. Arlong's subordinates immediately attacked, and the villagers barely defended themselves with their weapons. They all understood that the outcome depended entirely on Nami and Arlong's king against king battle. Nami was anxious. Humans are not as physically strong as fishmen. If it drags on, someone will definitely die. She immediately stopped the wind release, charged forward, and engaged in battle with Arlong. As she punched and kicked, it felt like she was on a roll, forcing Arlong to defend himself with every move. And he couldn't even touch her. Dao Xian watched the show from the side. Fishmen came to bother him, but they were all injured by his defense rebound, and no one dared to provoke him again. In his eyes, Arlong swung his shark-toothed knife wildly, but couldn't even graze the hem of Nami's clothes. While Nami was beating him to the point of contorting his expression, it looked painless, but it was actually very fierce. Nami was enjoying herself even more. She had complete control over Arlong's movements. She knew exactly where he would strike. This was actually the budding form of observation hockey. And Nami's talent was fully unleashed. Familiar with the power of Kuga, she channeled the energy within her into her legs. Watch closely. Arlong swung his knife empty, and Nami delivered a spinning side kick to his chest. The sealed energy instantly surged in, and Arlong was instantly defeated. Nami turned around gracefully. True knights never look at explosions. Boom! Arlong was blown to pieces. The fishmen were all dumbfounded. Some ran away while others fought desperately. But Nami, now free, took them down one by one. After the villagers finished off the last fishman, they cried tears of joy. We won. We avenged ourselves. Nami and no Kigo smiled brightly under the sunlight. Dao Xian approached to remind. Nami, remember to prepare clothes when you take off the armor. Nami instantly blushed and turned to rush back into the tavern. Dao Xuan's mind was filled with the image of Nami transforming and bursting out of her clothes. And he thought, I want this Nami. The Nami of the Straw Hat crew will no longer exist. It seemed that the Nami of the Straw Hat pirates was already gone, and he planned to take Nami onto his own ship. Nami set sail to resurrect her adoptive mother. Dao Xian opened blind boxes to send out the potential of the 4 emperors. There was a mysterious blind box ship. As long as you have money, you can encounter it. Immortality, youth, super strength, everything can be fulfilled. No Kigo looked at the celebrating villagers and cheerfully shouted, Let's have a banquet tomorrow. The villagers instantly erupted. Banquet! Banquet! Dao Xian was super excited. The banquet in One Piece must be experienced. The next morning, the banquet began. The villagers knew that Nami had relied on Dao Xuan's blind boxes to defeat Arlong, treating Dao Xian as a hero, and he was having a blast. He secretly said, Dao Xian copied the Captain America serum and the empty belt. They all understood. Nami had evolved Kuga to its ultimate form, and she could become one of the 4 emperors. Having these 2 powers, he finally broke free from his weak physique. Dao Xian approached Nami. Want to set sail with me? Nami smiled and asked, Give me a reason. Dao Xian said, In the future, blind boxes will increase by 10%, and I'll give you 10,000 berries for each. Nami's heart was instantly moved. She secretly glanced at Dao Xian and proudly said, Then I agree. She turned to ask No Kigo, Are you coming? No Kigo shook her head. Someone needs to guard Belmir's orange orchard. Watch closely. Dao Xian suddenly said, The golden blind box can open resurrection items. Belmir can be revived. Nami and No Kigo were stunned, unable to believe it. Really? Dao Xian nodded. The world is so big. There must be such an item. It all depends on luck. Nami immediately switched her target. "I'm gonna sell more blind boxes. Open more boxes to resurrect my adoptive mother," Dao Xian said. "Now we need a ship." Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. "Forgot about the evil dragon's ship? If we destroy them, the ship and the wealth will all be ours." No Kigo added, "It's the villagers." Nami immediately wilted. 8 years of greed for money was hard to change. After the banquet, Nami announced that she would leave, and the villagers understood that she had the power and wouldn't stay forever. A group of people headed towards the evil dragon's ship, the Shark Spab. This ship looks a lot like Arlong's, but since it was requisitioned by Nami and Dao Xian, it surely has to be modified. This is a ship that very much fits Arlong's design, but after being requisitioned by Nami and Dao Xian, it can no longer use that appearance. Dao Xian renamed the ship Kongwa. They headed straight to Windmill Village to plunder carp. After gathering the treasure, the villagers helped Nami and Dao Xian modify the ship. The most crucial part, the bow of the ship, Dao Xian chose the Kongwa emblem, crafted from a huge hollow wooden structure. The ship was officially named Kongwa, and he wouldn't mind if it was called Mysterious Merchant. 3 days later, the Kongwa set sail. Nami waved and shouted, "Aegean no Kigo goodbye." Dao Xian steered the ship, and Nami pointed the way. They didn't have a permanent log pose and had to buy a few first. Dao Xian suddenly asked, "Nami, is Windmill Village far?" Nami said it wasn't far, and Dao Xian nodded. "Then let's go there." He was clear in his mind. There were big shots in Windmill Village, and they could open a lot of blind boxes. Dao Xian continued, "I previously said 10,000 berries for a blind box was too little. Let's change it to 200,000 each." Nami nodded frantically. This money-making opportunity could not be missed. Dao Xian added, "The money will be with you first, but we can't skimp on what needs to be spent." Nami couldn't refuse at all, who made her love berries so much. As the ship approached Windmill Village, Dao Xian spotted a Navy warship at the port, shaped like a dog's head with a bone in its mouth. Wasn't this Carp's dog head strategist ship? He was super excited, just in time to catch Carp visiting Luffy. No need to wait. Nami was stunned. "The person you're looking for is here?" Dao Xian pointed at the warship, Navy hero Carp. "He must be in the village. I'm here for him." Nami was instantly shocked. How could such a big shot be here? How does Dao Xian know? But thinking about it, it was normal for Dao Xian, who could blow up the scene with blind boxes, to know some information. They had already modified the ship to look like a merchant ship, flying the Kongwa emblem. And after the Navy checked and confirmed they weren't pirates, they simply ignored them. Who would dare cause trouble with Carp around? Carp was eating and drinking while listening to Luffy and Makino chatter about what had happened over the past year. Luffy shouted about becoming the Pirate King. Carp's iron fist landed on his grandson. Luffy stood on the dining table and shouted, "Ace went to sea to become a pirate. In 2 years, I will go too. I want to be the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Carp's veins bulged, and his anger reached its peak. He was anxious. If Ace's identity were exposed, he couldn't even protect him. If Ace became a Navy, he could still use his status to force the world government to make concessions and save Ace's life. But now Ace had recklessly become a pirate. Carp could already imagine Ace's fate. Looking at Luffy, who didn't understand anything, Carp was furious. "Damn it. Taste your grandpa's iron fist. You must change this dirty dream. You should become a Navy." The armed iron fist came crashing down, and Luffy screamed in pain. Even with the rubber fruit, he couldn't withstand this beating. But Luffy stubbornly said, "I'm going to be a pirate." Carp hit harder, and the tavern was instantly thrown into chaos. Makino covered her mouth and laughed. She had seen this scene many times. Every time Carp came, Luffy would get beaten, but Carp had restraint, only hurting but not injuring. Luffy's later explosive vitality and recovery came from being trained by this iron fist. Pay attention. Dao Xian and Nami walked in, and they saw a 3-meter-tall old man in a justice robe violently beating a teenager. Carp noticed the outsiders, stopped, and asked, "Pirate? Dao Swan comedy played?" "No." Carp used observation haki to confirm he wasn't lying and relaxed his vigilance. Dao Xian was shocked. Carp's pressure was overwhelming. At 3 meters tall, a single punch could shatter a warship. This was true top-tier combat power. Carp casually asked, "What are you doing here?" Dao Xian got straight to the point. "I'm a mysterious merchant who specializes in doing business with strong people." Carp was taken aback. "This kid isn't possibly here for me, is he?" "Oh, then as a merchant, what are your goods?" Dao Xian sold blind boxes. Leaving Carp confused, Luffy shouted for money from his grandpa. Carp curiously asked, "What do you sell?" Dao Xian sat across from him and calmly replied, "I don't know either." Makino and Luffy were instantly dumbfounded, and Luffy shouted his thoughts. Who sells goods without knowing what they sell? Dao Xian explained. My blind boxes can contain anything. Reviving people, super strength, weapons, food. Whatever you can think of is there. What you get depends on luck. Saying this, he summoned a bronze blind box from the system before payment. It was just an invisible illusion. It only became real after payment. Carp instantly became serious. This is probably the ability of an unknown devil fruit. He immediately got interested. Do you want to become a Navy? After all, the potential of devil fruit users is explosive, and Carp was eager for talent. Dao Xian quickly clarified. I'm not a user. You let someone buy one, and you'll understand. Carp scratched his head. Luffy, you go buy. Luffy dashed to Dao Xian's side and reached for the blind box, but his hand passed right through. He was stunned. What is going on? Dao Xian said, 200,000 berries for a bronze blind box. The chance of getting good items is low. You need to buy 100 to exchange for a silver blind box. Luffy scratched his head. I don't have money, Grandpa. He had spent all his money on buying a ship for Ace and could only look at Carp. Dao Xian added, I can directly deduct the money, no matter where it is. Carp understood. Worried about encountering a rule-type devil fruit, he hurriedly shouted, Adjutant, get 200,000 berries. The swordsman adjutant immediately went to the warship to get the money. While waiting for the money, Dao Xian asked, Is there anything to eat? He suspected that the physical condition of the Pirate King was explosive and related to top-notch ingredients. Makino smiled and asked, What do you want to eat? Dao Xian and Luffy shouted in unison, Meat. Meat. Luffy opened the blind box and got the Spirit Snake Fist. Carp was anxious to verify its authenticity. Luffy shouted in sync with Dao Xian, Meat. Luffy really needed meat now. Carp had just beaten him up, and his life could still depend on food for a quick recovery. Makino nodded with a smile. Just a moment. She turned and got busy. In less than a few minutes, the poker-faced swordsman adjutant brought 200,000 berries. Carp waved his hand. Luffy, take this money to buy the blind box. Luffy was super curious and quickly took the money. Dao Xian handed him the blind box while collecting the berries. Pay attention. Carp, the adjutant, Luffy, and Nami all stared at the blind box. Nami had opened hundreds and was still curious. Luffy, with clumsy hands, opened it, and inside was actually a skill scroll. Carp immediately asked, What is this? Dao Xian was also surprised. Luffy's first box opened this good item, not worse than a silver blind box. He secretly asked the system, Does the first box have a drop rate bonus? The system replied, That's right. Dao Xian understood. This routine was amazing. If the first box didn't give out good items, how could it hook people in? Just like Nami, who opened a big fireball with her first box. She dared to spend tens of millions to open boxes. Dao Xian explained, This is the Spirit Snake Fist martial art. The wrist can bend extraordinarily, and the attacks are highly variable. Just think of using it with a card. Only those who spend money can use it. Carp appeared calm while picking his nose. Luffy tried out, but inside, alarm bells were ringing. This power could change the world pattern. Luffy immediately used the scroll, and radiant light entered his body. He suddenly gained countless attack methods in his mind. The rubber body and Spirit Snake Fist were super compatible, and its power might be even more explosive than the original. Carp directly picked up Luffy and ran towards the forest outside the village. Let's try out the new ability with Grandpa. Dao Xian chose not to follow. He had full confidence in the stuff produced by the system. The Spirit Snake Fist might just be a common martial art, but this kind of martial art was more about amplifying the abilities of the possessor. Luffy used the Spirit Snake Fist to send Carp flying. The Navy Marshal received an urgent call. The physical condition of people from the world couldn't be compared to that of the One Piece world at all. The Spirit Snake Fist was perfectly suited for Luffy and would definitely give Carp a big surprise. Here it comes, here it comes. The meat is here. Makino brought over 2 large portions of roasted meat, saw that Carp and Luffy were missing, and shook her head with a smile. This grandfather and grandson pair were just so fiery. She placed the meat in front of Dao Xian. Try my special roasted meat. Pay attention. The sound of a poisonous snake hissing came from the forest. Luffy's arm followed the route of the Spirit Snake Fist and transformed into a gigantic python attacking Carp. In just a few minutes, Luffy completely mastered the Snake Fist, making his previous straightforward fighting style 10 times more difficult to handle. Carp didn't use observation haki, relying solely on his combat instincts. But he couldn't figure out Luffy's attacks. Despite having only 2 hands, it felt like he was being attacked from all directions. Luffy seized the opportunity, his fist taking a bizarre path in a human visual blind spot, and with a bang, he sent Carp flying dozens of meters. Luffy was ecstatic. I finally defeated Grandpa. But then Carp suddenly appeared behind him. You're still far from it. A punch imbued with armament hockey smashed down on his head, sending Luffy flying over 100 meters. This was Carp's revenge. Carp was shocked. After Luffy learned the Snake Fist, he'd become much more troublesome. If Luffy knew hockey, he would have to fight several rounds. He asked Luffy, "Can the Snake Fist be taught to others?" Luffy replied, "It can, but they definitely won't be as strong as me." Carp instantly thought of the elite navy. The ones who could return to life would learn this fist, potentially becoming techniques on par with the 6 styles. 200,000 berries is definitely worth it. Carp didn't even return to the tavern, dragging Luffy and his lieutenant back to the warship and immediately contacted Navy headquarters with a Den Mushi. At Marineford, in Sengoku's office, the Den Mushi transformed into a square-faced figure. "Hello, this is Sengoku. Carp, what's the matter?" "Hello, this is Sengoku. What do you need, Carp?" Carp excitedly smashed open a blind box worth 100 million. The first item revealed was a Squirtle egg, astonishing everyone. Carp laughed on the phone. "Sengoku, I have super important information." Sengoku remained unfazed. Carp had pulled too many pranks before, calmly asking, "What information?" The Den Mushi imitated Carp, digging his nose. "First, give me 100 million berries. Just take it from my salary." Sengoku readily agreed. Carp's private morals were fine. This money was definitely not for personal use. He immediately had his lieutenant add 100 million to Carp's salary and distributed it on the spot. Carp hung up the phone and headed for the tavern. Inside the tavern, Dao Xian and Nami had eaten their fill and were resting, with their meal cost deducted from the 200,000 earned. Food is super cheap in the pirate world. This meal only cost a few thousand. Luffy rushed in wailing, "Where's my meat?" Makino laughed, "Don't worry, I'll go get it right now." Luffy anxiously shouted, "I want meat." Carp approached Dao Xian. "Look how many berries I have." Dao Xian checked the system. 101 million. You can use it. Carp was super excited. Dao Xian wasn't lying. This number even included the 100 million Sengoku just gave. He waved his hand. "Exchange it all for blind boxes." Dao Xian calculated quickly. You can exchange for 500 bronze blind boxes, 5 silver blind boxes. For every 10, you get 1 free, totaling 550 bronze, 5 silver. Carp shouted, "Open the bronze ones first. I'm dying of curiosity." Dao Xian waved his hand, taking all of Carp's money and producing 50 bronze blind boxes. There were too many to fit on the table. Carp rubbed his hands together, surprisingly a bit nervous. "Can I get a revival item? Or skills like Luffy's?" He opened the first blind box, and inside was actually an egg. Carp was stunned. "What kind of egg is this?" Luffy drooled. "I don't know if it's good to eat." Carp smashed it with a punch, and Luffy immediately went silent. Dao Xian was also shocked. This egg is actually for Pokemon, and it was the water-type Squirtle from the starter trio. Moreover, the egg in front of them was indeed a Squirtle from the water-type starters. Carp opened the box and lost big. Squirtle hatched and caused a scene. While the other types were not problematic, the water type could definitely show explosive power in the One Piece world. Everyone present stared at Dao Xian, waiting for him to explain. Dao Xian explained, "This egg comes from another world, and inside is a creature called Squirtle. I will help you hatch it, and it will evolve with the owner's strength. With your power, you can definitely make it evolve into its ultimate form, becoming a super strong helper." Carp was super curious, but didn't rush to ask. He still had a pile of blind boxes to open. Just as Luffy wanted to chime in about the turtle, he was suppressed by Carp's punch. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office at Marineford, Navy personnel rushed in a panic. The 101 million berries of Vice Admiral Carp has vanished. It's like it evaporated. Sengoku immediately thought of Carp's recent phone call and waved his hand. "I got it, you can go." He pondered. Carp must have encountered something fun. Back at the tavern, Carp was crazily opening blind boxes while Dao Xian explained. "Diamond crab, top-notch ingredient, a standard longsword." Suddenly, a pair of cute girl underwear was revealed, and Nami and Makino looked at Dao Xian with strange expressions. Dao Xian hurriedly explained, "I also didn't know this would come out." He cursed the system in his heart. This is something that can't be washed away even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Carp was like he was playing DNF. The more he opened, the darker his face became. Besides the Squirtle egg, everything else was junk, and he couldn't even get back the 200,000 berries. Dao Xian understood clearly. The system has a deep trap. The first box gives good stuff to lure people in, and once you start opening, you can't stop. The 550 bronze blind boxes were quickly opened, leaving a pile of junk on the ground. Carp questioned, "Is this all your blind boxes?" Dao Xian changed the subject. "It's your bad luck. Squirtle will definitely satisfy you." Carp's eyes lit up. "It's called Squirtle? Then hurry and hatch it." Dao Xian had Carp hold the egg, and Carp immediately shouted, "The egg is heating up. Pay attention." Crack. The eggshell broke, and a blue turtle head peeked out. Crack. The sound of the eggshell breaking spread, and a blue turtle head emerged from the shell. Squirtle evolved twice into Blastoise. Squirtle peeked out and shouted, "Squirtle, Squirtle." Nami and Makino screamed, "So cute." The eggshell fell to the ground, and the few centimeter tall Squirtle quickly grew, then a flash of white light, evolving twice directly into Blastoise. Standing 3 meters tall, with a fierce head and 2 cannons on its back, it was super eye-catching. Nami and Makino instantly changed their expressions. So ugly. Blastoise immediately wilted, looking like it had lost its soul. But Carp was super excited. He could feel the connection with Blastoise. This was a system product capable of quickly increasing combat power. With Carp's strength, Squirtle directly evolved into its ultimate form, larger than a normal Blastoise, with explosive potential. Carp couldn't help but exclaim, spending 100 million berries was worth it. This strange beast is loyal and can fight. As long as you don't betray it, it will definitely obey. He laughed and shouted, "Blastoise." "Hello." Blastoise responded, "Squirtle." Even though they couldn't communicate verbally, they could still interact. Carp was super satisfied. The blind boxes are not bad. Let's keep opening the silver ones. Dao Xian waved his hand, placing 5 silver blind boxes on the table. He was also curious if Carp could open any golden-level treasures. The first blind box opened was a plain-looking bean, and everyone stared at Dao Xian, waiting for an explanation. Dao Xian said, "This is a magic bean. It comes from the Dragon Ball world." Carp immediately interrupted. The Dragon Ball world? He had always been curious about what kind of world Dao Xian was talking about. Dao Xian remained calm, starting to educate them. "Do you know that this world is round?" Carp nodded in shock. "This is the Navy's highest secret." Luffy was shocked. "The world is round? Then we will fall off." The others nodded in agreement. Dao Xian said, "You let Carp explain this. What I want to say is, this round ball is your world." The others listened in confusion, but Carp understood, his expression serious as he asked, "So, you mean, you came from other round spheres like this?" Carp angrily retorted the name of the One Piece world. The golden boxing gloves made him feel instant excitement. Dao Xian said, "You can understand it that way. Not all worlds are round. You just need to know that I'm not from this world. My blind boxes come from countless different worlds." He added, "In the Dragon Ball world, a strong person can crush the One Piece world with a single finger. By the way, I named this world the One Piece world." Carp exploded on the spot. "Why isn't it called the Navy world?" Dao Xian was speechless. Carp is super reliable when he is, but when he isn't, he can even sleep while fighting. He casually replied, all right. Let's call it the Navy world." Quickly change the topic, Dao Xian explains the fairy bean. "This is a special food from the Dragon Ball world. Eating it can heal all injuries, even severed limbs can regenerate, and it can keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. Carp was amazed. Only the surgery fruit in the pirate world can regenerate severed limbs, and a single bean can do the trick. He quickly stored the fairy beans and got even more excited about the silver blind box. The second silver blind box opened to reveal the iron cloth scroll, and Dao Xian said, "It can better train the body." Carp didn't care at all. The Navy has its own training methods. This thing is only good for new recruits. The third box opened to reveal shoes from the Valoran world, which Dao Xian said could increase attack speed. But Carp still wasn't interested. These 2 items are nowhere near as impressive as the fairy beans. Pay attention. The fourth blind box suddenly burst with golden light. Carp was stunned, and Nami's eyes widened. She knows best how powerful a golden-level item can be. Dao Xian sighed. Carp's luck is just too good. He secretly glanced at Nami and quickly looked away, afraid of being caught. As the light faded, a golden fist glove appeared. Luffy laughed. "Grandpa, this glove is perfect for you." Carp picked his nose. "I never use gloves. This thing is useless." Dao Xian secretly laughed. Soon he realized how great it is. He explained, "This is called the Hand of Justice. It comes from the teamfight tactics world, and besides being indestructible, it has special functions. Wearing this glove in battle will randomly trigger one of 2 effects." Carp put on the golden fist glove and instantly loved it. Next stop, Alabasta to recruit Robin. Dao Xian explained the Hand of Justice. 2 effects. One is to convert half the damage dealt to enemies into healing, greatly enhancing sustained combat ability. The second is to increase strength by 50. The more Carp listened, the more surprised he became, and he slapped his face. Before he said he wouldn't use gloves. But now he grabbed it and put on the golden fist glove, shining brightly. However, Carp didn't feel any special effects and looked at Dao Xian in confusion. Dao Xian said, It only triggers in battle. Carp immediately focused on Luffy, and with the glove, he lightly smashed Luffy's head. A warm current surged through his body, and all his consumed stamina was restored. He didn't care about Luffy being beaten. Stroking the glove with affection, Dao Xian asked, "There's one last silver blind box. Should we open it?" Carp shouted, "Open it. 110 million is worth it." Now he is confident he can take on the 4 emperors. He used to struggle alone against the 4 emperors due to his age, but now with the glove, he can fight and heal. It's stable. The 5th blind box opened to reveal the Earth-style, Earth Flow wall scroll. And Dao Xian said, "It's a one-time use. It can create a huge earthen wall, but can only be used on land." Finally, he opened something useless, and Dao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Carp was too lucky. Water gun turtle, fairy beans, golden fist glove. This time he felt like he lost. But thinking about it, Carp could help him attract many clients when he returns to the Navy. Unlocking god-level blind boxes is just around the corner. Dao Xian asked Carp for a permanent pointer, and after shopping in the village, he took Nami and left. Next stop, Alabasta. If you want to buy blind boxes, come find me there. There are sand crocodiles. And he is super excited about Robin. The lieutenant couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to leave him behind? He could change the world order." Carp laughed. "Maybe that is a good thing." A day later, Carp's dog-headed warship docked at Marineford Port. He didn't bring his vice admiral and headed straight for the Navy headquarters building, saluting as he walked past the Navy personnel. As he walked, he bumped into a man with an explosive curly hair, who said, "Hey, old man." Carp, wearing the hand of justice, showed off to Akiji. Starting a fight at sea proved his strength. Akiji held his forehead and walked with Carp to Sengoku's office. Carp laughed heartily. "You little brat, it's you." Only he dares to talk to Akiji like that in the entire Navy. Akiji's gaze, however, was fixed on Carp's hand. After so many years, it was the first time he saw Carp wearing gloves. Carp was extremely proud and showed off the glove. "Isn't it nice? This is my hand of justice." Akiji had a deadpan expression. "This old man has such flashy gloves, so gaudy." You should know that besides famous swords, other weapons in the pirate world are not well known. And gloves are particularly useless. They're not even as strong as Carp's haki. But Akiji could also see that this glove was indeed extraordinary. The two swaggered into Sengoku's office. At that moment, Sengoku was instructing Kizaru via a din mushi. "There are pirates in the New World attacking the celestial dragons. Go support them." Kizaru lazily replied. Yes. After hanging up, Sengoku saw Carp rummaging through his drawer for fairy beans, sitting casually on the sofa munching. Akiji quietly sat down, and Sengoku asked, "Have the supernova pirates been dealt with?" Akiji replied, "Caught them, sent them to impel down." Now the sea is a 3-way standoff between the Navy, pirates, and the Shichibukai, and the Navy is taking the opportunity to develop, aiming to capture potential pirates to stabilize the situation. After noting down the tasks, Sengoku yelled at Carp, "Eating my fairy beans without explaining the 100 million berry issue?" Carp laughed. "If I fight Akiji, you'll understand." Akiji scratched his head. "Why does it always come back to me?" Sengoku, finding it troublesome, said, "Go fight at sea. Let Akiji free some land as the battlefield." "Pay attention," Akiji shouted. "Ice Age." With a flick of his finger, the sea area within miles instantly turned into an ice field 30 meters thick. Not permanent freezing. After all, this is the Navy headquarters. Freezing it into an island would be enough. Are Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Carp going to fight? Carp, wearing the fist glove, was about to beat up Akiji. The entire Navy headquarters was curious and gathered to watch, only daring to look from a distance with Sengoku present. Carp, wearing the golden fist glove, shouted, "I'm making my move." With a push of his foot, the ice layer shattered. The powerful recoil sent him rushing towards Akiji. Akiji immediately created an ice wall to block, but the hand of justice activated instantly. Carp understood in a flash, triggered the 50 strength increase. He punched through the ice wall, filled with an unprecedented explosive power. Sengoku was stunned. He had been friends with Carp for many years, and knew Carp at 74 years old hadn't eaten a devil fruit, and in prolonged battles. He couldn't defeat an admiral. But now Carp was ridiculously strong, and Akiji couldn't handle it all, immediately falling into a disadvantage. Sengoku stared at the gloves. Can a single glove make Carp this strong? Akiji knows best how strong Carp is. Every punch he throws must be met with full force. Where he'll be sent flying. Not wanting to lose face, he decided to get serious. Ice Age. A violent chill surged towards Carp, but Carp, with his observation haki at full, easily dodged with Moonwalk. Akiji's freezing fruit relies on a medium, and he can attack from a distance, which is far inferior to Akainu's magma fruit. But Akiji also has an advantage. He can ignore the weakness of seawater and freeze the battlefield instantly. He activated his ability, and countless ice weapons shot towards Carp. But Carp didn't T-dodge, feeling like he was back in his youth, smashing through all attacks with his fists. He broke through the obstruction and shouted, "Found you! Take my punch!" Akiji quickly admitted defeat. "I give up." He didn't want to really fight. But inside he was shocked. Carp was just too fierce. Carp was extremely displeased. "I just warmed up." Back in Sengoku's office, Carp talked about the events in Windmill Village. Sengoku asked in shock, "So you spent 100 million berries all on blind boxes?" This glove was opened from them. Carp was super proud, laughing heartily, yes. This glove came from a mysterious merchant's blind box. He then pulled out the fairy beans and handed them to Sengoku. "These can regenerate severed limbs and revive you to full health." Akiji and Sengoku exchanged glances, their expressions serious. This mysterious merchant crossing worlds carries too much weight. They pondered. Either this merchant can travel between worlds, or they are part of a large organization. They couldn't understand what berries meant to them, but being able to exchange for magical items is definitely a huge benefit. Sengoku immediately instructed Akiji, "Take a few vice admirals and promising newcomers to Alabasta. The berries will directly hit your salary." Akiji instantly became serious. This is a great opportunity to bolster the Pigeon faction, and it must be seized. The scene cuts to the East Blue. A scout from the giant axe pirates shouted, "Captain, there's a big ship ahead. Looks like a merchant ship." The captain, Borg, with a bounty of 7 million berries, grinned, "Get closer. Let us rob it and then throw a party." Daoxian's ship, over 100 meters long, didn't fly a pirate flag or a member country flag. In his eyes, it was just a piece of fat meat. The pirates immediately cheered. Feast. On mysterious merchant ship, Nami lay on a chair in her swimsuit, asking Daoxian to apply sunscreen for her. Their relationship was heating up, and when Nami flipped over, her face turned red. "You need to apply it on the front too." Daoxian's eyes widened. This kind of curve only existed in two-dimensional worlds. Just as his hand was about to touch Nami, a loud noise erupted. Borg, in an attempt to steal more money, didn't fire his cannon and directly boarded the ship. With pirates jumping on, he laughed heartily. "I'm a giant axe, Borg. If you don't want to die, hand over all your money." Standing 3 meters tall with a giant axe, his intimidating presence was at its peak. As soon as giant axe Borg boarded the ship, he laughed loudly and made a declaration. With Borg's 3-meter height and that giant axe, his appearance was indeed quite intimidating. Daoxian, disturbed by the interruption of his good moment, transformed in anger. In his Titan form, he took out the pirates in seconds. Ordinary merchant ships would surrender immediately upon seeing Borg. He only stole treasures and women, not killing people. But Daoxian was about to reach Nami, and his good moment was interrupted, instantly filling him with rage. "Damn pirates. Nami, leave it to me." This giant axe pirate crew didn't even have a bounty of 10 million, making it perfect for him to vent his anger. The pirates looked at Daoxian and burst into laughter. "You want to resist?" At that moment, Daoxian shouted, "Transform." Next up was High Energy. He transformed into Kamen Rider Kuga, officially making his appearance. When evil appears, clad in the Spirit Stone of Hope, he transforms into a fiery form to defeat evil. His red armor was explosive, with black joints, big red eyes, insect-like mandibles, and sharp angles, while the Yamadame Spirit Stone at his waist was extremely eye-catching. This Spirit Stone could materialize intentions and absorb power for evolution. Daoxian, having just acquired the belt, was already proficient in the 4 basic forms, much more skilled than Nami. Seeing this, Borg panicked. Wasn't this a devil fruit user? But there was no retreat now. He shouted, "Kill him. Use my men as cannon fodder." Over a dozen pirates charged forward, and Daoxian directly transformed into Titan form. Ordinary weapons turned into Titan swords, with maxed out power and defense. Although his speed was a bit slower, a pirate swung a sword at Daoxian, but with a clang, the armor was completely unharmed. The next second, Daoxian sliced him in half, blood splattering all over the ship. Instead of being scared, the pirates became even crazier, raising their swords and charging again. These pirates of the sea had long since cast aside life and death. Daoxian swung the Titan sword, taking down one pirate after another. And soon only 5 were left. Borg and his 4 subordinates found themselves in a dilemma. As Daoxian approached, Borg finally shouted, "Charge." Leading the charge, the remaining pirates followed. Watching this group of pirates rush over, Daoxian couldn't help but internally applaud their courage. Daoxian swiftly defeated Borg. Next stop, the floating restaurant Bar Tai. Daoxian admired the pirates' courage, but showed no mercy to his enemies. Borg swung his giant axe, shouting for him to die, aiming to chop off Daoxuan's head. Daoxian, with overwhelming defense, power, and senses, didn't even dodge, pouring the sealed energy into the Titan's sword and striking back. Watch closely. The giant axe was instantly cut in half, and Borg was also cleaved into two, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The captain of the giant axe pirates, with a bounty of 7 million, was defeated in an instant. The remaining pirates were terrified, fleeing back to their ship, and Daoxian did not pursue. Once they boarded, Daoxian shouted, "Nami, fire the cannon." In the vast sea, yet another pirate crew was wiped out. After cleaning up the ship, Daoxian, at Nami's request, preserved Borg's head. It was 7 million berries that couldn't be wasted. This was Daoxuan's first kill, but he felt no fear after merging with the Kuga Belt. He finally felt extraordinary. However, he also reflected. He had been too reckless. Without the system's passive protection, he could have faced a powerful user and been defeated. From now on, he needed to play it safe and maintain his prestige. Daoxian wanted to continue the unfinished business with Nami, but she firmly rejected him. Now dressed more conservatively, Daoxian could only regretfully set sail, but he already had a plan. His next stop was the floating restaurant Bar Tai. Chef Zeph, the Redfoot, was a tough guy who had sailed the Grand Line for a year and returned unscathed. As the restaurant owner, he must have money and needed to be persuaded to open a mystery box. Following the fixed route, Daoxian quickly found Bar Tai. The fishhead ship was extremely eye-catching. He tipped the welcoming Chef 10,000 berries to help tie the ships together, or else they'd drift away after eating. Daoxian gentlemanly said, "Nami-san, please." Nami shot him a glance. She hadn't seen him act so pretentious on the ship. 16-year-old Nami was both youthful and confident, and as soon as she entered the restaurant, she attracted the attention of all the wolves. 17-year-old Sanji rushed over like a shadow, his once handsome face now resembling a pig's. "Beautiful lady, welcome to Bar Tai." Daoxuan's face darkened. No wonder Sanji couldn't catch any girls. Moreover, Nami was his. Daoxian, with a serious expression, exposed Sanji's prince identity. 200,000 berry mystery box to hook VIP customers. Daoxian quietly walked between Sanji and Nami, blocking Sanji's gaze. If it were someone else, he would have already crushed them. But Sanji was a real man, so he let him off this time. Daoxian called for the menu, instantly awakening Sanji's chef spirit. Sanji immediately transformed into a gentleman, leading the two to a window seat and presenting the menu, completely shedding his previous pig-like demeanor. After scanning the menu, Daoxian chose for Nami, then turned to talk to Sanji. Both Sanji and Zeph were potential customers, especially Sanji, who was backed by the Vinsmoke family, the unrecognized kings of the North Sea, a powerful force in the world government, definitely VIP among VIPs. Daoxian suddenly said, "Vinsmoke Sanji?" Sanji's face changed instantly, filled with vigilance. "Who are you?" Daoxian smiled. "I'm just a mysterious merchant passing by. Would you like to make a deal?" Sanji panicked. There were few who knew his identity. Could it be the family was coming to capture him? Next up is high energy. Daoxian dropped the bomb. "The deal can make you stronger. Want invisibility? Or do you want help for Zeph to recover that leg?" Sanji was instantly dumbfounded. How did this person know his two big secrets? He hurriedly asked, "How do we trade?" Daoxian took out a bronze mystery box. "You'll know when you open it." Just as Sanji was about to take it, Daoxian stopped him. "It costs 200,000 berries." Sanji's serious face instantly crumbled. If it weren't for Daoxian knowing his secret, he would have thought he was a scammer. But he had no salary and couldn't scrape together 200,000, so he had to run to Zeph for money. Daoxian watched Sanji's retreating figure and asked Nami, "What do you think of this person?" Nami replied, "Just like you, a wolf." Daoxian touched his nose, feigning innocence. Ever since that near-intimate encounter with Nami, she had always been at odds with him. He said seriously, "The Vinsmoke family is the unrecognized kings of the North Sea. They can attend the World Conference." Nami was surprised. "A prince?" Daoxian nodded. "The third son who is not favored and is often bullied." Nami pondered. "So, he is very rich?" Sanji borrowed 200,000 to open the mystery box. The food cell exploded, flipping the chef's spirit. Daoxian smiled. "No, he's just a poor guy." Nami instantly lost interest. Her mind was now filled with thoughts of earning berries to resurrect Belmere. Seeing she wasn't interested, Dao Xian called the chef to order and waited for the delicious food with Nami. In the kitchen, Sanji shouted to Zeph, "Lend me 200,000 berries." Zeph asked for the reason, then pulled out 200,000 from under the bed and handed it to him. "Go. I'll accompany you to meet this mysterious merchant." Although he had lost a leg and his strength had greatly diminished, Zeph could still fight in the East Sea, worth around 20 million berries in combat power. He couldn't let Sanji face this alone. Dao Xian had originally planned to find them both, and seeing Sanji and Zeph come out together made him even happier. Zeph didn't ask much and directly invited them into a private room. His identity as Redfoot Zeph couldn't be exposed, or the Navy would come and capture him. As soon as Sanji sat down, he handed over the 200,000 berries. To clarify Dao Xuan's background, he accepted this amount. Dao Xian took the money and gave the bronze mystery box to Sanji. The thrill of opening the first mystery box was the charm of a mysterious merchant. Sanji carefully opened the mystery box, and the box transformed in a flowing light and vanished, leaving only a scroll. He and Dao Xian were both confused. Why were skill scrolls so easy to obtain? The system explained. The first lottery will provide something tailored to the other's dreams and background. Dao Xian understood. Nami is weak, so she gets a consumable ninjutsu. Luffy is flexible, so he gets the Spirit Snake Fist, all of which are custom-made. Dao Xian began to elaborate. "Do you know there's a pig whose whole body is made of 5-flower meat and can secrete honey from its back?" The three shook their heads in unison. He asked again, "Do you know there's mango and watermelon-flavored spring water?" The three shook their heads again. Dao Xian continued to hype up. "There's a place full of top-tier ingredients, a chef's paradise. There are food cells, and eating gourmet food can make you stronger. The scroll in your hand can give you this ability. The power of food cells is certainly not limited to this. But compared to the ingredients in gourmet food in the world of One Piece, it falls far short. Sanji would probably find it hard to reach the level of Alabasta." Sanji activated the food cells. Zep suddenly thought, there's a crossover between One Piece and Food Wars. If they're in the same worldview, Sanji would definitely profit. Even if not, the food in One Piece can still make him stronger. As Dao Xian explained, everyone immediately imagined a world full of top-tier ingredients, completely absorbed in it. When they came back to their senses, Sanji looked skeptical. Spending 200,000 on a scroll that claims you can get stronger by eating gourmet food would leave anyone confused. Dao Xian understood. He just wanted to see if Sanji, who gained power from another world, could maintain his position among the three great powers of the pirate crew, and whether he would still get along with Luffy. Sanji was still broke, so Dao Xian turned to Zep. "Shopkeeper, how about buying a few blind boxes? Maybe it can restore your foot." Zep asked in a deep voice. "Who are you? What do you want?" Dao Xian smiled. "I'm just a mysterious merchant here to sell blind boxes." He then told Sanji, "Use the scroll, and you'll know I'm not lying." Sanji, half convinced, followed through, and the scroll instantly enveloped him in light. Zep exclaimed, "Sanji?" Sanji replied, "Iem me fine." 10 seconds later, the light disappeared, and Sanji stared at the dishes on the table, becoming the first to snatch food from a customer, grabbing grilled Sea King meat and devouring it. The moment he ate the meat, a warm current surged through his entire body. Sanji clearly felt his hands were steadier, and his legs were stronger. Even if it was only a 0.1 increase, he could notice it due to his precision. He was shocked. "I can really get stronger by eating?" Zep was equally stunned. Zep then asked, "Are you really just a merchant?" In his eyes, this scroll was comparable to a devil fruit. Dao Xian charging 200,000 was like giving it away. Dao Xian shrugged. "I'm just an ordinary mysterious merchant." The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and Zep secretly signaled the chefs outside. "Stand down. You have to know, he was prepared for a group fight before coming to this private room." Before entering this private room, Zep had already prepared for a group fight. Zep splurged 20 million on blind boxes. Opening one revealed a divine item that made Sanji cry, confirming that Dao Xian was not an enemy. Zep immediately ordered the dishes on the table to be cleared, personally cooking a full table of hearty dishes before sitting down to chat with Dao Xian. Dao Xian then explained the concept of the multiverse to Zep and Sanji, adding a new identity, fabricating the Multiverse Merchant Association. He thought to himself, letting these pirates, who only know the sea, be aware of the existence of the multiverse might make them want to follow to other worlds. Although he still wasn't clear on what the system wanted, it was definitely not just about belly. first and foremost, surviving by borrowing the system was the way to go. Dao Xian said, "That's right. I'm just an ordinary mysterious merchant of the Multiverse Merchant Association." Zep and Sanji exchanged glances. Traveling through the multiverse, still called ordinary? That was too outrageous. Dao Xian smiled and asked, "Mr. Zep, would you like to try opening a few blind boxes?" Having witnessed Sanji open something good, Zep was already itching to try. Waving his hand, "Give me 100. As a restaurant owner and former great pirate, he took out over 20 million belly. Dao Xian's eyes lit up. He saw through it. Zep actually had 300 million in assets. After all, Baratai was both a restaurant and a transport service, making it reasonable to earn double. Sanji's eyes widened. "Old man, you don't even pay salaries, yet you hide so much money." Zep scolded with a stern face. "Mind your own business." Though he spoke harshly, their bond was deeper than that of a biological father and son. A few minutes later, Zep brought 22 million in cash, and Dao Xian immediately handed over the blind boxes. 10 pulls, and one is free, totaling 110 bronze blind boxes, enough to buy a silver one. Dao Xian was extremely curious. Sanji was the first to open food cells. What would Zep get? The first blind box opened revealed a 5-centimeter armor model. Zep quickly asked, "What is this?" Dao Xian recognized at a glance and took pleasure in making Sanji envious. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. This is from a world I named the Crimson Eye of the Slash, made from the material of a ferocious dragon-type dangerous species, Tyrant, which you can understand as a sea king with special powers, crafted into the armor of the Emperor, evil spirit entwined." Zep opened a blind box with a significant loss. The silver blind box, surprisingly, contained a legendary kitchen utensil. Dao Xian explained about the Imperial Tool. That world created 48 Imperial Tools using the power of the entire world. This armor automatically dons itself with a shout, and its defense is incredible. He intentionally elongated his tone. "The best part is, it can turn invisible." Zep was still scratching his head in confusion, while Sanji's expression twisted, both envious and wanting, nearly on the verge of tears. Dao Xian was secretly delighted. Sanji had always dreamed of getting the transparent fruit to sneak into the women's bathhouse, which is why he refused to eat a devil fruit. Now, with Zep opening the invisibility armor, and he couldn't use it, wouldn't that be painful? The look on Sanji's face, a mix of wanting to cry and laugh, almost made Dao Xian burst out laughing. Zep had long lost the ambitions of his youth, putting the armor aside and continuing to open blind boxes. After opening all 110 blind boxes, besides some useless weapons, the most valuable items turn out to be 2 supreme recipes from the Chinese cooking god. The recipes for seafood fried rice and magical mapo tofu left Zep stunned, laughing uncontrollably. Dao Xian was also happy. This was a win-win. Dao Xian handed over the silver blind box. "The last one. What you get is all up to luck." Zep unhesitatingly opened it, revealing a knife with a dragon-shaped handle. Dao Xian exaggeratedly shouted, "Congratulations. This is the legendary Eternal Spirit Blade." He continued to hype it up. The Chinese cooking god world has 8 pieces of extraterrestrial meteorite kitchenware. The Eternal Spirit Blade can restore the peak flavor of non-fresh ingredients, and the Dragon Pot can make food instantly cooked. When all 8 pieces are gathered, they can create dishes that grant immortality. Sanji and Zep were both stunned. Immortal dishes? Dao Xian smiled and asked, "Shall we continue opening?" He had already guessed the answer. An excellent chef would definitely not miss this. Zep decisively shouted, "Draw." This time he wanted to go all in, putting all his savings on the line. Dao Xian appeared calm on the surface, but was overjoyed inside. He had been dissatisfied before. But now Sanji's food cells were exactly what he wanted, getting stronger endlessly just by eating. Who wouldn't he love that? Of course, the food cells must have a limit. Zep gambled 300 million on blind boxes. Navy elites gathered at Alabasta. Dao Xian thought, in food wars, the food cell limit can destroy planets. This power system is explosive, and it doesn't require suffering. No matter what Zep opened, he was sure about the food cells. Zep set aside 10 million to run the restaurant, placing the remaining 300 million in front of Dao Xian. After confirming, Dao Xian accepted the money, and Nami was so excited she couldn't contain herself. 5 million of this 3 million was pure profit and was under her management. She had worked for 6 years to save 40 million, and this was the first time she had seen so much money. Dao Xian calculated clearly. A total of 16 50 bronze blind boxes and 16 silver blind boxes. Now, that was a big investment. The 16 silver blind boxes could replicate 8, and with the previous 2 chances, a total of 10 could be replicated. He silently wished for Zep and Sanji. He was definitely the merchant most looking forward to customers opening good things. The scene shifted to the Navy G4 base. Zifa shouted at the commander. Is there still no news on Whitebeard too? The commander smiled wryly. Yes, in the New World. We have no way to deal with him. Zifa was furious and cursed. He hated those pirate bastards who killed disciples. At that moment, the transponder snail rang, and Vice Admiral Maynard finished the call solemnly. Sengoku wants to send elites to Alabasta. Zifa immediately accepted the mission. I'll go. You guard the base. He guessed Sengoku was going after Crocodile and was overjoyed. He had been unhappy with the warlord system for a long time. All naval bases received orders and rushed to Alabasta. At G5 base, Virgo secretly called Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku is gathering elites to go to Alabasta, possibly to deal with Crocodile. Doflamingo had the transponder snail simulate his face, put on sunglasses, and fell into deep thought. After hanging up, Doflamingo contemplated the implications of this matter for himself. Doflamingo was stirring up trouble. Zephyr lost 300 million opening blind boxes. The more Doflamingo thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Sengoku mobilizing troops to Alabasta looked like he was going after Crocodile. Crocodile was a warlord, and if the warlord system collapsed, his business would be in jeopardy. He pondered, should I leak the news to Kaido? Kaido was a troublemaker who loved to stir up chaos. He might come to cause trouble. Doflamingo suddenly laughed. If Kaido comes to take out the naval elites, that will be quite a spectacle. However, it was highly unlikely that the 4 emperors would come personally. It was more likely they would send Disaster or the Flying Six, relying on his dark connections. News of the naval assembly quickly spread throughout the New World, and rumors of Sengoku moving against the warlords exploded. The 4 emperors all sent subordinates to Alabasta to gather information. The scene switched back to Bartai. Sanji let out a long breath. Finally done. After opening over 1,000 blind boxes, he and Zephyr didn't stop for almost an hour. Dao Xian and Nami were eating while commenting, and it turned out the bronze blind boxes contained nothing but a few ingredients from food captives. Everything else was junk. Dao Xian even felt that Zephyr's gaze towards him was off, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. The bronze ones have no good items, but the silver blind boxes will definitely be explosive. Don't worry, he internally complained. The bronze ones are just a scam. It's all part of the system's tricks. Nothing to do with me. Zephyr regretted it tremendously. He had made a killing on the first wave, but now with 300 million berries invested, if the silver ones didn't work out, he was ready to take action. 300 million could buy decent devil fruit. He secretly cursed. The Multiverse Merchant Association is a huge trap. 16 silver blind boxes lined up, shining brightly. Zephyr suppressed his heartache and opened the first one, which contained a scroll. Dao Xian immediately understood. This is a one-time ninja technique scroll from Naruto. Like a one-time devil fruit ability, it's easy to use. This is the water release, water prison technique, which can trap enemies and protect oneself, but it can't hold strong opponents. Sanji and Zephyr's faces fell. This thing was useless to them. Zephyr expressionlessly opened the second one, and Dao Xian said again, it's still the same kind of scroll, but this one contains a jutsu called water release, great waterfall technique. Zephyr opened a chicken talisman. 300 million lost, but it moved Sanji to tears. Dao Xian explained, this water release, great waterfall technique can create a massive waterfall to attack enemies. It's especially useful against devil fruit users, especially at sea. Zephyr's expression eased slightly. Although it wasn't worth 20 million, it could at least recoup some of the losses. After that, Dao Xian stopped explaining, and Zephyr lost his patience, switching to a rapid box opening mode. The previous prizes were all junk until he opened the 12th silver blind box, finally revealing a surprise. Dao Xian recognized it at a glance, checked the system, and shouted, Mr. Zephyr, this is a good item. Sanji and Zephyr looked puzzled, and Dao Xian continued to hype it up. This is the devil power from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. I call it the chicken talisman, also known as the flying talisman. With it, you can float and fly. However, a single one isn't very strong. Paired with the rabbit talisman, it can fly at high speed, and with the snake talisman, it can become invisible while flying. He deliberately mentioned the snake talisman to entice Sanji to make money and open more boxes. Sanji indeed looked extremely eager. Zephyr noticed and asked seriously, can I let Sanji use these things? Dao Xian was about to refuse when the system suddenly spoke. Can be gifted. but requires the recovery of 3 items of the same level. Dao Xian cursed the system for being greedy. This was simply a fourfold profit. He changed his tune. It's not okay to give directly, but to gift 3 items of the same level must be recovered. Zephyr decisively said, "Give the chicken talisman and the cursed demon talisman to Sanji. I just want the cooking utensils and recipes." Sanji stubbornly cursed, "Stinky old man," but inside he was extremely moved. Zephyr smiled and said, "I'm a top chef. Fighting is not my dream. These are more suitable for you." He knew Sanji's background wasn't simple and that he couldn't stay on the restaurant ship forever. This was the best he could do. Zephyr's berries were drained, and Dao Xian didn't hold back either. After packing some food with Nami, they set sail for Bartai. The Alabasta Kingdom is located in the first half of the Grand Line. The island is home to Crocodile, one of the warlords, who is plotting to seize the Alabasta throne. Crocodile's scheme is extremely sinister. He uses dance powder to induce rain, causing drought in the downwind areas of Alabasta. He also spreads rumors that the drought is the king's doing, intending to pose as a hero to take down the king and seize power. This plan has been in motion for a year. Alabasta is already a desert, and a year without rain has caused chaos, with the people cursing the king endlessly. Rainy Street is the most prosperous city in the kingdom, and the Rainy Banquet Casino inside is secretly run by Crocodile. In a room inside the Rainy Banquet, Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth and a golden hook in his left hand, was listening to a subordinate's report. "Boss, all the naval elites are heading to Alabasta." He tapped the table with his fingers, feeling increasingly troubled. His plan would take another year or 2 to succeed, and if the Navy arrived, it would all be over. He established the Baroque works, presenting it as a utopia, but in reality, he was searching for the ancient weapon Pluton. He chose Alabasta because the Nefertari family might know the whereabouts of Pluton. This family could have become celestial dragons 800 years ago, but refused. Back then, after losing to Whitebeard, he didn't get discouraged and was determined to use Pluton to destroy the island and cause chaos. Crocodile called Robin, "Notify everyone, call all the executives back, and prepare for the Navy." Robin smiled and accepted the order. But inside she was planning to escape. She had been terrified of the bounty and was haunted by the nightmare of O'Hara's destruction every day. Crocodile suddenly asked, "You don't want to run away, do you?" Robin's smile froze, and she could only retreat. Watching her back, Crocodile thought to himself, "If it comes to that, I might have to hand Robin over." In the eyes of the world government, Robin is a greater threat than him. If he hands her over, the Navy might just withdraw. Watching the figure of Nico Robin leave, Crocodile silently contemplated that facing the arrival of the Navy, he might have no choice but to abandon Nico Robin, this crucial piece on his chessboard. In the eyes of the world government, Nico Robin undoubtedly posed a threat far exceeding that of his criminal activities. As long as he handed over Nico Robin, they would likely be willing to withdraw their troops. Akainu laughed while watching Sengoku move against the warlords. Dao Xian and Nami stormed into Alabasta. Akainu looked at the news in shock. Sengoku is sending a large number of naval elites to Alabasta? He pondered while chewing on his cigar. Is he going to take action against the warlords? The next second, he burst out laughing. Being a hawk, he had long been displeased with Sengoku's soft tactics, and now it was finally going to get tough. He was extremely happy. Dao Xian and Nami were on a roll. Crossing Upside Down Mountain, Whiskey Peak, and Little Garden, all the pirates they encountered were crushed by the two, turning into berries for Nami. With their current strength, they were the ceiling in the 4 seas. Any pirate attempting to ambush them was simply sending themselves to their doom. As Dao Xian steered the ship, he missed his mount, Golem, that could drive itself and free him up to accompany Nami. Dao Xian asked, "Nami-san, do you want to open a blind box?" Nami shook her head directly. She had calculated that to safely open a resurrection item, she would need at least 5 billion, and right now, she was focused on saving money. Dao Xian continued to sail with a sad face, internally complaining. If only someone could open a puppet or clone technique, it would help him steer the ship. He was also planning that in the future, it would just be him, Nami, and Robin on the ship, without recruiting anyone else. 2 people approached Alabasta, spending money to join a camel caravan to Rain Base. The ships and 100,000 berries were handed over to the town guards for safekeeping, and a storage fee of 100,000 was paid. At this time, all factions were gathering in Rain Base. 7 days had passed since the warlord's orders were given, and the nearby Navy had already arrived. At the Rain Banquet, Robin reported, "Smoker, Tina, and those Navy colonels and vice admirals have all come." She then said, "The good news is they didn't bring soldiers. They came alone." It shouldn't be to target the 7 warlords. Something must be attracting them to Rain Base. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to rush to escape. Robin also felt relieved, since they weren't here for Crocodile. She wouldn't be exposed and was temporarily in a relatively safe situation without needing to flee. Dao Xian and Nami arrived at Rain Base. As soon as they entered the tavern, they were surrounded by the Navy. Crocodile said in a deep voice, "In that case, Robin, don't go out. We can't let the Navy discover you. This big trouble can't be exposed. Otherwise, it will only bring greater disaster." Dao Xian and Nami had traveled for a day and finally reached Rain Base. Nami exclaimed, "Is this the gambling city?" Dao Xian said, "Let's go eat at the tavern first." The taverns in one piece serve both food and drinks, perfect for resting. In the past few days, Dao Xian had already exchanged good items from the silver blind boxes of Jipu, food cells to enhance his physique, and chicken talismans that allowed him to fly. His strength had increased significantly, equivalent to a battle power worth tens of millions of berries. However, he had system protection. The most dangerous one was actually Nami. In the tavern, Das Bonez asked Smoker, "Are we just waiting here for the orders from Sengoku?" Smoker blew out a smoke ring. "Yes, the marshal instructed us to do so." Tina was unhappy. Tina hates waiting the most. Other Navy members complained. "They don't even say what we're doing, just waiting for the orange-haired girl and the black-haired guy. We thought we were going to smash Crocodile." Meanwhile, members of Baroque Works pretended to be bystanders, continuously passing information to Crocodile. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Dao Xian and Nami walked in. The Navy members instantly looked over and whispered, "Is that them?" Smoker stepped forward and asked seriously, under Sengoku's orders, "Are you the orange-haired girl and the black-haired guy?" Dao Xian recognized the smoke man at a glance and took Nami to the bar. "Boss, 2 plates of meat and staple food." After the boss took the order, he turned back. "Oh, Sengoku sent you here?" He was extremely surprised. Sengoku actually dispatched dozens of elites, and he wondered where Sengoku got so many berries. The Navy's money had to be approved by the world government, and it was impossible to mobilize too much. Smoker took out a Din Din Mushi. "The marshal wants you to contact him immediately after you meet." The Din Din Mushi rang, quickly transforming into the appearance of Sengoku, and said, "Hello, mysterious merchant." "Hello, Marshal Sengoku." Dao Xian nodded at the Din Din Mushi, which instantly transformed into his appearance in Sengoku's office. Sengoku was remotely pouring money into blind boxes. Smoker went all in with 55 million berries. The Din Din Mushi, mimicking Sengoku's voice, said, "Continue the transaction. I've already arranged the money for the elite Navy in Rain Base." Dao Xian quickly replied, "No problem." The two reached their goal with a single sentence. Sengoku wanted to strengthen his power through blind boxes, and Dao Xian wanted to earn enhancement items by opening boxes with them. Dao Xian was clear in his heart. As a mysterious merchant, he could only rely on others to open blind boxes and copy them. He couldn't open them himself. If he could, he would have already made a fortune quietly. He turned to the Navy and said, "I sell blind boxes. Inside, you can draw items that are comparable to or even surpassing devil fruits with no side effects. Who want to go first?" The Navy members looked at each other, half believing. Smoker took a deep breath and stepped forward. "I'll go first." He was a bit nervous. What could possibly be inside the blind box? Dao Xian glanced at him. "Smoker, you have 55 million berries, which can open 255 bronze blind boxes, 2 silver blind boxes." Smoker was stunned. 55 million? My net worth is only 5 million. You must be mistaken. Dao Xian interrupted him. "This is Sengoku pre-allocating your salary. I can remotely deduct all your wealth in exchange for berries." Smoker frowned. This ability was too explosive. He said solemnly, "Let's start. Deduct it all." Dao Xian immediately gave Smoker 280 bronze blind boxes, including 25 gifts, 2 silver blind boxes, just enough to use up the money. The blind boxes piled up on the bar. Incredibly spectacular. Dao Xian reminded. "You can have others help open them, but the items belong to you. It's best to open the first one yourself. There might be a surprise." At this moment, the boss brought over barbecued meat and desert juice, and Dao Xian and Nami started eating directly. The juice was sweet and refreshing, even better than sugarcane. Smoker, next to them, rubbed his hands to relieve his tension. He knew his monthly salary was only 300,000 berries, and this 55 million was astronomical for him. However, overall, the Navy's salary was not considered high. Smoker opened the blind box, and it exploded. The 55 million berries blind box revealed the Book of Smoke. With the 55 million berries blind boxes piled in front of him, Smoker panicked. If he couldn't get anything good, he wouldn't dare go back to see Sengoku. He felt guilty, took a deep puff of his cigar, and opened the first bronze blind box. The blind box transformed into a light spot, and Dazbones exclaimed. Inside was an ordinary-looking book. Smoker asked, "What is this?" Dao Xian took a big bite of meat, sipped a drink, and looked at the system before speaking. This is the essence of smoke, a textbook on smoke analysis and application. Dao Xian secretly complained. The system is too cunning. This book is useless to others, but for Smoker, it's like gold. You must know that in the original work, Smoker's development of his fruit was terrible, and his dominance was lacking. Plus, he carried a sea-prism stone cane that revealed his weakness every day. The system copied this book at almost zero cost. It's purely a trap. Dao Xian suddenly asked, "Smoker, as a user of the smoke fruit, do you know what smoke really is?" Smoker was stunned. He had never thought about this. Usually, he just relied on elementalization to dodge attacks, using smoke to fly, and forming a fist rope to attack. He hadn't progressed at all over the years. He gritted his teeth and answered, "Smoke is just smoke, right?" Dao Xian's face turned dark. "No wonder you fell behind in the later stages." He directly pointed out, "Smoke is the fine particles produced after burning. Most people die from smoke inhalation and fires. You can even let smoke carry poison to attack." Smoker was instantly stunned. His thoughts opened up. Suffocation and poison. These two directions were too explosive. Dao Xian said seriously, "If you thoroughly understand this book, you'll grasp all of this." Smoker's expression turned serious, but inside he was shocked. Dao Xian's 2 sentences were more useful than practicing for 10 years under Zifa. Smoker's expression was serious, but he was completely shocked. Dao Xian's 2 pointers were no less than the training he received from his teacher Zifa, and even more useful. Smoker had an epiphany to become a divine being. Smoker previously thought there was too much distance between him and the admirals. He would never have a chance in this lifetime. But Dao Xian's 2 sentences directly awakened him, creating a large area of smoke, both suffocating and poisoning. Wasn't that disaster-level combat power? He immediately bowed and thanked. "Thank you for your guidance." Dao Xian actually misunderstood Smoker. It's not that Smoker didn't work hard, but this world valued talent too much. Big Mom had a monstrous physique from birth, and no matter how much Smoker practiced, he couldn't catch up. But the direction Dao Xian provided was amazing. "You have a strong physique. Can you not breathe? Can you withstand poison?" Smoker felt like he had found a new direction in life. This bow was worth it. Dao Xian handed the essence of smoke to him, secretly hoping whether the smoke man could rely on this and the silver blind box to change his fate depended on him. Smoker solemnly accepted the book and continued to open blind boxes. The nearby Navy members were all envious. Just Dao Xian's guidance was a huge profit, and they were all eager to take their turn. On the other side, in the rain banquet, Crocodile received the news. Mysterious merchant? He decided to check it out in person to see what attracted the Navy. Robin was also curious and secretly followed after putting on makeup. The bronze blind boxes were opened quickly, and Dao Xian casually explained while the Navy personnel watched with great anticipation. Nami, however, sipped her juice and watched the excitement. She already knew that the bronze boxes wouldn't have anything good. After Smoker opened the bronze box without any disappointment, he urged Mr. Dao Xian, "Give me a silver blind box." Dao Xian placed 2 shining silver blind boxes on the table, looking quite high-end. Smoker nervously opened the first one, and inside was a Naruto-style scroll. Dao Xian thought it was just an ordinary ninjutsu, casually checking the system, and was shocked to find out it was actually a chakra refinement technique. He wondered, isn't chakra derived from the divine tree? Can this refinement technique actually change one's constitution? Chakra refinement technique. As the name implies, this is a special ability that allows the user to extract chakra from their body. The problem is, isn't chakra brought by the divine tree? Could it be that this chakra refinement technique has the ability to modify one's constitution? Smoker would become the first ninja in the Pirate King world. In the end, the blind box revealed a divine-level ninjutsu. Dao Xian asked the system with questions and received a positive response. This scroll could make Smoker the first true ninja in the world of One Piece. He exclaimed, "Smoker, your luck is incredible." Smoker was bewildered, and Dao Xian dropped a bombshell. This is the essence of power. With it, you have the qualification to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he really reach the peak? He and the other Navy personnel all stared at Dao Xian, waiting to hear what this divine object was. Dao Xian explained, "This is the chakra refinement technique. Chakra is the product of the perfect fusion of human energy. When used, it relies on mental refinement. The stronger your physical and mental strength, the more chakra you have. With it, you can launch ninjutsu, control earth, water, wind, and fire, and even manipulate time and space. He added, the physical constitution of the One Piece world is dozens of times stronger than that of Naruto, if you unlock the 8 gates. It might even be usable as a regular technique. The Navy personnel were all stunned. Smoker used the scroll on the spot and immediately felt a different kind of energy, one that was distinct from haki, illusory and changeable, and it could be used alongside haki. His senses, strength, and speed increased by 50%. He hurriedly asked, chakra doesn't just enhance the body, right? Dao Xian laughed. Enhancement is just the basics. If you really want to make an impact, you need to rely on ninjutsu. Smoker inquired where to learn it, and Dao Xian pointed to the blind boxes, instantly filling Smoker with a desire for berries. Smoker opened the last blind box, and Dao Xian's pupil shrank. There was actually a divine-level ninjutsu. He couldn't help but glance at Smoker, internally complaining. This unlucky guy who always gets beaten actually opened a lucky box. Dao Xian spoke. Congratulations, Smoker, you've successfully unlocked a ninjutsu. Smoker had obtained the water release, hidden mist technique. The combination of poisonous mist and mist concealment was divine. Smoker was overjoyed. He really unlocked a ninjutsu. Dao Xian explained. This is the water release, hidden mist technique. It spews thick mist to obscure the enemy's vision. With added chakra, it might even block observation haki. You'll have to try it yourself. He thought to himself. Lucky people have short lifespans, but Smoker's combination is amazing. Smoke fui idun mist technique. Plus acquiring the deadly poison to rival Blackbeard would turn him into a moving toxic gas bomb that everyone would fear. Smoker didn't hesitate. He took the scroll and used it directly, and the scroll transformed into light and entered his mind. Tina was eager and said, Tina is very curious about Smoker's ninjutsu. The other Navy personnel cheered. Quick, try it. Let's see. Smoker, feeling the itch to try it himself, said, then let's give it a shot. He walked outside, and the Navy personnel all followed to watch. Smoker formed hand seals. It took him 3 seconds for his first use, activated half of his chakra, and opened his mouth to spray thick mist. Centered around the tavern, this drought-stricken area was suddenly enveloped in thick fog covering half the town. The physical constitution of the One Piece world is explosive. Smoker's chakra is n times greater than that of an ordinary Jainin, and 10 times more than Kakashi. The residents cheered on the spot. It's mist. There's mist. After a year of drought, seeing moisture, they all thought Alabasta was going to rain, and they were all excited. In front of the tavern, Smoker felt the chakra-infused thick mist and suddenly thought of observation haki. He couldn't even use armament haki, yet he could sense people in the mist. And this feeling was very similar to the description of observation haki. On the other side, Crocodile's face turned dark. He had used dance powder to create a year of drought, and he had never seen fog of this magnitude before. This would definitely ruin his plans. He immediately thought of the Navy and the mysterious merchant, and his intuition told him it was them. A sandstorm swirled around him, and Crocodile directly activated his Devil Fruit Awakening. Natural types are inherently semi-awakened, which is the key to their strength. For natural-type Devil Fruit users, their abilities are naturally in a semi-awakened state, which is the true reason for the power of natural-type fruits. Smoker showcased the hidden mist against Crocodile. Tina stepped up to open the blind box, filled with luck. What is powerful about natural types? When they elementalize, they can transform their clothes along with it. And when they revert, they can return to their original state. Only a Devil Fruit Awakening can affect external objects. Crocodile's Sand Fruit Awakening turns the surroundings into sand and gravel. Within 100 meters of him was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing mist. Smoker instantly sensed the movement. Mist absorption, sand control. It's Crocodile. Just after gaining a new power, he was excited to test Crocodile's strength. He directly elementalized into smoke, perfectly merging with the thick mist of the hidden mist technique, and flew straight towards Crocodile. The Navy outside the tavern was confused. Where did Smoker go? He had just seen him spray mist over half the town, and now he was gone. Tina couldn't help but step forward. I'll open the second box. Tina is coming. Seeing Smoker become stronger, she didn't want to fall behind. Dao Xian was just about to see Smoker's strength when he ran off. He was just sizing up Tina. The mature woman vibe was super attractive when Nami pinched his waist. Dao Xian coughed in pain and hurriedly said, you also have 55 million berries, 280 bronze, 2 silver blind boxes. Tina wasted no time and directly opened the first bronze blind box. Dao Xian was shocked. Colonel Tina, your luck is incredible. This thing is a huge loss for the system. On the other side, a fight had already broken out outside the tavern. Crocodile shouted, Desert Sword. His right hand transformed into a giant sand blade, slashing at the sky. Just now, a physical entity had ambushed him through the fog. And his observation haki didn't he even sense it. Only someone with observation haki much stronger than his could do that. He could only unleash a big move to counterattack. Smoker was enjoying himself in the mist. Previously, elementalized attacks were equivalent to offering his body to strong opponents. The smoke fruit didn't have the contact damage like magma or ice, making his attacks quite awkward. You could say that Smoker's method of attack had always been very awkward. Smoker played with water to bully Crocodile. The rear admiral boldly confronted the 7 warlords. Now the mist felt like Smoker's awakening. He could control the mist to condense and strike the enemy. Just after ambushing Crocodile and missing, he immediately transformed back into smoke and merged with the mist. Dodging all of Crocodile's attacks, Smoker directly developed a new skill, Mist, Water. He condensed the chakra mist to a state close to water, if it turned into water. He couldn't control it. After all, he is the smoke fruit. A large amount of mist gathered to form a giant water snake, flying straight towards Crocodile. You have to know that Crocodile is most afraid of water. Even ordinary water makes him uneasy, and this move directly struck at his Achilles heel. Crocodile's face changed. He could challenge admirals in the desert, but at sea, he was the weakest natural type. He immediately summoned a sand whirlwind, frantically absorbing the mist while also blowing the water snake off course. Smoker was forced to revert to his original form. Standing on the rooftop, feeling extremely cautious, these two were mutually restraining. His mist counters Crocodile's sand, and Crocodile's wind counters his smoke. But now Smoker had chakra and was very confident, wanting to compete with Crocodile in physical skills. Intelligence showed that Crocodile's strength came from his fruit. But his haki was poor, just like he used to be. Smoker sprayed smoke from his feet, waved his hands, and jumped toward Crocodile, breaking through the strong wind with a strike. As the smoke dissipated, Crocodile saw Smoker and immediately became furious. How dare a rear admiral attack a 7 warlord? This is an insult. He narrowed his eyes with murderous intent, summoning the desert sword to slash at Smoker. But Smoker elementalized and completely ignored it. Crocodile recognized him. Smoker? How dare you make a move against a 7 warlord? He dodged while testing, fearing that the Navy was out to get him. Smoker is going wild. It's not that the Navy wants to take action against the warlords of the sea. It's just me, Smoker, want to take action against you, Crocodile. Tina opens the box and reveals a satellite. After a hard confrontation with Crocodile, Smoker taunts and runs away, quickly clarifying. This has nothing to do with the Navy. To avoid being held accountable later, Crocodile's expression instantly turns fierce, attacking ruthlessly without holding back. The scene cuts back to the tavern. The Navy surrounds Tina's blind box, and Dao Xian immediately explodes. This is a satellite. It can monitor activities on the ground from the sky. He's thinking it's outrageous. Before, I could accept guns, but now there's even a satellite? Can't golden-level items produce nuclear bombs? Is the god-level item a two-dimensional foil? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Tina instantly understands. This is a strategic artifact that can monitor hundreds of miles. With it, pirates can't hide anywhere. Dao Xian asks, can we use it now? This satellite is a combination of technology and mystery. The images go directly into the user's mind, and it can move with the holder, but it consumes physical strength. Tina decisively says, Tina will use it now. Dao Xian immediately uses the system to send the satellite into the sky. As soon as the satellite is in the sky, Tina feels the connection and gains an aerial perspective. She pulls the view to the furthest distance and can see even the upside-down mountain clearly. She's ecstatic. With this thing, pirates definitely can't escape. But when she tries to find Smoker, she's confused. Smoker's mist can't even be penetrated by the satellite. The Navy asks, how's the satellite? Tina nods. It can monitor hundreds of miles. The Navy is all shocked. This item is too explosive. It can prevent ambushes and know the enemy in advance. Tina doesn't waste time. Continue opening blind boxes. There's still a bunch of boxes left to unpack, especially the silver blind boxes. On the other side, Smoker and Crocodile are fighting fiercely, constantly unleashing big moves. Crocodile, unable to take down a single rear admiral after a long time, feels extremely embarrassed and is furious enough to want to activate his awakening move, the erosion reincarnation. As a result, Smoker directly turns into smoke and flies away. He knows he can't win. It's against the rules to attack a warlord, so if he doesn't run now, it will be troublesome. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to taunt Crocodile a couple of times. On the other side, seeing he can't take down Crocodile, Smoker, who had already violated the rules by attacking a warlord, chooses to retreat voluntarily, not forgetting to taunt a few times as he leaves. Smoker mocks Crocodile while fleeing. Tina opens a silver blind box and gains combat power from 2 devil fruits. Smoker's taunt is full. The warlords of the sea are just like that. Crocodile, don't lose your title as a warlord. After saying this, he merges back into the mist, leaving Crocodile standing there with a dark face, furious to the point of exploding. Smoker flying into the sky feels great. It's the first time he's been so proud. Although he can't defeat Crocodile, lasting this long is already beyond expectations. With the cover of the mist hiding technique, whether to fight or run is entirely up to him, and this is why he dares to confront Crocodile. He secretly vows, once he understands the essence of Smoke and Dao Xian's guidance, the next time they meet, he will definitely be able to stand on equal footing with Crocodile. In the tavern, 279 bronze blind boxes are quickly opened. The Navy realizes, except for the first one, all the bronze blind boxes are trash. Just a few broken guns are worth looking at. The others can be bought with berries, and compared to the price of 200,000, it's a huge loss. But Tina is not worried. The satellite alone is worth 55 million. However, she feels dissatisfied. Smoker opened a silver blind box and became stronger. She can't open trash. Tina uses her exclusive tone to say, Tina is going to open a silver blind box. Dao Xian directly presents 2 silver blind boxes. Filled with excitement, he can now replicate the ninjutsu that others have opened, and he can already perform the shadow clone technique and mist hiding technique. Just waiting for Tina to open more. The first silver blind box is opened, and it turns out to be a talisman. Dao Xian is pleasantly surprised. This is the rabbit talisman, also known as the speed talisman. It can greatly increase your speed. He then reveals explosive news. This is the divine power of a demon from another world, equivalent to a devil fruit with no side effects. And it doesn't conflict with your current fruit. With it, it's as if you've eaten 2 devil fruits. Tina is instantly stunned. She understands the value of the devil fruit too well. As a Navy officer with ordinary qualifications, the fruit accounts for a large part of her strength. Now being able to have an additional fruit ability is an absolute win, especially for some extraordinary devil fruits. They can ignore the gap in strength and exert their effects. Equivalent to a devil fruit? Only those with devil fruit powers know how powerful devil fruits are. As an ordinary Navy officer, Tina deeply understands how much of her strength comes from the devil fruit. Tina gains the rabbit talisman and instantly becomes the Flash. Smoker reveals he was questioned about fighting Crocodile. Tina is clear in her mind. Without a devil fruit, she can't even take down pirates worth a few million berries. With a fruit, she can easily handle pirates worth tens of millions. The other Navy officers are all envious. Smoker and Tina can stand out, not just because of their qualifications, but also because they are both devil fruit users. It's worth noting that there are less than 100 known users in the sea, and each one is a chosen one. Tina can't wait to pick up the rabbit talisman, and as soon as she touches it, a wave of energy floods her body. She moves around and finds that her running speed, agility, hand speed, and even thinking have all skyrocketed. The actions of others seem slow to her. Like watching a PowerPoint presentation, it's as if she's entered another dimension. Dao Xian is ecstatic in his heart. The rabbit talisman is comparable to the Flash's divine speed, capable of traversing time and space, moving faster than light, but it's something ordinary people can't develop. You need to have the bloodline of a saint. Now that he has 2 talismans after just receiving a few customers, Dao Xian isn't in a hurry. Once all 12 talismans are gathered, someone will definitely open the saint's bloodline. Tina tries it out and discovers that the rabbit talisman can also accelerate the speed of the iron barrier from the Kankang fruit, making her strength even more formidable than Smoker's. She curiously observes Dao Xian. This handsome guy in a plaid shirt doesn't seem like a sea trader. How could he sell such explosive items? Dao Xian is confused by her gaze. He's not interested in older women, even though Tina is sexy and beautiful. Tina shifts her gaze and opens the last silver blind box, which contains a bottle of small red potion. Dao Xian explains, this is the red potion from LOL. It can restore vitality, stamina, and quickly heal all injuries. For someone in the One Piece world, it's a panacea. Tina is super happy. This consumable can be used on others, equivalent to gaining an extra life. Just as she's about to inquire about Dao Xian's background, a cloud of smoke gathers at the door, forming Smoker. Tina directly asks. Tina is very curious. What was Smoker doing just now? Smoker smiles and says, I just had a fight with Crocodile. The warlords of the sea are indeed strong. Tina immediately refutes. Tina thinks you're bragging. Crocodile bursts into the tavern to buy blind boxes. The Navy surrounds him, wanting to detain the warlord. Tina immediately questions, don't you dare brag. She and Smoker are both elite students of Zephyr, and she knows Smoker's strength too well. There's not much difference between the two, and even with the rabbit talisman, she wouldn't dare fight Crocodile. How could Smoker possibly do it? Smoker proudly pats his head. Thanks to the chakra refinement technique opened from the silver blind box. The mist hiding technique and my smoke fruit are a perfect match, and my physical skills have also improved. Although I can't defeat Crocodile, I can handle a few moves with him. His sudden surge in strength has even made him a bit arrogant. Is that so? A deep male voice suddenly comes from behind. Crocodile, draped in a black cloak and holding a large cigar, walks in. He initially came to the tavern and just fought Smoker, and now hearing this directly responds. He was already no longer angry at Smoker's provocation. His mind was filled with the silver blind box Smoker mentioned. If the blind box can really enhance strength, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find the king of the underworld. The Navy immediately becomes alert, watching Crocodile, ready to act at any moment. The relationship between the warlords of the sea and the Navy is already delicate in the eyes of the Navy. They are enemies, merely tools used by the world government to balance the four emperors. Now, with Smoker and Tina's strength skyrocketing, they even want to detain Crocodile. Crocodile completely ignores the encircling Navy and looks directly at Dao Xian. His subordinates have already reported the mysterious merchant's information to him. He speaks, Hello, mysterious merchant. My subordinates have told me about you. He glanced at the Navy. The meaning was clear. The information about the mysterious merchant had leaked early. So attacking him was pointless now. Sand Crocodile guardedly asked, How much for your blind boxes? Dao Xian replied expressionlessly, It doesn't matter who buys them, as long as they pay. After all, whether the goods inside were good or not depended on luck. No matter what was opened, he would get a share. Dao Xian remained expressionless, appearing indifferent. He was not interested in who the customers were. As long as they could pay the price, he could sell to anyone. Ultimately, whether they got good items was entirely up to their luck, and even if they were good items, he would still get his cut. Sand Crocodile smashed 66 million to open blind boxes. Zifa was coming, scaring him into opening boxes frantically. For Dao Xian, the more customers there were, the higher the chances of getting good items. But in this world, wealth was in the hands of the strong. Finding 1,000 civilians was not as good as finding one strong person. After all, news was scarce at sea, and relying on civilians to gather money for golden blind boxes would take ages. Dao Xian directly stated the rules for the blind boxes. Copper was 200,000 each. Buy 10 get 1 free. Silver was 2 million each, but you had to buy 100 copper first. Gold, platinum, and diamond followed the same rules. The Navy was afraid Sand Crocodile wouldn't dare to stop, and Dao Xian didn't care about their opinions at all. After calculating his funds, Sand Crocodile decided to open 300 copper and 3 silver, a total of 66 million berries. His Rain Banquet Casino had a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands, and monthly profits in the tens of millions. This amount of money was nothing to him. If he were a roaming pirate, he wouldn't have the confidence to establish a fixed business. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Smoker picked it up, realizing it was Zifa. He quickly said, Teacher Zifa is here. I'll go meet him. You all wait here. The Navy was instantly ecstatic. Most of them were Zifa's disciples. But Sand Crocodile's heart sank. Former Admiral Zifa was merciless towards pirates, even daring to fight the 7 warlords. He didn't want to run into him. Sand Crocodile panicked. Hurry up and start. Dao Xian immediately placed 330 copper blind boxes on the table, and Sand Crocodile, witnessing this miraculous operation, couldn't help but be moved, and immediately started opening boxes. Dao Xian was shocked. He actually pulled out a Naruto ninja technique scroll. He glanced at Nami. It turned out that the first thing Nami opened was the worst. It seemed that the first item opened would match the strength of the opener. Even if Nami opened the ninja technique first, she wouldn't be able to use it well. While opening boxes, Sand Crocodile urged, explain what this scroll is for. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape if Zifa arrived. So he opened boxes at lightning speed. Just as Dao Xian was about to explain, the system suddenly popped up a message. 3D projection function available for items, helping customers understand the items. Dao Xian was left speechless. This system usually didn't make sound, but it was quite intelligent at critical moments. However, this function was indeed much better than speaking empty words. But this display function was pretty good, much better than him explaining it verbally. Sand Crocodile opened a silver blind box and got Shikaku's chakra. The 3D projection stunned everyone. Dao Xian explained, "This is a ninja technique used by ninjas in the Naruto world." With a wave of his hand, a virtual image popped up above the scroll. Ninjas battling with earth, water, wind, and fire explosions, along with giant ninja beasts and stunning techniques. The image froze. This was the sand instant body technique. In the image, Gaara moved at high speed using sand to dodge attacks. Dao Xian suddenly thought, this is quite similar to the moon step. Sure enough, Sand Crocodile just nodded. There was no surprise. This technique only slightly increased his combat power. He opened boxes at a crazy speed, finishing the 330 copper blind boxes in just 3 to 4 minutes. Opening 10 boxes a second was no exaggeration. Dao Xian hurriedly collected the trash items. And Sand Crocodile didn't even want to exchange the copper blind boxes. He had already realized that the probability of getting good items from copper was only 0.001, and the main event had to be the silver blind boxes. After all, Smoker's chakra extraction technique was from his silver ones. Sand Crocodile appeared calm on the surface, but his cigar trembled slightly. 66 million berries. How could he not care? The first silver blind box was opened, and the 3D projection exploded the scene. It was actually a battle between Naruto and Gaara. Gaara transformed into Shikaku, confronting the giant toad boss. Sand Crocodile was stunned. The combat power of the sand creature was almost on par with his full strength. Moreover, its elemental form looked very similar, just larger in size. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Dao Xian was about to shout in shock, but upon closer inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the immortal Shikaku, but Shikaku's chakra. He explained, "This is a special chakra seed." Sand Crocodile was bewildered, only knowing it could enhance his strength, and hurriedly asked, "What use does it have?" Dao Xian pointed to the Shikaku in the projection. "Did you see the sand creature in the image?" Sand Crocodile obtained Shikaku's chakra and instantly experienced a rebirth of his severed arm. Dao Xian explained, "That is an immortal creature, composed entirely of chakra. It can be reborn even after death. This chakra is part of it." Sand Crocodile's eyes suddenly sparkled with ambition. An immortal sand creature. That title was just too exhilarating. Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, all were monsters, and they were the kings of the sea. Dao Xian briefly explained its usage. And Sand Crocodile was already captivated by the power in the image. Grabbing the scroll to use it, a beam of light entered his body, and he roared, "Shikaku!" After the intense pain, his sand manipulation ability skyrocketed, and his body became as tough as sand. What was even more explosive was, next to the curve hook he dropped on the ground. The floor turned to sand and formed a new arm, slowly becoming flesh-colored. The arm he lost to Whitebeard actually came back. Sand Crocodile was ecstatic. This power. Now I feel invulnerable, as long as my chakra isn't exhausted. Even Haki is hard to harm me, and even if I do get hurt, I can recover. Previously, the fruit was half awakened. Now it's fully awakened. Before, he was in the third tier of the 7 warlords. Now he dares to challenge Mihawk. What forces, what underworld king, are no longer important. Having blind boxes can let him stand at the top of the world and even take down Whitebeard. He didn't dare to offend Dao Xian. He couldn't afford to provoke a merchant who sold divine items. It's just money. Pirates can just rob it. Sand Crocodile immediately asked, "Besides berries, do you accept gold, silver, treasures, and devil fruits?" Dao Xian nodded, "Ido, but it will only count for 90 of the berry price." Sand Crocodile smiled. Selling stolen goods always at discounts. This was very reasonable. He urged, "There are still 2 silver blind boxes left. Hurry up." Dao Xian was also happy. He would get tailed beast chakra again. With this, sand fruit's abilities would basically be within his grasp. Elementalization would actually be unnecessary, as strong people would all have Haki. If observation Haki didn't work, elementalization would be like a gift. After adapting to Shikaku's chakra, Sand Crocodile felt incredibly powerful, and he was no longer anxious about Zifa's arrival. After slightly adapting to Shikaku's chakra and feeling his immense power, Crocodile became somewhat calm at the arrival of Black Arm Zifa. Zifa made a grand entrance to recruit Dao Xian. The Navy's faces changed instantly. Sand Crocodile's arm had actually recovered. This meant his strength was rejuvenated. And combined with the newly acquired chakra, the Navy was all panicking. Tina was especially tense. She had personally experienced the power of the silver blind boxes and understood how strong Sand Crocodile was now. Tina prayed frantically, "Please, let the remaining blind boxes not yield good items. Teacher Zifa is almost here. If so, maybe we can keep the mysterious merchant, or even retain Sand Crocodile, this 7 warlord." But Sand Crocodile was now extremely calm. His power had soared, and wiping out these Navy would be like child's play. However, he didn't want to turn against the Navy. Having the title of 7 warlords was essential for legally making money. Earning berries to open blind boxes was the top priority. With a relaxed mindset, Sand Crocodile opened the remaining 2 silver blind boxes at once. 2 bottles of potions appeared before him. Dao Xian simply explained, "These are the red and blue potions from LOL. The red potion can restore health and stamina, and can heal everything except severed limbs, diseases, and poisons. The blue potion can restore haki, chakra, and other special energies." Sand Crocodile nodded. Though not as good as Shikaku's chakra, they could save his life in critical moments a great deal. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed from outside. "Crocodile Brat is here, right?" It was none other than former Admiral Zifa. Sand Crocodile frowned. This was a title no one had dared to call him for years, but since Zifa called him, he didn't dare to get angry. Zephyr walked in with purple hair and sunglasses, his muscles bulging. And in his right hand was an iron wall crusher loaded with sea stone bullets, looking intimidating. Zephyr sat directly next to the Sand Crocodile, and the Navy quickly surrounded them to prevent the two from escaping. The Sand Crocodile dared not relax at all. This old man was still as fierce as ever despite his age. Dao Xian spoke up. "Black Arm Zephyr?" Zephyr laughed heartily. "I didn't expect the mysterious merchant to know me. I'm honored." Then he directly extended an olive branch. "How about joining the Navy? We are willing to fully support your business." Dao Xian revealed the resurrection items to lure Zephyr. The Sand Crocodile wanted to slip away, but was stopped by Zephyr. Smoker had already informed Zephyr of the news, and Zephyr was clear about this trip's purpose, to enhance the Navy's Dove faction's strength. However, Zephyr was currently leaning towards Hawk faction and showed no mercy to pirates, though he wasn't as radical as Akainu. Dao Xian directly rejected Zephyr. "The Navy isn't suitable for me. This world belongs to the 4 emperors and the world government. The Navy is just their tool." This statement greatly provoked the Navy, but Dao Xian was not afraid at all. He changed the topic. "I'm more interested in General Zephyr. After all, strong individuals open boxes with higher quality. The same box opened by different people can have a huge gap." Dao Xian dropped a bombshell. "Does General Zephyr have any regrets? I can fulfill all regrets in my boxes. Power, lifespan, and authority are all included." Zephyr laughed heartily. "The pain I feel the most is that my family was killed by pirates. Can you really bring the dead back to life?" Dao Xian nodded on the spot, and then revealed various resurrection items. Dragon Balls can summon Shinran to resurrect. DNF resurrection coins can resurrect. Needs a corpse. And the Holy Grail from Fate. Zephyr's expression changed instantly. Over the years, he has hated pirates and himself, and the root cause was the death of his family. Now, he actually had the chance to make up for it. Tears were almost welling up in his eyes. The Sand Crocodile, ignoring all this, wanted to leave after opening the box. "Mysterious merchant, let's do this next time." He wanted to take advantage of Zephyr's emotional turmoil to hurry back and digest his gains. Zephyr suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Stop!" The Sand Crocodile halted, only to see that Zephyr had lost his previous weakness and was filled with killing intent. Zephyr had long wanted to capture the Sand Crocodile, and now with the mysterious merchant as leverage, he couldn't let him go. If the Sand Crocodile escaped, it would surely attract a bunch of ambitious people. Only by treating the mysterious merchant as the Navy's trump card could he stabilize the sea. Without needing to say more, just looking at Zephyr's expression and the Navy's watchful eyes, the Sand Crocodile knew. There was no escaping this fight. There was no need for verbal communication. Just by looking at Zephyr's expression and the Navy's predatory behavior, Crocodile knew that this battle was unavoidable. The Sand Crocodile activated his abilities and escaped from the Navy. Zephyr's sea stone bullets severely injured the 7 warlords. Crocodile roared, "Desert Arc Gold Dagger." His arm instantly transformed into a giant sand blade, slashing wildly around himself. Smoker exclaimed to be careful, but it was too late. Several of the encircling Navy were instantly killed or injured. Daz Bonez barely dodged thanks to Smoker's protection. This level of battle was not something ordinary Navy could intervene in. The sand crocodile broke through the encirclement and flew towards the city outskirts in a storm. His home ground was in the desert, and once he got into the desert, it would be hard for Zephyr to deal with him. Zephyr shouted to chase, leading the Navy in a fierce pursuit. Smoker's face was smeared with the blood of fallen comrades, looking extremely grim. Those who died were all brothers who graduated together from the training camp. He told Das Bones to stay with Dao Xian while he semi-elementalized to speed up and followed Zephyr, his eyes filled with hatred. Dao Xian looked at the bloody scene, not worried at all. Having the mysterious merchant system, he was well prepared to face the brutality. It was just a bit nauseating, since the sand crocodile had run away. He planned to go to the Rain Feast Casino to broaden his horizons. On the other side, while fleeing, the sand crocodile confronted Zephyr. You want to attack the 7 warlords? That's betraying the world government. He tried to pressure the Navy and divide their fighting spirit. These Navy were all at the supernova level, with bounties all over 50 million berries. Remember, the 17 million bounty dragon ruled the East Sea, and when the sand crocodile was a 7 warlord, he only had an 80 million bounty. Zephyr yelled, "Shut up." Smash blaster. The right-hand crusher fired sea stone bullets, accurately hitting the sand crocodile's arm with precise observation. Zephyr's observation hockey became sharper with age, directly suppressing the sand crocodile. As if he predicted the sand crocodile's prediction, the sand crocodile instantly exited elementalization, crashing down from several dozen meters high. Zephyr laughed. He has no resistance now. Capture him and execute him directly. This sea stone equipment was too compatible with him. Under the suppression of observation hockey, a devil fruit user was just food. Usually, he had no chance to get close to the sand crocodile. But this time, he was fortunate that the sand crocodile didn't escape in time after opening the box. Suddenly someone shouted, "He's fine. Everyone be careful." The sand crocodile merged with the chakra of the guardian crane to transform into a tailed beast. The tailed beast ball blasted away the Navy, causing chaos. Zephyr said the sand crocodile had no resistance. But Smoker didn't think so. He had chakra and could sense the powerful sand chakra ahead. The Navy looked on. The sandstorm lingered for a long time, instantly realizing something was wrong. Erosion reincarnation. The sand crocodile's voice came from the dust. The rocks and greenery on the ground were swallowed by the sand, instantly turning into a yellow sand world. A Navy who didn't know Moon's step accidentally touched this awakened power and instantly turned into a dried corpse. Zephyr roared Tesla, quickly shouted, "Everyone use Moon's step." The Navy all flew into the air. The sand crocodile's move was to create his home field, and they hadn't even reached the desert yet. The sand crocodile had already used chakra to operate. The places hit by sea stone bullets were isolated by chakra, and his abilities were not lost. He even pushed the bullets out, and his wounds healed with chakra, remaining intact. Then he shouted sandstorm, and a tornado of sand rushed over with the power to shred flesh. Zephyr angrily retorted, "You underestimate people too much." The crusher was wrapped in black armed color, and with one punch, he shattered the tornado. Smoker and Tina led the Navy to surround him. But the sand crocodile was thinking of a strategy. The sea stone bullets from Zephyr were too troublesome. He needed to let them know his strength. The sand crocodile comprehended the power of the guardian crane and shouted guardian crane. With the sand fruit as an aid, all the sand on the ground gathered towards him. The Navy all stopped. Crocodile had actually transformed into a 50-meter-tall raccoon monster with wind god patterns on his body, comparable to a small sea king. Smoker urgently shouted, "Get away." The sand crocodile gathered a huge blue ball in his mouth, even making Zephyr's expression serious. Tail beast ball. The sand crocodile instinctively unleashed his ultimate move using chakra, shooting out a smaller version of the tailed beast ball that used up 90 of his chakra. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose, and a shockwave blew the whole scene away. Several weaker Navy were blown away 100 meters. Luckily, their physiques were strong enough not to die, but they couldn't fight anymore. After unleashing the move, the sand monster scattered into a pile of sand. Amidst the scattered sand, after firing this shot, the sand monster fell apart, turning into a pile of scattered sand. Amidst the scattered sand, the sand crocodile drank medicine to restore full combat power. Robin blocked the way to invite Dao Xian into the rain feast. Crocodile extricated himself from elementalization, looking pale. He quickly opened a red-blue potion and drank it, instantly replenishing his stamina and chakra. Life preservation was paramount, and he didn't hesitate to use medicine. Zephyr looked at the fully recovered sand crocodile, feeling troubled. Just now, The tail beast ball had intentionally missed. This was a warning. If pressed further, he would strike to kill. If he really killed the sand crocodile, his disciples would lose at least 2 or 3. The scene froze, leaving Zephyr in a dilemma. Dao Xian, Nami, and Daz Bonez walked towards the rain feast. And Nico Robin suddenly blocked their way. She had eavesdropped on everything thanks to her flower fruit and was specifically waiting for the mysterious merchant. Dao Xian spoke. Nico Robin? Robin covered her mouth and smiled. You actually know me. Dao Xian understood her. She smiled on the surface but was dark inside. Yet her childhood was too tragic. Bullied by her uncle, friends dying tragically, hometown destroyed, chased by the Navy for 20 years, and had to survive by betrayal. Dao Xian was filled with sympathy. Robin just said she would host Dao Xian for crocodile when Dao Xian interrupted. Call me Dao Xian. Robin was stunned. Dao Xian's trust was genuine, with no malicious intent for her bounty. This time, she smiled so purely. All right, Lord Dao Xian. Daz Bonez panicked, feeling threatened and unable to fight back. Her face turned extremely ugly. Robin ignored Daz Bonez and raised her hand invitingly. Please, allow me to take you 3 into the rain feast. Nami exclaimed on the spot. So beautiful. The rain banquet is filled with gold. It directly caught her attention. Robin led the way to the reception room, and they quickly reached the top floor. It was bright and spacious, allowing them to see the entire activity in the rain district. The 3 soon arrived at the highest point of the building, where they could observe everything happening around them and instantly detect any movements. Robin asked about the resurrection of the 1,000 bucks. Zhuanzi Crocodile was stunned by the treasure. The few of them sat on the sofa, and Robin served coffee. Just as she was about to ask if Zhuanzi could really resurrect people, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Zhuanzi looked. It was a guardian crane. He instantly understood it was Crocodile's doing. The Sansan fruit, combined with guardian crane chakra, even released tailed beast bombs, making his power much stronger than Smoker's. Zhuanzi didn't care about Crocodile's life or death. His eyes were only on Robin. Robin was alive just to find historical texts. With no family or friends, completely lonely. Hearing about the possibility of resurrection, she was already overly excited. Zhuanzi nodded. Yes. At this moment, no history mattered. Robin's mind was filled with the thought of resurrecting her mother. She didn't doubt. Both the Navy and Crocodile believed it. A liar couldn't do that. Hope burst forth right there. Dazki could only watch from the sidelines. Unable to compete with Robin, she could only stand aside. Suddenly, Robin said seriously, Mr. Zhuanzi, I want to open a blind box. Zhuanzi asked, Do you know the price? Robin nodded. She had previously relied on the flower fruit to see and hear everything in the tavern. How much? Robin firmly stated, 1,000 bronze. 10 silver. Zhuanzi was stunned. You have money? Robin smiled. I don't, but Crocodile does. I know exactly where his wealth is. Now that Crocodile is being pursued, it's the perfect opportunity to cut off his resources. What's there to fear about offending a warlord? Zhuanzi's mouth twitched. Indeed, you're cunning. Robin said, Please wait a moment. I'll go raise the money. As she left, Nami glared at Zhuanzi angrily, clearly jealous. Zhuanzi quickly changed the subject. Do you want to know about her experiences? Nami was instantly intrigued, and Dazki perked up. What kind of story does this woman, who has been pursued by the Navy for 20 years, have? What kind of experiences does this amazing woman, who has been hunted by the Navy for 20 years, have? Zhuanzi began to recount Robin's experiences. Crocodile encountered the Revolutionary Army's Ivankov. Seeing Nami's attention diverted, Zhuanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief and began telling Robin's story. Meanwhile, outside the rain district, Zifa and Crocodile were at a standstill. Crocodile sneered. Zifa, do you really want your disciples to die here? Zifa only snorted, neither attacking nor allowing them to leave. Crocodile understood instantly. Zifa was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. He shouted for everyone to get out of the way and no longer held back. Guardian Crane Spear. Crocodile replicated the Guardian Crane's abilities with the Sansan fruit, unleashing dozens of super hard sand spears from the sky. He took the opportunity to escape into the distance. Once free, he would find the elders. He couldn't tolerate being hunted by Zifa on his own turf. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hee, isn't that Crocodile Boy? Crocodile looked. It was Ivankov, a Revolutionary Army officer. With purple hair and an explosive hairstyle, he was a half-giant nearly 5 meters tall, accompanied by his subordinate, Imesu. They hid behind a sand dune to observe, shocked to see the former admiral chasing a warlord. Ivankov complained, Hee, what is the Navy doing gathering here? Dragon hurried us here. Imesu whispered, the other officers are busy. We can only rely on you, sir. Ivankov understood. It was just his habitual sarcasm. They avoided Crocodile and headed towards the Rain District. Something big was surely happening, and they needed to investigate the Navy's movements. Currently, the big shots on the island were only Zifa and Ivankov. Those Yonko were still sitting on their thrones, completely unaware that these people would eventually pull them down. The scene shifted back. After hearing about Robin's experiences, Nami felt heartbroken. Sister Robin is so pitiful. Previously, she thought Robin was a bad woman. After all, she still believed pirates were all bad people. The original story of Luffy saving the village and changing her perspective had long been replaced by Juanza. Indeed, in Nami's heart, pirates were all bad people. In the original story, it was because Luffy rescued the Kokoyashi village that her views changed. However, Luffy's actions had already been replaced by Juanza, and now Nami still held deep prejudices against pirates. Robin opened the box and obtained the bull talisman. Miss. One burst in angrily. Daisuke also nodded in agreement with Nami. Whoever knew Robin's experiences would not think the Navy was right. Nami felt that both pirates and the Navy were not good people. But Daisuke began to question the Navy. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Robin returned with wealth. Gold, silver, and berries, calculated by the system, were just enough to open 1,000 bronze, 10 silver blind boxes. Juanza understood instantly. Robin had already calculated Crocodile's wealth. Shall we begin? Robin nodded, feeling both nervous and anxious. She was hoping to obtain an item that could resurrect her mother. Juanza waved his hand, and the bronze blind boxes filled the table. Robin picked one up. She knew the probability of good items for bronze was low, so she decided the first box must yield something good. She simply opened it, and a virtual image popped up, a wrestler wearing a talisman mask, invincible in the ring, with immense strength. Juanza was extremely surprised. It's actually the bull talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures. Juanza explained, this can give a person immense strength, greatly boost stamina, and maximize defense. Attack power and critical hit rate will soar. He also briefly introduced the concept of parallel worlds. Robin was stunned on the spot. The concept of infinite worlds left this historian both shocked and eager. Robin stored the talisman and tried the move single wheel flower. An arm extended from the wall, easily lifting the heaviest sofa. Her strength soared several times, and for the first time, she felt a sense of security. Juanza thought the flower fruit would be most explosive in Carp's hands. Robin was previously limited by her physique, but now with the bull talisman, it's different. Robin was extremely satisfied and continued to open boxes. Suddenly, a burly man barged in, shouting, "Nico, Robin, are you trying to run off with Lord Crocodile's treasure?" This man was none other than Crocodile's most loyal subordinate, the second in command of Baroque Works, Miss. One as bonus. He was a cutter fruit user, capable of transforming his body into blades, with hardness comparable to steel. This fruit was something a swordsman could only dream of. A swordsman with a body that could unleash slashes was terrifyingly powerful. Daz stormed into the rain banquet to kill Robin. Juanza transformed into Kuga, crushing the entire scene. As soon as Daz returned to the rain banquet, he heard Miss 3 say Robin had taken the treasure. Crocodile never trusted Robin and had already ordered, if Robin dared to rebel, let us take care of her. Robin said nothing, and Daz took action immediately. Micro dust slash. Daz opened with a big move. His entire body transformed into blades, hardness rivaling steel, fingers turning into 5 knives, tearing through the entire venue like a gale. The blades were absurdly fast, enveloping everyone in the room. Robin shouted urgently, "Be careful." She knew Daz all too well. Daz was a well-known bounty hunter from the West Sea and the only one in Baroque Works who could share in the profits, loyal and capable. Robin hurriedly used the flower fruit, creating countless arms that stacked into a giant hand to block the attack. Rending, the giant hand was instantly sliced apart, turning into petals and disappearing. The flower fruit was perfectly countered by the cutter fruit. Robin's hands lacked hockey, and flesh and blood couldn't withstand the steel blades. The blades broke through the obstruction and continued to slash at the crowd. In a critical moment, Juanza shouted to transform. Chakra, Guardian Crane Chakra, using all 3 talismans. With the Kuga Spirit Stone as the core, directly transforming into Kamen Rider Kuga's Chakra armor form. The armor, based on the omnipotent form, adorned with Guardian Crane's Wind God emblem and blue chakra. His cape billowed behind him, looking stunningly cool. Juanza raised his right hand, Sand Shield, utilizing Kuga's particle reorganization to simulate Crocodile's awaken ability. All the surrounding furniture and walls transformed into sand particles, forming the guardian crane shield. Daz's blade struck the sand shield, only causing a few ripples, unable to break through the defense at all. Zhuanzi's voice, amplified by the armor, radiated an overwhelming pressure. Daz bonus. Kuga's killing intent surged, comparable to Conqueror's haki. Daz froze on the spot, his entire body resisting this pressure. Dao Xian was surprised. Daz was actually able to withstand the killing intent. It's important to note that he was originally a character defeated by Zoro in the early stages, but now he could be considered a supernova-level character, even qualified to be a Navy Rear Admiral. However, he lacks haki and swordsmanship, so even if he became a Rear Admiral, he would still be at the bottom. Of course, the strength of Rear Admirals varies greatly, and even if he becomes one, he would still just be one of the weaker ones. What he lacks is powerful haki and sufficient swordsmanship cultivation. Dao Xian decided to keep Daz alive for money. The sand crocodile revealed information to Zifa. Seeing Daz being suppressed by the killing intent and unable to move, Dao Xian decided not to kill him. He asked Robin, "Does the sand crocodile have sea stone handcuffs?" Robin was confused. "Not killing him?" Dao Xian laughed. "The sand crocodile will pay a high price to redeem him." Nami's eyes lit up at the mention of a high price. She had saved up berries, and with the ransom, she might be able to open a golden blind box. The probability of getting a resurrection item from the golden box is high. She shouted, "Sister Robin, I'll go with you to get the handcuffs." Robin nodded, seeing the reception room was destroyed. "Let us change places." On the other side, the sand crocodile was annoyed by Zifa chasing him. "Enough, you old man." With the chakra of the guardian crane, his vitality surged, and Zifa couldn't kill him. But being chased like this was too embarrassing. He was a warlord. Zifa was clearly tired. At over 70 years old, he had long lost his peak fighting power, relying solely on his pride. The sand crocodile smoked a cigar. "I'll tell you the whereabouts of Whitebeard too. Just stop chasing." "Zifa, speak." The sand crocodile reported the information and turned to leave, not returning to Rain Base for the time being. Smoker asked, "Should we continue chasing?" Zifa said seriously, "No need to chase. We can't catch him. The mysterious merchant is too terrifying." The sand crocodile's combat power has skyrocketed to nearly elite vice admiral level. He shouted, "Return to Rain Base. We must keep the mysterious merchant under the Navy's control." The scene shifted to the Alabasta Palace. King Cobra asked Akaram, "What is the situation in the country?" Alabasta was lacking rain. They used dancing powder in the past to induce rain, but a year ago, except for Alyabarna, it became difficult to make it rain anywhere else using dancing powder. However, starting a year ago, even in places other than Alyabarna, it was hard to make it rain even with dancing powder. Alabasta was experiencing a rebellion. Afterward, rumors began to spread among the people, blaming the king for the excessive use of dancing powder, which resulted in no rain. Rebellion forces also emerged in the country. Akaram respectfully replied, "They are just small disturbances, but if it doesn't rain soon, the rebel army will definitely increase." Cobra frowned tightly. He felt that there were forces behind the scenes causing trouble, but he had no evidence. Cobra thought again. Why is the Navy gathering in Rain Base? Their royal family is a branch of the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy usually doesn't dare to enter Alabasta casually. He asked Akaram, "Do you know why the Navy is gathering in Rain Base?" Akaram shook his head. "There's the sand crocodile. He usually manages things in Rain Base. And we don't interfere," Cobra ordered. "Send someone to investigate. The Navy's movement must be for something big." This conversation was overheard by Vivi, who brightened at the mention of a big event. She immediately hopped on her horse and rushed to Rain Base. The scene returned. In a different room, Robin continued to open blind boxes. Daz was handcuffed with sea stone, unable to resist. Robin, being a high-ranking member there, calmed everyone down, and they quickly returned to normal. Dasky quietly watched as Nami eagerly helped open the boxes. She now greatly admired Robin. Dao Xian pretended to be high and mighty with his self-made rules, refusing to open them himself. After opening a bunch of blind boxes filled with shurikens and iron swords, rubbish that Dao Xian recycled. Finally, at the 889th box, a silver light exploded. Dao Xian laughed. Finally, someone opened a silver item from a bronze box. After the light dissipated, an item appeared. Dao Xian explained, "This is Marvel's Cloak of Levitation. Its former owner was Dr. Strange. It has its own consciousness, can allow people to fly, block attacks, and even attack on its own. Super explosive." As he spoke, the cloak wrapped around Robin, transforming into her own black robe. Robin tried, giving it the command to fly, and immediately floated up, laughing joyfully. She had never been this happy before. Nami watched with great envy, wanting to fly too. Dao Xian whispered something in her ear, and Nami blushed and nodded, seemingly agreeing to some embarrassing request. Dao Xian was very pleased. Exchanging a cloak for a step further, what a profitable deal. A proud smile appeared on Dao Xian's face. Exchanging a cloak of levitation for further progress was such a bargain. Robin flew around the room for several seconds, getting familiar with the cloak's abilities before slowly landing. With the bull charm and the cloak of levitation for protection, Robin now felt a strong sense of security. Even if no good items came out of the remaining silver blind boxes, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. Sister Robin, flying feels great, right? Nami approached and touched the cloak, which shook like a little dog, bouncing off Nami's palm. This was exactly the characteristic of the items that Dao Xian opened from the blind boxes, being absolutely loyal to their master. Others couldn't use them. Unaware of the situation, Nami felt disgruntled for being rejected by a mere cloak. Isn't it just a stinky cloak? Absolutely not jealous, Nami thought to herself. The remaining hundreds of bronze blind boxes yielded nothing good, and with a wave of his hand, Dao Xian recycled all of them. Robin also took a deep breath and began the process of opening the silver blind boxes. With each box she opened, something that had appeared before appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 43. The manifestation of the demon god. What appeared before them was a pet egg from the Pokemon world. The last one to hatch a pet egg was Carp. However, the egg in front of them was clearly different in shape from Squirtle. Immediately, a virtual image appeared on the screen, showcasing Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, along with various battle scenes. Dao Xian recognized its identity at a glance. It was from the three initial Pokemon, also known as Garlic Tortoise. This was a special creature called Bulbasaur from a world known as Pocket Monsters. When you hold it, it will automatically hatch. Dao Xian briefly explained how to use the pet. A hint of blush appeared on Robin's face, seemingly satisfied with Bulbasaur's appearance. Dao Xian had a peculiar expression. How to say it? Those who are used to Garlic Tortoise might find it acceptable, while those who are not would definitely think it ugly. However, Robin's aesthetic was different from that of ordinary people. Giena! Giena! The eggshell shattered, and a creature the size of a palm, entirely green and resembling a little dinosaur with toad-like or bluish-green skin emerged. So cute! Robin exclaimed in delight. Nami, standing beside her, was instantly dumbfounded. In her eyes, this creature was undoubtedly a Garlic Tortoise. Where was the cuteness? This woman must have a problem with her taste. Bulbasaur grew quickly within just a few seconds after hatching, but it did not undergo the same transformation as Carp Squirtle. It still looked like Bulbasaur, which naturally indicated that Robin's strength was insufficient to support its evolution. After some playful interaction, Robin gave Bulbasaur some food and continued to open the boxes. Explosive talismans, X50. Grenades, X50. Various types of weapons. All 8 silver blind boxes open were like this. Wow, is she opening an arms company? However, it was clear that Robin's luck didn't seem very good, as what she obtained were all these disposable consumables. She was still far from her target, a resurrection item. The expression on Robin's face noticeably changed. She clearly knew that what she had opened was not impressive. However, there were still 3 silver blind boxes left, and there was hope. With this mindset, Robin reached for the 9th silver blind box. A dazzling golden light appeared, and another golden item emerged. An image followed, showing a blue-haired, armored female general bravely facing the enemy and unleashing ice powers, with countless foes frozen into ice blocks. The scene changed quickly, then turned into her battling a man wielding a demon sword. In the image, the female general seemed to have unleashed some ability that even froze time and space. The powerful ice force deeply shocked Robin. What is this? Robin couldn't help but ask. The demon god manifestation essence of demons. That's its name. Looking at the small pot-shaped object presented in Robin's hand, Dao Xian uttered its name. It originated from the world of Akame Ga Kill, a type of blood from a creature known as dangerous species. Those who consume it will gain ice powers. Ice powers. Robin inexplicably thought of that man, the one who had been hunting her for 20 years. He used just that ice power. A hint of determination flashed in Robin's eyes. That man had almost become her nightmare, and she could never forget how he killed Saul, not to mention the years of pursuit. She picked up the small pot containing the blood of the dangerous species and drank it all in one go. Seeing Robin's expression, Dao Xian certainly understood her inner turmoil. But this dilemma could only be resolved by her. After all, how could she accept the news that Akiji was not hunting her, but rather protecting her? As the blood of the dangerous species entered her body, Robin suddenly felt a coldness emanating from within. This coldness made even her, the master, want to freeze. However, under some inexplicable force, Robin quickly mastered this power. At the same time, her originally jet black hair instantly turned blue, and the chill radiating from her body caused the temperature in the room to drop rapidly, even producing ice blocks. What is this? Bonus widened his eyes, having witnessed everything that just happened. Right before his eyes, Robin, who was previously weak, seemed to suddenly transform into a strong individual, mastering the ice powers that only Admiral Akiji possessed. Everything completely overturned his imagination. So beautiful. Nami leaned closer, touching Robin's blue hair, admiring its smoothness and the chill it contained. Robin had just merged with the demon god manifestation, and her mastery was not yet proficient, which caused the leakage of cold air. Hearing Nami's praise, Robin smiled particularly happily. It had been a long time since she felt this relaxed. As Robin opened the demon god manifestation, Dao Xian was also contemplating how to utilize this item. The justice hand that Carp opened was clearly not suitable for him. As a rookie who had never fought before, he deeply understood his shortcomings. Therefore, he set his direction as a mage, focusing on long-range attacks. His attempts in this aspect revolved around the concept of Kong, attracting various forces from countless worlds to create different forms of Kong, gathering the powers of multiple worlds to transform into his ultimate form. The previous chakra armor form was one of his attempts, but to fully realize that form, a trip to the Naruto world was unavoidable. As for the pirate world, the only things Dao Xian could think of were Haki and Devil Fruits. How to utilize Devil Fruits and Haki to develop a Haki armor form in the world of One Piece required careful thought. While Dao Xian was pondering, Robin continued to open blind boxes. Spirit Beans, X1. Red Potions, X1. After opening 11 silver blind boxes, aside from a heap of consumable items, the greatest gain for Robin was undoubtedly the demon god manifestation. This was the true power that Robin could rely on for her survival. Seeing that Robin had finally finished opening the blind boxes, Dao Xian extended his invitation. Robin-san, come aboard my ship. Follow me, and there will surely be a time when you can obtain a resurrection item. Looking into Dao Xian's sincere eyes, Robin paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating. The next moment, she revealed a smile. What was there to consider? Dao Xian's attitude spoke volumes. With him, she gained strength and hope. If she left, even if she gathered enough money, where would she go to find this mysterious merchant? Dao Xian? Please take care of me, Mr. Dao Xian. Robin responded to Dao Xian's invitation with a charming smile. The second person to board the ship, Robin-san, was settled. Chapter 44. The tough Zephyr and the next move. Having dealt with Robin's matters, for Dao Xian, the situation in Alabasta was nearly resolved. The next destination was the Sabaody Archipelago. It was a necessary stop to reach the New World, gathering numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. Only there could Dao Xian grow rapidly. With his current strength, he was already on par with some ordinary vice admirals, but for Dao Xian, this was naturally not enough. His goal was to gather the strength of the worlds, create various forms of the void, and evolve into an ultimate power that surpassed the omniscient king. He had always felt a sense of urgency, as the system was too mysterious, leaving him without a solid feeling. However, Dao Xian knew that the power obtained through the system was truly his own. As long as he gained enough strength, it wouldn't matter if the system left. Robin, contact Crocodile. I believe he won't easily die at Zephyr's hands. Robin nodded and took a din-din mushie from Crocodile's office. Brew. Having shaken off Zephyr's pursuit, Crocodile flew toward the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. It wasn't suitable to return to Rainbase for now. However, there was also a base of the Baroque works in the capital, so he could go there just as well. With the presence of a mysterious merchant, he had lost interest in the Pluton. Rather than Pluton, earning more berries to open blind boxes was what he valued most at the moment. Suddenly, a sound came from the din-din mushie in his arms. Crocodile took it out. As a peculiar creature, the din-din mushie thrived between animals and plants, possessing exceptionally strong vitality. Even after the intense battle, it had only become slightly listless, but had not lost its vigor. Hello, Robin. What is the matter? On the other end of the line, Robin pointed the din-din mushie's eye at Bonus, and, with a lazy smile, said, Boss, I wonder how much Bonus is worth in your eyes? Crocodile's face instantly darkened. With Bonus captured, Robin intended to use him as a bargaining chip for a bounty. Previously, Crocodile had been quite generous regarding berries, but now, berries equated to power, and he was quite reluctant to part with them. However, Bonus was different, a strong and loyal subordinate, who would willingly give him up. After some internal struggle, Crocodile finally quoted a price. 100 million berries. 150 million. Also, boss, your assets and rain base are gone. To redeem bonus, you might need to draw funds from the Alabasta base. Nico Robin, very well. You're quite something. Crocodile suppressed his anger. But how could Nico Robin dare to use his money and speak so boldly to him? Could it be? A bad thought crossed his mind. The next moment, that premonition was confirmed. On the other end of the den mushy, Bonus suddenly said, Master Crocodile, Nico Robin has betrayed you and is now leaving the Alabasta Kingdom with someone named Dao Xian for the Sabati Archipelago. Bonus, resigned to his fate, revealed all the information to Crocodile. I see, Bonus. Crocodile calmed his subordinate before turning to Dao Xian through the den mushy. Since Robin has chosen to follow the great mysterious merchant, I will agree to her request. Please, great mysterious merchant, release Bonus. I will bring 150 million berries to the Sabati Archipelago to find you. Good. Dao Xian decisively agreed. Not at all worried that Crocodile would give up the chance to open blind boxes for this 150 million berries. He had fully experienced the power of blind boxes. After hanging up, Dao Xian looked at Bonus on the ground. You can go. He tossed the key made of sea prism stone, allowing Bonus to leave. Robin-san, Nami-san, let us go. Quick, get out of the way, get out of the way. In the city, a giant duck over 2 meters tall, wearing sandstorm goggles, was rampaging down the main road, carrying a pale-skinned, blue-haired beauty who looked quite anxious. As a unique species of Alabasta, its speed was incredibly fast. Suddenly, around the corner, a gigantic human appeared, and the duck couldn't stop in time, crashing into him. Instantly, chaos ensued, with people and vehicles overturned, all falling to the ground. Nearby, Imazuna had a face full of dark lines, as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. He deeply understood how powerful Ivankov was. With his strength and hockey, avoiding this collision would be a piece of cake. If he got hit, it could only mean it was intentional. Ivankov was definitely a drama queen. My waist. Ivankov stood up, hands on his hips, with an exaggerated expression, as if he had broken his back. Beside him, Vivi, who had fallen but was mostly unharmed, felt a bit guilty since her pet had run too fast and couldn't stop in time. I'm sorry. Before Vivi could finish her apology, Ivankov suddenly returned to normal, laughing heartily. Just kidding. Great. Vivi wasn't angry about being tricked. Instead, she was relieved, as nobody was hurt, which was the best outcome. What appeared before Zephyr and his group was this scene. The Princess of Alabasta and a cadre of the Revolutionary Army causing a commotion together. Ivankov. Zephyr was instantly puzzled. As one of the prominent cadres of the Revolutionary Army, he certainly recognized him. But wasn't he supposed to be in Impel Down? Why was he suddenly here? Had he escaped from Impel Down? Zephyr. Ivankov's voice changed. He had escaped by breaking a hole under Impel Down with the ability of Molly, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, and was now back out. However, he intended to return after finishing his business. This secret absolutely could not be exposed. In fact, under Molly's influence, Impel Down had become a good place for the Revolutionary Army to select elite soldiers. They had successfully picked many powerful individuals from Impel Down to strengthen the Revolutionary Army. If this secret was discovered, the Navy would definitely find a way to patch this hole. This is bad. In fact, if he hadn't collided with Vivi here, he theoretically wouldn't have run into Zephyr at all. Chapter 45, 8 Gates of Duinjia. He thought Zifa had already chased Crocodile away from the rain grounds, but unexpectedly, he returned so quickly. Vivi looked confused. The Navy's attitude left her a bit unclear about the situation. Who exactly was this friend she had just met? Zephyr, on the other hand, had already given up on questioning how Ivankov escaped from Impel Down. Compared to the mysterious merchant, that was a minor issue. What worried Zifa more was that the Revolutionary Army had come here for the mysterious merchant. Once the Revolutionary Army obtained the mysterious blind box from the merchant, they would undoubtedly grow rapidly, which would only bring greater trouble to the Navy. As a soldier who had been loyal to the Navy his whole life, he could not stand by and let this happen. Vivi, goodbye. Despite his large size, Ivankov was extremely agile and, sensing danger, immediately chose to flee. A group of Navy personnel chased after him. However, the three most critical figures, Zifa, Smoker, and Tina, did not choose to pursue. Zifa despised pirates the most, but as a member of the Navy, he also understood the issues within it. Therefore, over the years, he held on to the belief of not killing, earning himself the reputation of a non-lethal admiral. He knew very well that the Navy was not absolute justice. Regarding the Revolutionary Army, which took the mission of overthrowing the Celestial Dragons, his attitude was one of neither support nor opposition. As a Navy officer, he was ashamed to protect the celestial dragons, but proud to protect the civilians. At that moment, he had not yet been stimulated by the Navy's decision to list his enemies as the Seven Warlords, nor had he embarked on the path of world destruction. Or perhaps, at that time, he was merely seeking death. Finally got rid of those Navy officers. Ivankov and MeetsNami stopped in a secluded corner. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov naturally had both strength and intellect, and he had sensed that something was off. Zifa seemed to want to drive them out of the rain grounds. However, this behavior only confirmed Ivankov's suspicion that something special was happening in the city. Moreover, this matter was likely very important to the Revolutionary Army or had significant implications for the Navy. With this thought in mind, Ivankov not only did not flee, but also began searching for Zifa's whereabouts with MeetsNami. Inside the tavern just moments ago, he received an invitation from Zifa, and thus he came to the meeting. There was no helping it. He had no resistance against big clients. In other words, is our world just an ordinary one among countless worlds? Zifa appeared somewhat dazed under Dao Xuan's discourse on the worldview. However, this was a normal reaction, and Dao Xian was not surprised. Indeed, our blind box from the Multiverse Merchant Association contains items from all realms, including the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, the golden fruits that can make one a god, and the 9-turn golden elixir that can turn one into an immortal Daoyuo golden immortal. Dao Xian included all the supreme items he could imagine in his description of the blind box. Then may I ask, esteemed merchant, what is your opinion on the Navy? Zifa asked seriously, inquiring about Dao Xuan's view. Dao Xian replied indifferently, the Navy? The pirates? To me, there's essentially no difference. You, Smoker, who was nearby, was clearly provoked by this statement. Zifa suppressed the impulsive Smoker. He shared the same opinion internally, but felt he had no better choice. This world would only become more chaotic without the Navy. This was the reason for his inner turmoil. Neither the Navy nor the pirates represented justice, and he had no choice. Dao Xian glanced at Smoker before continuing to express his views. The Navy is just a weapon. When it is held by someone like Zifa, it represents justice. However, currently, this weapon is in the hands of the celestial dragons. If the Navy is seen as a giant pirate crew, then what essential difference is there between the celestial dragons and those reckless Yonko? If the Navy did not obey the celestial dragons' commands, it could be a normal organization that provides safety for civilians. However, once mixed with the celestial dragons, the Navy becomes nothing more than a lackey. What is justice? For the Navy, their justice is to protect the people and combat the pirates that threaten them. However, the existence of the celestial dragons is the greatest trampling of the Navy's justice. Now, do you think what I said is incorrect? Dao Xian clearly articulated his viewpoint. Smoker, Tina, and Zifa fell into speechlessness upon hearing this. There was no way to refute this statement. Many civilians were harmed by the celestial dragons, and as long as the celestial dragons existed, the Navy would never be able to stand completely on the side of the people, and the Navy's justice could never be upheld. Thus, what Dao Xian said about being no different from pirates became a reality. Zifa's expression was heavy. Smoker, Tina, I sincerely hope that when you rise to high positions in the Navy in the future, you will still uphold the responsibility of protecting civilians. Even when facing the celestial dragons, you must maintain this original intention. Zifa's topic was quite serious. The Navy existed for justice. So what should the Navy do when the celestial dragons kill civilians for amusement? However, Zifa was well aware of his own physical condition. He knew he couldn't hold on for many more years. Why rely on them? You can accomplish this yourself. Dao Xian interjected at the right moment. In my box, there are all kinds of items, whether for restoring your condition or enhancing your strength. The silver-level blind box contains countless varieties. If you want to change everything, then come and open the box. Dao Xian personally appreciated Zifa, but in this world, Zifa had not yet found a true path to peace. And as for guiding him to achieve peace, Dao Xian knew he lacked the ability. However, this did not prevent him from admiring Zifa as a person. Dao Xuan's words broke Zifa's contemplation. Zifa laughed heartily. Then let's open a silver blind box and see if I have such luck. As a former admiral of the Navy, he still had some funds. He couldn't say it was a lot, but spending 20 million or more berries to open a few boxes was not a problem. Dao Xian waved his hand, and a row of blind boxes appeared on the table, still following the familiar rule of bronze first, then silver. In the midst of laughter, Zifa opened the first bronze blind box. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. This was its name. Dao Xian waved his hand, and a man who almost kicked his way to the finale appeared on the screen. In the scene, a man dressed in a green vest with an ordinary appearance is radiating a blood-red light, which is the state when the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Baman is opened, fighting against a very powerful enemy. As the scene plays out, Dao Xian is explaining everything about the 8 gates of Baman. When all 8 gates are opened, the user is destined to die. Yet after using it, they can unleash boundless power. With the strength of Admiral Zifa, using it will grant him immense and invincible power for a short time. But the cost is that after opening the 8 gates, he will die. Zifa nods, showing no fear on his face, but rather a hint of joy, clearly unconcerned about the cost. He is very satisfied with the power it brings. When using the 8 gates of Baman, it is undoubtedly the moment he practices his beliefs. For his beliefs, even death would not make him regret. Looking at Zifa, who has obtained the 8 gates of Baman, Dao Xian inexplicably thinks of the Zifa who died at the hands of Kizaru. What choice would the current Zifa make in that situation? Continue, Admiral Zifa. The bronze blind box beside them was handed to Smoker and Tina to open, and it was quickly finished, with results just as he expected. There was nothing good. Zifa picked up the only silver blind box and opened it without hesitation. Chapter 46. Zifa's rebirth. The Xiando, when consumed, can regrow severed limbs, heal all injuries, and restore a large amount of stamina, although it is ineffective against diseases. This item is not the best in the silver blind box, but for Zifa, who heavily relies on his arms, it is equivalent to a golden item. Restoring his arm would at least allow him to regain 80 of his peak strength, and with that strength, he can pursue his ideals. Zifa-sensei, Smoker and Tina beside him were filled with joy. A significant part of Zifa's weakened strength was due to the loss of his arm. Being able to restore it would mean a substantial recovery of his lost power. Restoring his arm? Zifa's heart was far from calm as he appeared on the surface. The loss of this arm took not only his strength, but also a part of his beliefs. Strength can be regained, but what about belief? Zifa tossed the end to his mouth, yanked off the crasher from his right hand, and blood even flowed from the part connected to his body. Countless flesh buds quickly gathered at the wound, and the bleeding stopped. Zifa let out a muffled groan. Clearly, the process of regrowing his arm was not easy. However, the pain in his body was far outweighed by the joy of regaining his arm. The mixture of pain and happiness created a strange expression on Zifa's face. Moments later, Zifa's arm was completely restored. Aside from a slight difference in strength and color due to it just growing back, it was identical to his previous arm. Zifa looked at his arm with joy, waved it a few times, then collected his expression and turned to say, "Thank you for your help." Dao Xian shook his head. "It's all luck and fate. I didn't do anything. Meeting me is just your fate not being what it should be." Only Dao Xian knew that Zifa would choose a dead-end path in a few years, but meeting him had undoubtedly changed Zifa's destiny. Zifa nodded, seemingly understanding, and ceased speaking. Now that he had regained his strength, he aimed to cultivate more like-minded individuals within the Navy. The Navy should not be the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. He wanted to train a group of elites within the Navy to oppose the decaying celestial dragons. After sending Zifa and his group off, Dao Xian also set off towards a ship. The three of them walked through the desert, riding rented camels. Nami, lacking ice powers, found the scorching sun to be quite harsh, so she deliberately sat on the same camel as Robin. "Nami, why aren't you sitting with me?" Dao Xian complained. Damn it, Dao Xian's little schemes are completely seen through. Nami is determined not to let him take advantage, Nami thought. Wait. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. The three turned to see a little blue-haired beauty riding a giant crab chasing after them. Behind the crab were Ivankov and Imizuna, who were also riding crabs. The crab carrying Princess Vivi had a happy, lewd smile on its face, while the other crab, with a bruised face, clearly had been beaten up. This type of crab is a special creature from Alabasta, with a peculiar fondness for women. They are extremely lecherous crabs. The crab that Princess Vivi was riding must have been very willing. As for the crab at the back, it was evidently unwilling to carry Ivankov, resulting in it getting beaten. Princess Vivi and Ivankov. Dao Xian scratched his head. In his impression, Ivankov should be impelled down at this time. Hee. As Dao Xian and the others stopped, Princess Vivi and Ivankov quickly caught up. "You are the mysterious merchant, right?" Ivankov's eyes widened as he looked at the man claiming to be a mysterious merchant. While gathering information in the rain, he had heard about the Navy's 2 visits to a tavern, so he specifically made a trip to the tavern. Using his hormone fruit ability, he compelled the tavern owner to spill all the information. Although the Navy had instructed not to speak, under the influence of his hormone fruit. He still obtained the information he wanted. These Navy personnel came to this place for the person known as the mysterious merchant. From the tavern owner's mouth, he learned that this mysterious merchant could pull out boxes from thin air containing all sorts of magical items. Ivankov keenly sensed the importance of this information and hurriedly chased after him after learning of his whereabouts in the city. As for Princess Vivi, she encountered him again in the city. Hearing about the Navy's actions, Vivi insisted on following, and these two lecherous crabs were also found by her. The Princess of Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi, and Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, along with Imizuna. Are you looking for me to open blind boxes? Dao Xian took the initiative, directly throwing out the information. By the way, Ivankov, aren't you supposed to be an impelled down? Truly a mysterious merchant. You even know this. But I want to tell you, it's because Molly opened a passage under impelled down. Imizuna had a black line on her face. Wasn't this leaking all the information? Oh no, how did I say that? Ivankov looked confused. Vivi ignored his antics. She had heard of the Revolutionary Army. However, the Revolutionary Army primarily targeted the Celestial Dragons, and the Alabasta Kingdom had not yet been disturbed by them. So Vivi had no objections to the Revolutionary Army. Great mysterious merchant, do you have anything that can make it rain here? Vivi tried to ask. According to the information she just acquired, this mysterious merchant could sell various items. As a newly acquainted friend, Ivankov did not hide information. Of course, all this was thanks to the good reputation of the king of Alabasta Kingdom. Among many kings, the king of Alabasta was relatively benevolent, which is why the Revolutionary Army had not extended its influence here. The Revolutionary Army's activities are mainly in countries ruled by tyrannical kings, where they go to assist and encourage the populace to rebel against the kings. Make it rain? That's easy, Dao Xian said casually. When it comes to rain-making items, there are plenty, and Crocodile has already become obsessed with opening blind boxes. This means that the culprit behind Alabasta not receiving rain has already shifted targets. However, Dao Xian couldn't guarantee this. After all, if Crocodile also wanted to open blind boxes, then the Underworld King would also want them. With a personality that wants everything, it's hard to say. Vivi's expression instantly turned to one of great surprise. Alabasta could no longer endure the plight of being without rain. Rebellious forces were gradually emerging domestically. However, as long as they could obtain something to make it rain and bring a heavy downpour to Alabasta Kingdom, all crises could be resolved. Chapter 47 Two Poor Guys How to Sell? Vivi asked directly, as merchants are in the business of selling goods. Since that's the case, it's better to be straightforward. On a patch of yellow sand, camels and crabs were resting nearby. Standing in the shade of the crab, Robin and Nami had already sat down. Seeing this, Dao Xian also sat down, and the group sat on the ground, the soft sand becoming the best sofa. I only have one thing for sale here, and that is mystery boxes. Currently, the bronze mystery box is the lowest level, priced at 200,000 berries each. And if you buy 10, you get one for free. After purchasing 100 bronze mystery boxes, you can obtain the opportunity to buy one silver mystery box. Similarly, after buying 100 silver mystery boxes, you can qualify to purchase a gold mystery box. As for the platinum mystery box, after the gold one, it requires even higher conditions, which I won't mention for now. You will know the conditions later. I don't know what's inside the mystery boxes. It could be bloodlines, skills, magical items, everything you can imagine, and there's even a chance to get a devil fruit. Dao Xian repeated these words, which he had already said many times, once again to them. As for the platinum mystery box, Dao Xian originally thought that opening 100 gold mystery boxes would give him the qualification. After inquiring with the system, he realized it wasn't that simple. To open the platinum mystery box, a certain number of people must have opened gold mystery boxes, and there also needs to be competition. Countless buyers who have opened gold mystery boxes must engage in a world-class battle, a grand battle that 50 of the world will witness. This confirmed Dao Xuan's original guess that what the system needed was not berries, but this unknown power. With such a commotion required to open the platinum mystery box, Dao Xian now doubts what exactly is inside it. It's too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Princess Vivi pouted. The purchasing value of berries is quite complex. Sometimes it's very expensive, and sometimes it seems quite cheap. The best way to measure its purchasing power is still with devil fruits. The value of the most useless zone-type devil fruit is 100 million berries, which shows that the purchasing power of berries is quite high. A devil fruit that can turn a person into a superhuman can be bought for 100 million berries, which shows its value. As Princess Vivi, she also doesn't have much funding to use. Dao Xian shook his head to indicate he couldn't lower the price, then glanced at Ivankov beside him. Compared to Vivi, Ivankov, as a Revolutionary Army member, is more valuable. Through him, Daoxian can directly connect with one of the three major forces in the pirate world, the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps it's because he was born in the Red Country, Daoxian naturally has a good impression of the Revolutionary Army. However, in Daoxuan's view, the Revolutionary Army in this world is still quite immature. It can only be said to be in a budding state, still needing time to grow. Should we open some mystery boxes as Revolutionary Army members? Hee. Then I'll open a few mystery boxes. Ivankov agreed with a hearty laugh, and of course, he was also very curious about what charm these mystery boxes hold. So many Navy members have gathered here. In fact, there are still some Navy members who haven't arrived, but under the news that Zifa took back. These Navy members either detoured to the Sabati archipelago to wait for him or had to return to where they came from. How many should I open? Daoxian asked, secretly calculating. He has already come into contact with the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, and now he just needs the 4 emperors to open the Platinum Mystery Box. The collision of these forces is naturally essential. 10 silver mystery boxes? Ivankov acted like a wealthy person, leading Daoxian to misunderstand. No. 10 bronze mystery boxes. Daoxian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this what a Revolutionary Army member is like? I'll also open 10 bronze mystery boxes. Princess Vivi joined in the excitement. Did you forget your money? My ability can directly take your wealth, no matter where it is. Daoxian looked at the two with an expression that said, don't tell me you're both poor. Just 10. It's not that we can't afford it. We just want to try first. Princess Vivi said, sounding a bit insecure. Hee. I'm a Revolutionary Army member. How could I not have money to buy mystery boxes? I just want to try. Ivankov also defended himself strongly. With 2 stubborn mouths here, Daoxian felt helpless. He directly deducted the money for 10 bronze mystery boxes from each of them, and then tossed down the 10 mystery boxes. Without saying a word, he quietly watched them open the boxes. This was Daoxian's first transaction with such poor people. It's worth noting that Nami has saved tens of millions of berries, along with Carp, Zephyr, and Robin. None of them are poor. Daoxian suddenly felt that the system's choice to drop him in Kokoyashi village was truly perfect. He not only connected with the genius navigator Nami, but also gained his first big customer. Looking at the bronze mystery boxes, Princess Vivi extended her hand and nervously opened the first mystery box. Explosive tag, X10. Daoxian briefly introduced what was inside Vivi's bronze mystery box. In Naruto, this explosive tag needs to be detonated with chakra, but since it's produced by the system, it's certainly 1 TB that convenient. Ordinary people can use it as well. Limited by Vivi's strength, Daoxian finally witnessed the first mystery box opening the most useless item. Vivi continued to open boxes, but Daoxian had already lost interest in her. Aside from the first box, it was too difficult to get anything good from the other bronze boxes. Daoxian turned his gaze to Ivankov, the 5-meter-tall Ivankov, whose race is unknown, perhaps a half-giant like Whitebeard. The small bronze mystery box looked like a toy in his hand. Ivankov carefully unwrapped the mystery box. A regular book appeared before him, a book that recorded the history of revolutions. For ordinary people, it was undoubtedly useless. But for the Revolutionary Army, this book was like the Bible, equally sacred and important. What is this? Ivankov asked in confusion. A regular book for 200,000 berries? Ivankov felt he had been tricked. However, Daoxuan's expression was very serious, and his tone was heavy as he said, this is a book from another world, telling the story of a country's upheaval and revolution. After reading this book, you will understand what a revolution is. Trust me, for you this 200,000 berries is definitely worth it. Chapter 48. World Situation. Daoxian's serious tone affected Ivankov. Ivankov, half in disbelief, opened the book and glanced at the outline on the cover. Revolution is not a dinner party, not an essay, not a painting or embroidery. It cannot be so elegant, so leisurely, cultured and polite, so gentle and accommodating. Revolution is a riot, a violent action in which one class overthrows another. In an instant, Ivankov's face lost all exaggerated expressions and became unprecedentedly solemn. At that moment, the brilliance that a revolutionary should possess appeared on his face, and his expression seemed to have found a guiding light. Their Revolutionary Army had always lacked a program, and they had been searching for it. Today, they finally found it. Just this one sentence had already clarified the essence of the Revolutionary Army. The mysterious merchant was right. These 200,000 beri were well spent. Thank you, Minter. Ivankov stood up and bowed to Daoxian, a gesture exclusive to their Revolutionary Army, only for comrades. In the following blind boxes, Ivankov opened them very quickly, not caring about what he obtained until he finished, and then said eagerly, "Haha, I need to go back to our Revolutionary Army's headquarters right away. Princess Vivi and the Minter will meet again if there's a chance." What Ivankov wanted most at this moment was to show this book to Dorag, as it would completely change their Revolutionary Army's actions. From an organization aimed at overthrowing the Celestial Dragons to a new Revolutionary Army that overthrows classes and lets the people take charge. This Revolutionary Army would carry beliefs and possess an indomitable will and strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Ivankov casually picked a crab and, along with Imisona, quickly headed towards the island where their ship awaited. Meanwhile, Princess Vivi looked dejected. She still couldn't find a solution to the crisis in Alabasta. This opportunity had shattered, and there was nothing she could do since she had no money. Seeing Princess Vivi's disappointment, Robin spoke up. "Princess Vivi, you don't need to worry about the rain in Alabasta. It should rain in a few days." Princess Vivi lifted her head to look at Robin, her expression full of confusion. Having already betrayed Crocodile, Robin naturally wouldn't care about him anymore, and through her interactions with Crocodile, she understood his character. She felt that after gaining power from the blind boxes, Crocodile might no longer care about the elusive Pluton. After all, it was just her speculation that there was an ancient weapon named Pluton hidden underground somewhere in Alabasta, and there was no evidence to confirm its truth. The blind boxes, however, were real, and from Robin's understanding, the possibility of Crocodile abandoning the Pluton plan to make money from blind boxes was the highest. After saying this, Robin didn't explain further. As the Princess of Alabasta, she was much more familiar with this land than they were, so she naturally didn't need them to guide her. With doubts about Robin's words, Princess Vivi returned. Dao Xian, along with Nami and Robin, also returned to their mysterious merchant ship, sailing towards the Sabaody archipelago with a permanent pointer. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, "Sengoku, do you know what you were doing? Does your marshal no longer want to serve?" On the other end of the transponder snail, the five elders were criticizing Navy Marshal Sengoku in unison. The five elders could not tolerate the Navy operating outside of their control, and Sengoku's dovish style, which sometimes defied their orders, was something they could never accept. In contrast, Akainu's military style, which was filled with loyalty and obedience to orders, was much more favored by them. In their eyes, Akainu was the next candidate for marshal. "Stop talking nonsense. If I have done anything wrong, just remove me from the position of marshal." With that, Sengoku firmly hung up the phone. With Sengoku's influence in the Navy over the years, as long as he hadn't committed a major offense, even the five elders wouldn't easily move against his position. What he wanted to know now was the harvest from this naval operation. That was the most important thing. However, it seemed that not much bari had been deducted, with only Smoker and Tina's salaries disappearing. It seemed this operation's gains were not satisfactory. At Mariehua, the residence of the Celestial Dragons, located at the peak of the Red Line, is in the middle of the Grand Line. Through the Red Line, one can safely reach the latter half of the New World. At the same time, it is extremely close to the Navy headquarters, allowing for immediate support and protection from the Navy, preventing another surprise attack on the Celestial Dragons like the Rocks incident in God Valley. Sengoku is becoming increasingly disobedient. It seems we need to support Akainu to ascend to power early. It's not time yet. Akainu's prestige in the Navy is still shallow. He needs more time. Under the butterfly effect of Dao Xian, the five elders had started to consider replacing the marshal early. It seemed that as soon as Sengoku made a significant mistake, he would likely be dismissed immediately. Meanwhile, in this vast sea, Ace's Spade Pirates had been established, and Ace had become a supernova-level pirate with a bounty of 200 million bari, thanks to his Mera Nomi powers. The main reason he could obtain such a high bounty right after setting sail was due to his status as a Logia-type fruit user. Logia-type fruit users are born strong in this sea, not to mention the Mera Nomi, which has powerful offensive capabilities. The five elders had yet to learn about the mysterious merchant, but it could be expected that this news would soon reach their ears. This would undoubtedly provoke a strong reaction from the Celestial Dragons. The existence of the mysterious merchant greatly shook the position of the Celestial Dragons. He would create countless powerful individuals, plunging this sea into complete turmoil, and the biggest beneficiaries of this chaos would be the Celestial Dragons. This would certainly challenge the status of the Celestial Dragons. Under the guidance of this revolutionary theory, the future actions of the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly be more efficient and impactful, and their challenges to the Celestial Dragons would become more frequent. Meanwhile, within the Navy, the triumphant Zifa, returning with his considerable influence, would surely add a voice named Zifa to the Navy. Beyond the Doves and Hawks, a massive faction would emerge. which would also have a significant impact on the Navy. Chapter 49. The Misty Sea on the Sea. They had just managed to survive a sudden storm when a thick mist suddenly enveloped the Keimoku. What bad luck! Dao Xian couldn't help but borrow Uncle Long's catchphrase to complain about himself. However, in this vast ocean, all kinds of weather can occur, and a sudden fog is certainly better than a storm. Dao Xian helplessly looked at Nami, who was holding a permanent pointer, and asked, "Nami, where are we? How far are we from Red Earth continent?" Nami, who was responsible for guiding the direction, glanced at the sea chart and silently calculated the deviation in their course. "It seems we are in the Misty Sea. It said that over 100 ships disappear in this area every year. This is bad." Nami's face turned a bit panicked. They shouldn't have ended up here if they followed the normal route, but the journey is never smooth sailing. A sudden storm interrupted their normal course. So we ended up in the Misty Sea, Dao Xian realized, as he felt that this fog was somewhat familiar. They had arrived in Moria's territory. Calculating the time, Moria had been entrenched in this area for about 8 years. But, Nami, do we have a way to leave this sea? Nami picked up the permanent pointer and took a look. Sure enough, the pointer was spinning wildly, which meant they were lost in this area. Dao Xian, we're lost. What happened? Robin, who had prepared food in the cabin, came out and noticed that Nami's expression seemed a bit off, and the weather around the ship also seemed unusual. We're lost in the Misty Sea, Nami said anxiously. Dao Xian scratched his head. There was no way out now. He originally didn't want to encounter Moria, but now it seemed unavoidable. He didn't want to waste time in this sea. By the way, what about Brooke? He had a good impression of Brooke since he was a relatively pure adventurer-type pirate. Their goal was more about experiencing the vast ocean rather than plundering. However, the Misty Sea was vast, and it was uncertain if they would even run into him. Don't worry, I have a plan. This sea is the territory of the warlord Moria. The disappearing ships are his doing. If we want to get out quickly, we need to use his power. Although it was possible to leave without a permanent pointer, it was hard to say how long it would take. To save time, Dao Xian naturally chose the fastest method. Nami, Robin, keep an eye out for any barrels with the Sea God-S treasure flag nearby. If you see any, pull them up. Those are Moria-S bait for locating ships. Nami and Robin nodded. Dao Xian had given them enough trust, and there was no need for further explanation. For 2 days, Dao Xian aimlessly navigated the ship in this sea. By now, it had been 6 days since they left Alabasta. Dao Xian, who had been staring at the sea surface and felt a bit fatigued, spotted a barrel in the water. A flag hung from the barrel, which read "Sacrifice to the Sea God." This was indeed a signal barrel released by Moria for navigation. With a thought, the hovering cloak hanging nearby flew over and wrapped around him, taking Dao Xian into the air. This useful item was quickly replicated by Dao Xian, as he hadn't evolved the ability to fly yet. The cloak was quite effective. Looking at the barrel Dao Xian pulled up, the two women questioned, "Is this the bait from Warlord Moria?" Dao Xian nodded. This is what Moria uses to locate ships that accidentally enter the Misty Sea. Not all ships that wandered into the Misty Sea had abundant supplies, and a wooden barrel filled with drinks and food was like a treasure that they wouldn't miss. Dao Xian opened the barrel directly, and a firework emitting yellow smoke shot up into the sky, coloring the Black Sea yellow. On the terrifying 3-masted ship, the bat zombie responsible for observing the signals immediately went to notify the zombie General Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit. His greatest pleasure was finding a new bride among his prey. Each time a new target appeared was when he was most excited. "Lord Absalom, we have prey." A zombie bat flew to Absalom's side to report. Absalom's mouth watered at the sight. He could hardly wait to see if there were any beautiful women on this ship that could become his bride. Dao Xian quickly set up some simple arrangements on the ship. Nothing too complicated, just covering the deck with a layer of flour. He wasn't afraid of Absalom. He just thought that if this lecherous beast took advantage of Robin or Nami using his transparent fruit, he would suffer a huge loss. Remembering the original story, Dao Xian planned to burn him to ashes and scatter his remains into the sea. Half an hour later, in the black mist, a huge shadow slowly approached the Keimoku's position and stopped at the edge. Following Dao Xian's prior instructions, the two women, mentally prepared, kept a close watch on the deck. At this moment, Absalom had quietly sneaked onto the Keimoku. Looking at Robin, the black stocking's beauty, and the sexy Nami, Absalom couldn't help but want to lick them right away. Not only did he think about it, but Absalom also acted on it, stealthily approaching Nami using the power of his transparent fruit. Robin, who was always prepared, immediately activated her fruit power as soon as she saw the sudden appearance of footprints on the ground. 6 flower hands. Using the power of the Hana no Mi, Robin grew 6 arms from the deck and grabbed Absalom's feet. The freezing power brought by the manifestation of the demon god was also activated, pinning Absalom's feet to the deck. With Absalom's strength, it was nearly impossible to break free from Robin's control, enhanced by the power of the bull's charm, along with the MeetsNami and the manifestation of the demon god. This was Robin's capability after trying to combine her fruit power with the manifestation of the demon god. The arms created by the MeetsNami could perfectly exert the power of the demon god. Absalom, frozen in place, slowly became visible, and sweat began to bead on his forehead as he looked at the 3 of them, sensing that things were not going well. Just freeze him and throw him into the sea, Dao Xian said after taking a glance. In the world of One Piece, there are 2 characters he hates the most. One is Absalom, and the other is naturally Momonosuke. Since Absalom has fallen into his hands, he naturally shouldn't expect to survive. Chapter 50, Moonlight Moria, the terrifying 3-masted ship. The zombie bats frantically flew towards the castle, and as the zombie general Absalom was thrown into the sea, these bats responsible for scouting immediately flew back. Moria-sama, Moria-sama, what's wrong? In the castle, Moria looked at the zombie bats flying in from the window and asked. On this world's largest pirate ship, he was undoubtedly the king. Over the years, he had been constantly thinking about finding sufficiently powerful strength to defeat Kaido, to avenge the hatred of his companions who were killed by Kaido back then. The demon Oz and the dragon horse were his 2 great creations, but it was still not enough, far from enough. Whenever he thought of Kaido's monstrous power, Moria felt a sense of fear. He dared not confront him directly. Since being defeated by Kaido, Moria's spirit had completely diminished, and his observation and conqueror's haki had faded away. The only remaining armament haki was not something Moria was skilled at. He was now focusing all his energy on developing the abilities of the devil fruit and creating a zombie army. Lord Absalom has been thrown into the sea. What? Moria's eyes widened. As Absalom had been his subordinate for so many years, he could not just stand by. However, the enemy who could easily defeat Absalom was definitely not simple. Go inform Perona and Hogback. No need to inform Hogback. Call all the zombies and zombie generals. After giving the order, Moria, with his big belly, hurriedly ran towards the shore. Although Absalom was a modified human with strong vitality, he could not withstand being in the water for long. Plus, as a devil fruit user, if he was left alone, he would likely be gone soon. On the other side, Dao Xian brought Nami and Robin onto the terrifying 3-masted ship. As soon as they stepped onto the ship, they were greeted by a vast graveyard. Stepping on the damp soil, Nami showed a hint of discomfort. Here, could it be the people who went missing in the Misty Sea are buried? Robin said with a thoughtful expression. Nami's face turned fearful. The eerie environment indeed scared her a bit. Robin, stop scaring Nami, Dao Xian said helplessly. Hearing Robin speak, he knew her dark nature had surfaced. These are zombies buried here. However, these are zombies created by Moria's fruit ability, not the kind of zombies you might be imagining. Nami's expression improved a little. Woo woo woo. From the desolate mounds, some mournful cries emerged. Some tattered zombies crawled out of the graves. These zombies were the first line of defense for the terrifying 3-masted ship. Upon seeing living people arrive, these ordinary zombies followed Moria's orders and crawled out of the graveyard to scare and attack the enemies. Robin, use salt, Dao Xian instructed Robin beside him. Most of these were shadows of pirates, but there were also some shadows of guards for merchant caravans. As for ordinary people, they were not worth much. Dao Xian was just casually helping to liberate them. Robin nodded. 60 wheel flowers bloom. With the enhancement of the cow talisman, Robin unleashed a quantity she had never used before. Previously, using 20 wheelflowers bloom once would nearly exhaust her stamina. However, now even 60 wheelflowers bloom only consumed a third of her stamina. Moreover, the cow talisman also enhanced stamina recovery. Ugh, dozens of zombies had their mouths wide open, with arms sprouting from their shoulders or chests. Just as Robin was about to sprinkle salt, a loud noise suddenly came. Thud, 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 accompanied by the sound of footsteps and trees being knocked down. A giant, resembling a demon and standing 7 meters tall, suddenly appeared before them, pushing aside nearby trees. Moria-sama, Moria-sama. The zombies that were controlled cried out Moria's name as if they had found savior. Robin frowned and stopped sprinkling salt. Using those arms, she twisted the zombies' joints to temporarily immobilize them. Was it you who threw Absalom into the sea? Moria's sharp voice contained a hint of anger. He was someone who valued his companions highly, and Absalom was a partner he recognized. There were hardly any companions left who survived from Kaido. He could not tolerate anyone who dared to harm Absalom. Although Absalom had not lost his life yet, if he could not be saved in time, it would be no different from dying. Yes, Dao Xian stepped forward and replied to Moria. Although he had the system's defense, he would still choose to take action in low-risk situations to familiarize himself with and integrate the abilities from the blind boxes. Given his current strength, Moria was undoubtedly a very good opponent. Then I'll kill you first and then go rescue Absalom. Moria laughed in anger, thinking that after being defeated by Kaido, he had become a character that anyone could bully. He was very clear about the strong ones in this sea. There was definitely no one like this one. 75-meter-tall boy in front of him. Compared to Moria's massive size, Dao Xian indeed looked like a child. Moria-sama, victory is certain. Moria-sama, victory is certain. The zombies beside them, although losing their ability to move, still shouted in support. The scheming Robin instantly took action again, and a large number of arms suddenly sprouted, filling the zombies' mouths with dirt. Ugh! The zombies instantly became onlookers. On the other side, the battle between Dao Xian and Moria had also begun. Shadow Mage. Moria's shadow transformed into a warrior that would not be harmed and was not afraid of death, striking down at Dao Xian with a heavy punch. The Shadow fruit was a very powerful fruit that could create an assistant with the same strength and connection to the user's mind. This meant that the strength of the created puppet entirely depended on the user's own strength. Unfortunately, ever since he was defeated by Kaido, Moria had been pursuing stronger zombies over the years and neglected to improve his own strength. Or rather, he knew that relying solely on himself, he would never be able to defeat Kaido. Come on. Facing Moria's Shadow Mage, Dao Xian appeared extremely pleased. At this moment, Dao Xian had not fully transformed into the empty self form, but had only manifested the belt from within his body. In this form, he could utilize the powers of the demon god manifestation and talismans, which was enough for Dao Xian. Chapter 51. Moria's Tender Moments General Ice Lance. One of the two secret techniques of the demon god manifestation. A large amount of cold air spreads out from the belt, causing ice sculptures to suddenly appear, either utilizing trees or soil. Following that, under the influence of the demon god manifestation, essence of demons, these sculptures are revived, transforming into ice knights charging forward. Summoned beings clashing against summoned beings. The Imperial Tool, Demon God Manifestation. Essence of demons not only creates ice but also controls it. If understood in terms of devil fruits, it is undoubtedly a higher level fruit compared to Akiji's ice fruit. After all, Akiji can only create ice and freeze people, while the demon god manifestation can manipulate ice to act according to its will. Besides elementalization, the demon god manifestation undoubtedly counters Akiji perfectly. Facing the Shadow Mage's attacks, these Ice Knights show no fear and charge forward. The Shadow Mage's attack power is formidable. Each blow can shatter the bodies of these Ice Knights. But Dao Xian is continuously providing precise support from his side. The injured Ice Knights, replenished by the energy of the demon god manifestation, keep absorbing moisture from the air to recover their bodies. In this vast ocean, the humidity is abundant. These more than 10 Ice Knights play a powerful role, entangling the Shadow Mage helplessly. Just as Dao Xian's Ice Knights and Moria's summoned beings are locked in a fierce battle, Moria's reinforcements arrive. Hundreds or thousands of various animals and human zombies rush towards Dao Xian and Nami. Ice Age. Robin recalls Akiji's strongest move from her memories and recreates it with the power of the demon god manifestation. Guided by the front, a violent cold air bursts forth, instantly reducing hundreds of zombies to less than 5, and each of these is an elite among zombies. They're the generals of the zombies. Nami also instantly transforms into her empty self and rushes forward. Dao Xian just glances at them and no longer pays them any attention. He is very confident in their safety. With their gains in the blind box, Moria might still be able to defeat the two of them, but these zombie generals are not qualified enough. Damn it, Moria's heart is filled with frustration. Ever since he lost to Kaido, he came here to recuperate, thinking about creating a zombie army to fight against Kaido. However, he never expected that this sudden powerful opponent would almost completely destroy his zombie army. This undoubtedly is a huge blow to him, proving that his zombie army is simply no match for strong opponents. Meanwhile, Dao Xian takes action. The powers of the chicken, rabbit, and cow talismans simultaneously transmit from his belt throughout his body. Combined with the strength he gained after enhancing his empty self with the belt, he delivers a heavy kick directly to Moria's large belly. Bang! Moria is instantly kicked dozens of meters away, crashing through multiple trees and landing heavily on the ground. This strike did not even include the sealing energy of the empty self. Otherwise, that kick would probably have been enough to make Moria explode on the spot. However, this Moria feels exceptionally weak to Dao Xian. He thinks of Lao Sha and then looks back at Moria, suddenly feeling that Lao Sha is much stronger than Moria. It is no wonder that he is at the bottom among the 7 warlords and was easily taken down by the fishman Jinbei, who is also a 7 warlord. During the upcoming Marineford War, Moria-sama, a little Gothic-style loli, calls out loudly while rushing towards Moria. Occasionally, she releases several things that Dao Xian is very familiar with. Negative ghosts released by the ghost fruit. Those hit by this will fall into a negative state, allowing others to slaughter them. This is precisely the superhuman-type devil fruit from One Piece. Of course, this is a name Dao Xian came up with himself. Strictly speaking, there are only 3 categories of devil fruits: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. However, there are differences within Zoan, such as ordinary, ancient, and mythical types. Similarly, there are differences within Paramecia. For example, Luffy's Gum Gum fruit, which allows the user's body to turn into a certain material, Dao Xian names as a superhuman-type superhuman fruit. Other examples include Katakuri's Mochi fruit, Queen's Paste fruit, Bonnie's Cutting fruit, and Bellamy's Spring fruit, all of which belong to this type. Then there are the superpower fruits represented by the Shock fruit. This type of fruit is easy to understand. The user does not undergo any changes themselves, but gains an additional ability. Most Paramecia users belong to this type. Finally, there is Dao Xian's most powerful and outrageous rule type, Devil Fruit. As the name suggests, within its rules, it can almost ignore the gap in strength. If used well, an ordinary person might defeat an admiral. Representative examples include Foxy the Silver Fox's Slow Fruit, the Fun Fruit, and Perona's Ghost Fruit. Facing these negative ghosts, Dao Xian finds it quite challenging to deal with them. However, he knows that the best way to counter these types of fruit users is to attack their physical body directly. Floating Cloak. Dao Xian silently issues a command to the cloak, which immediately takes on a cape-like appearance and flies out towards Perona. Perona is wrapped up like a large zongzi, and the negative ghosts instantly dissipate without anyone to control them. Dao Xian uses the telekinetic power of the chicken talisman to float up and flies to Moria's front. Stop! Moria, who has just barely recovered from the previous strike, quickly shouts for a halt. At this moment, Moria's Moonlight Pirates are almost entirely wiped out by Dao Xian. However, Dao Xian has not even had to transform. Who exactly are you? Moria's expression appears quite innocent at this moment. Dao Xian strokes his chin and replies, I am a mysterious merchant. I accidentally opened a barrel while wandering into the misty sea, and here you are. Moria is instantly speechless. All this trouble was caused by him. However, it seems reasonable. He hunted down those who wandered into the misty sea so naturally. There would come a day when he would flip the script. In Dao Xian's words, even if he didn't come today, Luffy would come in a couple of years anyway. Moria, who has been completely wiped out, finally comes to his senses and reveals a hint of the spirit he once had when he dared to challenge Kaido. Respected mysterious merchant, what is your purpose? If you are here for me, please spare my subordinates. Moria looks at Perona with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Seeing Moria's words, Dao Xian also feels his care for his crew. No wonder that even after the Moonlight Pirates got scattered, Perona and Absalom still remembered their captain. People are never flat. Moria has his bad side, but he also has his good side. However, for Dao Xian, the greatest value still lies in him as a person. The blind boxes opened by strong individuals often contain better things, and Dao Xian is also very curious about what this once formidable challenger of Kaido can draw from him. Open the blind box. Open the blind box, and pay enough ransom, and I will spare you and your subordinates. Chapter 52. Moria's first blind box. Open the blind box? To be honest, the concept of a blind box has really never appeared in the world of One Piece, and Moria looked completely bewildered. Coupled with his massive physique, it was quite comical. Dao Xian briefly explained it, and Moria instantly understood. A merchant wandering through countless worlds? Dao Xian's status suddenly gained importance in his eyes. But the most crucial reason was still that Dao Xian had easily defeated him. Strong individuals do not need to lie to the weak. This was his confidence from once being a strong person. Dao Xian didn't need to lie to him. If he needed money, Dao Xian could simply kill him. And this terrifying 3-masted ship, along with its treasures, would naturally belong to him. All of this clearly indicated that what Dao Xian said was true. A small blind box could yield power, lifespan, or wealth. What enticing treasure that was. Then let us use all my treasures to open the blind box. At this moment, Moria revealed the decisive nature unique to strong individuals. The reason he pursued a zombie army was that he knew it was absolutely impossible to defeat Kaido, relying solely on his own strength. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Only those who have truly faced him know the might of the 4 emperors. Just thinking about the scenes of being slaughtered by Kaido made Moria shudder. Would this blind box from the countless worlds yield something that could help him defeat Kaido? Moria didn't know, but he was willing to take a gamble. Seeing Moria's decisiveness, Dao Xian nodded in appreciation. At this moment, Dao Xian activated his investigative abilities to check Moria's wealth. 800 million berries? Converting all treasures, berries, and valuable items into corresponding berry wealth through the system. Dao Xian gasped. Moria was the richest pirate he had seen so far. However, considering that Moria had occupied the ship, which was like an island, for 8 years, it made sense. After all, Crocodile had only been in Alabasta for a year and had already amassed several hundred million in wealth. Even if Moria wasn't good at business, after so many years of plundering, having 800 million in wealth didn't seem too far-fetched. 4,400 bronze blind boxes, 44 silver blind boxes. Moria, are you sure you want to exchange them? Dao Xian followed a certain merchant tradition and confirmed one last time. Moria nodded, even temporarily disregarding Absalom, who as a modified person could hold on for a while longer. The rule was to open bronze first, then silver. Should they open here or go to the castle? Looking at the surroundings, Dao Xian felt that this eerie forest didn't seem suitable. Follow me to the castle. This place isn't fitting for the great mysterious merchant's identity. Moria finally recovered from shock, stood up, dusted himself off, and let out a strange laugh as he led Dao Xian, Robin, and Nami towards the castle. As for the zombies, Moria didn't pay them any mind. A group of weak zombies were no match for Dao Xian and his companions. Ever since Dao Xian revealed his origins, Moria had already decided to give up all the zombies except for the zombie generals. These ordinary zombies couldn't withstand even a single blow from a strong person. What was the point of their existence? After walking down the eerie forest path for a few minutes, the group finally arrived at Moria's castle. Perona, go instruct the chef to prepare some delicious food to entertain our esteemed guests. Yes, Lord Moria. Perona let out a sharp, lowly voice. While angrily glancing at Dao Xian before turning to leave, Dao Xian naturally paid no attention to the little lowly Perona. For no other reason, she wasn't his type. The zombie general led by Dracule stood aside, and Dao Xian wasted no time, directly taking away all of Moria's treasures. Then, with a wave of his hand, 4,400 bronze blind boxes formed a small mountain nearly the same size as Moria, placed on the ground. Seeing this miraculous scene, Moria had no doubts left in his heart. Please. With Dao Xian's invitation, Moria began his box opening journey. Dao Xian naturally placed the most importance on the first blind box, Nami and Robin, who had been following Dao Xian for some time, also knew that the chances of getting good items from the first blind box were the highest and gathered around to watch. The small blind box was only the size of Moria's finger in his hand, forcing him to directly break open the blind box. With the ceiling of the first bronze blind box broken, a skill scroll from the Naruto world appeared before everyone. Robin's expression remained unchanged. She had opened many good items and was not envious of this one. Nami, however, looked enviously, thinking back to when she opened blind boxes. She had such bad luck. Apart from the golden items from the silver blind box, most of the other things were basically useless. Oh, the skill from a blind box was unexpectedly good in Dao Xian's eyes. Worthy of showing in an image, Dao Xian waved his hand, and an image appeared above the scroll. 2 ninjas dressed somewhat like those from Wano were fighting in the image, instantly capturing Moria's attention. Moria's expression suddenly turned extremely excited, which puzzled Dao Xian, reminding him of the speculations about Moria's identity on forums before his crossing. Moonlight Moria, or perhaps Kazuki Moria? Dao Xian vaguely guessed Moria's background. In the image, one ninja with a ponytail manipulated a shadow to transform into an infinitely extending arm that reached straight for the neck of the opposing ninja, directly choking him to death. Secret technique. Shadow, binding neck technique. This was the ability contained within the scroll. The person who obtains this ability would be able to directly manipulate their shadow to attack enemies. At this point in the introduction, Dao Xian suddenly fell silent. It seemed that Moria himself could control shadows to attack enemies, and this ability didn't seem particularly useful for him. However, Moria thought differently. He noticed the difference between the secret technique and his shadow fruit. When he attacked enemies, his shadow fruit manifested as a physical entity, meaning that when his shadow could attack the enemy could also directly attack his shadow. But the person in the image seemed to be using the shadow's intangible form to directly attack the enemy. If he mastered this ability, could he make his shadow become a shadow warrior that only he could hit, while others couldn't retaliate at all? Chapter 53. Moria? Belial? Truly a mysterious merchant. The first blind box turned out to be such a great help for his fruit ability. Moria looked at Dao Xian with even more respect. The strong rule. And those who can make others stronger are the kings among kings. Seeing that Moria didn't seem to question the scroll, Dao Xian quickly glossed over it. Moria was not in a rush to use it. There were still so many bronze blind boxes left unopened. He called over the zombie generals standing by to help him open them. As for the following bronze blind boxes, Dao Xian lost interest in watching, planning to explain once Moria opened something good. A steel tang knife, a desert eagle with 500 rounds of ammunition. As the trash items piled up, Moria's disappointment became hard to hide. However, under Dao Xuan's assertion that good items were in the silver blind boxes, Moria persisted in opening the blind boxes. It took an hour to open 400 bronze blind boxes, and with the efforts of the zombie generals and Moria, they finally finished. These 400 bronze blind boxes were utterly disappointing. Apart from the first one, the rest were all junk. Although Moria's gaze remained respectful, Dao Xian felt a bit embarrassed himself. Others had at least some decent items from their bronze blind boxes, but Moria, who opened the most, had the worst luck. However, as a mysterious merchant, Dao Xian couldn't lose his composure. He immediately said seriously, Moria's luck isn't great. Out of 400 bronze blind boxes, apart from the first one, there wasn't a single good item. Taking the initiative, Dao Xian attributed the lack of good items to Moria himself, then continued. However, every silver blind box is a treasure. Even the worst is better than bronze. I believe the items in the silver blind boxes won't disappoint you. After hearing Dao Xuan's remarks, Moria adjusted his mindset and focused on the 44 silver blind boxes that Dao Xian brought out. During the box opening, delicious food was already served on the table. Dao Xian was also unreserved in enjoying the food. Thanks to his food cell ability, as long as there was delicious food, his body would become even stronger. It was under the enhancement of the food cell, Captain America's serum, and the void strengthening that Dao Xian was able to defeat Moria with a single kick. Thanks to the support of talismans. It must be said, Moria may be weak, but it depends on whom he is compared to. With Moria's strength on this sea, he was still strong enough to crush the vast majority of ordinary people. Only someone like Dao Xian could defeat him with one kick. Moria, harboring hatred for Kaido and the hope that he could find something in the blind boxes to defeat Kaido, opened the first silver blind box. One magical bean which, when consumed, could restore all injuries and regenerate severed limbs, but couldn't cure diseases. Dao Xian took a glance and lazily introduced it. Having seen many blind boxes, if the items weren't particularly good, Dao Xian couldn't muster any interest, and naturally, he didn't need to say much about magical beans. However, Moria carefully kept the magical beans safe, as it was too small compared to his size. If he wasn't careful, he might lose it. What seemed trivial in Dao Xuan's eyes was completely different for Moria. This magical bean was equivalent to a life. As long as he wasn't up against an overwhelmingly strong enemy, how could he fight against an opponent with 2 lives when he only had 1? Explosive Talismans X100. A complete manual of basic physical techniques from Konoha, with 5 consecutive items. Dao Xian explained them without enthusiasm. There was no way to be lively without good items. Just as Dao Xian yawned, the 7th silver blind box finally yielded a good item. A skill scroll from the Naruto world suddenly appeared, and even Moria knew that it must contain something good. The previous secret technique, Shadow Neck Binding Technique, was a great supplement to his Shadow Fruit ability. So what kind of power was hidden in this scroll? Dao Xian waved his hand, and a plump figure appeared on the screen. The figure seemed to make a gesture and instantly inflated to more than 3 times its size, transforming into a giant. This ability seemed quite powerful. Moria finally became happy. With so many silver blind boxes left, he had already gotten something good, and anything else he got would just be a bonus. Of course, what he thought was a bonus was just his assumption. The system would never lose. Also, as a secret technique, it must be said, Moria, your luck doesn't seem as bad as I imagined. Secret techniques, as special ninjutsu, are either extremely powerful or very unique. The secret technique in this scroll is called the multiplication technique, which, when used, can make one's body grow larger and stronger. But it consumes a lot of stamina. It may not be suitable for prolonged battles, but the power will be significantly enhanced after transformation. In Dao Xuan's eyes, this ability was like a legendary version of the heaven and earth ability, yet still quite powerful, especially when given to a giant like Moria, a 7-meter giant combined with this multiplication technique and a devilish appearance. My goodness, this isn't Moria. This is Belial, Dao Xian thought to himself. Moria, of course, didn't he have such thoughts. He was just happy to have gained 2 powerful abilities, and the ambition that had been extinguished by Kaido seemed to slowly reignite. With these 2 abilities, perhaps he could defeat Kaido? This point is still uncertain, but Moria's strength would definitely increase significantly. Putting aside these thoughts, Moria continued to open the blind boxes. Dao Xian was also intrigued by the multiplication technique, curious about what else Moria could get from the next blind boxes. Especially since he was very familiar with the feud between Moria and Kaido. Imagining the scene where Moria transformed into a giant and fought Kaido made him very curious. However, relying solely on these 2 abilities was not enough for Moria to challenge Kaido. He still needed to see what other items the upcoming blind boxes could yield. 8 Extremes, Fist X1. Basic Lightness, Skill X1. Following that, 16 consecutive silver blind boxes yielded 2 skill scrolls. One was the 8 Extremes Fist, a national martial art targeting vital points and aiding in power generation, and the other was a lightness skill from the martial arts world. However, without the support of internal energy, it would only increase agility at most. The 8 Extremes Fist, on the other hand, was quite useful. It could integrate the body's strength, allowing the same amount of power to be expressed more forcefully. However, since these 2 abilities weren't flashy enough, Dao Xian didn't show any images to explain them. The next silver blind box revealed a long unseen golden glow. Chapter 54. The IKA Mask and the God of Shadows, the golden light, immediately attracted everyone's attention. As the light faded, a mask that looked like a monstrous apparition appeared before the crowd, its expression resembling that of a grinning demon. Moria couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" The special golden light surely indicated something valuable, and Moria's heart instantly filled with anticipation. The design of the mask felt somewhat familiar to Dao Xian, but to avoid any inaccuracies that might damage his image, he glanced at the system's description. After confirming that the mask was indeed what he had imagined, he waved his hand to project an image above the mask. In the image, a dragon-like creature stood upright, its eyes emitting a red, malevolent glow. As it waved its hand, mysterious shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. These shadows quickly took on solid forms, becoming ninjas clad in black tight-fitting suits. These ninjas, fearless of death and loyal to their master, possessed intelligence and could autonomously execute their master's commands. After briefly showcasing the mask's function in the image, Dao Xian began to explain. Its name is the IKA Mask. Upon use, it grants access to a shadow space containing tens of thousands of shadow soldiers, which are the ninjas you just saw in the image. Dao Xian was surprised that this item could be considered a golden item. The combat power of these ninjas was merely that of cannon fodder in the world of One Piece. So how could it be classified as a golden item? Feeling bewildered inside, he maintained a composed expression. Moria, upon hearing the introduction, wore an excited expression, leading Dao Xian to suspect that this item might have some uses he hadn't considered. Moria became quite impatient, showing none of the calmness he usually exhibited when facing other abilities. He picked up the mask and directly placed it on his face. With a tearing sound, the mask seemed to merge with Moria's face. Shadow Mage. With an instinctual move, Moria first transformed his shadow into a solid form, then began to test the mask's abilities. The scene that appeared before Dao Xian was that Moria suddenly unleashed the Shadow Mage, and then he seemed to vanish from his original spot like a shadow, leaving only the Shadow Mage standing still. After disappearing for a few minutes, the Shadow Mage suddenly vanished, and Moria reappeared in front of them. This ability? Dao Xian quickly understood that Moria had found a new way to utilize the IKA Mask, and he couldn't help but praise, "Moria, you're quite quick at mastering the abilities of this mask." Hee. The items in the blind boxes of the great mysterious merchant are truly amazing, Moria respectfully replied. This mask has provided me with a space that only shadows can enter. I tried to put myself inside the space and found that aside from the lack of air, everything else is quite similar to the real world. As long as I keep my shadow or the shadow soldiers outside, I won't lose my way. And with the Shadow Mage, I can freely travel between the 2 spaces. Dao Xian pretended to nod calmly. Not bad, you're grasping it quite well. However, inside, he felt a storm of emotions. Indeed, one should not underestimate the combat intelligence of these powerful beings. The shadow soldiers in this world were merely cannon fodder, and Moria could summon hundreds with a wave of his hand. However, the combat power of these ninjas might not even surpass that of his zombie soldiers. Yet for Moria, the value of the mask lay not in these soldiers, but in the shadow space they inhabited. Theoretically, this space could only be entered by magical beings like the shadow ninjas, but Moria, having consumed the shadow fruit, successfully entered it. If not for the lack of air, Moria would essentially be a shadow version of a formidable force. Utilizing the shadow mage, Moria could switch positions between the two spaces at any time. As long as Moria was unharmed, the shadow mage would be an immortal presence. Goodness. Moria's difficulty level had now increased tenfold. His only vulnerabilities were that he had to come out to breathe every few minutes and the issue of his shadow's lethality. If he could solve these two problems, Moria would become the most terrifying enemy on these seas. A fearsome opponent who could attack his enemies while they were completely unable to retaliate. Dao Xian had mentally elevated Moria's threat level significantly, but on the surface he remained nonchalant, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Moria misinterpreted Dao Xuan's expression, taking it as a sign that such abilities were very common across the myriad worlds, deepening his sense of awe. Next, Moria continued his box opening process. However, after a stroke of good luck often comes a downer, and Moria was no exception. Since obtaining the IKA mask, the subsequent silver blind boxes had completely fallen into the abyss of bad luck. He didn't open anything useful, mostly just consumables, with the only good item being some magical beans. However, Moria did not feel disappointed. The 800 million berries he spent to acquire the IK mask, along with various physical techniques and 2 secret techniques, Shadow Head Binding Technique, was worth it. Once Moria fully digested these gains, he decided to challenge Kaido again. As for whether he could seize Kaido's position as one of the 4 emperors, Moria was not entirely confident. But he knew that at this moment, he was at his most hopeful, especially with the existence of the shadow space. With the ability to fight or retreat, he was already in an undefeated position. After opening all the blind boxes, Moria suddenly remembered his subordinates who had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He hurriedly said, "Great mysterious merchant, I wonder if I can go save my subordinate, Absalom, the one with the lion face." Moria inquired of Dao Xian, who had become a figure of greater strength in his mind than Kaido. He didn't dare to take matters into his own hands, fearing to provoke Dao Xuan's displeasure. Dao Xian remained silent, nodding slightly in agreement. Speaking at this moment would only undermine his image. Moria now showed great respect in both words and actions toward him. Allowing him not to save his subordinate seemed to damage his own image. "Thank you, great mysterious merchant, Lord Dao Xian." After expressing his gratitude, Moria quickly called over a few people to rescue Absalom, with the zombie bats leading the way, ensuring they wouldn't get lost. Having exhausted all his wealth, Dao Xian also did not intend to linger here. Moreover, Nami had just obtained the nearest route out of the fog. This fog could no longer obstruct their path. Chapter 55, The Gathering Storm at Sabati. "Nami, Robin, let's go." Dao Xian glanced at Moria, who no longer appeared dispirited and seemed to have regained some of his former glory. He said to Nami and Robin beside him, refusing Moria's request to see them off. They left the terrifying 3-masted ship and returned to the Thousand Sunny. Their next destination was the Sabati archipelago. Departure. "Absalom, you're already a modified human. Why are you still thinking about getting married every day?" Looking at Absalom, who had just been awakened and was lying in bed, Moria said with a hint of helplessness. He had just learned the reason for Absalom's eagerness to meet his prey. After the failed challenge against Kaido, the Moonlight Pirates suffered 90 casualties. At that time, Absalom was practically half dead, with most of his bodily functions failing. Thanks to the shadow fruit, he managed to survive. However, Absalom lost some of his abilities as a result. It seemed that because of this, his once normal subordinate had become quite perverted, obsessed with using the transparent fruit's abilities to violate women. "I can't do it. What a terrifying woman." Lying in bed, Absalom seemed to be haunted by Robin's freezing ability, trembling at the mere mention of women. His near-death experience had seemingly extinguished any interest he had in women. At this moment, Moria momentarily set aside his concern for Absalom. He was now preparing to regain his own haki while familiarizing himself with his new abilities. The battle against Kaido was his most important goal right now. Whether for revenge for his fallen comrades or to conquer the nightmare in his heart, this battle was inevitable. Moreover, with the existence of the shadow space, he had the initiative in this battle and could choose to fight or retreat. "Absalom, prepare the ship. We're heading to Wano." Moria's expression was solemn, a look Absalom hadn't seen in 8 years. Watching his captain finally regain his confidence, Absalom couldn't help but nod. Not only was Moria the captain, but he too remembered the hatred between them and Kaido. Now that the captain had regained his confidence, Absalom vowed to stand by him to the death. On the Grand Line, on the island of Baltigo, the current Revolutionary Army base. Baltigo was a very desolate island, surrounded by yellow sand and mud, with no civilians living there, and few trees and animals. Both the Navy and pirates rarely passed through here, which is why it was chosen as the base by the Revolutionary Army. In a house surrounded by a few trees, a man with a scar-like tattoo on his face listened to the report from the Okama king, Ivankov. A mysterious merchant from the multiverse? Dragon pondered silently the significance of such a merchant to the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to show Dragon the revolutionary book he had obtained. Flipping through it, Ivankov pulled out the book from his tight pants and handed it to Dragon. Dragon glanced at the cover, and the words on it shook his heart, making his expression instantly serious. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he always appeared to have everything under control in front of his subordinates. But only he knew that sometimes he too would feel lost. How should this revolutionary path be walked? Where is he? Dragon felt a strong impulse to meet the mysterious merchant. He had said his next stop was the Sabati archipelago. Ivankov shared the information he had with Dragon, having anticipated his reaction. He had felt the same shock when he saw the book. As comrades with a shared ideology, their common goal was to overthrow the world government led by the celestial dragons. However, how to do it and unite the oppressed masses was a series of questions. This mysterious merchant, able to traverse the multiverse, intrigued them. Did this force, called revolution, exist across the multiverse? With this purpose in mind, Dragon set off alone for the Sabati archipelago. As the owner of the wind fruit, he possessed the power of wind, which meant he had the convenient ability to fly, perfect for traveling alone. At Marineford, two old men fiercely battled each other over the sea. What a thrill! Carp's iron fist collided with Zephyr's black arm, their powerful hockey even causing a change in the weather as the clouds above appeared to form two opposing forces, pouring down from the sky to the sea. Hockey is not just a physical power, it is also a spiritual power. A strong person is strong in spirit, and once their spirit is defeated, they become weak. Zephyr, your arm was restored by the mysterious merchant, right? Carp laughed heartily, feeling particularly joyful to see his longtime friend finally overcome his regrets. Zephyr also laughed heartily, exchanging a few more punches with Carp, feeling the strength of his newly restored arm. Remembering Dao Xian's words, Zephyr's resolve to reform the Navy strengthened, with the primary goal of protecting civilians. He aimed to establish a Navy that represented his sense of justice. Over the years, he had trained many capable Navy personnel, but after losing his arm, he had also lost his faith. With the restoration of his arm, Zephyr's faith returned, and with this newfound prestige, he intended to reshape the Navy into the form he envisioned. On the coast, the Marines were fulfilling their duties guarding Marineford. Oh no, that old man's arm actually healed. A man wearing a yellow striped coat and speaking with a slurred tongue expressed his surprise. He had only gone to handle some matters regarding the celestial dragons, and upon returning, Zephyr's arm had healed, and Carp was wearing a weapon that looked extraordinary. Kizara knew something significant must have happened in these past few days. However, although he and Zephyr never saw eye to eye, deep down, he still respected Zephyr, having dedicated his life to the Marines and trained countless elite soldiers. Zephyr's recovery was undoubtedly good news for the Navy. Currently, the Navy's strength was not strong, with a significant gap in its core forces, all stemming from that massacre. For this reason, the Marines held a deep hatred for Whitebeard too. Chapter 56, What is Justice? However, these matters have nothing to do with Kizaru. Although he is an admiral, Kizaru, unlike a Kainu who is extreme or Akiji who has his own judgments, only follows the standard justice of the Navy. As long as he gets paid on time, Kizaru will obey the Navy's orders and carry out tasks from his superiors, without any personal thoughts. Or perhaps, that is his sense of justice. Lacking his own sense of justice, he adheres to the justice of others. In Sengoku's office, is Gecko Moria from the Seven Warlords heading to Wano? Looking at the intelligence sent by the Navy, Sengoku murmured, "What does Moria intend to do?" Sengoku found Moria's actions a bit confusing, but theoretically, the Seven Warlords and the Navy have a cooperative relationship and are not bound by the Navy at any other time except during the world government's force summons. Unable to understand, Sengoku ordered the Navy to continue monitoring the movements of the Seven Warlords before passing the information to the little sheep beside him. Sengoku, how can you let that mysterious merchant roam the seas so recklessly? Akainu burst through the door and shouted at Sengoku. Just moments ago, he had learned about Sengoku's intention to send elite Navy forces to Alabasta, but for Akainu, he was not unhappy about the Navy's increasing power. Even if their ideologies clash, they're all part of the Navy. However, Sengoku allowing a merchant who sells magical items to roam these seas is something he cannot tolerate. If it were him, he would definitely capture this mysterious merchant. He absolutely cannot let the seas become more chaotic because of him. Sakazuki, mind your identity. You are speaking to the fleet admiral of the Navy. Sengoku retorted, not backing down. Among the three admirals, only Akainu would dare to speak to him like this. And besides disliking his style, the reason is that Sakazuki knows the Navy ultimately takes orders from the world government. And the person most favored by the world government is precisely the image that Akainu projects. Yes, Akainu has his own sense of justice as well. However, he knows that to execute his own justice, he must hold the highest power in the Navy, which is the position of Fleet Admiral. And for that, he needs to impress the Gorosei with his performance. After Sengoku retorted, he asked, "Do you know the background of the mysterious merchant?" Sakazuki tightened his lips. What background? The information Sakazuki received was not so comprehensive. He only understood that this was a merchant with magical items. He comes from a force called the Multiverse Trading Association, and according to him, they roam between various worlds, selling items from blind boxes. Multiverse? Sakazuki frowned. They haven't even explored their own world clearly. How could someone from the multiverse suddenly appear? I have a feeling his purpose is not that simple. Such magical items that can be bought with berries do not conform to logic. Sakazuki questioned. Sengoku also looked serious and said, "I have considered this as well. But if the Navy does not take action, we can only watch the pirate forces grow stronger. The existence of the Seven Warlords system is already a reluctant measure. Do you want to see a second Seven Warlords system emerge?" Akainu was momentarily speechless. With his temperament, he is the most opposed to the Seven Warlords system. If it weren't for the Navy being unable to contend with the wave of pirates brought by the Great Pirate Era, they would not have established the Warlord system to curb this wave. Perhaps the Navy would have completely retreated from the New World by now. Even so, the current New World only has the G5 branch as a base. In that case, I'll go see what kind of person this mysterious merchant is. His destination is the Sabaody Archipelago, right? Sakazuki thought for a moment and decided to go see what kind of person this mysterious merchant is himself. Moreover, this mysterious merchant wandering the seas is the most terrifying for the Navy. Completely uncontrollable. It would be better if he stayed in one place. The Kizaru at the door listened to everything. How interesting. Kizaru, this lazy monkey, is also showing interest in something for the first time. Since he has nothing to do recently, he plans to secretly follow Akainu to see what this mysterious merchant is up to. At sea, aboard the MTI, several black-clad ninjas were cleaning the ship, while Robin and Nami, wearing swimsuits specially purchased by Dao Xian, comfortably lounged on sun chairs, enjoying the sun. Watching the busy shadow ninjas, Nami couldn't help but praise. With them around, it's so much more convenient. Robin also nodded with a smile in agreement. Before the shadow ninjas appeared, the three of them were incredibly busy, not only cleaning, but also sailing and cooking. It was extremely hectic without any fun at all. Now it's different, other than cooking, which the shadow ninjas can't do. At other times, Nami just needs to occasionally redirect the ship's course. This allows the three of them to be freed from this busy work. By the way, Dao Xian, is the power used by your mysterious merchants also obtained from blind boxes? While chatting, Nami curiously asked. Dao Xian looked at Nami's eager eyes, and since Robin also seemed interested, he thought for a moment and revealed some information. The power of the mysterious merchants also comes from blind boxes, but we can't open blind boxes ourselves. Instead, we operate on a commission basis. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Nami and Robin's faces, Dao Xian explained in terms they could understand. In other words, for the items you get from blind boxes, I can also receive the same items in a certain quantity. Nami and Robin nodded, but they were not interested in deeper matters at the moment. At this point, Dao Xian suddenly thought about reviewing his own gains. Until now, he had saved up nearly 6 replication permissions for silver blind boxes. This means he has 6 more chances to choose. And right now, he has already acquired the Empty Eyes belt from Nami, as well as the Shadow Clone Technique and Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Carp's Iron Body and the Hand of Justice. But he hasn't had the opportunity to use the Hand of Justice yet, as he is primarily on the mage route overall. Chapter 57 plans for opening a store also. There are Smoker's Chakra Refining Technique and the Mist Hidden Technique, as well as Crocodile's Guard Crane Chakra. These are all the combat abilities he had acquired previously. However, After encountering the terrifying three-masted ship, he gained two more secret techniques, the multiplication technique and the Nara clan's secret techniques. As for the Ika mask, its effect on his combat power is not significant, and the shadow space is basically useless. The greatest utility of the mask lies with the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, who freed him from these busy daily chores. Currently, Dao Xian's power composition centers around the Kuangwa belt, absorbing the source of power from all realms to forge different forms. Of course, some abilities can be used in all forms. For instance, the talismans have been fully integrated with spiritual stones, allowing him to use their powers as long as he calls upon the belt. Moreover, Dao Xian feels that with further integration with the belt, he is getting closer to the Showa era's Kamen Rider, possessing strong combat power even in his daily form. Dao Xian believes that once he completely integrates, his abilities will be perfectly manifested regardless of transformation. Currently, besides the four forms of Kuangwa, Dao Xian has also accessed the chakra armor evolved from chakra. As for the world of One Piece, since Dao Xian has yet to come into contact with the power of devil fruits, it is still too early to develop a devil form. With the enhancement of 3 talismans, combined with the Kuangwa belt and his body strengthened by Captain America as serum and gourmet cells, Dao Xian's strength, when fully exerted, is no less than that of an admiral. Even without the system's protective shield, Dao Xian still has the ability to protect himself. However, for Dao Xian, this is still not enough. There are still many individuals in this world with comparable strength who can pose a threat to him. His power is far from sufficient. To become even stronger, he needs to continue opening boxes, especially high-quality blind boxes. Sabaody Archipelago, for pirates, is the only route to the second half of the Grand Line. Here, pirates travel through a coated ship to Fishman Island, 10,000 meters under the sea, and then head into the New World. On Sabaody, Island number 20, there's the most luxurious restaurant and tavern on the entire island. In the tavern, a notorious pirate whose fame has just echoed across the world appears. Cheers to Captain Ace's bounty reaching 200 million. Cheers! Cheers! The crew of the Spade Pirates cheers excitedly, while nearby pirates, upon hearing Ace's name, quickly avoid them. A bounty of 200 million is considered a major figure in these waters. After all, Crocodile's bounty is only about 80 million, even though he joined the 7 warlords early, preventing the Navy from raising his bounty. It still highlights the value of a 200 million bounty. Ace laughs heartily, raising his cup and drinking deeply. Outside the tavern, a Navy officer dressed in naval officer attire hurriedly rushes into the tavern with a line of Navy soldiers. Captain Ace, it's the Navy, with a hint of drunkenness. Ace casually responds, it's the Navy, so what? Facing Ace's provocation, the Navy officer remains unfazed, pulling out a document-like item and reading aloud, Pirate Ace. Currently a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, the world government recognizes your strength and reputation and invites you to take on the position of a warlord of the sea. Do you accept? It's an invitation to be a warlord of the sea. Ace's crew bursts into laughter, knowing their captain would never accept the Navy's invitation. This is their captain, whose dream is to become the Pirate King. The Conqueror's haki serves as proof of the captain's unwavering belief. A man with the qualities of a king will inevitably act in accordance with his beliefs. The Navy's expression is stern and unyielding. Since Ace is unwilling to join the Navy, they will proceed according to the normal process. Therefore, Ace's bounty will not stop at 200 million. The weather on Sabaody Archipelago is clear after several days of travel. The Kuangwa ship successfully arrives at the Sabaody Archipelago. Quietly disembarking from the port, this is a harbor guarded by the Navy, accepting all ships except pirates, of course, with a hefty docking fee. Where to? After walking around Sabaody with Dao, Xian, and Robin, Nami cheerfully asks, having spent too long on the ship and missing the islands. The ship can never provide the sense of security that an island does. Hearing Nami's words, Dao Xian ponders that selling blind boxes is definitely a must-here in Sabaody. However, aimlessly wandering around like before won't work. Such random selling will never maximize his profits. Opening a blind box store seems like a good choice. However, the biggest problem with opening a store is the Navy. The power brought by his blind boxes will inevitably cause chaos at sea, conflicting with the Navy's justice. The Navy will not allow him to do this. It seems that he will need to fight the Navy to safely open the store. For this, he needs to quickly open several powerful blind boxes to enhance his combat power before the Navy can react. If it weren't for Nami and Robin, the protection of the Xianguang system would suffice. But glancing at the 2 women beside him, who are smiling happily, Dao Xian feels that fighting the Navy for their sake is really nothing to worry about. Welcome everyone to the Great Routes Transfer Station, Sabaody Archipelago. I'm your guide. Yami, do you need anything? Just as Dao Xian and the two are strolling through the tourist street, a boy dressed in green short sleeves and shorts approaches them, his eyes bright with curiosity. Looking at Dao Xian's attire, Yami immediately marked them as wealthy individuals in his mind. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Dao Xian was not stingy with his belly. The combined cost of the clothes worn by him, Nami, and Robin was over 1 million belly, truly luxurious. Seeing this clever little boy, Dao Xian thinks that he might indeed need a guide in sobriety, especially regarding store operations. The guides, who rely on customer service for a living, would surely know the best. It would be very convenient to use them. With this need, Dao Xian pulls out 10,000 belly and waves it. Yami's eyes immediately light up. For a small guide like him, earning a few hundred belly in a day is already a significant gain. He has never seen such a huge tip of 10,000 belly. Don't worry, I, Yami, am not boasting. I know the environment and forces on Sabeti Archipelago like the back of my hand. Feel free to ask me anything. Yami promises, patting his chest. Dao Xian doesn't say much and hands the 10,000 belly to Yami before asking, Yami, if I were to open a store on this island, which area do you think would be most suitable? Dao Xian considers this a test of the little tour guide's abilities. If he can do it, Dao Xian wouldn't mind hiring a helper. Chapter 58. Dark King Rayleigh opening a shop? Those who can open a shop on Sabeti Archipelago are not simple people. The reason is simple. This island is a necessary route for lawless pirates heading to the New World, and conflicts among these pirates happen quite frequently. Ordinary people opening shops here are bound to encounter such incidents, with their shops suddenly suffering from unforeseen disasters, and they have no place to seek compensation, only able to accept their misfortune. However, shops opened by strong individuals or major powers here can be quite profitable, as pirates are not known for saving money. After seizing treasures, they often spend lavishly before continuing their lives of plunder. However, none of this concerns Yami. His main goal is to earn his guide fee. He wonders what kind of shop his customer wants to open. If it's a regular specialty shop or food-related, that's fine. Islands know. 70 and 40 have plenty of space for shops. Yami continues to elaborate. But what about shops dealing in weapons or other items? Dao Xian interrupts Yami's introduction and asks directly. Then, it would have to be on the islands in the lawless zone from number 1 to number 29. That area is dominated by underground forces and pirates, and even the Navy rarely intervenes there. Due to its importance, the Navy can't fully occupy the entire island of Sabeti. Thus, the Navy and other forces agreed to divide the territory by numbers, with the Navy occupying islands number 30 to 60, while islands no. 1 to 29 belong to the lawless zone. The lawless zone? This is the first time Dao Xian clearly understands the power divisions on Sabeti Archipelago. But it seems that all of this is a compromise. The Navy would love to cut off this route that continuously supplies strong pirates to the New World. But if the 4 emperors were to unite, the Navy could only retreat. Cutting off this route and severing the 4 emperors' supply of troops is something the 4 emperors would absolutely not allow. In this strange atmosphere, the Navy can only occupy half of the island, leaving the other half to run wild, maintaining a balance with the 4 emperors. However, for Dao Xian, having such a place is much better. Even the Navy wouldn't dare to act against Sabeti Archipelago for fear of provoking the 4 emperors to unite. His shop can only and will only be opened in this lawless zone. Take me to the lawless zone, Dao Xian says, seeing the cash in Dao Xian's hand. Yami nods. He is a native of this island and is very familiar with the terrain. Even the lawless zone doesn't pose much danger to him. With Yami leading the way, Dao Xian and his group arrive at a place Dao Xian finds increasingly familiar. Oh, it's Yami. Have you brought me new customers again? A very mature woman with a golden necklace around her neck and a cigarette in her mouth slowly walks out from behind the bar. The familiar appearance instantly triggers Dao Xian's memory. The name of the bar, Shaki's Bar, instantly reminds Dao Xian of where this place is, the residence of Rayleigh, the Dark King and first mate of Pirate King Roger. As for the relationship between Shaki and Rayleigh, whether they are lovers or married, Dao Xian is not quite sure. However, their relationship must be extraordinary, as she is a woman Rayleigh can entrust his life to. Yami secretly makes a gesture, and Shaki winks in acknowledgement. This is their agreed-upon signal indicating that this customer is a big spender and can be safely taken advantage of. What information do you want to know? Shaki asks with a smile, guiding them to sit down. Unaware of the situation, Nami speaks up. We want to open a shop in the lawless area of Sabeti and need a storefront. Do you know where would be suitable? Dao Xian rubs his nose, feeling like he is about to be conned. Shaki smiles, exhales smoke, and slowly says, 5 million berries for a 3-story small building of 200 square meters, The first floor could be used as a shop. To Dao Xian's surprise, the price isn't that steep. 5 million berries for such a building might seem like a bad deal elsewhere, but here it's quite a bargain, as long as they have the strength to protect the shop. Making back that 5 million profit is not difficult at all. This is still a normal business. And the profit from his blind boxes would be even higher. Just as Nami is about to negotiate, Dao Xian interrupts her. The price is quite reasonable. Can we go take a look? Young man, you are quite straightforward. Shaki smiles and praises Dao Xian. As an information dealer, she appreciates such straightforward customers. And since she finds these people somewhat pleasant, the price she offers is fair. If it were those unpleasant pirates, Shaki would have extorted them of every penny. Just as the bar's name suggests. Just as Shaki leads Dao Xian and his group outside, a silver-haired, bespectacled, handsome old man walks in. They brush past each other. Dao Xian's pupils constrict. Is this the Dark King Rayleigh? His battle instincts constantly remind him of Rayleigh's power. Young man, do you know me? Rayleigh asks with a smile. Leaning closer, Dao Xian's unusual reaction catches his attention. Could this stranger know his identity? A myriad of thoughts flashes through Dao Xian's mind in an instant, but ultimately, he decides to come clean. In terms of strength, he is not afraid of Rayleigh. And someone like Rayleigh, a strong figure, is exactly the customer he needs for his blind boxes. There's nothing wrong with revealing a bit. With that in mind, a mysterious smile appears on Dao Xian's face. Of course, everyone knows the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, right? The atmosphere seems to freeze for a moment. Just as Dao Xian reveals Rayleigh's identity, a powerful mental pressure attacks Dao Xian. It is Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. As a top-tier user of the 3 types of Haki in the world of One Piece, Rayleigh can already use Conqueror's Haki with pinpoint accuracy. The fact that this young man knows his identity makes Rayleigh's first reaction to try to knock him out with Conqueror's Haki, and then secretly interrogate him about how he knows his identity. Chapter 59 Prelude to opening the box facing Rayleigh's test. Dao Xian did not resist. A strong impact hit him, but it was directly blocked by the system's defense. Then, an equal force of Conqueror's Haki was completely returned to Rayleigh. This was the system's defense mechanism of equal return. Whatever force the enemy used to attack Dao Xian would be met with the same kind of counterattack. Rayleigh easily withstood this impact. After all, he hadn't used his full strength either, as it was just a test. This power? Rayleigh's expression changed slightly. This powerful Conqueror's Haki was almost on par with his own. When did such a young powerhouse appear on this sea? Who exactly are you? Rayleigh's face was heavy and serious, looking ready to strike at any moment. Beside him, Shaki also instantly assumed a combat stance, looking ready to act. In her prime, she was a famous pirate. Even though she was older now, she was not someone ordinary people could handle. Dao Xian wore a friendly smile, trying to ease Rayleigh's pressure. He did not intend to beat Rayleigh up. His purpose was still to sell blind boxes to Rayleigh, and starting off with violence was not appropriate at all. Don't be nervous. I'm just a blind box merchant. Let's sit down and chat. Watching Dao Xian make no defensive moves, Rayleigh slowly lowered his hostility, of course, because he placed Dao Xian on the same level as himself. Otherwise, a strong person would not talk equally with a weak one. Dao Xian and his group returned to the tavern and sat down. The already empty tavern became even more deserted after Shaki hung up the closed sign. Once seated, Dao Xian began to explain to Rayleigh and Shaki. I'm a blind box merchant from the myriad worlds. The so-called blind box refers to. Inside, there are resurrection items that can bring anyone back to life, as well as immortal pills that ensure eternal youth. Rayleigh's expression was one of shock, looking completely bewildered. Shaki beside him had a similar expression. Dao Xian's words left them feeling dizzy. Indeed, it was difficult for someone from one world to understand that there were countless worlds outside of their own, especially not one based on advanced technology. Rayleigh and Shaki automatically interpreted his words as him being a special merchant from outside their world who could sell all kinds of things, whether it be power, information, or special items. Even the deceased could be resurrected through him. Just as Rayleigh was about to ask how Dao Xian knew his identity, Dao Xian's sudden question blocked the question in his mind. Do you want to resurrect Roger? Dao Xian asked abruptly, curious about this question. He also wondered why Rayleigh didn't go to rescue Ace during the Marineford War in One Piece. A series of questions rushed to his mind, making Dao Xian a pirate fan, eager to know the answer. Upon hearing Dao Xian's question, a multitude of thoughts surged in Rayleigh's mind. After some contemplation, he replied, no, he has already achieved his perfect life. We have no need to disturb him. For Roger, becoming the Pirate King and initiating the Great Pirate Era, regardless of whether this era was good or bad for people, he had no regrets in death. His era had passed. There was no need for him to rise from the grave to stir up any more storms. This was the answer Rayleigh arrived at after thinking. Even with the resurrection drug, there was no need to bring back the legendary pirate King Roger, who had no regrets. Dao Xian was astonished and quickly understood that indeed, the era of the pirate king had passed. This era did not need a great pirate named Roger. If he were resurrected, the significance of the great pirate era he had opened would be lost. However, for Dao Xian, the most challenging part was that Rayleigh seemed to have no desires. This blind box might be a bit difficult to open. Undeterred, Dao Xian pressed on. Don't you have anything you want? Power, authority, beauty. Rayleigh laughed heartily and shook his head. At his age, he had no pursuit for these things. Even medicines to extend life were not that necessary for him. Most pirates on this sea had seen through life and death. They only sought temporary glory rather than long-lasting existence. Rayleigh's expression made Dao Xian feel like a mouse trying to pull a turtle with no way to proceed. I'm quite interested in that item that can ensure eternal youth. Just as Dao Xian was talking with Rayleigh, Shaki interjected. If she was uninterested in other things, then the item that could keep one youthful was different. It was something no woman could easily refuse. If she didn't care about this, she would look like a woman in her 30s despite being around the same age as Rayleigh. God knows how much she spent to maintain her youth. Most of the money she earned over the years had been invested in her upkeep. Shaki looked at Dao Xian with great interest, daring to claim that his blind box had anything, including items for eternal youth. This completely captured her attention, and the price was not too high. 200,000 berries for a bronze blind box was not a big deal for her. She and Rayleigh had been doing business on this island for so many years, and they had a bit of wealth. Those pirates who lost all their fortunes to her could attest to that. Hearing Shaki's words, Dao Xian silently gave himself a thumbs up. It was indeed a twist of fate. Rayleigh was unwilling to open boxes, but Shaki was eager, and could Rayleigh refuse her request? Obviously not. Rayleigh suddenly had a very bad feeling. The money he had saved over the years was about to be squandered. Let Rayleigh open the boxes for me. After all, I'm only interested in that eternal youth item. Let Rayleigh have a rest. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh and slowly said. Rayleigh's bad feeling was indeed confirmed. Upon hearing Shaki's words, he was about to say he had no money, but before he could speak, Shaki shot him a glare. Rayleigh's face instantly turned bitter. The pocket money he had saved over the years to comfort little girls and gamble was about to be wiped out. He couldn't help but glare at Dao Xian, then reluctantly said, then let's open. 100 bronze blind boxes and 1 silver blind box. Shaki casually replied, make it 10 times that amount. Rayleigh struggled desperately. I don't have that much money. At a crucial moment, Dao Xian stepped up. His eyes could see the wealth others possessed, and Rayleigh's financial status was entirely visible to him. Rayleigh's wealth was just enough to open 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes. Chapter 60. Opening boxes. Dao Xian still left a little pocket money for Rayleigh, with a total of 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes amounting to approximately 220 million berries. According to Dao Xian's investigation, Rayleigh's net worth was about 250 million berries, and Dao Xian even left him 30 million berries as private savings. At this moment, Shachi was giving Rayleigh a death stare. Faced with this gaze, Rayleigh instantly felt less animosity towards Dao Xian. At least Dao Xian had left him 30 million berries as private savings. The most wonderful part was that Dao Xian helped him launder this 30 million berries. When this matter passed, Shachi would definitely think that he had no private savings left, and that would be when he could truly indulge. Just thinking about the group of young girls in the Joy Street of Sabeti Archipelago made Rayleigh feel invigorated. Shall we give a try? Dao Xian had said he could directly deduct berries, which was one of the reasons Rayleigh was willing to believe him. If he really had such an ability, Dao Xian could easily steal his wealth. Therefore, since Dao Xian had this ability and did not do so, it indicated that what he said was likely true. In fact, all of Dao Xian's previous words only made Rayleigh have a slight belief. He did not fully trust him. However, considering that the cost of trying was not high, a blind box only cost 200,000 berries, and even if he lost that amount, it was basically a negligible loss for Rayleigh and Shachi. But if what Dao Xian said was true, then it would be a big deal. A merchant who could walk between worlds was of immense significance to their world. Once the world learned of his existence, he would possess an attraction greater than the great treasure. Everything that just happened was more of a tacit cooperation between Rayleigh and Shachi. In reality, their goal was still to investigate the authenticity of the mysterious merchant's words. Once it was confirmed that Dao Xian's words were true, they would need to prepare early to welcome this great change. Dao Xian, of course, was unaware of what they were thinking, but he didn't care. As long as he could sell blind boxes, with more and more people opening them, his power would soon surpass everyone in the Pirate King world. Moreover, it would be powerful beyond their imagination. At that time, whether to roll or flatten things would be entirely at his discretion. Shall we start? Rayleigh nodded, and a sensation of diminishing wealth surged in his heart. This was the system's special ability. While deducting wealth, it also made the owner aware of the occurrence. Rayleigh immediately confirmed the authenticity of Dao Xian's words in his heart and nodded at Shachi, using their way of communication to inform her of this matter. Dao Xian did not notice these details. Instead, he first extracted 100 bronze blind boxes and placed them on the table, and then joined Nami, Robin, and a little tour guide Yami as onlookers. Ever since he learned that the handsome old man he knew was actually the legendary Great Pirate, he had fallen into a state of admiration. Rayleigh had lived on this island for over a decade, and his father was quite familiar with Rayleigh, which was why he brought the guests to this tavern. Seeing this grandfather he knew was actually the legendary Great Pirate, Yami was not only unafraid, but also very admiring. Rayleigh, however, did not notice the look in the child's eyes. Watching Dao Xian suddenly pull out the blind boxes from thin air made Rayleigh feel a surge of anticipation. What kind of items could this miraculous blind box, capable of opening treasures from countless worlds, produce in his hands? With this feeling, Rayleigh took a bronze blind box and gently opened it. A syringe-like object appeared in front of Dao Xian. Looking at this familiar item, Dao Xian couldn't help but silently inquire within his heart about the system. Would the items in the blind boxes repeat? Unique items could only be obtained from platinum blind boxes. All items from bronze and silver blind boxes were genuine talisman products, with power depending on their level. For example, the rabbit talisman in Jackie Chan Adventures was one of the source powers of the demon god of fire, capable of traversing time and space, while the rabbit talisman in your hand only had the ability to accelerate. Dao Xian instantly understood. These items were easy to comprehend. This meant that everything below the platinum blind box was products replicated by the system, with no side effects, although their power might not be as strong as the originals. However, within the platinum blind boxes, there was a possibility of obtaining original items, which had side effects but also possessed greater power, and most importantly, the items in these blind boxes would never repeat. Everything opened would be unique. Having clarified the information he wanted to know, Dao Xian turned back to introduce the item Rayleigh was holding. Congratulations, the first item has already met your requirements. This is a serum from a world that possesses countless powers capable of destroying planets. After injection, it can increase a small amount of strength and extend lifespan by up to 200 years. Restoring youth after injection is naturally not a problem. The strength added by the serum would be insignificant for those in the Pirate King world, but its other effect of extending lifespan is immensely valuable. Although it does not increase lifespan as much as the original, it can still extend it to 200 years, which is a very precious item considering the average lifespan of 80 years for ordinary humans in the Pirate King world. Before Shachi could speak, Rayleigh offered the serum to her, but Dao Xian had already explained the conditions for transferring the item to others. Therefore, even if Shachi took this item, she would still have to wait until Rayleigh finished opening the silver blind boxes before it could truly be in her hands. After giving the serum to Shachi, Rayleigh turned back to continue opening the blind boxes. With Rayleigh's strength and speed, he opened the blind boxes at an astonishing pace. 100, 200, 300. In half an hour, the items from 1099 bronze blind boxes were piled on the ground and table. With the Captain America serum and Dao Xian's prior assurance, Rayleigh was not disappointed. One Captain America serum was already a significant return. Ignoring the items from these bronze blind boxes, Rayleigh turned his attention to the silver blind boxes and reached out his hand. Chapter 61. Breaking the extremity of weapons compared to the plain appearance of the bronze blind box. The silver blind box undoubtedly looks much more attractive. Rayleigh sat steadily in his chair, took a silver blind box just extracted by Dao Xian, and casually opened it. A brand new scroll design appeared in front of Dao Xian, a design that had never been seen before, seemingly representing a skill from a world that had not previously appeared. Dao Xian specifically checked the system's description to understand its origin. The power level of that world was quite high, and thinking of this, Dao Xian waved his hand to display the skill's effect image. Suddenly, an image rose from the scroll, depicting a sword god with 5 swords on his back, whose every move contained countless sword principles. The sword god held what seemed to be an ordinary sword, exterminating countless monsters and demons, and before each action, he would shake the sword to emit a white light. As a swordsman, Rayleigh was far more shocked than anyone else. Others might only see the sword god's strength in the image, but Rayleigh saw the sword god's mastery of the sword path, a level of swordsmanship he could never reach. Even the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye seemed worlds apart from that of the sword god in the image. As a non-swordsman, Daoxian couldn't perceive these differences. Looking at the sword god in the image, his only feeling was nostalgia. Back in the day, he too was a sword god with 5 swords in his backpack. But due to financial constraints, he had become a mere iron cutter, a lazy fish shouting main C666. Daoxian did not expect that this expression of nostalgia would lead to a misunderstanding for Rayleigh. Seeing Daoxuan's reminiscing expression, combined with his previously mentioned identity, Rayleigh automatically imagined Daoxian in that sword god's world, exterminating a giant turtle-like monster alongside the sword god. His attitude towards Daoxian immediately changed. Daoxian was unaware of Rayleigh's sudden associations. After reminiscing about his lost youth, he introduced the skill contained in the scroll. As you can see, this is precisely a technique from the sword god's sword principles, who carries 5 divine swords. It is called breaking the extremity of weapons. Using it allows weapons to break through their limits, meaning the weapon's grade will be enhanced to a certain extent. Ordinary swords and blades can become weapons of good quality after use, but of course, as a trade-off, ordinary swords and blades will wear out very quickly after using this technique. Meanwhile, famous swords of great quality, after using this skill, can rival the ultimate great sword, the supreme great knife. And this is just the most basic application. To master more techniques, one would need to open more blind boxes. This breaking the extremity of weapons yielded only a level 1 skill scroll, which is far from the maximum level 10 breaking the extremity of weapons. However, in the world of One Piece, its power is still strong enough. It's just that compared to those epic weapons, these ordinary swords and blades might have very short lifespans after use. Perhaps only the supreme great knife could withstand its power. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Rayleigh had to admit he was tempted. His weapon could be considered a famous sword, ranked 13th among great knives. But it was undoubtedly a huge gap compared to the supreme great knife. He had tried to find a supreme great knife, but in this world, there were only 12 weapons with the title of supreme great knife, and Rayleigh did not have the luck to encounter an unclaimed one. The moment Daoxian finished his explanation, Rayleigh tore open the scroll, and countless techniques on how to unleash the power of weapons appeared in his mind. Following this instinct, Rayleigh picked up a wooden stick and shouted the name of the technique. Breaking the extremity of weapons. A white light covered the wooden stick, and as Rayleigh swung the stick, as a seasoned swordsman, he immediately sensed that this ordinary wooden stick was being used like a weapon of good quality. After swinging it a few times, the white light dissipated and the wooden stick suddenly exploded into pieces. Rayleigh knew that its inherent quality was too poor to withstand the power of breaking the extremity of weapons for more than a few seconds. With a famous sword, this wouldn't have happened. Having acquired breaking the extremity of weapons was almost equivalent to obtaining a supreme great knife for Rayleigh, which was enough to make him happy. However, Rayleigh was even more curious about whether there was a legacy of the sword god in the blind box. He felt a spark of interest in the knowledge of swordsmanship. He wondered if it was possible to open a swordsmanship legacy belonging to that sword god from his blind box. He still had a slight interest in swordsmanship. Seeing that Rayleigh was finally hooked, Daoxian felt quite pleased. Relying solely on Shachi was not enough. Only when Rayleigh became interested would he find ways to earn money to open blind boxes, allowing Daoxian to continuously harvest this big leak named Rayleigh. Moreover, Daoxian felt that this breaking the extremity of weapons was highly compatible with his own abilities. His weapon was based on particle manipulation, converted from ordinary materials. While it could be considered strong, Daoxian suspected it would probably break with just one strike from a supreme great knife. However, if paired with breaking the extremity of weapons, it would be different and the lethality would increase significantly. Daoxian was quite satisfied with what Rayleigh had opened from his first silver blind box. It was a significant enhancement to his combat power. In response to Rayleigh's inquiry, Daoxian nodded and said, "Of course, the sword god's name is Saderos, and even his legacy, even if it is just the initial level sword soul, requires a golden blind box to be opened. As for the sword saints, sword gods, and the most powerful extreme realm sword soul, those can only be opened from even higher level blind boxes." Daoxian was painting a picture. Faced with this series of enticing prospects, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel excited, eager to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Strangely, Rayleigh suddenly felt that if Eagle Eye didn't know there was such swordsmanship in this world, it would be a great pity. If given the chance, he would definitely tell Eagle Eye that there was swordsmanship far more powerful than his. Shaking off these thoughts, Rayleigh shifted his focus to opening boxes. Although the silver blind box couldn't yield Sadarosa's swordsmanship legacy, it could still produce skills from the breaking the extremity of weapons legacy. This was still a good thing and very worthwhile for Rayleigh. He didn't feel that the price of the blind box was high at all. It was incredibly worth it to be able to buy such a magical blind box at this price. Chapter 62. The eve of opening facts were about to slap Rayleigh in the face. Aside from the first blind box and the first silver blind box yielding good items, the next 10 silver blind boxes produced a bunch of consumables. The best items turned out to be a magical bean and 2 bottles of red and blue potions. Compared to skill scrolls and Captain America's serum, these items were undoubtedly worth much less. However, for Rayleigh, a serum and a broken extreme weapon were already very valuable. Spending over 200 million berries was not a loss at all. If he were to buy it, 200 million berries wouldn't be enough to purchase the supreme great knife. After opening all the blind boxes, Rayleigh let out a sigh and said, "Give the serum access to Shachi." Dao Xian nodded, took the items from 3 bronze blind boxes, and then lifted the restrictions. Shachi then felt as if the serum in her hand had truly come to life, becoming a real item in this world. Following Dao Xian's instructions, Shachi directly used the serum. As the serum successfully injected, the wrinkles on her face were noticeably smoothed out, and her originally dry skin regained its youthful glow, transforming her from a mature woman into a young girl. At this moment, no one could tell that Shachi was actually several decades old. Her appearance was no different from that of a girl in her 20s. Seeing this scene, Robin's face flashed with a hint of envy. She wasn't young anymore, either, and was gradually becoming concerned about her appearance. Dao Xian had long noticed Robin's expression and quickly leaned towards her, whispering, "I have another bottle of serum here. Come to my room later. I'll give it to you." Robin's face turned red, and she shot Dao Xian a glare, but said nothing. She turned her head, as if nothing had happened, leaving Dao Xian quite puzzled. He had taken advantage of Nami, but with Robin, he hadn't gained anything at all, aside from feasting his eyes. He was as clean as could be. He had no awareness of how ambiguous his words sounded about going to his room. If Dao Xian knew, he would shout that he was wronged. He truly hadn't thought that much about it, just saying it casually. He and Nami had already injected Captain America's serum, and if he didn't give the serum to Robin, who else would he give it to? As for why she should come to his room at night, well, Dao Xian suddenly felt that his words seemed a bit off. All right, putting aside those messy thoughts. As Rayleigh finished opening the boxes, Dao Xian continued the previous topic, turning to the now young-looking Shachi and saying, "Boss lady, let's go see that house worth 5 million berries. We'll move in today." Shachi nodded, her mood greatly uplifted by returning to her youth. Everything looked pleasing to her now, but good mood aside, she had just lost over 200 million berries and needed to make up for it. Earning what she could was reasonable. Although this money was Rayleigh's retirement fund, to her, what was his was hers. It was no different from pulling 200 million berries out of her own pocket. In this matter of the house, it was reasonable for her to earn 1 million berries as a middleman. One could only say that a black market dealer meeting another black market dealer was a match made in heaven. Of course, Dao Xian, as the top supplier, was the one making the most profit. The 1 million Shachi earned was just a drop in the bucket for him, not worth worrying about. Following Dao Xian's footsteps, Smoker and Tina also arrived on the island. This island was very close to the Navy headquarters, and with Admiral Kizaru's speed, he could reach the island in no time upon receiving a notification. Therefore, there weren't many pirates daring to cause a ruckus on this island. Most were low-key, passing through Fishman Island to the New World, all tacitly avoiding drawing the Admiral's trouble. At this moment, on Island 66, which was the Navy base stationed in the Sabati archipelago, an officer was giving orders to the Navy personnel. "You are to look for a man with black hair, accompanied by 2 women. Once found, do not disturb them, and quickly return to inform me." After briefly describing Dao Xian and the other's physical characteristics, Smoker instructed the Navy to search the entire island for Dao Xian. Dao Xian's next destination was the Sabati archipelago, a fact he had already informed Fleet Admiral Sengoku about. His mission was to find Dao Xian in advance under Sengoku's orders. They did not seek to stop Dao Xian from selling blind boxes, but every person buying blind boxes from him needed to be investigated by the Navy, and they had to clarify what items they obtained. This was to guard against the sudden appearance of powerful pirates. Moreover, if the identity and background of the box openers were clean, the Navy would also make efforts to recruit them. Is this the new residence? Nami cheered excitedly as she walked into a wooden building. It was a 3-story small building in an American-European architectural style, each floor nearly 200 square meters in size. The first floor was empty, making it very suitable as a shop. As for the second and third floors, Dao Xian did not bother to check. They would all be remodeled according to his wishes. This shop was located on Sabeti Island number 13, not far from Xiaqi's bar, just a few minutes walk away. Pirates occasionally passed by outside, proving that this place was not peaceful. However, Dao Xian wanted that very unrest. Each of those people was a customer in his eyes, a target for opening boxes, and he couldn't wait to open the shop immediately. However, he first needed to secure the ownership of the house, though property rights were not strictly enforced in this world. He only needed to report to the Navy and pay a small fee to prove he wasn't a pirate. With Xiaqi there, Dao Xian didn't have to worry about anything. After paying the money, it only took half a day for the ownership of the building to be transferred to Dao Xian. After Xiaqi and Yami left, Dao Xian began to set up the house with Nami and Robin. The first floor was arranged with a large bar-like counter, filled with bronze blind boxes and a few silver and gold blind boxes as decoration. Of course, these were merely virtual images powered by the system. Only after the buyer paid enough would these items truly appear in their hands. The second floor was remodeled into Nami and Robin's residence, while the third floor was solely for Dao Xian, complete with an attic, making him extremely pleased. In his previous life, Dao Xian had never lived in such a large house. The cramped rooms in the city were suffocating. Chapter 63 Ace and Iska. Then comes the final step. System. Transfer the protective ability to this house. Dao Xian keenly sensed that the protective stance that had been enveloping him had shifted to the entire house. Within this defensive stance, those designated by Dao Xian would not suffer any harm. At the same time, anyone who dared to attack would be met with a counterattack of the same force. For Dao Xian, transferring the stance to the shop meant the greatest benefit was being able to protect Robin and Nami together. Additionally, with his current strength, no one could take him down in an instant. As long as he was in the shop, he was invincible. After setting up the defensive stance, the work for the entire shop was complete. It only took one day for a special shop named the Mysterious Shop to appear in the Sabeti archipelago. At the entrance of the shop, a large sign hung with a golden blind box design, along with a promotional slogan: "Everything you want, power, lifespan. Resurrection of the dead, warships, it has it all. Want it? Then come open a blind box." The lowest tier blind box costs 200,000, and for every 100 purchased, one could buy a blind box of the next tier, up to the golden blind box. Such an exaggerated promotional slogan, combined with such an expensive price and the name of the mysterious shop, was particularly eye-catching. However, to Dao Xian's surprise, not a single person came through the door. Leaving him puzzled, it made no sense. Even if the prices were indeed high, there should at least be one customer. Island 66. Navy base in Sabeti Archipelago. Inside an office building at the base, Smoker and Tina were continuing to arrange operations regarding Dao Xian's newly opened shop. "I've arranged for the Navy to continuously clear the area around his shop, trying to keep the pirates out. A complete blockade is unrealistic, but being able to stop some is better than nothing. I heard Admiral Akainu was supposed to come over, but it seems he got delayed by something and won't be able to come for a couple of days." Smoker puffed on a large cigar as he spoke. After a day of effort, under the influence of the Navy and Tina's satellites, the newly opened shop quickly entered their sights. Dao Xian also came into view. However, out of caution towards this mysterious merchant, they did not dare to directly target Dao Xian, but they could still interfere with his business. This was also a reason why Dao Xian's business was not doing well. "Ace, don't run. Stop right there." A girl draped in a Navy justice coat and extremely short shorts shouted from a distance at Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates. Just hearing that pleasant voice conjured an image of a beautiful woman in his mind. Yet upon hearing that voice, Ace seemed to see a ghost, quickly fleeing with his two crewmates, clearly afraid of encountering this girl. "Why is Captain Ace running? She's just a mere Navy lieutenant. We could easily deal with her. I could take her out with one punch." A tall, burly member of the Spade Pirates, Asamando, who followed the fighting path, asked while running with Ace and the first mate, Dios. The first mate, Dios, unhesitatingly exposed the captain's embarrassing situation, as he was the first to board the ship and was well aware of the entanglement between Ace and Iska. "You think she's chasing the captain? Wait, maybe I'm wrong." Dios scratched his head and continued, "It seems like she really is pursuing the captain." Ace, seeing that Dios was being so unsympathetic, quickly voiced his dissatisfaction. "Dios, shut up. Be careful, or I'll tell everyone about how you were carried out from Joy Street." Asamando looked confused, thinking, wow, the first mate is so despicable for not bringing me to that kind of place. But as they were running, thinking of the girl behind them made Ace's head ache. He was the least adept at handling emotional matters. Ever since he saved this Navy girl, she had been following him closely, trailing him from the East Blue Strait to the Grand Line. Ace wasn't a fool. Even if he was somewhat slow to pick up on feelings, he could sense the girl's affection for him. However, thinking about his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger, he felt some resistance towards this budding relationship. Not knowing how to face it, he could only use avoidance to temporarily sever this newly sprouted connection. While dodging, Ace and his two crewmates slipped into a shop to hide. He got away again. Lieutenant Iska, with orange hair, complained. She had chased him all the way from the East Blue to the Sabati archipelago, almost catching him each time. Now she just wanted to ask Ace if he had any feelings for her. Unfortunately, he escaped again. Looking around and seeing no members of the Spade Pirates, Iska, as a Navy officer, could not leave the base for too long and could only return disappointed. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian looked at Ace, who was hiding inside and occasionally glancing outside, feeling surprised. What a coincidence to run into him like this. Dao Xian calculated the timeline in his mind. It seemed about right, as this was indeed the time. Soon, the Spade Pirates would step into the new world, and after multiple failed challenges against Whitebeard, Ace would join the Whitebeard Pirates at Whitebeard's invitation. The Spade Pirates would disband, with a total of 19 members. What a pity. Let's go. Iska has already left. It's fine now. Seeing Iska had completely gone, Ace laughed heartily. Asamando and Joes were preparing to leave with the captain when they suddenly heard a voice and stopped in their tracks. The user of the MeetsNami, grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, Port Gas D. Ace, you've finally grown up inheriting your mother's surname. Dao Xian, with a familiar demeanor, revealed all his important identities except for the biggest secret buried in his heart. This was naturally to attract Ace's attention. As a strong individual, Ace was certainly a target for him. Moreover, Ace, like Luffy, had more of an adventurer's vibe compared to ordinary pirates. Although joining the Whitebeard Pirates allowed him to gain what he desired, true familial bonds, it was undoubtedly a betrayal for the other members of the Spade Pirates. It is likely this was the reason why none of Ace's crew came to his aid when he was captured by the Navy in his past life. However, Dao Xian still quite liked this pure, adventurer-like pirate. Who are you? Ace turned and asked. When he had been running, he had just randomly slipped into a shop to hide temporarily. He didn't expect that when leaving, the owner would completely expose his identity, revealing everything except for his deepest secret. Chapter 64. Ace's first box opening in this world. There is only one person who is so familiar with his identity, and that is Garp. The person in front of him must have an extraordinary relationship with Garp, but the only problem is that this person looks too young. There seems to be no reason for them to be that familiar. Faced with Ace's question, Dao Xian just smiled slightly and said slowly, I'm just the owner of this mysterious shop, but I do have some connections with your grandfather Garp. I see. You're a friend of the old man. Ace laughed heartily, instantly relaxing his guard. He couldn't believe that someone who knew his identity so well would say they had no connection with Garp. According to his mother's will, his father Roger had not told anyone about his existence, not even the crew on the ship, except for Garp. Of course, this was not a matter of distrust. It was because at that time, the Navy was vigorously hunting down the Pirate King's crew, and knowing the news would only bring more trouble to his crew. It should be noted that not everyone on the Pirate King's ship was strong. Therefore, after careful consideration, Roger chose to entrust Ace's life to Garp, who was both an enemy and a friend. Roger knew that with Garp's character, he would never harm his wife and children. In that environment, Ace was safest in Garp's hands. Dao Xian was about to shift the topic to the blind box when Rayleigh stumbled into his shop. Rayleigh was feeling bored and came to check out the business and see what others could open from the blind boxes. As a box opener, he wanted to see what others could get from the boxes to compare and judge his own luck. Boss Dao Xian, I'm here, Rayleigh greeted, dressed in casual beach attire and sandals, swaying as he entered. Dao Xian nodded to welcome him. He didn't expect Ace to meet Rayleigh right now, but if he didn't reveal Ace's identity, Rayleigh might not recognize him. Compared to Roger, Ace inherited more of his mother's appearance. Is this today's guest? Rayleigh asked casually, unaware. This piqued Ace's interest. Boss, what does your shop sell? Dao Xian was wondering how to bring up this topic when he heard Ace's question and instantly gave Rayleigh a thumbs up for the perfect assist. He then explained, this is a place that sells various magical items from different worlds. The so-called different worlds are Ace, Doflamingo, and Mondo all had exaggerated expressions, completely stunned by Dao Xian's words. However, if what Dao Xian said was true, then his relationship with Garp might not be that close after all, considering he was a mysterious merchant who could traverse different worlds. It was possible for him to learn about Ace's identity through any channel. However, resurrection? He had never seen his mother since he was born, but through the letters left by her and the information Garp had provided, he could still feel her love for him as her son. Upon hearing Dao Xian mention the existence of resurrection items, a desire to resurrect his mother began to sprout in his heart. Could someone really bring back the dead? Ace's expression changed from a constant smile to a more somber demeanor, as if he was reminiscing or mourning something. Dao Xian just smiled slightly. Anything is possible. Death is never the end. In some worlds, there are even realms of the dead. At this point, Dao Xian suddenly thought of Brook. According to Brook, he had entered the underworld after his death and escaped from it due to the effects of the Revive fruit. Devil fruits are truly terrifying. Based on Dao Xian's own speculation, Brook's fruit is probably the most frightening one. It involves the realm of the dead and has allowed him to escape from the underworld. And since he is already a dead body, unless reduced to ashes, he is almost an immortal being. From a certain perspective, Brook is the perfect vessel for the Revive fruit. The King of Souls, the Lord of the Underworld, Brook has great potential. Then let's open a box and see. You can see how many boxes I can open, Ace said after a moment of silence. He wasn't sure if he should resurrect his mother, but since resurrection items are not easy to come by, he could at least give it a try. Dao Xian was straightforward, scanning Ace's wealth. After determining he could open 200 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes, he said, 200 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes are all you have. Would you like to purchase that many? Ace nodded, and Dao Xian didn't hesitate. Directly deducting the wealth and extracting 220 bronze blind boxes from the system to place on the table. 200 were purchased, and 20 were a gift. Please, Dao Xian simply said, then silently watched him open the blind boxes. Every box opener has their own purpose. Ace's purpose is undoubtedly to resurrect his mother. However, Dao Xian was also curious about whether he could actually open such a magical item. After all, so many box openers have failed to obtain it. Even Moria couldn't find a resurrection item. I wonder what he will open from the blind boxes, Rayleigh remarked to Dao Xian. Perhaps a resurrection item. After all, his father is Roger, Rayleigh said, and his expression changed instantly, his smile unable to hide the surprise in his heart. As for doubting Dao Xian's words, he did not. After all, Dao Xian had already established himself in his mind as a transcendent figure traversing different worlds. There was no need to lie about such matters. Moreover, along with Dao Xian's words, Rayleigh also found a hint of similarity between Ace and Roger, as well as Rouge. The more he looked, the more they resembled each other. I see. His name is Ace? That's right. Poor Gasti. Ace. That's his name. Rayleigh nodded, looking at this grown-up child of Roger with complex emotions in his heart. Back then, they were all evading the Navy's pursuit, too preoccupied to care for Roger's family. And Roger had also told them he had found a suitable place to settle them. Unexpectedly, Roger's child had grown so much. Looking at Ace's young figure, Rayleigh seemed to see himself and Roger adventuring together on the sea. By the way, Rayleigh, what exactly is the One Piece? Taking advantage of Rayleigh's reminiscing, Dao Xian casually asked. He had been curious about the One Piece for a long time. Besides Roger's treasure, it also contained the secret of Laugh Tale. Rayleigh just smiled slightly. Aren't you the mysterious merchant? Is there anything you don't know? Dao Xian glanced at Rayleigh and stopped asking. With the speed at which he was getting stronger by opening blind boxes, this world would soon be unable to hold him back. At that time, he would go to Lavrufu himself to see what this great treasure really was. Dao Xian and Rayleigh spoke quietly, and Ace did not hear them. His attention was fully on the blind box. With a sense of tension that a resurrection item could emerge at any moment, Ace reached out, grabbed the first bronze blind box, and tore open the packaging. A fire release scroll appeared in front of Dao Xian. Chapter 65. Eternal Flame, the Fire Release. Great Fireball technique comes from a world called Naruto and is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, which is essentially just a basic fire technique. Dao Xian took a look and explained, as a relatively low-level fire technique, it still holds considerable value for an ordinary person. Unfortunately, for Ace, who has eaten the Mera no Mi, flame fruit, this fire technique is only useful because it is not activated through the powers of a devil fruit, thus not being restrained by sea stone. In other aspects, it is inferior to the attacks Ace can unleash through the Mera no Mi, making it quite mediocre. Ace casually absorbed the power of this scroll before continuing to open other bronze blind boxes. There are still 219 bronze blind boxes left, which would take some time. Watching Ace's face, Rayleigh wore a particularly happy smile. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time. It was wonderful to see the captain's descendant. So wonderful that he couldn't help but want to go out and share this news with the crew from back in the day. He believed those old guys would be very pleased. However, Ace's strength seemed a bit lacking. Rayleigh noticed at a glance that Ace's hockey mastery was not impressive. Of course, this was in comparison to himself. Compared to ordinary pirates, Ace was undoubtedly gifted. With the MeetsNami, a powerful Logia-type fruit combined with a certain level of hockey, Ace would still have a place even in the latter half of the Grand Line. Rayleigh thought about whether he should find an opportunity to help Ace train his hockey. This was the only thing he could do for Ace. Dao Xian, on the other hand, was watching Ace open the boxes with boredom. Bronze blind boxes offered him no surprises. And indeed, out of 120 bronze blind boxes, only the first skill scroll was useful. The rest were all useless. Common weapons could be easily melted into molten iron by Ace's hands. Coupled with his elementalization ability, Ace didn't even bother to look at these worthless items, and Dao Xian promptly helped him recycle them. Once all the bronze blind boxes were open, Dao Xian said, "Good stuff is in the silver blind boxes. Come on." He directly extracted the 2 silver blind boxes Ace had purchased, which shone brightly, distinctly different in essence from the bronze blind boxes. Ace took one of the silver blind boxes, seemingly anxious and a bit nervous. With that feeling, Ace opened his first silver blind box, revealing a scroll from the Naruto world, but it had a shape Dao Xian had never seen before. It was entirely different from the disposable ninjutsu scrolls and skill scrolls. Dao Xian knew something good had come out, and he was instantly energized. After glancing at the description in the system, he waved his hand to release a demonstration of the abilities. In the image, a boy dressed in blue clothing with a fan emblem on his back appeared, his eyes showing a pair of blood-red double tomo, single tomo, double tomo, and finally transforming into a 6-pointed star-shaped blood-red eye. As the eyes changed, the man in the image also unleashed different abilities, from the single tomo's ability to directly perceive the flow of energy within an enemy, to the double tomo's insight, which accelerated nerve reaction speed, and then to the triple tomo's ability to copy an enemy's skills, including ninjutsu and physical techniques below a certain level. Finally, the ultimate ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, which was particularly interesting to Ace. As a fellow user of flames, he was extremely intrigued by the unquenchable black flames depicted in the image. It is known that the MeetsNami allows its user to transform into any flame as long as they possess the original fire. But before this, he had encountered any other fire sources. He could only embody the natural flames of the world. However, if he could transform into that black flame shown in the image, how powerful would he become? He didn't know, but without a doubt, it would be terrifying. The eternal, unending, and all-consuming flames piqued his interest immensely. Ace stared intensely at Dao Xian, eager to know what this scroll contained. Rayleigh couldn't help but lean in, waiting for Dao Xuan's explanation. The unknown was always so captivating. The name of the bloodline limit was Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke, incomplete. After using it, one would obtain the abilities already displayed in the image, but the bloodline obtained would not be perfect, and some abilities would indeed be incomplete. Furthermore, once obtained, one could only use the first single tomo ability, and, as one progressed, it would slowly evolve until it became the final 6-pointed star Sharingan, at which point one could use its ultimate ability, Amaterasu, the eternal flame, Amaterasu. However, excessive use of the ultimate ability could lead to blindness, and once it is developed into the Manjiki, one must also be cautious in using its abilities. Dao Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for Ace. He had only drawn the incomplete Sharingan ability of Uchiha Itachi. Even if he developed it into the Manjiki Sharingan, he would only have Amaterasu as an ability, and he would still face the danger of blindness. However, there was still a chance for further advancement. It would depend on whether he could draw the other half of Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki abilities, or simply draw Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki directly and evolve it into the Eternal Manjiki. Of course, that would be a matter for later. Ace was still very happy about obtaining the Sharingan bloodline ability, especially the ultimate ability. Once he developed it, it would definitely become his trump card. As for the issue of blindness, since it was already a trump card, it naturally couldn't be used carelessly. Once it was used, it meant he was fighting for his life, which was an acceptable price. Moreover, with a mysterious shop like this, even if he went blind, it might not be impossible to recover. With that thought, Ace had no more worries. He directly tore the scroll, which transformed into a beam of bloodlight that fused with his eyes. When Ace opened his eyes again, a blood-red eye appeared before them. However, only one tomo was visible in the blood-red eye, indicating that there was still a considerable distance to go before becoming a Manjiki. Of course, under the system's influence, the difficulty of evolution was much lower than in the original Naruto world, although the power was slightly inferior. However, compared to the difficulty, This Sharingan was evidently more suitable for Ace. After all, Ace's main combat abilities were still Haki and the MeetsNami. The Mangeki would serve more as a support. As for wanting to exert a greater effect, he would still need to open more blind boxes. Chapter 66, upcoming big news after getting used to Sharingan. Ace closed it, clearly feeling the loss of stamina when activating it. However, compared to his abilities, the loss was not significant. He could keep it activated all day long, consuming about the same amount of stamina as if he were in a fight. Looking at the last silver blind box, Ace reached out and opened it directly. Inside was a Senza bean, which could restore all stamina and injuries, including regrowing lost limbs. But it could not be used to cure diseases. Dao Xian introduced it without any fluctuation. He had seen too many Senza beans, but it was clear that Ace's 2 silver blind boxes were quite good, with decent items. Especially the bloodline. Ace was the first to open it. Although it was incomplete, it matched him quite well, especially the ultimate ability. Dao Xian was also curious about what kind of effect Amaterasu Flames would have under Ace's Burn Fruit ability, especially after awakening. A battle between Akiji and Akainu could create an island of ice and fire. Could Ace create an island of Amaterasu Flames that never extinguished? That was truly intriguing. Good stuff, Ace said with a smile as he accepted the Senza bean. It's a pity I only have so much money right now. I'll open more boxes when I come back from the New World. I definitely want to check out the golden blind boxes and see what good things are inside. After finishing his words, Ace was about to signal his crew to leave when he saw the white-haired old man standing next to the shopkeeper, walking over with a smile. You must be Ace? Facing Rayleigh's kindness, Ace nodded, feeling quite puzzled. He felt a similar vibe from this old man as he did from Carp. Would you like to learn hockey from me? Rayleigh asked directly. Ace looked Rayleigh up and down, unable to detect any aura of a strong person from him, appearing just like an old man enjoying retirement. However, the perception of observation hockey and conqueror's hockey in his mind told him that this old man was not simple. Moreover, he sensed that this old man had no ill intentions towards him. Why? Ace asked. Because you are that man's son, Rayleigh said with a hearty laugh. Although Rayleigh did not state it outright, Ace understood what he meant. It was clear that he had a close relationship with that man. After saying this, Rayleigh took Ace away directly. And as for what happened next, Dao Xian was not too concerned. By the way, Robin and Nami have been buying some daily necessities and furniture for a while now, and the upcoming time was also a rare joy for Dao Xian. On an island in the latter half of the Grand Line, there was a small town filled with factories. The entire town was filled with albatrosses flying around, each carrying a satchel slung over their bodies, divided into 2 parts. One part contained newspapers, while the other was a cleverly designed pocket for holding coins. This was the location of the largest newspaper agency in the entire pirate world, the World Economic News Agency. The owner here was Morgans, a user of the bird fruit in albatross form. Using the power of his devil fruit, he made a deal with these birds. They worked for him, selling newspapers all over the world, and he became one of the 4 emperors of the underworld, holding countless pieces of information. Morgans had never revealed his human identity in front of anyone, which was also why he dared to offend anyone. No one knew his true face. What the world saw was his beastman form after awakening. This appearance also served as a warning to those who attempted to attack him, showing how fearsome a resilient flying enemy could be. No one dared to say they could definitely take him down, not even Kaido. Gaha! A robust albatross flew over, reporting a major event to Morgans. In his awakened animal form, or rather, having taken his awakened form as his true appearance, Morgan's eyes flickered. It seemed he had encountered some monumental news. For him, the head of the world's largest news agency, if this kind of big news couldn't be reported by him, it would truly be worse than death. Moria is challenging Kaido. The 7 warlords are going to attack the 4 emperors. Morgans, resembling a gigantic bird, murmured various big headlines, clearly excited about the event. Whether Moria succeeded or failed, lived or died, it was a sensational news story that was more than enough to make the front page. Thinking of this, Morgans instructed his subordinates, quick, put Moria's challenge to Kaido on the latest newspaper, immediately, right now. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I want everyone who buys our newspaper to know this news. After giving the order, Morgans immediately spread his wings and flew towards Wano country. Such a big event would likely miss key information if an ordinary reporter went. He had to go personally. This news belonged to him. And as for other reporters from different newspapers who dared to go against one of the 4 emperors of the underworld, that would be seeking their own death. A day later, the news of Moria's challenge to Kaido spread throughout the world, causing a stir among various forces. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was furious. He was very dissatisfied with Moriya's impulsive actions, especially regarding the challenge to Kaido. Has Moriya's ambition awakened again? Or does he think that after these 8 years, he has become strong enough to defeat Kaido? Find out. Investigate what happened before Moriya left the Fog Sea. Sengoku dispatched all available Navy intelligence personnel to investigate why Moriya suddenly challenged Kaido again. On the other side, the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army also received the news. Oh, Moriya is challenging Kaido again? The 7 warlords are going to attack the 4 emperors? In the sky while flying by, Dragon casually picked up a newspaper from a bird and tossed in some belly, showcasing his exquisite control over his fruit abilities. On red-haired Shanks' ship, seeing the newspaper, Shanks was also pondering the impact of this event on the world's balance. Chapter 67. The approaching challenge as the most unique among the 4 emperors. He seems to have no ambition at all, spending almost every day drinking and enjoying himself in his territory, unlike Kaido and Big Mom, who are always trying to expand their influence. He never actively expands his territory, and moreover, if conflicts arise between the 4 emperors or between the Navy and the 4 emperors, he will mediate to prevent further escalation of the conflict. Shanks' presence is crucial for the current tranquility on the seas. However, only Shanks, as a fellow emperor, understands the gap between Moriya and Kaido. They have mastered the highest application of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Conqueror's Haki, using Conqueror's Haki in the same way as Armament Haki. This is why Conqueror's Haki is considered proof of kingly qualifications, and it is Shanks' greatest ability to be able to sit at the same table with other emperors, despite not being a giant nor having eaten a devil fruit. Although Moriya possesses Conqueror's Haki, his understanding of it is very superficial. For him, Conqueror's Haki is merely a tool to bully the weak. Moriya himself is unaware of the distance between him and the 4 emperors, but Shanks is quite clear about it, which is why he has no intention of mediating. This is nothing but a farce, and considering this, Shanks set aside the thought of going to watch and instead settled down to hold a banquet in his territory. Moriya's challenge is just a farce, and there is no need for him to join the commotion. Oh man, Moriya is actually going to challenge Kaido. Should we go take a look? Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, asked Whitebeard, who was sitting nearby, about the news in the newspaper. Whitebeard, sitting in his large chair, paid no mind to this trivial matter and continued to drink the fine wine voluntarily offered by the fisherman. Old man, drink less, your health. Marco, also the ship's doctor and vice captain, was well aware that Whitebeard's health was deteriorating. It's fine, Vista, bring some more wine for the old man. Gula-la-la. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and Vista went to fetch more wine with a smile. Marco felt helpless about this. Even if Whitebeard's health was poor, no one could stop him from wanting to drink. He could only do his best to help Whitebeard maintain his health within his capacity. However, due to the importance of the information, Marco decided to send someone to Wano country to check on this battle. This candidate, Marco looked around. Everyone else was drinking and having fun, except for Blackbeard Teach, who was gazing far into the horizon, seemingly deep in thought. Marco approached him. Teach, Moriya is about to challenge Kaido. Can you go to Wano country and see what's going on? Marco inquired. Huh? Blackbeard finally realized Marco was speaking to him. He had just been thinking about where the dark fruit might appear. He had been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates for over a decade, and during these years, he had not given up on searching for the dark fruit while honing his own strength. As a member of the D-Clan, he knew better than anyone the power of the D-Clan, and he was even a unique type among them, possessing the special ability to consume multiple devil fruits simultaneously. To obtain the most perfect fruit, he needed to acquire the most vicious Logia-type fruit, the dark fruit. Only by obtaining it could his ambitions have a chance of realization. Wano country? Interesting. Teach had traveled to many places, but he had never been to Wano country. During his years in the Whitebeard Pirates, he could be considered among the few who had gone on the most missions. Could Wano country be the hiding place of the dark fruit? With this thought in mind, Teach readily agreed to Marco's request and set off for Wano country with a few colleagues from the 2nd Division. Moriya is going to challenge Kaido. The only female among the 4 emperors, Big Mom, laughed heartily. Katakuri, go to Wano country and ensure Moriya's safety. He has finally come out of that sea area. Moriya's race is very special, one that Big Mom has long sought, and Moriya is likely the last of his kind. Big Mom had wanted to capture Moriya for a long time, but unfortunately, Moriya had been hiding in the misty sea of the first half of the Grand Line for years. Finding him was not easy. She certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. However, the 4 emperors are not allowed to casually enter each other's territories, as this could easily provoke conflict between them. As for the crew members, there is no such restriction. She decided to send her strongest son, Katakuri, to ensure that the mission would be foolproof. Wano country. Wine, give me wine. Drunk and oblivious, Kaido completely ignored the report from his subordinate, the Calamity, Jack. Jack was also quite troubled. Kaido truly spent very little time sober, as he was mostly in a drunken state. Just a Moria? If he dares to come, there's no need for Lord Kaido to make a move. I can take care of him, a chubby man said nonchalantly. He was the Calamity, Queen. The Beast Pirates are not a group that fights alone. They can be considered a small-scale naval force. Currently, there are over 200 artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit users in Kaido's crew. With the covert support of the Flamingo, Doflamingo, this number is continuously increasing. A mere Moria is not worth worrying about. The only difference is whether Kaido is interested in playing with Moria. If not, with a single command, the Beast Pirates could easily overwhelm Moria. Some powerful factions regard Moria as nothing more than a clown. No one believes he could be Kaido's opponent. However, for a world lacking major events, this is still a matter worthy of attention. For Moria, as long as he does not suffer a crushing defeat in this battle, he could rise to become a true great pirate. Before this, Moria had not accomplished any remarkable feats. His greatest achievement was challenging Kaido and surviving. The 7 warlords, pirates, the navy, and various factions gathered in Wano country, all anticipating Moria's challenge. Would he become a clown or defeat Kaido and ascend to the position of a 4 emperor, becoming the 5th emperor of the seas? Sabeti Archipelago, another day without business. However, upon seeing the news published in the newspaper, Daoxian knew he would soon have plenty of customers. With the shadow space acquired, and in conjunction with Moria's shadow fruit, Daoxian realized that even if Moria could not defeat Kaido, he would certainly not be the same trivial fish he once was. Chapter 68. Akiji, of course. This isn't just about him opening the box. More importantly, opening the box has helped him regain the mindset of a strong person. The haki in the world of One Piece is a mysterious power, especially the Conqueror's haki, which is proportional to one's strength and mindset. When a person can firmly establish their beliefs, the Conqueror's haki becomes extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Moria has already regained his own Conqueror's haki. Fearless and confident, Moria's challenge to Kaido is definitely not a suicide mission. After Moria battles Kaido, the outcome will surely shock the world, and Daoxian's identity will inevitably be investigated. By that time, the Platinum Blind Box should be able to come into existence. Thinking of this, Daoxian is no longer anxious. Comfortably lounging on the sofa in the store, quietly waiting for the big event to unfold. Beside him, Robin and Nami set up a fruit platter and sunflower seeds, enjoying a few of the most popular novels of the time. A man with an explosive hairstyle entered through the door. "Nicole Robin?" the man asked. Robin's expression changed dramatically. This man was her nightmare, haunting her for over a decade, nearly becoming her worst nightmare. "What is wrong, Robin?" Nami, unaware of what was happening, asked with concern as she noticed Robin's sudden change in expression. Daoxian looked up to see a tall man wearing a white vest, white trousers, and an eye patch, with an explosive hairstyle entering his line of sight. "Akiji?" Daoxian murmured his nickname. Indeed, the person standing before them was Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. As Smoker's direct superior, Akiji was the first to report after receiving news about Daoxian. Upon learning about Daoxian, Akiji did not inform anyone else, but personally came to this island to see the existence of this mysterious merchant for himself. He wanted to see who this person was that Zifa was so grateful to. The mysterious merchant that Zifa spoke of had an image of justice. But as someone who could provide power to others, his existence was the source of chaos. Akiji even imagined a world destroyed, because of him, where countless strong individuals would endlessly exploit wealth from civilians to obtain his blind boxes. Subsequently, these strong individuals would fight amongst themselves, leading to the world's destruction. The hard-won balance in these seas would become utterly fragile under the weight of the mysterious merchant's blind boxes. As long as the news of the mysterious merchant spreads to more people, such a scenario would be almost inevitable. To clarify this point, Akiji avoided everyone's attention and came alone to this mysterious shop. Little did he expect to see Nico Robin, whom he hadn't seen for over a year. Robin was currently sitting on the sofa, casually eating sunflower seeds and reading a novel, clearly not in a state of wandering. "Nico Robin, have you found your place of belonging?" Akiji asked lightly. Robin fell silent. She wasn't sure whether Daoxian was her true home, but at least here, she felt no pressure. Unlike other places, where there were always people wanting to claim her bounty from the Navy, perhaps that was enough. This place was her home. Just when Robin herself was uncertain, Dao Xian decisively provided her with clarity. After spending time together, his feelings toward Robin and Nami had shifted from simply adoring them as his favorite two-dimensional wives to a familial bond that felt somewhat like love and yet also like kinship. Robin clearly enjoyed this feeling, especially as she could sense Dao Xian's sincerity. Is that so? That's good, Akiji suddenly smiled. A smile Dao Xian had never seen in the anime before. Akiji turned to Dao Xian, and since Nico Robin had found her place, he no longer needed to help her escape from the Navy's pursuit. Whether she lived or died now depended on the nature of the place she had found. His mission was complete. This was the only thing he could do for O'Hara, to leave behind the last seed for them. You are the mysterious merchant mentioned by Zifa, right? What is your purpose for coming to this world? Do you wish for its destruction? Akiji directly threw out all his questions. In response to Akiji's inquiries, Dao Xian answered, do you want to know? Then come open a blind box. My only purpose is to sell more blind boxes. As for whether this world is destroyed, it doesn't have much to do with me. The fate of this world ultimately lies in the hands of the people within it, whether it perishes or continues. Isn't the fate of this world in your hands? This profound dialogue, in reality, said nothing. Dao Xian's roundabout manner had only one goal, to get Akiji to open a blind box. Compared to Akainu and Kizaru, Dao Xian undoubtedly had the highest regard for Akiji. Akainu's sense of justice was too radical, while Kizaru had no sense of justice at all. Only Akiji had his own sense of justice, not radical, and not blindly obeying the world government. Dao Xian was optimistic about Akiji possibly rising to the position of admiral, especially considering his mentor-student relationship with Zifa and their shared sense of justice. Could such a navy break away from the world government and become an independent institution? Then let's open the blind box. With Dao Xian saying this, Akiji naturally couldn't refuse to open the blind box and casually replied. Dao Xian maintained a calm expression, but internally he was ecstatic. Yet another strong individual had taken the bait, and he wondered how much wealth Akiji possessed. Activating the system's scanning ability, Akiji's assets appeared before him. 2,800,000 berries? Dao Xian was disappointed, as Akiji was much poorer than he had imagined. Akiji noticed Dao Xian's sudden change in expression and scratched his head. My money should be enough to buy 100 bronze blind boxes and 1 silver blind box, right? As an admiral of the Navy, Akiji had all his expenses covered, and he rarely spent money. When carrying out missions, he often helped impoverished civilians. This too, 8 million berries was his savings over many years. On the other side, Dao Xian also put aside his disappointment. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and after making several big deals, this amount didn't seem so bad. It just made Akiji look like a miser. In reality, Akiji's wealth was still quite decent. After routinely asking if he wanted to purchase, and receiving Akiji's consent, Dao Xian deducted the money and placed a bronze blind box before Akiji. The unknown blind box made Akiji unable to resist its alluring charm. The first blind box opened. Chapter 69. The Flying Pokemon. Although it was the first time seeing a blind box, Akiji had already heard about them from Zifa. The bronze blind box shimmered with a rustic metallic glow, perfectly showcasing the characteristics of this otherworldly artifact. Akiji carefully observed every detail before gently opening the first blind box. A dazzling light emerged, and Akiji slightly dodged the blinding brightness. As the light faded, a bird egg appeared before everyone. However, compared to ordinary bird eggs, this one was surprisingly large. A bird egg? Akiji was taken aback. He never expected there would be an egg in the blind box, let alone that it could hatch into a living creature. Seeing Akiji's shocked expression, Dao Xian curiously asked, haven't you seen the giant turtle next to Vice Admiral Carp? That's a powerful creature that came from a blind box. Akiji finally realized that he had seen a giant turtle beside Carp when he was at Navy headquarters, but he thought it was a wild beast Carp had caught from somewhere and didn't pay much attention. It turned out it also came from a blind box. However, what was so special about this mere bird egg? In their world, there were countless strange creatures, especially sea kings. Just a bird didn't seem noteworthy to Akiji. Just as Akiji was thinking this, Dao Xian waved his hand, and an image appeared above the egg. In the picture, a magnificent giant bird soared, its grand posture reminiscent of a phoenix, instantly capturing Akiji's full attention. This egg. What should I do? Upon seeing the appearance of the giant bird, Akiji's thoughts changed instantly. Having a flying bird seemed quite appealing, while others thought he looked cool riding a bike on the sea. Only he knew it was not only slow, but also tiring. With such a top-notch giant bird as a mount, He wouldn't foolishly ride a bike on the sea. He could just hold the egg in his hands. Dao Xian watched Akiji with great interest, from his initial indifference to his eventual excitement. To be honest, which man could resist having a Pokemon? He certainly couldn't. He didn't want Carp's turtle. However, the giant bird was quite nice, and Dao Xian had already envisioned himself riding the giant bird across the ocean. Hearing this, Akiji held the giant egg with both hands. A burst of white light emanated from within the egg, and the shell shattered, revealing a blue-feathered, mutated variant of a bird called Pidgey. Kawaii! Nami exclaimed in delight, constantly giving Dao Xian meaningful glances, hinting for him to give her the chosen giant bird later. Dao Xian responded with a knowing look, reaching an unspoken agreement with Nami. Robin cast a glance, seemingly with a hint of disdain, before returning to her book. In her eyes, this bird looked incredibly ugly. Pidgey! The little bird landed on the ground, emitting a loud call. Akiji felt a sudden mental connection with this little creature. At that moment, a white light of evolution radiated from the bird. Pidgey evolved into Pidgeot, transforming into a towering bird over 2 meters tall. The blue feathers perfectly matched Akiji. Pidgeot! A loud cry rang out, announcing Pidgeot's arrival in this world. Akiji temporarily calmed Pidgeot through their mental connection before turning back to examine the bronze blind box. Pleasantly surprised by the first box's outcome, Akiji's interest in these bronze blind boxes instantly surged tenfold. After spending half an hour, he ended up with a pile of junk, and Akiji wore a look of despair. Did the first blind box yield the best item, and the rest were all trash? Akiji recalled his conversations with Smoker and Zifa, and immediately realized that the first blind box was indeed quite good. However, the subsequent bronze blind boxes seemed to be lacking. To get anything worthwhile, he would have to look at the silver blind boxes. This bronze blind box was a scam. Akiji instantly saw through the essence of this bronze blind box. The first one was designed to lure people in, while the rest were basically free. Then the silver blind box dangled the promise of better items. This series of events left buyers with no money left. What a cunning, mysterious merchant. Akiji immediately became extremely vigilant. Dao Xian noticed that Akiji's bronze blind boxes turned black except for the first one, yet he remained unfazed. He had seen the scene many times, so there was nothing embarrassing about it. Facing Akiji's suspicious gaze, Dao Xian calmly changed the subject. Shall we open the silver blind box now? Let's do it. Faced with Dao Xuan's complete lack of embarrassment, Akiji had no choice but to open the silver blind box before discussing anything else. However, looking at Pidgeot beside him, Akiji could only comfort himself inwardly, thinking that this wasn't a loss. Dao Xian took out the only silver blind box Akiji had purchased and placed it solemnly on the table, then stepped aside to watch Akiji open it. Given Akiji's status, there was a slight tension when he held the silver blind box, a mix of anticipation and fear. Was he a lucky one or an unlucky one? This was a deeply troubling question for every box opener, especially when others seemed to strike gold while he ended up with nothing. With that thought in mind, Akiji steadied himself and opened the silver blind box. It turned out to be this. Dao Xian was astounded. Although he couldn't control the system's blind boxes, the items produced often had a certain compatibility with the opener, rarely yielding useless items. Clearly, the system maintained some kind of balance. Dao Xian waved his hand, and an image was displayed. Rob Lucci, take a few members to the Sabeti archipelago. The Navy seems to be deliberately concealing some actions from the world government. Inside the world government, Spandam announced the order from the 5 elders to CP9. As the highest officer of CP9, Spandam held significant power. Being able to lead these powerful individuals as an ordinary person was largely due to his father, Spandine, who played a crucial role in the eradication of O'Hara. After that incident, his father gained the favor of the 5 elders, allowing him to lead this special intelligence organization, CP9, which undertakes assassinations and undercover work for the world government. This time, under the Navy's deliberate concealment, the 5 elders decided to send out CP9, the most deeply hidden special organization, to investigate this information. Chapter 70, The Upcoming Great War. In the scene, a person dressed as a ninja is forming seals with his hands, and whenever faced with an attack, he will swap places with a nearby wooden block. This is the basic body replacement technique from Naruto, used to evade enemy attacks. Although it is just a fundamental ninjutsu in the hands of a strong person, it can be considered a divine skill with a short activation time, spatial displacement, and low energy consumption. For others, the items available to use as substitutes may not be so easily obtained, and thus may not perform as well. However, in Akiji's hands, He can create ice blocks at will, and as long as he creates a battlefield made of ice, the body replacement technique becomes far more useful than any elemental transformation. After all, elemental transformation has always been a skill that bullies the weak. Using it arrogantly against strong opponents is akin to courting death. If one uses elemental abilities while being overwhelmed by observation haki, it will only exacerbate the damage inflicted by the enemy. A normal body replacement technique, in Akiji's hands, would become an ice replacement technique, and Daoxian could already envision the troublesome figure of Akiji. Once you use the body replacement technique, you will immediately understand its power. Daoxian did not elaborate further. The technique lacks flashy effects, but its utility is sufficient. Akiji clearly recognized its strength from the scene and did not question Daoxuan's words. Taking the scroll and using it directly. Looking at Daoxian, Akiji hesitated for a moment, then led his companion, a bird, outside. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Is there a world that has been destroyed because of your blind box?" "No. No world has been destroyed because of my blind box," Daoxian answered firmly. "Of course not. This is only his first world." However, according to Daoxuan's true intention, he certainly does not wish for the world to be shattered. It depends on whether those who protect the world are willing to gain strength from his blind box. Akiji then looked at Robin. "Nico Robin, take care in the days to come," Akiji said with a complex tone. Nico Robin's existence had always challenged his trust in the world government, reminding him of the destruction of O'Hara to cover up the blank history. How could such a world government represent the justice of this world? Akiji had been pondering this ever since the O'Hara incident. "I will." Nico Robin finally met Akiji's gaze. After Daoxian spoke those words, Robin had freed herself from the shadows of the past years. Moreover, after shedding the gloom, Nico Robin understood that Akiji did not truly want to kill her. He had been protecting her all along. Otherwise, how could a little girl escape the Navy's capture multiple times and evade Akiji, a Marine admiral? Robin looked at Akiji with a complex expression. Akiji stepped outside, mounted his bird, glanced back at the shop before riding away. Is this the land of Wano ahead? Due to its geographical location, the land of Wano has always been a relatively isolated place, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Moria's terrifying three-masted ship naturally could not enter, so midway, Moria switched to a small boat, taking Absalom and some zombie soldiers toward Wano. The zombie soldiers are not a loss if they perish, and Absalom, possessing the transparent fruit, has a strong survival capability. As for Perona and the others, once they are caught up in his battle with Kaido, it would be difficult for them to ensure their safety, so Moria certainly wouldn't let them be involved in this fight. In a room of a remote village in the land of Wano, looking at Kazuki Momonosuke, who is learning to walk unsteadily, Kinemon fell into deep thought. To protect Lord Momonosuke, he was sent 20 years into the future by Kazuki Oden, which is 2 years ago, accompanying him with a newly born Lord Momonosuke, as well as Reizo, Kiku, and Kanjiro, 3 samurai. He needs to wait until Lord Momonosuke grows old enough to speak freely, then lead everyone to seek help from the Elephant Lord Zunisha. They aim to harness the power of the Mink tribe and the Elephant Lord to defeat Kaido and Orochi, reclaiming the position of the daimyo of Wano. To achieve this, they're already building ships, waiting for Lord Momonosuke to grow a little older before setting sail to the Elephant Lord's location. Lord Kaido. Moria has already entered the land of Wano and is heading toward us. A person who seems to be a bat fruit user reports to the Calamity, who is second to Kaido in the Beast Pirates. Besides him, have any others come to Wano? Calamity asked. One Moria isn't a problem, but I'm worried some ambitious individuals have slipped into Wano and could cause us trouble. Kaido usually doesn't concern himself with such minor matters, leaving them to him. And he certainly cannot disappoint Lord Kaido. Morgans, Blackbeard, Kaakuri, Doflamingo are all here, and some small fry have already been dealt with by the gifters. The Calamity nodded, acknowledging the gifters' actions. As for the few people sent by the Yonko pirate crews, he found them difficult to handle. If several of them came at once, even he wouldn't dare offend them easily. Otherwise, if it provoked the hostility of 2 Yonko, even the Beast Pirates would suffer significant losses. All right, leave Moria to me. No. The Calamity's words were cut off as Kaido, lying on the throne, seemed to wake from his drunken stupor. I will personally teach that brat Moria a lesson. Kaido laughed heartily. If this brat has made significant progress in strength compared to 8 years ago, then let him join the Beast Pirates. Anyone who dares to challenge me again after overcoming the psychological pressure I impose should be given this treatment. Many members of the Beast Pirates joined after failing to challenge Kaido and were recruited by him. Moria's audacity to face him again piqued Kaido's interest, and he thought about defeating Moria once more and then recruiting him. Chapter 71. The Battle Between Moria and Kaido. Kaido. The portly Moria walked through Wano country, calling out Kaido's name, while the villagers, sensing danger, had long since hidden away. The streets were empty. Moria chose to make the battlefield in Wano to avoid being surrounded by the beast pirates. Among the beast pirates, there were countless strong individuals, and his conqueror's haki was clearly of little use, while most of his zombies were merely small fry. Once surrounded, even with his shadow's space, he would be in big trouble. Bastard, who allowed you to call Lord Kaido's name? Moria, are you looking for death? Some armored figures, adorned with either real or fake animal organs, yelled at him, but no one dared to take action. Clearly, they had received orders that Kaido would personally take action. Moria merely glanced around, then unleashed his conqueror's haki to the maximum, sweeping it around in waves. Bang, bang, bang. Occasionally, some weaker members of the gifted, joyful, and standby groups fainted under Moria's conqueror's haki, crashing to the ground with loud thuds. Kaido. Moria, now several times stronger than during his prime, brazenly provoked Kaido in Wano country. Concerning Kaido's orders, these gifted troops merely stood by and provoked, with no one truly daring to act. They feared that disrupting Kaido's nature would earn them a thunderous beating, which would be unfortunate. Moria. Suddenly, a huge roar echoed from the sky. As a massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, its body concealed in mist, appearing and disappearing. Just the sight of this massive body was enough to plunge ordinary people into nightmares. Kaido. With two fierce shouts, it was as if something like thunder flashed in the air, releasing the smell of burnt ozone after a lightning strike. The clash of Conqueror's haki dispersed the clouds covering Kaido's body, revealing a figure as large as a mountain. Moria's hands were wrapped in pitch-black armament haki, and so were Kaido's dragon claws. Fists and claws intertwined, and the fierce clash of haki made time seem to pause at that moment. Lord Moria is so strong. Absalom, hidden nearby, couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. Unlike when he was obsessed with creating a zombie army on the island, Moria now seemed to have regained some of the vigor he had 8 years ago. Interesting. The voice of Kaido emerged from the dragon's mouth, and then the armament haki wrapped around the dragon's claws gradually changed color, turning into a kind of haki that seemed to carry thunder. Moria's expression changed slightly. It's coming. This was the technique Kaido used to defeat him 8 years ago, seemingly called Thunderbagwa. A strong impact surged from the outside in. Even Moria's monstrous body couldn't withstand it, and the stalemate was instantly broken. Moria was sent flying over 100 meters, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Everything in front of him, be it buildings, trees, or other objects, was shattered to pieces. Lord Moria. Absalom hurried to Moria's side to check on him. I'm Fine. As the smoke cleared, Moria stood up. Compared to 8 years ago, he was undoubtedly much stronger. Back then, he was defeated in one blow under Kaido's Thunderbagwa, and his crew had suffered heavy casualties, forcing him to retreat from the New World into the Fog Sea. Now, Kaido's strike no longer posed a significant threat to him, but wanted to further engage Kaido. His own abilities alone wouldn't suffice. Thinking of this, Moria decided to use the ability he acquired from the blind box merchant, which cost him 800 million berries. Absalom, stay back. Multiplication technique. Interesting. Doflamingo, watching from a distance, laughed heartily. He had come not only to join the excitement, but also to discuss the artificial devil fruits with Kaido. The supply of raw materials for artificial devil fruits was insufficient, and he needed Kaido to send a calamity to resolve the issue. To his surprise, Moria had become so powerful in just a few years. The last time they met, Doflamingo had looked down on Moria from the bottom of his heart. To him, Moria was a small character, a disgrace among the 7 warlords. He never expected Moria to step out of the shadow of his defeat by Kaido. It was truly interesting. In the distance, a birdman was continuously taking photos with a camera, capturing everything from Kaido and Moria, exchanging blows to Moria being sent flying. It's over. Morgans muttered to himself. Neither he, Doflamingo, nor anyone else had high hopes for Moria. This Thunderbagwa should be the end. Just when everyone thought so, a figure that had grown several times larger appeared from the smoke, transforming from a 7-meter giant into a 49-meter giant. What is this? Doflamingo was stunned. What? Morgans was also flabbergasted. Kaido's subordinates were left dumbfounded. The increase in size came with a surge in power. 7 meters and 49 meters were completely different scales. It's not over yet. Shadow Master. The shadow suddenly detached from his body, transforming into an identical giant. Two 49-meter-tall giants stood side by side, exuding immense intimidation. Just the sight of this was enough to silence anyone who dared to question his position as a warlord. "Come on, Kaido." The two giants strode towards Kaido, their footsteps shaking the ground as if the earth was trembling. "Roar!" Kaido let out a roar and began to battle the two giants. The fierce fight between the two giants and a giant dragon unfolded in Wano country, surpassing everyone's expectations. No one had imagined that Moria could fight Kaido to this extent. Now, even if Moria were to lose, he would still be honored in defeat. Anyone who witnessed this battle would regard Moria as a true powerhouse on these seas. The battle continued. Given their stamina, it was clear that this fight would not end anytime soon. Sabaody Archipelago, a significant figure arrived on the island, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader and creator of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 72, the opening of the box by Dorag. As soon as Dorag arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, the satellite that had been floating above the island transmitted the scene to Tina. The Revolutionary Army? Tina discussed with Smoker and decided to relay the information to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters. This was a significant matter, and they couldn't handle it themselves. Dorag's arrival, whether aimed at the Celestial Dragons or the mysterious merchant, was not good news for the Navy. Moreover, with the power of the dragon fruit, only Admiral Kizaru could keep an eye on him. If others came, they could only watch him leave. This matter had to be handled by Sengoku. "Carp, you stole my senbei again." Upon receiving the news, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Carp was not an easy opponent, and his son was even more troublesome. To protect Carp's reputation, he had put in a lot of effort over the years. Just then, hearing Smoker's report via the Den Den Mushi, he was instantly furious. Dorag, for some unknown reason, had suddenly arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, and it was important to note that Sabaody was very close to Mariewa, where the Celestial Dragons lived. If Dragon had any ulterior motives towards the Celestial Dragons, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact. If he was aiming for the mysterious merchant on the island, that would be even worse. The calls of two birds caught Sengoku's attention. Looking over, he saw Akiji riding on a large green bird at the entrance. Seeing this bird, Sengoku suddenly felt a headache as he thought of Carp's turtle. "Akiji, you haven't already encountered that mysterious merchant, have you?" "Well, not only did I encounter him, but I also bought a blind box from him. I even got this bird, which I named Little Akiji." Akiji said, patting the bird. The bird responded to Akiji's call. Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Good grief. Problem cases in the Navy were popping up one after another, and he felt an impulse to quit his job at any moment. "Akiji, why didn't you tell us about the mysterious merchant?" Sengoku yelled. Akiji scratched his head and weakly replied, "I forgot." "Damn it. You all are really giving me a headache," Sengoku said angrily. The two present acted as if nothing had happened, which made him even more frustrated. Akiji then dropped his frivolous attitude, saying, "Don't worry, I've talked to that mysterious merchant. He has no particular leanings. He clearly told me that whether the world is destroyed or achieves better peace depends on us. He is just a passerby." Sengoku fell silent for a moment before saying, "Is that so? I just heard Smoker's report that Dorag has arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago." Akiji glanced at Carp beside him and decided not to get involved. Ignoring Sengoku's implied suggestion, he looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling today was particularly beautiful. Sengoku glared at Akiji's behavior, then let Kizaru go to the Sabaody Archipelago. Only he can keep an eye on Dragon's actions. At this moment, Carp seemed to have come back to his senses from eating sunbae and laughed heartily. "I'll go too." Sengoku covered his head. However, it seemed impossible to stop him. Carp was an old man whose actions were hard to restrain. Let's hope Kizaru can keep an eye on him. A mysterious shop? Dorag looked at the intelligence passed on by the Revolutionary Army. As a major force, the Sabaody Archipelago naturally would not lack for their people. With Ivankov having transmitted the information in advance, the Revolutionary Army had long known the location of the shop opened by Dao Xian. Of course, this was also related to Dao Xian's never low profile. Anyone with intent could easily find out about his blind box shop with a little investigation. Following the location mentioned in the information, Dorag soon arrived at the place where the mysterious shop was located. A much smaller bird than the eagle was hopping around on the bar, and Nami occasionally tossed it some jerky, which the little bird jumped up to catch. The bird now resembled a dog more than a bird. This was the bird Dao Xian had given to Nami after their transaction, in Akiji's hands. Bobo had directly evolved into the eagle form. However, in Nami's hands, Bobo had only evolved partway into a BB bird. "Welcome." Dao Xian was about to say welcome to the guests when he was momentarily stunned upon seeing the person entering. Good grief, the Revolutionary Army's Dorag had arrived so quickly. This meant he rushed over as soon as he received the news. Hello. After entering, Dorag removed the hood from his head, revealing his entire face. Hello, Dorag. Dao Xian was not surprised that Dorag knew who he was. Ivankov had long mentioned Dao Xian's identity to him. It was not surprising that someone who could navigate the heavens would know some intelligence. Dao Xian nodded and exchanged a few simple words with Dorag, who directly stated his intention. I came here for this. Dorag took out the book that Ivankov had opened from a blind box with great care. Even Dao Xian showed great respect when facing this book. After pondering for a moment, he said, What do you want to know? Dorag's expression tightened, and he said seriously, Please tell me, what is revolution, and how can a revolution succeed? Dao Xian was speechless. Although he often dealt with these things, he really couldn't articulate it. However, he certainly couldn't say that in front of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Then, he could only shift the topic to opening the blind box. What is revolution? I'm not clear on that. I'm just a merchant. If you want to know, then come open the blind box. All the unknowns are within it. Dao Xian picked up a bronze blind box and waved it in front of Dragon, continuing, As long as you pour all your desires into the blind box, it will respond to your expectations. You will successfully get what you want. Dao Xian spoke with a serious expression, almost convincing himself. This was a set of words he had come up with in haste. After receiving so many guests, he had gradually figured out a bit of a pattern. In short, the things inside the blind box would always satisfy the person opening it in some way. As long as Dorag opened the box, he would get something he wanted, and Dao Xian would avoid discussing the topic of revolution. Dorag fell silent. However, since the book had been opened from the blind box, it seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, Dorag looked up and said directly, Then let's open the blind box, hoping that it can meet my expectations. Chapter 73. The horse that cures all ills faced with Drago's agreement to his proposal of opening boxes. Dao Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, one of the three major powers in the world of One Piece. With his wealth, how many blind boxes could he open? Just thinking about it was an astonishing number. Although he was excited inside, Dao Xuan's expression remained very calm as he asked slowly, The prices and rules are written over there. How many blind boxes do you intend to open? Dao Xian pointed to the rules posted on the wall. A bronze blind box for 200,000 berries. A silver blind box for 2 million berries. Only after purchasing 100 bronze blind boxes could one buy a silver blind box. The items obtained could generally only be used by the buyer, and if one wanted to give them to others, they had to pay the price of 3 blind boxes of the same level. Seeing the expensive prices posted on the wall, even Drago felt a bit constrained financially. Given the Revolutionary Army's savings, opening a golden blind box might not be an issue, but without a suitable reason, even he could not casually use the organization's funds. If he were to buy blind boxes, he could only use his personal savings. So, Dao Xuan's gaze fixed intently on Drago, hoping to hear him say he wanted to open a golden blind box. Let's open 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes. Drago slowly stated the number of boxes he wanted to open. This 100 million berries was nearly all of his personal wealth. He couldn't afford to open more without using the Revolutionary Army's funds. Whether it was worth such a hefty price would depend on whether this 100 million and 10 million berries could yield what he desired. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, every bit of funding had to be spent wisely, and this blind box was his only impulse purchase. After all, with Ivankov having opened good items before, he dared to spend this money. Only 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes? Dao Xian did a final confirmation before purchasing, but he was still very disappointed. He hadn't expected Drago to only open so few boxes, which was far from his expectations. However, thinking it over, it made sense. The reputation of this mysterious merchant had not yet spread throughout the world, and not many people knew of his existence. For his first box opening, Drago couldn't possibly reveal all his cards at once and use a large amount of the Revolutionary Army's funds to open blind boxes. If the blind boxes turn out to be a scam, the future of the Revolutionary Army could be at stake. In this light, this 100 million and 10 million berries didn't seem so little after all. Now it depended on whether this blind box could capture Drago's heart and encourage him to keep opening boxes. But that was beyond his control. What he had said earlier about the blind boxes responding to the desires and dreams of the box openers, although fabricated, was true to some extent. Well then, Dao Xian directly used the system's ability to deduct Drago's 100 million and 10 million berries. He then placed 550 bronze blind boxes on the table and gestured for Drago to proceed with opening the boxes. Experiencing the sensation of having 100 million and 10 million berries of wealth directly deducted from him felt so real that he had no doubts left about Dao Xuan's identity. Taking a deep breath, Drago reached for a blind box and opened it. As the bronze glow faded, a plain and unadorned book appeared before everyone. The moment he saw the book, Dao Xian felt the urge to project an image onto it. "What is this?" Drago asked. "This is a book written by a great person whose status is similar to yours, about how to lead a revolution." As he explained, Dao Xian waved his hand and released an explanatory image. Drago's expression tightened, his eyes fixed on the rapidly changing images. However, he still managed to understand the scenes depicted. This was revolution. It was a strategy of surrounding cities from the countryside, a gradual path to revolutionary victory. The images only displayed for a few minutes before disappearing, and Drago seemed to have a moment of realization as he looked at the book before him. Carefully, he tucked it into his chest. Guided by the path described in this book, the revolutionary army he led would surely achieve ultimate victory and overthrow the world government ruled by the celestial dragons. How about it? Is this blind box worth the price? Drago couldn't help but nod, no longer maintaining his initial aloof demeanor. Good, very good. The first blind box had given him such a surprise that Drago couldn't help but look forward to the subsequent bronze blind boxes. Dao Xian, with a thick face and dark heart, nodded. 1, 2, 3. Time passed as Drago opened the blind boxes one by one. Swords, guns, and books. The best item he opened was actually a book about the postpartum care of sows, which had significant benefits for the livestock industry. Drago's expression changed from aloof to calm, and then to displeasure. Facing Drago's occasional glances, Dao Xian felt justified. There were good items among the bronze blind boxes, and if Drago couldn't get them, he could only blame his bad luck. The items from the 500 blind boxes filled the room's hall to the brim, resembling an arms depot, with cold and hot weapons piled together. Bring on the silver blind boxes. Drago was somewhat speechless, aside from 2 books. The items he opened were almost unbearable to look at. Out of the 100 million berries, at least 90 million berries were wasted, but fortunately, these 2 books were of great value, essentially trading money for knowledge. Having been tricked by the bronze blind boxes, Drago had little confidence left in the silver blind boxes. Please. 5 special effect blind boxes, shining with silver light, appeared on the table, and Drago finally gained a bit more confidence. Compared to the bronze blind boxes, the silver blind boxes looked several levels higher, just in terms of appearance. With a hint of anticipation, Drago reached for one of the silver blind boxes. As the light faded, what appeared this time was a bag of seeds. What kind of seeds are these? Drago picked up the seeds and looked at Dao Xian. These are Hu Li Ying 2 excellent seedlings, an extremely high-quality grain seed. 1 acre can produce 700 to 900 kilograms of grain. Drago looked at the seeds in disbelief. The biggest problem for the Revolutionary Army was food supply. Meat was manageable with countless strong individuals, but grain was different. The food supply from allied nations of the world government was strictly controlled. The Revolutionary Army had to go through many detours to gather food. But if these seeds truly had such high yields, they could find a few bases and achieve a certain degree of self-sufficiency. Chapter 74. Moria's escape. This will undoubtedly make the Revolutionary Army even more concealed. It will become increasingly difficult for intelligence agents from world governments to locate the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the greatest weakness of the Revolutionary Army is the supply of food. These intelligence agents are searching around the world for unidentified sources of food to find the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Dorag's mind was filled with countless ideas. However, the urgent matter at hand was to see what good items could be obtained from the upcoming silver blind boxes. The first one had already given him such a big surprise. After putting away the seeds, Dorag continued to open the second silver blind box. With the surprise of the seeds, Dorag was filled with anticipation. Upon opening the second silver blind box, a talisman appeared. What is this? A piece of stone? Dorag asked again. While the previous seeds and books were within his understanding, this talisman was truly baffling. Given that this was merely a silver-level replica, Dao Xian chose not to project an image, as the original talisman was too powerful. The horse talisman, also known as the healing talisman, can cure all diseases. Dao Xian explained casually that the replica's function is to heal all ailments, but the more severe the illness, the longer it needs to be held. However, unless Dorag pays the price of 3 silver blind boxes, this horse talisman can only be used by himself. With Ivankov, the doctor, around, whether the limitation of this horse talisman can be lifted depends on him. As for the original horse talisman, it is much more terrifying. It is a fearsome item that can restore any object to its original state by locking its current status on the timeline. The more Dao Xian learned, the more he felt how deep the waters of this world were. Moreover, with the real existence of a deity like El Dongbin in the background, along with historical records, the world of Jackie Chan adventures is far more terrifying than One Piece. Curing all diseases? Dorag instantly thought of countless uses, especially leveraging the power of this horse talisman to find some nobles suffering from serious illnesses. Step by step, he could bring them into his camp. This is a crucial item. The moment he heard its function, Dorag knew it, especially since there was someone who needed it very much. A man known as the strongest in the world. Once that man obtained this talisman, it would be truly terrifying. And he could use this talisman to make a perfect deal. Thinking of this, Dorag decided not to continue opening the remaining silver blind boxes. It could almost be said that this was the best item he could obtain at the moment. No need to open the remaining blind boxes. Let's exchange this horse talisman for a free item, Dorag said seriously. Since it was Dorag's request, Dao Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. He directly deducted the remaining blind boxes, and a horse talisman without user restrictions appeared in Dorag's hand. Looking at this talisman, Dorag smiled with satisfaction, raised his cloak, and left without looking back. He left. Dao Xian was almost glaring holes into the air, still not seeing Dorag return. Dorag arrived in a storm and left in a storm, leaving only Dao Xian's regret. As the leader of a significant force, he had only earned such a small amount of berries. However, Dao Xian believed he would return. After all, the road of revolution is filled with obstacles, and he had the most direct path here. He would definitely come back. Wano country. The battle between Kaido and Moria had lasted for half a day. If Dao Xian knew, he would surely exclaim that the physical condition of people in this world is truly monstrous. Akiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and nights before a victor was decided. Moria and Kaido were just as formidable, simply monstrous. However, as time passed, Moria seemed to be running out of stamina. The main reason was that Moria's power was insufficient to inflict any fatal damage on Kaido. Kaido truly deserved the title of the strongest creature. His powerful physique meant that even a fully powered Moria, without mastering techniques to match the Thunderbagua, was still unable to deal sufficient damage to Kaido. Thunderbagua. The Dragon Claws were infused with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, and the mixture of these two types of Haki instantly shredded Moria's Shadow Giant. The residual force hit Moria. Boom! A massive smoke screen rose, and the 49-meter-tall Moria returned to his normal 7-meter stature. This encounter basically achieved Moria's objectives. First, to rid himself of the shadow of his previous defeat to Kaido, and second, to gauge the power gap between himself and Kaido. Through actual combat, Moria felt that he was only a hair's breadth away from Kaido's strength. Although this hair's breadth seemed difficult to overcome by himself, the thought of the mysterious merchant ignited a fire in Moria's heart. As long as he had enough money, he had the chance to become the ruler of this sea. Moreover, it seemed that not many knew about the existence of the mysterious merchant, making this his best opportunity. Absalom, let's retreat. Absalom instantly vanished from his spot, and Moria also disappeared, entering the shadow space. Only the Shadow Mage transformed into a swarm of bats and scattered in all directions. Chase! Capture him! Seeing Moria escape, Kaido immediately became furious and issued commands to the Beast Pirates' power users. Capture Moria! The Beast Pirates mobilized to capture the fleeing Moria. Doflamingo, who was nearby, was filled with disbelief at this moment. How could Moria suddenly become so powerful? This is impossible. Connecting this to the message previously relayed by Virgo, Doflamingo keenly sensed that something shocking was quietly happening in the sea. Once it appeared, the last person to discover it would inevitably be abandoned by the times. Those who could board the ship of the era would have the opportunity to sit on the throne of kings in the new era. Meanwhile, Morgan's fly in the sky was excitedly jumping around. A major event. A major event. Moria was actually able to fight Kaido to this extent. If he assisted a bit, it seemed that the 5 emperors of this sea could be born, a 5 emperor born, through his newspaper. Thinking of this, Morgans was overjoyed. He quickly flapped his wings and flew in the direction Moria had escaped. Chapter 75. The Perverted Fruit Shining Man with the Shadow Space. Moria was able to escape without anyone from Kaido's crew stopping him. Moria and Absalom quickly returned to the ship they had come on, while the zombie army was ruthlessly abandoned by Moria in Wano country to block the pursuit of Kaido's subordinates. Jehihi, Absalom, am I strong or what? Moria laughed proudly at the bow of the ship. He hadn't expected to last so long against Kaido, and even managed to escape without sustaining any injuries from Kaido's full force. At this moment, besides feeling pleased with his own power, Moria only wanted to acquire more treasures and head to the mysterious merchant to purchase more blind boxes to become even stronger. A small silver blind box had already made him so powerful. How terrifying would the higher level gold and platinum blind boxes be? Lord Moria is so strong. Next time, Lord Moria will definitely defeat Kaido and sit on the throne of the Pirate King. Absalom boasted crazily beside him. However, this was not just flattery. The power Moria displayed in front of Absalom was truly terrifying and powerful. For Absalom, this was indeed his most genuine thought. Just as Moria and Absalom were retreating on their ship, a large bird dressed in human clothing flew down from the sky, landing on the ship. It then removed its hat and spoke in human language. Respected Warlord Moonlight Moria, hello. Faced with the sudden appearance of Morgans, Moria immediately became vigilant. Seeing the wary expressions on the two, the Birdman introduced himself. I am Morgans, President of the World Economic News. The name of the President of the World Economic News was familiar to Moria. In the Misty Sea, he relied on the newspapers from the World Economic News to learn about the outside world. However, why did he suddenly come to see him? Moria couldn't recall having any particular relationship with him. Noticing Moria's puzzled expression, Morgans directly revealed his purpose. Lord Moria, do you want to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea? Morgans had been planning this for a long time, but his biggest concern was the lack of someone who could fight against the 4 emperors and still make it out unscathed. This had kept his plan stalled for a long time. Now, he had finally found someone. If he could elevate Moria to the position of a 4 emperor, the status of the World Economic News in the world would be unshakable. Similarly, such an exclusive big news would undoubtedly boost the newspaper sales of the World Economic News, squeezing out the space for other newspapers and fulfilling Morgan's dream of dominating the newspaper industry. With this goal, Morgan stared intently at Moria, waiting for his response. The 5th Emperor? Moria's heart raced. As a pirate, who wouldn't want to rule the seas? Seeing Moria's intrigued expression, Morgan slowly laid out his plan. A day and a half had passed since Moria's defeat at the hands of Kaido. The newsbirds led by Morgans had spread this battle report across the globe. This news immediately sparked strong reactions from various forces, especially the term mentioned in the newspaper, the 5th Pirate Emperor, which stirred up a lot of controversy. The warlord who narrowly lost to Kaido, the 5th Pirate Emperor, Moria? Nami murmured the news recorded in the newspaper, instantly capturing Daoshuan's attention. Hearing this shocking news that rocked the world, Daoshuan smiled, knowing that a big business opportunity was about to come knocking. If Moria wanted to defeat Kaido, the most direct way was to open blind boxes with him. Moreover, with the reputation provided by the newspaper, as long as Moria chose to abandon his position as a warlord, he could immediately form a large pirate crew. In this world, 99% of people are illiterate, and many pirates are among them. For them, the only way to judge strength, aside from fighting, is by what they've done. Simply put, it's about reputation. With the reputation mentioned in the newspaper that could rival Kaido, as long as Moria chose to abandon the hated and scorned position of warlord, he could quickly organize a large pirate crew that would provide him with a substantial source of income. Of course, for Daoshuan, the most significant implication was that Moria would finally have money. It was predictable that the amount Moria would spend next time would definitely not be less than his original fortune of 800 million berries. That would be enough. As more and more people opened boxes, the amounts grew larger, and Daoshuan was starting to look down on ordinary box openers. After all, the gap between bronze blind boxes and silver blind boxes was too great. However, real big clients still needed time to develop. The sand alligator that had opened blind boxes was surely holed up somewhere, gathering treasures in preparation for the next round of blind boxes. And the Navy was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Whether it was Zifa, Carp, or Akiji, they had all tasted the sweetness of blind boxes. However, the biggest problem now was that the situation was not chaotic enough, and the Navy's funding was still in the hands of the world government. To get the world government to increase the Navy's military funding, a suitable reason was still lacking, which limited the number of boxes the Navy could open. Regarding this, Daoshuan was still quite patient. With so many enhanced items, his lifespan was at least a few hundred years. Waiting a year or so wouldn't matter. However, would Ace, after being enhanced here and trained by Rayleigh, still join the Whitebeard pirates after failing to challenge Whitebeard? That was a question. Has Dragon already left? That brat didn't he even show his face to his old man? Carp shouted loudly. The news he revealed stunned Smoker and Tina in front of him. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is the son of Navy hero Vice Admiral Carp. Smoker and Tina lost their composure for the first time. Such explosive news completely shocked them. Fortunately, this was their office, and only the two of them knew this information. The lazy demeanor of Kizaru, looking like he just woke up, added to the tension. Smoker, Tina, just know this news. It's a Navy secret and must not be disclosed. Kizaru instructed lazily. Understood. Kizaru's simple words were taken very seriously by Smoker and Tina. Since Dragon has already left, it seems there's nothing more to do. Kizaru scratched his head in thought. The principle of life for lazy Kizaru was just to slack off. And after realizing he had made a pointless trip, he felt not a hint of disappointment. Chapter 76. Carp opening boxes again. An unexpected surprise. This was like getting a vacation for free, a paid vacation. Kizaru had already planned how to spend these days in his mind. First, he would go to the sauna for a steam bath, then head to Happy Street to find some young girls to rejuvenate his youth. Ah, what a pleasant vacation. Just as Kizaru was happily contemplating how to enjoy his holiday, he heard Carp's voice beside him. Kizaru, lend me some money. Carp seemed to remember something and reached out. Kizaru's heart sank. Carp was very respected among the lower ranks of the Navy, but among the higher-ups, Carp was just an old freeloader. He was the one who borrowed money and didn't pay it back. Faced with Carp's request for money, Kizaru felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected Carp to pull this stunt. Seeing Kizaru's hesitant expression, Carp widened his eyes in disbelief. Kizaru, do you think I'm someone who doesn't pay back? I always return what I borrow. Looking at Carp, who was rubbing his hands together, Kizaru had no choice but to part with some cash to avoid a confrontation with the now more powerful Carp. How much do you need? Carp finally revealed a satisfied smile. Just 100 million berries will do. Just? Kizaru nearly spit out his frustration. He knew Carp was a burden, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. As the richest among the three admirals, he did have some savings. However, even so, 100 million berries was still a considerable amount, and at his salary level, it would take him 3 years to save up. Of course, for an admiral, many things were provided by the Navy, so there weren't many places where he needed money, and his salary wasn't that high. I won't use your money for nothing. Seeing Kizaru's unwilling expression, Carp pulled out a small bean from his pocket and handed it to Kizaru. You must have heard about that mysterious merchant. This is the miraculous medicine that can heal injuries and regenerate severed limbs. I originally planned to give it to Zephyr, but I didn't expect that old man to open a blind box himself, and he got one too. It's useless for me to keep it, so I'll trade it for 100 million berries. Kizaru had certainly heard of the legendary bean. Since Carp was willing to trade it for 100 million berries, Kizaru didn't feel like he was at a loss. As long as he found a wealthy noble, he could probably sell this bean for 200 million without a problem. After the deal was made, Carp laughed heartily and asked Tina for the location of the mysterious shop before leaving with a swagger. Kizaru thought for a moment and followed after him. The existence of a mysterious merchant even piqued the interest of a usually lazy Kizaru. Of course, the most important thing was that both Carp and Zephyr seemingly opened good things. Even Akiji opened a big bird, which made him a bit eager as well. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was in the training room on the 3rd floor, familiarizing himself with his abilities. The 3rd floor was 200 square meters, with his bedroom occupying less than 20 square meters, and the rest was a huge and spacious hall. Thanks to the system, the walls and floor inside were indestructible. If others tried to attack, they would face recoil, but as the host of the system, Dao Xian felt no such recoil. Thus, it became the most suitable training ground for him. Transform. The belt created by the Galanji clan, using the Amadum Spirit Stone, appeared around Dao Xian's waist. Centered on the belt, a layer of armor made of a bone-like material instantly enveloped Dao Xian's entire body. The 4 elemental forms of fire, wind, water, and earth rotated and appeared. Following that was the chakra form, which, based on the all-powerful form, fire form, integrated the power of chakra. And lines of wind god patterns appeared on his originally fiery red body. Substitution technique, shadow clone technique, mist concealment technique, great fireball technique, multiplication technique. All the ninjutsu obtained by box openers appeared one by one in the chakra form. Then came, Dao Xian cast aside all distractions. His desire for battle and slaughter infinitely expanded, and the armor on his body instantly turned black. Just as Dao Xian was about to delve deeper, he realized he seemed to be lacking something that prevented him from directly transforming into the ultimate form of the void. That was the ultimate dark warrior, said to be able to bury the sun and destroy the world. With that kind of power, Dao Xian's strength in this world would be enough to protect himself. Unfortunately, although the system had helped him master most of the abilities of the void, he was still missing something for this ultimate form. However, Dao Xian was not in a hurry. With the increasing number of people opening blind boxes, his abilities would only become more and more numerous and powerful. It wouldn't be long before he could master the ultimate form. Or perhaps he was lacking a battle against an evenly matched opponent. Dao Xian, we have a guest. While Dao Xian was honing his abilities, he heard Nami's voice calling from outside. Dao Xian dispelled his transformation and returned to his original form before stepping out of the room and into the first floor. I'm back. Upon seeing Dao Xian, Carp laughed heartily. Welcome, welcome. While welcoming, Dao Xian's gaze was on Kizuru beside him. To be honest, if one didn't look at his face, Kizuru's 3-meter height was quite impressive. Dao Xian wasn't particularly tall, but he was of average height. In this world, he had become a small person, which was quite ridiculous. Unfortunately, Kizuru's lazy expression completely destroyed his strong aura. Of course, he was still very suave and cool when using the Pika Pika no Mi, taking down supernovas one by one. Carp unceremoniously pulled Kizuru over and said, I'm here to open blind boxes with Celino today. By the way, I want to ask about my son, Dragon. What did he get from you? Carp seemed to not hide his intention to gather intelligence. Or perhaps he was using the pretext of inquiring about Dragon's information to open blind boxes. Let's open the boxes after we finish. I'll tell you a little bit of information. Dao Xian made a gesture, indicating just a little bit. Then let's open 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes. Carp readily agreed, having his own plans in mind, trading the magical bean for 100 million berries. The odds of opening something good from 5 silver blind boxes were still quite high. The probability of breaking even was extremely great. He had only spent 10 million berries himself. Should we convert the 500 bronze blind boxes directly into 1 silver blind box? Dao Xian looked at the system's prompt and realized that after a few months in this world, it was the first time he had a guest returning for a second visit. It was also at this moment that Dao Xian learned that one could directly open silver blind boxes. No, it couldn't be said to be directly opening silver blind boxes, but rather converting bronze blind boxes directly into silver blind boxes. Calculating this way, 100 million and 10 million berries could directly buy 6 silver blind boxes. Deal. Cap, who is well aware of how risky the bronze blind boxes can be, naturally wouldn't refuse this choice. After receiving a response, facing an old customer, Dao Xian didn't explain much, as Cap already knew the rules. Dao Xian directly deducted Cap's belly and placed 6 silver blind boxes on the table. Chapter 77 Pikachu, the yellow ape, silently watched as Carp opened the blind box. It was the first time he had truly seen a blind box. He didn't even catch a glimpse of where Dao Xian had pulled it from, just a moment's work. 6 blind boxes, radiating a silver glow, suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Old man will open it now. Carp flexed his palm, then cautiously picked up one of the silver blind boxes and opened it. 1 fairy bean, Dao Xian introduced simply from the side. Carp suddenly burst into laughter. Old man knew it. My luck wouldn't be too bad. Opening a fairy bean right off the bat made Carp quite satisfied, as it meant he had already recouped the fairy bean he had mortgaged to the yellow ape. The remaining 5 silver blind boxes were essentially obtained for free. As long as he opened one more, he would make a huge profit. Carp instantly felt an impulse to become a middleman, but unfortunately, only consumables could be freely traded. For those items, he would have to pay the price of 3 blind boxes of the same level to let others use them. That would greatly increase the chances of losing money. The yellow ape, seeing that Carp had already recouped the first blind box, was instantly tempted. A fairy bean could definitely fetch someone 100 million berries out on this sea. Opening one would be a blood profit. As for not getting anything? Nonsense. This guy Carp had opened fairy beans twice, and the yellow ape believed his luck wouldn't be worse than Carp's. Who knows? He might even get something better. Carp proudly reached for the second silver blind box. With a fairy bean as a base, even if the rest were trash, he wouldn't be at a loss. Watch. Old man S second silver blind box. Give me some goods. Carp directly opened the second blind box, and a scroll appeared before him. Boss, what is this? Carp asked, holding up the scroll. Oh, chakra refinement technique. Dao Xian had never seen a repeat item before, but the system had long explained that the lower-level blind boxes were more likely to repeat. Chakra refinement technique. The items Smoker obtained from the blind boxes were naturally not a secret to them. Smoker had already reported the situation. Therefore, Carp was quite familiar with some of the basic functions of chakra. Without ninjutsu, chakra could still increase a person's strength and defense when simply attached to the body. In simple terms, it was a weakened version of armament hockey. Of course, for Carp, the most practical part was that chakra actually allowed one to walk on water. Smoker had tried many uses for it in the Navy headquarters and finally discovered one use, the adhesion of chakra. With chakra, A person could actually stand directly on walls or water surfaces, which was quite useful for Carp's mobility. It would be even better if he could open some ninjutsu. Good. Carp once again displayed a proud laugh, further stimulating the yellow ape's desire to consume. 10 tons of top-quality steel. A huge steel ingot appeared before them. Carp curiously touched it, leaving a handprint and then ignoring the steel. Looking at the handprint left on the steel, Dao Xian could only remain speechless. The steel smelting level in the Pirate King world was not low, and 10 tons of good steel was not really considered valuable in this world. 10 tons of high-quality rice. Dao Xian introduced without any fluctuation. Not bad. Could fetch a few million berries, Carp muttered. 10 tons of fruit. Carp's eyes widened. A face full of displeasure. These things could be bought with berries, and to him, it was a huge loss. Fortunately, there was still the last silver blind box. Carp, looking unhappy, reached out to open the final blind box. What is this? Dao Xuan's eyes widened. While others might not recognize it, he certainly could. Could this thing really appear in a silver blind box? Goodness, Carp truly was the king of luck. Seeing Dao Xuan's expression, Carp knew he had gotten something good and quickly asked with excitement. What is this good thing? It's a storage bag from a protagonist named Han Pao Pao in a cultivation world. Storage bag? Carp looked at the palm-sized bag, filled with confusion. What could such a small bag store? Was it teasing him? Noticing Carp's confusion, Dao Xian quickly explained, don't underestimate the small bag. It can hold items with a volume of up to 50 cubic units, and it ignores weight. Even in storage bags, this counts as a premium item. Carp instantly performed a lightning-fast change of expression. His formerly displeased face turned happy in an instant. Haha, old man is indeed lucky. This was a term he had learned from Dao Xian, meaning someone who has great luck opening boxes, and he, Carp, was that kind of person, or in Dao Xuan's words, a lucky king. He certainly didn't want to be called a cursed person by Dao Xian. That would be too insulting for him to accept. Carp happily began exploring the uses of a storage bag, while the yellow ape could no longer sit still. 100,010,000 berries. And he got a fairy bean, a chakra refinement technique, and a premium storage bag. Anyone would be envious, and the yellow ape was no exception. Long before Carp opened the blind boxes, he had already read the rules on the wall, and now he was a bit impatient. After watching Carp finish opening the boxes and get good items, his hands were subtly itching. Boss, I want to open a blind box too. Dao Xian remained calm. He knew the yellow ape couldn't sit still. This was a feeling that anyone who often opened boxes in various games could relate to. When a good friend hits the jackpot, who wouldn't want to try their luck a few times? And then they would inexplicably get hooked. How many do you want to open? Dao Xian asked calmly. The performance of Akiji, one of the 3 admirals, had made him have no illusions about the Navy's income. The yellow ape considered the cost-performance ratio and his own wallet, then decisively stated his thoughts. Let's skip the bronze blind boxes, boss. You said that first-time box openers must open bronze ones. I'll buy 10 bronze blind boxes first, and then on the second round, I'll buy silver blind boxes directly. Is that okay? The yellow ape had no interest in the lowest-level bronze blind boxes, so, after looking at the rules, he immediately thought of a way to bypass Dao Xuan's rules. Dao Xian didn't expect the yellow ape to be so clever, but for him, it was no loss, only benefits. The better the items opened by the box opener, the more he would benefit. It was a win-win situation. Realizing this, Dao Xian nodded. Sure. How many blind boxes do you want to open? Chapter 78, The Abyss Demon Party. Let me ask again. Can I directly purchase the golden blind boxes? Dao Xian looked at Kizuru in surprise. Could it be that he misjudged him, and Kizuru is actually a hidden wealthy person? The golden blind boxes cost about 2 billion berries. Kizuru instantly acted as if he had never asked that question. Boss, let me start with 10 bronze blind boxes and then get 20 silver blind boxes. Kizuru really is a phony. But 20 silver blind boxes still represent nearly 400 million berries, making it the second largest transaction among the guests Dao Xian was hosting, only behind Moria. Moreover, Dao Xian didn't have high expectations for Kizuru, so this development surprisingly pleased him, especially since Kizuru was able to open so many blind boxes. Shall we begin? After getting Kizuru's consent during the final confirmation before opening the boxes, Dao Xian didn't deduct all the money at once like he did with others. Instead, he deducted the money for the 10 bronze blind boxes first. He then placed 10 bronze blind boxes in front of Kizuru and waited for him to open them. Kizuru's eternally lazy expression showed a hint of nervousness. At some point, Garp had also come over, enjoying the spectacle of watching others open boxes, which was ultimately a great source of fun. With that feeling, Kizuru picked up one of the bronze blind boxes and opened it. As the blind box disappeared, a familiar egg appeared. What the hell? Garp cursed from the side, but of course, Dao Xian understood what he meant. The egg was very similar to the one Garp had opened, just with slight differences in color and size. It was clearly a Pokemon, just a different variety from Garp's. Kizaru ignored Garp and turned his gaze towards Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. It is. Dao Xian glanced at the information displayed in the system, and then released the image of the creature inside the egg. In the image, a large yellow mouse appeared, sporting a tail marked with a lightning bolt, which then evolved twice, showcasing 3 different forms to everyone present. So cute, Nami exclaimed again, although it had mouse-like characteristics. The fluffy Piku and Pikachu were quite adorable, looking just like plush toys. Robin remained calm. It seemed that even Pikachu didn't hit her cute spot. It comes from a world full of exotic beasts, belongs to the electric type, and can release electricity to attack enemies. It comes from the same world as Vice Admiral Garp's Blastoise, but Garp's Blastoise is a water type, while this one is electric. Wow, it seems pretty cute. Hearing Kizaru's words, Dao Xian felt awkward. Even though it was a compliment, it always sounded annoying coming from Kizaru. To be honest, if it weren't for Kizaru's strong abilities, he would have long since perished in the sea. Holding the egg in his hands, it would hatch. Upon hearing Dao Xian's words, Kizaru took the egg, holding it in his hands, and an inexplicable connection formed between him and the little life inside the egg. Pika! Pika! A tender cry sounded, and a small yellow mouse appeared in Kizaru's hands. The little yellow mouse moved its body, and soon a white light of evolution radiated from it. Raichu. Under Kizaru's power, Pikachu instantly evolved into its final form, becoming a giant electric mouse standing a meter tall. Pika. Pika Raichu rubbed against Kizaru's thigh to show affection. Dao Xian watched Raichu and suddenly envisioned a very vivid image. Kizaru's face on Raichu's body. What a lewd scene that would be. And he hoped this Raichu wouldn't be corrupted by Kizu, the perverted fruit user. Kizaru calmed Raichu down before turning back to continue opening the boxes. From Kizaru's expression, it seemed he was quite happy to have obtained Raichu as a partner. These pets not only looked good but also possessed special abilities, which for Kizaru meant gaining a companion with the power of a devil fruit. For the remaining 9 bronze blind boxes, Kizaru opened them quite casually and unsurprisingly. He didn't get anything good. However, Kizaru wasn't disappointed. The good stuff was yet to come. After all, he had bought 20 silver blind boxes plus the freebies, totaling 22 silver blind boxes to open. If Garp could get 3 good items from 6 silver blind boxes, Kizaru would be satisfied with 9 good items from his 22 silver blind boxes. Boss, let us have 20 more silver blind boxes. With this thought, Kizaru said seriously to Dao Xian. Dao Xian nodded and deducted the corresponding berries for the 22 silver blind boxes from Kizaru. The deduction of wealth suddenly made Kizaru feel a sting. This was the accumulation of his savings over decades of work, and most of it had been built up after he became an admiral. Before that, his salary was barely enough, and he hadn't saved much money. I hope to open a few more magic beans and make a big profit. Let us go. Dao Xian placed the blind boxes on the table and watched from the side. Each silver blind box had the potential to reveal something good, and even observing was fun. Kizaru's expression remained lazy, but he was fully focused. If this round of silver blind boxes turned out to be a disaster, he might just feel like jumping into the sea. Feeling tense, Kizaru slowly opened a silver blind box. The familiar special effect, white light, faded, revealing an invitation letter in front of Kizaru. The unique invitation letter instantly captured everyone's attention. Just its appearance seemed to signal that Kizaru had hit the jackpot. Dao Xian looked at the familiar invitation letter with a nostalgic gaze, then glanced at the system's description before releasing the image. In the image, a swordsman accompanied by several differently dressed companions entered a special space through this invitation letter. The 4 of them then collectively broke the steel pillar in the space, revealing a massive black demon. After successfully defeating the demon, several demon puppets appeared. After defeating the puppets, a pile of equipment exploded on the ground. Among them, one piece emitting a yellow glow was particularly eye-catching. Kizaru couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Dao Xian said very seriously, "Its name is the Abyss Party Invitation. This is an event hosted by demons from the Abyss. Once you enter, you can challenge the demon's avatars. If you defeat the demon and its avatars, you have a chance to obtain special artifacts. And there's a very small chance of acquiring epic-level items. Trust me, its power is beyond your imagination." Chapter 79, Europe and Africa, Abyss Demon? Upon hearing this name, Kizaru's first reaction was to wonder if it was related to the devil fruit. After all, the name has the word demon in it. However, after considering the background of the mysterious merchant that Smoker and Zephyr mentioned, Kizaru discarded these thoughts. An invitation letter allows 4 people to challenge an abyss party. The minimum reward is some weapons equivalent to a good sword. As for the artifacts, I can only say that their power is no less than the supreme great sword, and they may have some special abilities. As for epic level weapons, I can only say that if you are truly lucky enough to obtain one during this abyss party, you will naturally realize its power. Of course, this is just a low-level abyss party invitation. The demon avatars inside won't be too strong, and the corresponding artifacts or epics won't be the strongest ones. To obtain more powerful artifacts and epics, one needs to open higher-level blind boxes. If you fail the challenge, there won't be any life-threatening danger, but it would mean wasting this opportunity. Dao Xian laid out the functions of the Abyss invitation letter all at once, which still differed somewhat from Dao Xian's understanding of the Abyss invitation letter. Allowing 4 people to enter at once essentially equates to 4 Abyss challenges. In this case, even with an extremely low drop rate, there is still a slight possibility of getting good items. Kizaru carefully stored this invitation letter and then turned his gaze to the other silver blind boxes. Although this invitation letter only had the potential to yield an artifact comparable to the Supreme Great Sword, it was still precious enough, and most importantly, he could invite others to join. Kizaru definitely wanted to occupy 1 spot, leaving 3 spots available. Kizaru could choose to sell them. That way, he could recover quite a bit of his investment. After all, charging 50 million berries per person for the ticket wouldn't be unreasonable. Kizaru's mind was racing with calculations. This invitation letter is a good item. 1 spot is mine. Beside him, Garp didn't consider himself an outsider and spoke up, completely ignoring Kizaru's resentful gaze after hearing his words. Unable to compete with this old man Garp, Kizaru could only shift his focus back to the blind boxes. Arguing with Garp would only frustrate him further. It was better to see what good items would come out of the next blind boxes. He picked up the second blind box and opened it swiftly. A book on basic swordsmanship. Dao Xian simply explained. The most basic swordsmanship is certainly useful for ordinary people. But for a general like Kizaru, it was something he couldn't even be bothered to look at. With a casual slap, the basic swordsmanship transformed into a white light and merged into Kizaru's body. After slightly adapting to the suddenly increased swordsmanship memories, Kizaru shifted his attention back to the blind box. But this basic swordsmanship seemed to be rather unusual. Unlike the swordsmanship of the pirate world, this book was designed specifically for human combat, almost like a swordsmanship dedicated to killing humans. It still had some supplementary effect on his swordsmanship. Disregarding these distractions, Kizaru opened the third silver blind box. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. A one-time scroll that can create a massive earth wall to defend against enemy attacks. Kizaru nodded and gave a straightforward evaluation. Garbage. 100 quality swords. Kizaru squeezed one, breaking it instantly, and ignored the pile of scrap metal. After 2 consecutive blind boxes yielded nothing, Kizaru's methods became increasingly rough, as if he believed that being rough would yield better results. Unfortunately, the reality proved that it was of no use and only led to worse outcomes. Then Explosion Tug, a large piece of gemstone meat. It wasn't until he had opened 20 silver blind boxes that Kizaru finally stopped his relentless opening. Salino, your luck seems to be quite poor. Garp laughed heartily from the side, causing Kizaru's already dark face to darken even more. Kizaru had thought that even if he wasn't as lucky as Garp, it wouldn't be too far off, but unexpectedly, Garp had gotten 3 good items from 6 silver blind boxes. He only got 1 invitation letter from 20 silver blind boxes. As for the basic swordsmanship, it could barely count as 1, but there was no comparison to Garp's haul. Looking at Garp's slightly tanned skin, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, realizing that he was indeed the unlucky one. Forcing himself to ignore Garp's annoying smirk, Kizaru silently comforted himself that there were still 2 blind boxes left. There was still a chance for a comeback. With the unwillingness to admit his bad luck, Kizaru reached for the last 2 blind boxes. This time, he opened both boxes simultaneously, and as the light from the boxes faded, 2 items appeared before him. Oh! Seeing Dao Xian's change in expression, Kizaru knew that it seemed like he had received something good and hurriedly asked, "Shopkeeper, what are these 2 items?" Dao Xian initially thought Kizaru was completely out of luck, but unexpectedly, he ended up with 2 items. Although they were far from Garp's luck, at least it wasn't too hard to accept. Dao Xian pointed to one of the bronze scrolls and said, "This is a reinforcement scroll from the same world as the Abyss Demon Invitation letter you just received. It is a 7 scroll." After a moment of thought, Dao Xian directly translated it into terms they could understand. In simple terms, this scroll could be used on any external object like a wooden stick, a piece of armor, or a pair of boxing gloves. After use, if it's armor, it will enhance its defense. If it's a weapon, it will increase its strength and sharpness. The level of enhancement is such that a good sword can be upgraded to the level of a great sword after use. I suggest that if you must use it, the most suitable item for it right now is the Justice Fist that Garp possesses. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's heart sank. Good heavens! Garp is taking a spot in the Abyss Party, and now even the reinforcement scroll is being suggested for Garp. Kizaru's face darkened instantly. Ignoring Garp, who was subtly hinting at him after hearing Dao Xian's words, Kizaru stuffed the reinforcement scroll into his pocket and then changed the topic, saying, "So, what is this last item?" It was a scroll with peculiar patterns, somewhat similar to the reinforcement scroll, but clearly different. This was truly a good item. A beginner HP potion. The name Dao Xian mentioned left Garp and Kizaru puzzled, but Dao Xian's subsequent explanation sent Kizaru into a frenzy of joy. Its function is that after use, it allows the user to master a special ability to create a potion called the Beginner HP Potion using certain materials. Chapter 80. Challenge of the Abyss. Being able to quickly heal certain injuries, as long as they are not fatal, can save a life. This time, even Garp lost his usual carefree demeanor and became serious. This thing is simply a strategic item. With it, the casualty rate of Navy soldiers can be greatly improved, and both Garp and Kizaru thought of this at almost the same time. The only problem is, who should the recipe for this potion be given to? As a consumable, there is no rule that prevents this scroll from being used by others. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't be so tense. Of course, that's a topic for later. Upon realizing the importance of this scroll, Kizaru quickly put it away. Although what Kizaru obtained seems to not significantly enhance his own strength, the invitation to the Abyss Party, the enhancement scroll, and this potion-making ability scroll are all very useful items. After opening the blind box, Kizaru and Garp hurried back to Navy headquarters. This ability scroll for creating basic HP potions is of great significance, prompting Kizaru to choose to sacrifice his vacation to rush it back to Navy headquarters. Watching their departing figures, Dao Xian felt like he had forgotten something, but since he forgot, he didn't care much. What Dao Xian wanted to do the most now was to complete this Abyss challenge. Robin-san, Nami-san, do you want to play something really fun? Dao Xian raised the Abyss Party invitation in his hand and said to Nami and Robin beside him. The Abyss, such a familiar memory, made Dao Xian feel a bit impatient. Plus, if a divine artifact or an epic item were to appear, it would be even more exciting. After all, there was no danger to life, even if the challenge failed. It would just be a wasted opportunity. That Abyss Party invitation? Let's go. Nami readily agreed, and Robin beside her also showed an interested expression. They both heard what Dao Xian just said. Facing a special party that might yield divine artifacts or epics, even they couldn't help but become interested. All right. Dao Xian closed the door of the house, and then used the Abyss Party invitation. The invitation disappeared, and a blue circular pillar of light appeared before the three of them. Dao Xian took Robin and Nami's hands and jumped directly into the door. As soon as they passed through the light door, the environment changed drastically, and the three of them found themselves in a huge square that spanned several miles. In the center of the square stood a massive pillar, dozens of meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, emanating a dark luster, indicating that it was not fragile at all. Transform! Transform! The sounds of transformation echoed. Dao Xian and Nami transformed into their empty forms. If Nami still looked like her original self, but with added feminine features, then Dao Xian, in the moment of transformation, had already taken on a form that was black with hints of fiery red. This was the astonishing, all-powerful mode of the empty, characterized by a black base mixed with red and gold, a special form that represented Dao Xuan's mastery of the empty's power, just one step away from evolving into the ultimate state. Although Robin did not transform, her hands were already poised to activate her fruit abilities at any moment. Once they confirmed they were ready, with a gentle wave from Dao Xian, the pillar suddenly showed signs of damage, and several monsters appeared. The special challenge, known as the Abyss Party, had begun. With Kizaru's speed, returning to Navy headquarters would only take a few minutes, but he had to accommodate Garp. Traveling by warship, the two exerted full force and took half a day to finally reach Navy headquarters. Once off the ship, Kizaru and Garp hurriedly made their way to Sengoku's office. Sengoku, your actions are too much. Akainu slammed the table. Just moments ago, he received intelligence from Sengoku about the mysterious merchant. It turned out they had long known the specific location of the mysterious merchant on Sabaody Archipelago, but had deliberately concealed it from him, which made him quite unhappy. Sengoku explained with a headache, "We only recently grasped his movements, which is why we didn't have time to inform you." Akainu pressed further. Where exactly is he on Sabeti Archipelago? He has opened a mysterious shop in the unregulated area of Island 13 on Sabeti. Having obtained the information he wanted, Akainu instantly calmed down. His goal was to get information on the mysterious merchant. He wanted to personally test this mysterious merchant. Controlling him would be ideal, but he absolutely could not allow him to sell blind boxes to pirates. This was something he could not tolerate. There was no need for a mysterious merchant who would make the sea even more chaotic, no matter how strong he might be. Akainu was willing to risk his own life to confront him. This was his sense of justice. For his own justice, he would not fear even death. Sengoku. As soon as they stepped into the office, Kizaru and Garp saw Akainu standing to the side. Akainu is also here? Garp greeted with a wide smile. Akainu's expression was cold. In his eyes, neither Garp nor Kizaru was a truly qualified Navy member. They were merely powerful, which allowed them to occupy their positions in the Navy. Garp, unfazed by Akainu's cold demeanor, knew that this was just Akainu's bad temper. Everyone was aware of it. Kizaru leisurely reported everything that happened during their trip to Sabeti Archipelago. Sengoku frowned. So, you're saying that not only did you not encounter Dragon on this trip to Sabeti Archipelago, but you even forgot to ask for the promised information? Kizaru and Garp exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After opening that potion ability scroll, they had rushed back without remembering to ask the mysterious merchant for information. Feigning nonchalance, Kizaru took out the ability scroll for the basic HP potion and said, "The biggest gain from this trip is this." Kizaru described the ability of this scroll, instantly piquing Sengoku's interest. Chapter 81. The Shameless Kizaru Beginner HP Potion. Sengoku, with a pensive expression, muttered the name of the potion. He suddenly thought of an important question. This time, he didn't have special funds for opening the box, which meant that this item was likely bought out of Kizaru's or Garp's own pocket. Moreover, Garp had just borrowed 100 million berries from him, which means that this money was likely paid by Kizaru. From what he understood about Kizaru's character, he was not someone who made selfless contributions. Sure enough, Kizaru's words came right away. Admiral Sengoku, this potion cost me nearly 400 million berries to obtain. Kizaru said slowly, and the meaning between the lines was clear. Reimbursement was a must. Furthermore, Kizaru even wanted to charge more for reimbursement. If the person who possessed this potion went into business, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they could easily make money. If Kizaru didn't have this intention, he wouldn't choose to hand this item over. After all, he was just an admiral who wanted to clock in for work normally. Doing business was really not his strong suit or hobby. He just wanted to earn a steady salary. Mentioning money, Sengoku immediately felt a headache. Ever since he had clashed with the Gorosei last time, the Navy's funding had been further restricted, and every time he wanted to use a large sum of money, it had to go through the world government's review. It was too difficult to fabricate an expenditure of 400 million berries out of thin air. The existence of the mysterious merchant was becoming harder to hide, but if he were to confront the Gorosei directly, he felt a bit embarrassed to do so. Standing beside him, Akainu clearly saw Sengoku's predicament and stepped forward to say, "In that case, let me apply to the Gorosei for the funds for this matter." Since Akainu had taken on this tricky task, Sengoku naturally hoped he could resolve it quickly. "Then it's up to you, Akainu." Seeing that the beginner HP potion issue had been resolved, and not only did they not lose money, but Kizaru could also earn back the money he spent on the blind box in one go. The remaining Abyss Party invitation was almost pure profit. There were exactly 4 people present, so Kizaru decided to deal with the Abyss Party invitation early, both to help him earn some berries for another box opening, and because he wanted to see if this Abyss Party could produce a divine artifact or an epic item. Thinking of this, Kizaru took out the Abyss Party invitation and said, "This is the Abyss Party invitation I just mentioned. According to the mysterious merchant, this invitation can open a special space. Inside, there will be avatars of demons, and after successfully challenging them, they will drop some equipment for us. According to the mysterious merchant, there are divine artifacts comparable to the Supreme Blade and epic weapons that surpass the Supreme Blade." Seeing that he had successfully captured the attention of Akainu and Sengoku, Kizaru changed his tone. "For such an opportunity, selling you a spot for 50 million berries is not excessive, right?" Kizaru wore a mischievous smile on his face. "Sereno, you really bring shame to the Navy," Akainu said with a look of deep disgust, clearly dissatisfied. Facing Akainu's disdain, Kizaru's expression remained unmoved. 10 million berries. Sengoku directly reduced the price quoted by Kizaru, bringing it down to an acceptable range for him. "Akainu, what do you think?" Sengoku asked for Akainu's opinion. Akainu grunted in agreement. Based on the price of 1 billion berries for 6 silver blind boxes, Approximately 20 million berries could buy one silver blind box. If they really followed Kizaru's claim of 50 million berries per person, they might as well take that money and open the blind boxes themselves. 10 million berries was still acceptable. Deal, Kizaru said with a smile. 50 million berries was indeed a big ask, and the key point was that he would also be getting free stuff from Garp. Now, being able to break even on this blind box would satisfy him. After all, overall, he spent not a single cent and even made an extra 20 million berries. Kizaru was not worried that Akainu and Sengoku would go back on their word. They could not do something as shameless as Garp. Meanwhile, Garp had already started eating senbei, having rummaged through Sengoku's file cabinet without a care for the world. When he saw that Kizaru, Sengoku, and Akainu had come to an agreement, he laughed heartily and said, "I've been waiting impatiently. Let us start now." Kizaru shot a resentful glance at Garp. This old man was truly infuriating, being so shameless and arrogant. If it weren't for his age, Kizaru would have taught him a lesson already, and it was definitely not because he couldn't win against him. Turning away and ignoring Garp's smug face, Kizaru raised the Abyss Party invitation in his hand, silently chanting the activation phrase. The invitation transformed into a green light, opening a door. "Let's go." Kizaru led the way into the space, with Garp, Sengoku, and Akainu following closely behind. In a vast open square, a huge black metal pillar stood right in the center, with the four strongest of the Navy present. They didn't take the mere avatar of a demon seriously at all. Kizaru was the first to act. A highly penetrating laser beam shot from his finger directly at the steel pillar. Bang! An explosion rang out, and a sense of urgency filled the square as music blared from nowhere. A gigantic demon, holding a steel pipe, emerged, its dark body and bulging muscles towering at 6 meters, looking intimidating. A massive sound of chanting echoed as Sengoku, who was originally small compared to the steel pipe man, instantly transformed into a giant Buddha over 10 meters tall. Shockwave. Sengoku ruthlessly unleashed the special ability of the human fruit Buddha form, which was also his most powerful attack method. Akainu snorted with disdain, his right hand transforming into a ball of burning magma. Dog Bite Red Lotus. Under Akainu's control, the magma morphed into a giant lava dog, crashing directly into the steel pipe man in a volcanic eruption style. The steel pipe man, who had entered with such momentum, was instantly shattered under the combined assault of Sengoku and Akainu. Next came the appearance of several puppets, but with the strength of the Navy's 4 strongest. They easily wiped out these puppets. As a yellow glowing piece of equipment appeared, a whole heap of equipment materialized out of thin air. As the one who had eaten the glint fruit and was known for his speed, Kizaru was the first to flash forward and catch the weapon represented by the yellow glow. The moment he made contact, the name and function of this weapon fused completely with Kizaru. As the glow faded away, in the eyes of Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku, Kizaru was left holding a weapon that seemed to only have a hilt, while he stood there grinning lewdly. Chapter 82, Moria. Donji. Damselino. Garp loudly expressed his dissatisfaction and asked again, "Is this sword hilt in your hand the epic weapon mentioned by the mysterious merchant? Why does it look like a weapon with only a hilt?" Kizaru smirked, and the sword hilt disappeared from his hand. The moment the invitation was opened, the rules regarding the invitation informed him that the first rule was that items dropped in the dungeon were first come, first served. Once obtained, they would be bound, and among them, the artifacts and epic-level equipment had special abilities. In simple terms, they could merge with him and be taken out at any time. Once equipped and bound, it belonged to whoever had it. Kizaru informed the others of the rules, then wore a look that seemed unfazed by the situation. In the sky, a large countdown appeared, and a few of them quickly tidied up their other equipment. The next moment, they suddenly returned to the office of Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, don't forget, you still owe me 10 million berries each." Oomph. Seeing the shameless Kizaru snatching equipment, Akainu could only express his dissatisfaction this way. For him and Sengoku, the main task of this trip was to experience the mysterious merchant's magical powers, such as that invitation that could directly pull them into a different dimensional space. This was an experience they had never had before. All of this highlighted the uniqueness of the mysterious merchant. Setting aside the clowning Kizaru, Sengoku began to handle matters concerning the Navy, while monitoring the movements of the mysterious merchant through Tina's satellite around the clock. The main goal was still to investigate the whereabouts of the person opening the mystery box. Akainu returned to his office and dialed the number for the Gorosei using a transponder snail. "Hello, is this Sakazuki? What happened?" Sakazuki had a serious expression as he reported the information regarding the mysterious merchant that the Navy had. What? Sengoku? The transponder snail conveyed the Gorosei's dissatisfaction with Sengoku, along with praise for Akainu's timely report. Well done, Sakazuki. Prepare to go to Sabeti Archipelago to personally investigate the mysterious merchant's background and report back to us. I will immediately send someone to allocate you 1 billion berries, 400 million for Kizaru's reimbursement, and the other 600 million berries as your cost to probe the mysterious merchant. Make sure to uncover his background. Yes, as the rulers of the world, the Gorosei despised entities like the mysterious merchant that created chaos and were beyond their control. Furthermore, the Navy had the audacity to conceal this information. If it weren't for Sakazuki's report, they wouldn't know how long Sengoku planned to keep it hidden. After issuing a probing order to Akainu, the Gorosei contacted CP9 again, instructing them to conduct an initial probe. Inside the mysterious shop, Daoxian was playing with the lightsaber in his hand. Yes, after bringing Nami and Robin to challenge the Abyss Party, he also obtained an epic-level equipment, which was a lightsaber. Naturally, Nami and Robin, who didn't need to fight much, wouldn't compete with him for this weapon, so the lightsaber named Light of a Millennium fell into Daoxian's hands. For Daoxian, the only feeling was that it was light too light. Moreover, apart from the basic swordsmanship book opened by Kizaru, he had no foundation in swordsmanship. What he needed most now was a swordsmanship expert to communicate with, and of course, it would be best if the expert could provide suitable swordsmanship skills, which would be the most suitable way for him. Lord Moria, have you really made up your mind? On the terrifying three-masted ship, Absalom and Perona expressed their confusion at Moria's decision. A Shichibukai suddenly announcing that he didn't want to be a Shichibukai would inevitably provoke a strong counterattack from Navy. That's right. This is the only path for me to become the 5th Emperor. Under Morgan's instigation and Moria's newfound confidence in his increased power, Moria quickly spread this news to the world through the World Economic News Agency. As long as he could withstand the Navy's counterattack, he would be able to rapidly organize a large force under this grand prestige. What Morgan's didn't expect was that the Moria he helped was genuinely capable of becoming an emperor. Extra. Moria announces his withdrawal from the ranks of the Shichibukai and reverts to being a free pirate. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Moria. Does anyone want to join him? Go to the second half of the Grand Line. Lord Moria is waiting for you there. With Morgan's help, this news quickly spread across the world. Whether in admiration or mockery, at least at this moment, countless pirates admired Moria's courage. As long as Moria could withstand the Navy's counterattack, his influence would undoubtedly grow tremendously, and he might truly become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Of course, when that moment arrived, he must be strong enough to withstand the pressure from 2 of the 4 emperors to secure his throne. Half a day later, Navy headquarters. The office was silent. Only Sengoku's voice could be heard reporting. According to intelligence personnel, the ship that the mysterious merchant was on had previously passed through the Misty Sea. After the mysterious merchant left the Misty Sea, Moria's challenge to Kaido occurred. It could almost be concluded that Moria must have obtained some powerful ability from the mysterious merchant, which led to a series of actions. Currently, among all the known information about the mysterious merchant, the 2 highest-ranking pirates are Crocodile and Moria. Today, we need to discuss how to deal with them. Sengoku paused, giving those present time to think. The hot-tempered Akainu slammed the table and said, eliminating Crocodile and Moria directly is the best choice. He was waiting for the Gorosei's funds to arrive, and once they did, he would immediately head to Sabeti Archipelago. The silver-haired old lady, Vice Admiral and Advisor Tsuru, spoke up. No, eliminating them won't prevent them from leaking information about the mysterious merchant. It's better to send capable people to negotiate with them. At the same time, we need to keep a close eye on the reports for various news agencies and be prepared to shut them down at any moment. For a moment, the room was filled with voices, and opinions quickly reached a consensus. The most important thing was to pay attention to the movements of the news agencies. Only they had the power to spread the information worldwide. Controlling the news agencies meant that the news would not circulate in the world. Kizaru will secretly go to negotiate with Moria, and if the negotiation fails, he will immediately eliminate Moria on the spot. On the other side, Carp went to negotiate with Crocodile, making sure to seal Crocodile's mouth while also preparing to eliminate him. For a moment, the winds and clouds over the sea were stirred up by Moria's sudden actions. On the sea, a peculiar solitary boat drifted with the wind, getting closer and closer to the Sabeti Archipelago. Chapter 83. The powerful breaking blade Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. is the world's greatest swordsman. He is not a lecherous man, nor does he love wealth. His only interest lies in battling strong opponents to hone his swordsmanship. He has few friends, with red-haired Shanks being one and Rayleigh another. Of course, these friendships were forged in battle. In terms of swordsmanship, his strength is unmatched. But when it comes to hockey, he is slightly inferior to Rayleigh and Shanks. He came to the Sabaody archipelago this time to exchange sword techniques with Rayleigh. Not long ago, he had just visited Shanks for a similar exchange. This kind of swordsmanship exchange happens once a year, serving both to meet friends and to engage in sparring. Go to the New World, Ace. On a deserted island near Sabaody, Rayleigh said to Ace, who was exhausted and lying on the ground. Over the past few days, he had taught Ace various techniques and advanced skills related to hockey. Ace's talent, inherited from that man, is indeed enviable. In just a few days, he had already mastered the use of Boxesto hockey, elevating his strength to a new level. Rayleigh was grateful to Garp for taking care of Ace and to Ace's apparent ability to digest this training in a life-returning mode. However, when he directly asked Ace about it, Ace admitted that he didn't know. Garp, as always, is someone who does things without explaining, refining Ace's instincts through invisible training. This is the reason Ace has achieved his current strength and quickly mastered the hockey techniques Rayleigh taught him. Now, all he can do is watch Ace head towards the sea. Thank you. Ace gasped, his gaze seemingly nostalgic for his father, mixed with a hint of resentment. The impression he formed of Roger during his childhood came from the accounts of those around him, which is also why he resented Roger. However, through Rayleigh's words, he was able to further enrich his father's image. It turns out that Roger was a true hero of the sea, and aside from a bit of regret towards his mother, he seemed not to have wronged anyone else. Even Roger's longtime rival, Garp, was more about their opposing factions. In reality, their relationship was a special case of being both enemies and friends. Despite being gravely ill, Roger entrusted himself not to his crew, but to Garp. In a daze, Ace seemed to feel his father's love for him. The parting between men has always been so decisive. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, Ace boarded a ship that had successfully been coated and set sail with his crew towards Fishman Island in the deep sea. On the other side, Rayleigh smiled like a father watching Ace leave. He had no children with Shacky, and to him, Roger's son was like his own. Seeing Ace grow up healthy brought him joy as well. However, as he smiled, Rayleigh's expression froze. He suddenly realized that it seemed to be time for his annual spar with Mihawk. He couldn't keep Mihawk waiting, and every time he battled Mihawk, he was at a disadvantage due to the weapon difference. Now, with the breaking blade, he intended to showcase it well in front of Mihawk. With that thought, Rayleigh jumped into the sea and swam towards the agreed location with Mihawk. Reeb Island, an unknown desolate island near Sabaody, had no human presence aside from wild beasts. A special Western-style coffin boat was anchored steadily on the shore, where Mihawk sat with his eyes closed, resting. As two individuals extremely scrutinized by the world government, they generally couldn't meet casually. Thus, he and Rayleigh had made an agreement to come to this island for swordsmanship exchanges at this time every year. However, it seemed that Rayleigh was a bit late today. As Mihawk pondered this, a muscular silver-haired old man leaped from the water onto the boat in a manner reminiscent of a fish jumping out of the water. Hey, Mihawk. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged. You're late, Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled sheepishly and explained, I got a bit lost on the road of life. But don't worry, this swordsmanship exchange will definitely surprise you. With a confident smile on his face, Rayleigh piqued Mihawk's interest. Did Rayleigh have some significant improvement over the past year? Mihawk raised the supreme black blade, Yuru. Seeing Mihawk draw his sword, Rayleigh also unsheathed his own blade, the Crescent Moon Sword, Mitsukazuki, which is one of the 21 great swords. The two figures collided at high speed, and in an instant, Rayleigh and Mihawk had exchanged dozens of blows. Mihawk frowned. Although he had improved slightly compared to last year, it was still far from the surprise Rayleigh had mentioned. It seemed he had discerned Mihawk's thoughts. Rayleigh chuckled, watch out. Breaking blade. Suddenly, a visible silver light radiated from the blade of Mitsukazuki, which had originally seemed like an ordinary sword. In an instant, it gained the quality of a supreme black blade. Take this, Rayleigh warned, swinging his Mitsukazuki down. What? Using Yoru to block Rayleigh's attack. Mihawk immediately sensed the difference. He had fought against Mitsukazuki with Yoru before, but this time, it felt as though he was battling a blade of the same caliber as his Yoru. A good sword is undoubtedly a significant enhancement to a swordsman's strength. With Yoru, Mihawk was indeed the true complete embodiment of the world's greatest swordsman. Rayleigh had always suffered in terms of weaponry, but this time, with the addition of the supreme black blade, it seemed he could stand on equal footing with Mihawk. However, Mihawk, with his youth, still held a slight edge. Of course, this did not diminish Mihawk's interest in Rayleigh's technique, called Breaking Blade, but such discussions would have to wait until after their sparring. Both Mihawk and Rayleigh refrained from using any haki, and they also tried to keep their stamina at a similar level, engaging in a swordsmanship exchange under conditions of mutual strength. Chapter 84. Hawkeye's visit for a full hour. They showcased their understanding of swordsmanship over the year. A swordsman cannot be separated from their weapon, which is also why Mihawk did not choose to take an equally renowned sword as Rayleigh's before. Switching to a new weapon would at least reduce Mihawk's strength by about 10 to 20%. It takes a considerable amount of time to adapt. And since the Black Blade Yoru is one of the 12 strongest weapons in this world, Hawkeye could not afford to put down Yoru to adjust to a weapon weaker than it. Now, however, Rayleigh's weapon had become comparable to his Black Blade Yoru through the technique known as the Breaking Extreme Blade. This battle could finally be considered on the same level. What is the Breaking Extreme Blade? After finishing their exchanges on swordsmanship, Mihawk directly asked, his curiosity reaching its peak. Moreover, if this technique could be applied to his Black Blade Yoru, it would significantly enhance his swordsmanship strength. This could not help but pique his interest. Rayleigh evaded the question and countered, "How many berries do you have?" Although confused, Mihawk still answered Rayleigh's question. "I have a few 100 million berries." Rayleigh's eyes lit up, but as a friend, he didn't want to take Mihawk for too much. After some thought, Rayleigh quoted a price he deemed reasonable. "Give me 200 million berries, and I'll tell you the secret of how to obtain the Breaking Extreme Blade ability." Deal. Mihawk faced Rayleigh's high asking price without hesitation. Given his background, producing a few 100 million berries was not difficult for him. He didn't feel he was at a loss for exchanging such information. Upon Mihawk's quick agreement, Rayleigh suddenly wondered if he had asked for too little. Mihawk was always so mysterious, Rayleigh thought while looking at the eagle eye. No one knew his background. They only knew that he had challenged various powerful foes since he set sail, wielding the supreme great knife. The most famous battle was, of course, against the current Yonko Shanks. After that battle, the red-haired became one of the 4 emperors, while Mihawk chose to accept the summons from the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, unlike the other warlords, even if Hawkeye refused the world government's 4 summons, they had never considered taking action against him. It was unclear whether it was due to his strength or his mysterious background. This chain of thoughts quickly passed. Facing the straightforward Mihawk, Rayleigh recounted the origin of the mysterious shop. On the Sabeti archipelago, there's a mysterious shop that sells an item called the blind box. Various different things can be obtained from the blind box, such as abilities, equipment, bloodlines, and even lifespan. And my Breaking Extreme Blade ability, or swordsmanship technique, was obtained from the blind box. At this moment, Mihawk's hawk-like eyes seemed to have found prey, becoming exceptionally sharp, and his expression seemed to convey his interest in this mysterious shop. In this world, Mihawk's swordsmanship progress had become increasingly limited. He had deeply felt his own bottleneck. Although he was still making progress, he knew that those slight advancements would not allow him to escape the realm known as the Great Swordsman, even if he continued for another 100 years. Could this sudden mysterious merchant be the key to breaking the deadlock? "Take me there. You want those 200 million berries to open the blind box, right?" Mihawk said seriously. Rayleigh certainly wouldn't think he was angry. After all, he had known Mihawk for so many years and had never seen him smile. However, to prevent the Navy from making unnecessary associations, he still needed to disguise himself a bit before taking Mihawk to the mysterious shop. Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, carrying a talisman, headed toward Whitebeard's territory among the 4 emperors to gain favors from the Whitebeard pirates and establish cooperation to jointly resist the pressure from the Navy and world government. Moria and Morgans had reached an agreement, laying the groundwork for him to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, while also raising funds and plotting to gain further power from the mysterious merchant. Crocodile was hiding in the Alabasta Kingdom, gathering funds to open the blind box. Ace was heading to the New World, following his own path, preparing to challenge the 4 Emperor Whitebeard. Zephyr, having recovered his arm, was actively voicing his opinions within the Navy, working hard to change it. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was contemplating his gains. Sky, Chakra, and Demon God Manifestation, Essence of the Devil. These were his 3 most powerful abilities at the moment. As for equipment, due to the Sky armor, although he chose the Hand of Justice, he hadn't had a suitable opportunity to use it. He finally acquired a weapon suitable for him, an epic weapon from the dungeon world called the Millennium Light, a weapon resembling a lightsaber from Star Wars. Dao Xian was now considering where to obtain swordsmanship knowledge. It would be even better if he could directly unlock the legacy of a sword god. Playing with the Millennium Light in hand, Dao Xian quietly searched for the latest news through the newspaper delivered by the newsbird. The news of Moria's withdrawal from the Seven Warlords caught Dao Xian's attention, which also included the title for Moria, the fifth Emperor of the Sea, sparking some thoughts in Dao Xian's mind. Interesting. Dao Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully, coupled with the title of this world's economic news agency. All of this reminded Dao Xian of the original plot, where 4 years later, Morgans would have the same plan to promote the protagonist Luffy's name as the fifth emperor. Unexpectedly, 4 years prior, Morgans had already had this idea and found Moria as an excellent candidate. Dao Xian could already envision Moria arriving with a large sum of berries to open the blind box. A tall figure blocked the sunlight streaming in, and Dao Xian squinted, looking toward the person who stepped into the shop. A red-black coat adorned his body, and a massive sword was slung over his back, topped with a jazz hat. With eagle-like eyes, Dao Xian instantly recognized his identity. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the Seven Warlords. Just as Dao Xian was about to ask about his purpose, Mihawk stepped forward, revealing the sneaky old man beside him. Dao Xian saw through his disguise at a glance. After all, he was very familiar with Rayleigh. The various features were very familiar. Although this old man looked like a real elderly person, his appearance was still roughly that of Rayleigh. Chapter 85. The Dark Sky Fluctuation Eye. It turns out to be Rayleigh. Dao Xian directly revealed Rayleigh's identity in his words. Rayleigh took off his disguise and casually lay on the sofa, explaining, "I disguised myself to avoid Mihawk exposing my identity." Dao Xian raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, when did the Dark King Rayleigh and the world's greatest swordsman become so familiar? This point was never mentioned in the original plot, so Dao Xian was also unaware, hence the question. Rayleigh smiled and said, "As one of the few great swordsmen in this world who can rival Mihawk, it's not strange for us to be friends, right?" Dao Xian chuckled, realizing that it made sense. After all, Oda is just a manga artist, and he knows nothing about pirates. As fellow great swordsmen in this world, it seems less surprising that Rayleigh and Mihawk are friends. Rather, it would be strange if they weren't familiar with each other. So Rayleigh's purpose in bringing Mihawk here was straightforward. It must be for his blind box. "Hawkeye Mihawk came here to buy my blind box, right?" Dao Xian turned to the standing Hawkeye. Mihawk still had a cold expression, making Dao Xian doubt if he was expressionless. Fortunately, Mihawk paused for a moment before responding. "That's right," Rayleigh said. "He saw the pinnacle of swordsmanship in your blind boxes, which is a swordsmanship that surpasses even great swordsmen. That's why I came here to buy the blind boxes." Naturally, Dao Xian would not oppose a strong person like Mihawk opening boxes. "How many blind boxes do you want to buy?" "The first purchase must be at least 1 bronze blind box, after which he could directly purchase silver blind boxes. The price for a single silver blind box is 20 million berries." After discovering a loophole in the system's pricing rules, Dao Xian adjusted the prices accordingly. In simple terms, the original price for 6 silver blind boxes was 101 million, but now it was 120 million. "I understand," Mihawk nodded, not saying much, which made Dao Xian too lazy to say anything unnecessary. "Then let's buy 1 bronze blind box first." Although it was a questioning tone, Dao Xian had already deducted 200,000 berries from Mihawk. He then extracted the bronze blind box and placed it on the table. Rayleigh chimed in, "Open it, Mihawk. And I hope you won't become a non-wealthy person." Mihawk glanced at Rayleigh expressionlessly. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, it didn't sound good. Non-wealthy person is certainly not a good term. He then turned his attention back to the bronze blind box. The blind box was swiftly opened in Mihawk's hands. And as the light dissipated, a skill book appeared before everyone. With no experience opening blind boxes, Mihawk looked at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. "Store manager, what is this?" Rayleigh asked the question everyone wanted to know on behalf of Mihawk. "Duga 9 swords." Dao Xian said the name of this swordsmanship, which is filled with countless legends in the martial arts world. Unfortunately, this is a top-level sword technique for humans. In a world like One Piece, where physical strength reigns, Duga 9 swords can only be said to be beneficial in certain aspects. Its impact on overall combat power is not significant. "Duga 9 swords?" Mihawk decisively spoke up upon hearing the name. Dao Xian continued to explain, "This is the top sword technique from a world called Jianghu. In that world, there are no devil fruits, no haki, and no giant sea beasts. The greatest enemy of humans is themselves. And Duga 9 swords is a top sword technique for battles between humans." Among Dao Xian's lengthy explanation, the last sentence was the most easily understood by Mihawk. Top sword technique. Is this a top sword technique from some world? Obsessed with swordsmanship. Mihawk couldn't wait to stop opening the blind box and hurriedly clutched the swordsmanship manual. With a flash of white light, the essence of Dugu 9 swords fused completely with him. Anticipate the enemy's moves, attack without defense. Mihawk muttered the essence of Dugu 9 swords. Techniques were meaningless. But the concept of Dugu 9 swords delighted him. This was a brand new concept that instantly sparked endless inspiration in him, making him wish to return to his island immediately to comprehend this new idea. However, thinking that this was just the lowest level blind box, and such a good thing had already been opened, what kind of surprises would the subsequent silver blind boxes contain? At this moment, Mihawk was most eager to open the silver blind boxes. Store manager, I want to buy 20 silver blind boxes, Mihawk said solemnly. Mihawk invested all his wealth into this round of blind boxes, except for the basic expenses and the 200 million berries left for Rayleigh. Good. Dao Xian instantly praised Hawkeye's boldness. Dugu 9 swords might not be useful for Hawkeye, but for Dao Xian, it was the best entry-level sword technique. Now, Dao Xian looked forward to what good items Hawkeye could open from the silver blind boxes. Together, it was 400 million berries. After reciting the amount to be deducted, Dao Xian activated his ability, and Hawkeye instantly lost his 400 million berries. Similarly, the 20 blind boxes he purchased, along with the 2 additional blind boxes, totaling 22 silver blind boxes, gleamed brightly in a row, quite eye-catching. Hawkeye reached out to grab the silver blind boxes, quickly opening one, and a dazzling golden light appeared, attracting the attention of everyone present. Rayleigh felt quite envious. Just from this special effect, he knew Hawkeye had drawn something good, especially since this was only Hawkeye's first silver blind box. It truly echoed the saying, everyone here is a lucky one, the clown is actually me. Although Rayleigh couldn't be considered unlucky, the gap compared to Hawkeye was significant. As the golden light dissipated, a seemingly ethereal scroll appeared before everyone, its golden appearance highlighting its uniqueness. Dao Xian gasped in surprise. This ability was too special, making Dao Xian unable to help but cheer for Hawkeye's luck. What is this? Mihawk and Rayleigh simultaneously asked. Dao Xian didn't rush to explain, but instead activated the image. An image emerged from the scroll, immediately capturing everyone's attention. In the picture, an old man with a bald head and blindfolded eyes, carrying 5 different weapons on his back, exuded a powerful aura. As the old man moved, stunning sword techniques were unleashed, some icy, some fiery, with murderous intent and the use of hard eyes. Until finally, heaven and earth changed color, plunging into darkness. In the sky, countless eyes resembling the eyes of heaven slowly opened, and then exploded, destroying all living beings within the range. Chapter 86. Wave imprint. Everything returned to calm, and 5 wave-concentrated imprints slowly rotated above the old man's head before the scene vanished. Mihawk was already captivated by the swordsmanship displayed by this swordsman and couldn't help but ask, what is this scroll? This is a skill scroll known as the wave imprint, which is a core ability of a profession called the Great Dark Heavenly. Dao Xian explained in detail. Once mastered, you will be able to harness a power called waves. The sword techniques shown in the scene, whether it be the extreme ice wave sword or the explosive flame wave sword, all stem from this foundation. However, simply mastering the power of waves does not fully make one a Great Dark Heavenly. To truly become one, he also needs the Curse of Kazan, which Dao Xian did not mention since it was of no use to say it. Whether or not one could unlock the Curse of Kazan also depended on luck. If Mihawk had that luck, he could naturally become a Great Dark Heavenly. Of course, given Mihawk's talent, having the power of waves would already be sufficient for him to carve out his own sword path, and he might not need to follow the path of the Great Dark Heavenly. Dao Xian felt that these powers might only serve as resources on Mihawk's sword path. Mihawk picked up the scroll, his eyes filled with passionate obsession. This would be a stepping stone for his swordsmanship to advance further. However, with the previous inspiration from the Dugu 9 swords, this time Mihawk was not in a hurry to use it. He planned to wait until he had digested the sword philosophy of the Dugu 9 swords before utilizing this ability scroll called the Wave Imprint. Riley on the side was practically bulging his eyes out. This Wave Imprint was clearly of the same type as his Breaking Extremity Blade. However, his Breaking Extremity Blade didn't seem as core as the Wave Imprint. In his hands, it could only serve as a weapon enhancement. On the other hand, the Wave Imprint seemed capable of extending various different sword paths, which made him envious. Mihawk's expression remained calm, but inside he was pleasantly surprised as he picked up the second silver blind box to continue opening it. 10 Pillars of Absence. 1 pill. After consuming it, One can go without food for 10 days while still maintaining full stamina. Dao Xian said this after glancing at the system panel. After all, the physique of people from different worlds varies. For someone from the One Piece world, one pillar of absence lasting 10 days is already top tier, especially for the special ability that experts must have, life return. Note that the essence of life return has never been exclusive to the 6 styles. Its true meaning is a special ability that arises from reaching a certain extreme in body manipulation. Dao Xian had seen this in martial arts theories before he crossed over, but he had never truly encountered such experts in real life. This top-tier realm of martial arts is possessed by many strong individuals in this world. The Marines train their physiques through the 6 styles, and among the elites, some have integrated these styles to develop the terrifying ability called life return. Meanwhile, certain monsters in these seas are born with this dreadful talent. In Dao Xian's view, it was truly the world that limited their development. If they could possess a cultivation civilization's techniques, they would undoubtedly become exceptionally terrifying. And within the blind boxes that Dao Xian sold, there were such terrifying existences. Mihawk nodded, calmly putting away the pillar of absence, and continued to open the blind boxes. With the foundation of the wave imprint, Mihawk felt very calm. Even if nothing else came out afterward, just the existence of the wave imprint and the Dugan 9 swords was already a massive profit for him. With this thought, Mihawk's hand for opening the blind boxes became more nimble, while Dao Xian continuously announced the contents of the blind boxes. Autumn Leaf Sword X1, Explosive Talisman X100, Chakra Metal Kunai X1. After nearly 15 silver blind boxes, the best item was just a kunai made of chakra metal, which held no value for Mihawk. His expression remained unchanged, but Riley was filled with schadenfreude, not because he disliked Mihawk, but because of the psychological disparity. Seeing that Mihawk had only gotten good items from the first box, while everything else was trash, he felt a sense of balance and found it easier to accept. Looking at the table, only 5 silver blind boxes remained. Mihawk's speed in opening the blind boxes slowed down. One immortal bean. Immortal bean? Both Mihawk and Riley had never seen it, so Dao Xian specially explained again. As a friend of red-haired Shanks, upon receiving the immortal bean, he didn't think about using it for himself, but about sending it to Shanks. Having lost an arm, Shank's strength was somewhat affected, and this being that could regenerate limbs was just perfect for him. If Mihawk could engage with Shanks at his peak, it would make for a more thrilling clash. Thinking of this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Mihawk's face, which made Riley feel as if he had seen a ghost. Over the years, he had seen Mihawk smile only a handful of times. Who would have thought that this immortal being could move him? It was noteworthy that even the previous wave imprint hadn't changed his expression this much. It seemed the immortal being was very important to him. After 3 consecutive useless items appeared, only 1 silver blind box remained on the table, and Mihawk had basically lost all expectations for the contents of this blind box. With this mindset, Mihawk casually opened the last blind box. A dazzling golden light flashed, and this time, even Dao Xian couldn't help but glance over. To consecutively pull items from the golden blind box was simply best described as the luckiest of the lucky. Riley was utterly dumbfounded. This Mihawk was too speechless and too enviable. As the light dissipated, a scroll that closely resembled the wave imprint appeared before everyone. Is this also some kind of sword path mystery? Mihawk's tone carried a hint of surprise and excitement. If this was also a sword path, then he would truly have struck gold. Mihawk, you really are the luckiest of them all. Dao Xian first nodded, indicating that his thoughts were not wrong. Then he waved his hand, and an image emerged. Chapter 87. The Inner Demon Swordsmanship in the Scene. A sword god wearing a bamboo hat and dressed in simple clothes wields a massive blade of light, cleaving mountains and splitting seas with every movement. Infinite sword light flickering around him. From his hands, various sword techniques emerge. Sword formations, sword control techniques, and ultimately the fusion of man and sword. The sword becomes infinitely larger, enough to slice through mountains and part the seas with a single strike. Hawkeye's gaze is tightly fixed on the sword god in the image. At this moment, his eyes give Dao Xian a true sense of soaring like an eagle in the sky. This is the aura that the world's greatest swordsman should possess. Facing Hawkeye's gaze, Dao Xian explains the name and function of this scroll. It is called the Inner Demon Swordsmanship, a two-sword style technique. If the core of the great dark heaven lies in the power of fluctuations, then the core of the sword god lies in the inner demon swordsmanship. The sword god's ability is a profession created with the inner demon swordsmanship at its core, like the sword saint or sword god. As a master of swordsmanship, Hawkeye keenly senses something different. Both the great dark heaven and this sword god seem to lack something, they are not complete. Dao Xian's explanation follows. Initially, he wasn't prepared to elaborate so much, but Hawkeye seems to have a deep connection with the Demon Swordmaster. He simultaneously reveals the core abilities of the stainless steel bowl, known as the Heavenly Emperor, and the crane known as the Sword God. Given this point, Dao Xian decides to explain in detail to Hawkeye. Whether it is the Great Dark Heaven or the Sword God, their power comes from the confrontation with the Demon God, resulting in the Demon Hand. This is a curse. It can grant you greater power and swordsmanship, but will also plunge you into madness. If, after my warning, you still wish to obtain this power, Dao Xian says seriously, then let us open the blind box. The golden blind box contains 4 powerful swordsmanship professions: the Sword God, the Great Dark Heaven, the Dark Lord, and the Hellblood Demon God. The old man you just saw in the fluctuation imprint is a master who is proficient in all 4 professions. Recalling the various sword techniques displayed by the old man in the image, Mihawk immediately solidifies his resolve to continue opening blind boxes. He wants to explore just how far the old man's swordsmanship realm has reached. Mihawk nods at Dao Xian, then carefully stores the inner demon swordsmanship. According to this mysterious merchant, if he wants to reach the swordsmanship realm of that old man, he still needs to acquire the core abilities of the Dark Lord and the Hellblood Demon God, along with the Demon Hand produced from the confrontation with the Demon God. This means he will need at least several billion berries to possibly obtain this inheritance, not including the random probabilities. Thinking of this, Hawkeye, who has never worried about berries before, feels for the first time what it means to be financially empty. Dao Xian has no other thoughts. He is just happy for Hawkeye. Hawkeye obtaining the inheritance of swordsmanship is equivalent to him also gaining the inheritance. Hawkeye is like a timely rain. He just happens to lack abilities in swordsmanship, and Hawkeye has just drawn the core abilities of the Shura and the Sword God from the underground city. Seeing that Mihawk seems ready to leave, Rayleigh quickly follows behind. Mihawk, I haven't been to your territory in a long time. Let's go together, Rayleigh says without hesitation. The 2 golden flashes from Hawkeye making his hands itch, but he has no money and is now relying on Hawkeye's 2 billion berries. Let's make a trip to Shank's territory first. In response to Rayleigh's suggestion, Hawkeye expresses his opinion. Rayleigh's expression turns nostalgic. He hasn't seen Shanks in several years. Since that's the case, it's a good opportunity to catch up. Moreover, Hawkeye suddenly wants to go to red-haired Shanks. Rayleigh suddenly feels that he could possibly sell this information for more. Given Hawkeye's character, he wouldn't do anything to compete with him for information money. Selling this information to Hawkeye for 2 billion and asking Shanks for 5 billion wouldn't be unreasonable. Rayleigh strokes his chin, and the more he thinks about it, the more feasible it seems. Rayleigh and Hawkeye leave Sabaody, boarding Hawkeye's small shabby boat, heading towards Shank's territory. Chapter 88. Movements of all parties the Alabasta Kingdom. During the rain banquet in the rain-soaked land, exiting the 7 warlords and the 5th Emperor, Moria, Crocodile lay in a large armchair, reading the latest newspaper, constantly calculating in his mind. Among the 7 warlords, the most powerful were Dracula Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma, while the second tier included Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Empress Boa Hancock, and Jinbei the Fishman. As for Moria, he was recognized as the weakest among them. Of course, this was in a peak condition. After all, once Crocodile left the desert, he wouldn't be much stronger than Moria. Of course, this was referring to the pre-box opening Crocodile. After opening the box, Crocodile even had confidence to fight Mihawk. As for Kuma, Kuma's pawpaw fruit was extremely abnormal, almost akin to a paramecia-type devil fruit, although there wasn't such a detailed classification of paramecia-type devil fruits in this world. However, as strong individuals at sea, they had all heard of various devil fruit abilities, and they all knew that Kuma's pawpaw fruit could repel anything. Even Mihawk would find Kuma a very tricky opponent, let alone the other 7 warlords. Moria's sudden withdrawal from the 7 warlords, along with the title of the 5th Emperor, had already made the strong individuals of the sea realize Moria's intentions. He was using this opportunity to attempt to ascend all at once, becoming the 5th Emperor of the sea. The only thing that puzzled Crocodile was how Moria could withdraw from Kaido's subordinates unscathed after battling him for half a day. Unless Crocodile thought of his own method of becoming stronger. Could it be that Moria also encountered that mysterious merchant? Upon thinking of this, Crocodile immediately confirmed his guess in his heart, and his mood became urgent. The 4 emperors were high above, gathering countless resources, and once they learned of the mysterious merchant's existence, Crocodile would no longer have the chance to ascend to the throne of this sea. Crocodile quickly summoned Bonus using a transponder snail. How much berries have you gathered? Looking at Bonus, Crocodile asked. Ever since Robin and the mysterious merchant left, he had indeed been lacking a capable assistant. For now, all the assets were entrusted to Bonus to handle. Under his new orders, these people, whether through stealing or robbing, were all submitting berries to him, while all useless heavy assets, such as properties, were being liquidated. Crocodile was preparing for a one-time all-in, further enhancing his strength, and then stepping into the new world to compete for resources with the four emperors. Moria's advance made him exceptionally anxious. Under your orders, I have sold off all assets except for the rain banquet. Some of the funding activities of the Baroque works have also been halted. In total, I have gathered 600 million berries. Crocodile frowned. Is that all? Nico Robin took away several hundred million berries. Currently, we have only raised this much. And the subsequent sources of income, aside from the rain banquet, have basically been cut off, Bonus said in a calm tone. Crocodile pondered with a solemn expression. He had no way to recover the berries Robin took, and he couldn't easily act against the Alabasta Kingdom. After all, this kingdom had some connections to the Celestial Dragons. And if he provoked the Celestial Dragons and drew the attention of an admiral, he would be in trouble. If he wanted to make money, he could only look for opportunities elsewhere. However, these are things he would need to consider after he opened the box. At that time, depending on the extent of his strength enhancement, he would decide who to compete with for that business. The biggest arms dealer and slave trader in the underground black market, Don Quixote da Flamingo, or the largest casino owner, Guild Tesoro. He possessed 20 of the world's berries, with immense power. His only weakness was probably his strength. Bring all the berries, and you and I will take a trip to the Sabati archipelago. The others will stay in Alabasta to continue gathering funds. The balance of this sea is about to be disrupted. Crocodile laughed heartily as he said this meaningful phrase. Crocodile's departure left Carp's trip destined to be in vain. However, the Moria that Yellow Monkey was looking for couldn't run around like Crocodile. He had to face the Navy's counterattack head-on to prove to all pirates that he could firmly hold the position of an emperor. Once he could withstand this wave of Navy attacks, he could seize this opportunity to grow rapidly and, with the help of the mysterious merchant, become a true emperor of the sea. Dressrosa Kingdom. This is a special country where the 7 warlords Don Quixote da Flamingo serves as king. Relying on Sugar's hobby fruit ability, Da Flamingo has a group of tireless, obedient, and discreet toy slaves. These toy slaves are hidden within the Dressrosa Kingdom, continuously producing and processing the raw materials for Smile, the artificial devil fruit processing factory. After processing, these raw materials are sent to Punk Hazard Island, where M. Caesar Clown is located to be made into artificial devil fruits, which is the foundation that allows Da Flamingo to maintain his notorious reputation in the underground world. It is the existence of this artificial devil fruit factory that enables Da Flamingo to leverage Kaido's reputation to establish his foothold in the underground world. Everyone knows that Da Flamingo is the representative of Kaido in the underground world. This is the foundation of Da Flamingo's position in the underground world. Interesting. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Da Flamingo had already guessed Moria's intentions, but Moria's significant increase in strength had long confused him. Moreover, the recent activities of the Navy seemed abnormal. The frequency of actions by the admirals and Carp was far beyond the norm. There seemed to be some secrets behind this. Thinking of this, Da Flamingo decisively dispatched an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family within the Navy, the top executive Virgo, to send a communication request. At the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo was alone in his office. As the highest officer of the G5 base, he had often used his power to help the Don Quixote family cover up some of their crimes, which was the main reason the Don Quixote family could act wantonly in the Dressrosa Kingdom without any news leaking to the Navy. Chapter 89. Shanks and Rayleigh's reunion. After many years, the special frequency of the Din Din Mushy on the table rang, and Virgo immediately knew it was Da Flamingo looking for him. Virgo stepped out of his office and dismissed the station Navy outside before returning to answer the Din Din Mushy. Hello, Da Flamingo. The Din Din Mushy simulated Da Flamingo's appearance. Virgo, the reason I'm looking for you this time is to inquire about some intelligence. The Navy has been unusually active recently. Do you know their specific purpose? Virgo's expression was stern. I don't know the detailed situation, which is why I didn't report it to you. However, all these movements seem to be centered around Sabati archipelago. Da Flamingo, you could use your family's influence to investigate if there have been any significant events or notable arrivals at Sabati archipelago recently. You should be able to find some clues. That is all I know. After all, as the highest officer of the G5 branch, I can't neglect my duties by heading to Sabati myself. On the other end of the line, Da Flamingo's laughter echoed. I understand, Virgo. The black market at Sabati archipelago has the influence of the Don Quixote family. With Virgo's hint, I now know that the events leading to all this are happening at Sabati Archipelago. Doflamingo immediately mobilized his family's power to investigate the Navy's movements at Sabati Archipelago. Red-haired pirates. Captain, I didn't expect Moria to last so long under Kaido. He is really impressive. A plump man wearing small sunglasses and a green and white striped shirt, draped in a yellow coat, praised Moria while looking at the newspaper. The red-haired pirates had naturally clashed with the beast pirates before, which is why Lucky Roo, an officer of the red-haired pirates, praised Moria so much. On Shank's ship, there are few who can fight Kaido for such a long time. Even Lucky Roo himself would not necessarily last as long against Kaido. Yeah. Shanks seemed indifferent, his face filled with an expression of not wanting to engage. Ben Beckman, however, had a different opinion. Moria's rise will undoubtedly shake the already solid position of the four emperors. There is no room for a fifth emperor in the New World. To succeed, Moria will inevitably challenge the four emperors again, and among the four emperors, the one who seems the weakest is undoubtedly Shanks. Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard are all well-known four emperors. If he had to pick a soft target, Moria would definitely choose Shanks. However, looking at Shanks' hearty laughter, Beckman felt a bit helpless. Their captain could be very sharp and capable at times, yet at other times, he seemed like a fool. As if sensing Beckman's thoughts, Shanks stopped laughing and said, "Don't worry, Moria is not my opponent. Moreover, before he challenges the four emperors, he must withstand the Navy's counterattack. He is the first great pirate to withdraw from the seven warlords without permission, which undoubtedly slaps the Navy in the face and will certainly provoke their targeting." Unknowingly, Shanks had already considered all the issues, which is precisely why he was so relaxed. "Captain, a small boat is approaching us." The crew member responsible for observing the surroundings shouted from the lookout, immediately attracting their attention. The small boat quickly approached, and two people jumped aboard. Dracula Mihawk and Vice Captain Rayleigh. Shanks was particularly surprised. He just fought Mihawk not long ago, so that was no big deal. But seeing Vice Captain Rayleigh was truly a pleasant surprise. It's been a long time. Rayleigh also laughed heartily, and the two reminisced about the past. "By the way, do you know where Buggy is these days?" While chatting, Rayleigh casually asked about Buggy. Shanks had now become one of the four emperors, renowned worldwide, while Buggy was nowhere to be heard from in Sabati Archipelago or the New World. Seeing Shanks reminded him of Buggy, and he asked casually, "Buggy? He's in the East Blue, acting as a great pirate there." Shanks laughed heartily. Rayleigh also laughed. "That kid is still so useless. Anyway, you must be very curious why Mihawk and I suddenly came to see you, right?" Shanks laughed openly, knowing that Mihawk and Rayleigh were not the type to come just to pass the time. Their sudden visit definitely meant something. Rayleigh looked at Mihawk, who took a magical bean from his pocket and handed it to Shanks. "What is this?" Shanks looked at the bean in his hand, confused. "This is a magical bean that can heal all injuries and regenerate lost limbs," Mihawk introduced seriously. "That's right. As soon as I got this magical bean, I thought of you." Rayleigh confirmed Mihawk's word from the side. Looking at Rayleigh and Mihawk's expressions, Shanks couldn't immediately tell if it was true or not. Logically speaking, given their relationship, they wouldn't use such nonsense to deceive him. However, a bean that could regenerate limbs seemed too absurd. "Shanks, trust me." Rayleigh assured again about the magical bean. With the vice captain in front, Shanks no longer hesitated and swallowed the magical bean in one bite. Suddenly, a tingling sensation came from his long-heeled, severed arm. Chapter 90. Fusion swordsmanship before everyone's eyes. The arm that had long been discarded in the East China Sea slowly began to grow back. Seeing his lost arm, Shanks was incredibly excited. Although he had long since bet his arm on the rubber kid, even giving a straw hat, a gift from the captain, to Luffy, it didn't mean he didn't want to restore his arm. He just wouldn't pay a high price to pursue surgical fruits or other things that could restore his arm. However, since the item was now in his hands, he couldn't refuse it. "Captain," a member of the red-haired pirates exclaimed, witnessing this miraculous scene unfold before them. The captain's arm, lost for many years, had restored itself just by eating a bean. "Shanks, do you want to know the origin of this magic bean?" Rayleigh suddenly asked mysteriously from the side. Shanks was quite surprised. Was it possible that such a magical item could be mass-produced? "What origin?" Rayleigh laughed heartily, saying, "The origin of the magic bean, and even better things could be yours for 500 million berries. Fair price, right?" Not expensive, Shanks replied with a smile. Given his relationship with Rayleigh, he would have given it to him directly if Rayleigh had asked, but he guessed Rayleigh was a bit shy to do so. Rayleigh's old face turned red. It was somewhat embarrassing for him to ask Shanks for money. Fortunately, Shanks didn't ask further. Otherwise, he would have lost face. Thinking of this, he quickly explained the situation regarding the mysterious shop. Suddenly, on Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh recounted how he encountered a mysterious merchant and a mysterious shop that the merchant opened on Sabaody Island, as well as his experience of opening blind boxes with Mihawk. He told Shanks everything in detail. A mysterious merchant and a mysterious shop? With the magic bean he just consumed, Shanks naturally wouldn't doubt their words. However, recalling several recent events, especially Moria's shocking strength and his challenge to Kaido, Shanks realized he had found the root cause of the turmoil that was stirring this calm sea. He had originally thought all of this would happen after Luffy set sail. He had bet an arm, albeit it was just an accident. He lost it while protecting Luffy due to being careless. Rayleigh, I understand now. Shanks took a deep breath, his expression serious as he turned his head. Beckman, go get Rayleigh 500 million berries. This information is extremely important. Shanks had vaguely sensed this fluctuation. There was definitely more than just Moria who had opened a blind box with that mysterious merchant. Moria was already plotting to become one of the four emperors. Other pirates would not sit idly by. Countless individuals who had opened blind boxes would surely follow suit and challenge the four emperors. He should be the first of the four emperors to receive this information. If the others were unaware, they might really fall into trouble. Thinking of this, Shanks was suddenly filled with the desire to meet this mysterious merchant. If Roger had initiated the Great Pirate Era, then this mysterious merchant could very well be leading the next transformation. Each of the four emperors had their own thoughts. If Kaido thrived on chaos and hoped for turmoil on the seas, Whitebeard was just an old man yearning for family. As for Big Mom, she was deeply entrenched in her desire for food. Shanks' purpose for becoming one of the four emperors was to maintain the balance of the seas. After becoming one of the four emperors, he had maintained a fragile balance among the navy, the seven warlords, and the four emperors over the years. However, the existence of this mysterious merchant had already disrupted that balance, forcing him to meet this merchant to determine his attitude towards him. Mihawk had been preparing to challenge Shanks again, but seeing Shanks' serious expression, he temporarily abandoned that idea. With the power of the fluctuation mark, the inside demon swordsmanship, and the sword intent of the 9 lonely swords in his possession, it would surely be more interesting to spar with Shanks after he had digested everything. A day had passed since Mihawk and Rayleigh left. For some reason, Dao Xian hadn't had any customers. However, considering the high prices, there weren't many who could afford the blind boxes, so Dao Xian wasn't too anxious. Moreover, with the impending events on Moria's side, it was foreseeable that a wealthy customer would soon arrive. On the third floor, Dao Xian was fusing the 3 items obtained from Mihawk's lottery. He had accumulated many chances from previous blind boxes, so even if he selected 3 more items, he had more than enough chances. Using the 9 lonely swords as a foundation, Dao Xian instantly stepped into the sword path, wielding the Millennium Light in his hand. The light sword was as light as a cicada's wing, and as he swung it, the sword light flickered, resembling those battle-hardened masters. This skill would be unmatched in a martial arts world, with the sharp and unparalleled Millennium Light combined with the peak techniques of the 9 lonely swords. It was enough for him to claim the title of the world's #1. Unfortunately, the pirate world he was in could be considered a high martial arts world, where the strong could stir up tsunamis and pull down meteors. This skill was insufficient. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Dao Xian simultaneously activated the abilities of the fluctuation mark and the inside demon swordsmanship. Under Dao Xian's manipulation, the power of fluctuation merged with the Amidum Spirit Stone at his waist. With the system's enhancement, Dao Xian instantly unlocked several core abilities of Ashura under awakening. The fluctuation erupted. Ice Blade Fluctuation Sword, Ghost Shadow Pearl, Ashura Evil Light Slash. As for the immovable King Formation and the Evil Light Fluctuation Formation, due to the lack of a demon hand, he couldn't use them for the time being. The abilities brought by the inside demon swordsmanship were even more straightforward. First was the enhancement in hand speed. Dao Xian's hand speed had nearly doubled, becoming exceptionally agile. With this hand, wielding a sword became incredibly powerful, thanks to the unique ability of the Sword Soul, known as Swift Shadow Hand. Most crucially, after learning the inside demon swordsmanship, Dao Xian felt as if the light sword in his hand had become an extension of his own body. This was almost a realm that ordinary sword practitioners dreamed of, a capability possessed only by a very few gifted individuals after years of training, and Dao Xian had grasped it silently. Other abilities, including Block, Dragon Breaking Slash, Phantom Sword Dance, and Draw Sword Slash, were also mastered by Dao Xian. However, it seemed that due to the lack of a demon hand, he didn't fully grasp a few of the abilities, which was something Dao Xian couldn't do anything about. Chapter 91. Lessons from Akainu. One can only hope that someone can open the ghost hand soon, so that Dao Xian can grasp the power of these two professional awakenings. Top, top, top. The sound of synchronized footsteps, like those during Dao Xian's military training in his previous life, came from outside the house. Dao Xian frowned, sensing that something was off, and walked downstairs. On the first floor, Robin and Nami had serious looks on their faces as they stared outside. Following their gaze, Dao Xian looked out the door. What came into view was a neatly arranged formation of Navy soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, completely occupying the open space in front of the mysterious shop. The leader was wearing a Navy justice cloak, with a red vacation shirt underneath, and a serious expression on his face. Beneath his stern demeanor lay a cold heart. He was none other than one of the strongest forces in the Navy today. The Logia-type magma fruit user among the three admirals, Akainu, Sakazuki. With a safe house, Dao Xian naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. But Akainu had surrounded his mysterious shop with a large number of Navy soldiers. It was clear that he came with malicious intent. Seeing the owner of the shop appear, Sakazuki walked to the door of the shop, looking down at Dao Xian. "You are the owner of the mysterious shop?" Sakazuki's question was aggressive and filled with an impolite tone, making Dao Xian frown. In response to Sakazuki's aggressive questioning, Dao Xian pretended not to know his identity and retorted, "I am. And what dog are you that has come to my doorstep barking?" Anger clearly appeared on Sakazuki's face, but if he could resolve this peacefully, that would be best. Resorting to violence was only a last resort. "I am Admiral Akainu of the Navy." Sakazuki introduced himself, swallowing Dao Xian's retort. "I have come to discuss a matter with you." Dao Xian remained silent, looking indifferent. "The Navy sincerely invites you to join us as a Vice Admiral. Or you could relocate this mysterious shop to the Navy headquarters in Marineford." Sakazuki stated his purpose, closely observing Dao Xian's reaction. "Vice Admiral? Open a shop at the Navy headquarters? Goodness." Dao Xian immediately understood the implication behind Akainu's words. He wanted to control him and prevent his blind boxes from circulating everywhere. "Sorry, I refuse." Dao Xian rejected him decisively. "Are you really not considering it?" Sakazuki confirmed again. "Not considering." Dao Xian firmly refused once more. Sakazuki's expression instantly darkened. Dao Xian's refusal of the Navy's request meant they could not control him. Situations similar to Moria's would frequently occur, which would be very detrimental to the Navy's control over the sea. This contradicted his sense of justice. Sakazuki's expression turned solemn, and he decided to take action. He would test this mysterious merchant's strength. If the merchant's own power was not strong, he could forcibly detain him. Conversely, if the mysterious merchant was stronger than him, Sakazuki was prepared to pay the price. With that thought, Sakazuki suddenly attacked, his powerful armament haki covering his hand, with his strike primarily aimed at subduing him. If he could subdue this mysterious merchant in one blow, that would be ideal. Facing Akainu's sudden attack, Dao Xian seemed to not react, standing still. This scene made Akainu overjoyed. It seemed this mysterious merchant was very weak. Dao Xian simply watched Akainu's attack, not moving an inch, standing at the door, still within the protection of the house. Akainu's attack was merely self-inflicted suffering. As soon as Akainu's hand touched Dao Xian's body, a tremendous recoil force bounced back, pushing Akainu back 5 steps. "What?" Akainu looked at his hand, then at the unmoved Dao Xian, seemingly sensing something strange. One hand turned into magma, and Akainu launched another attack, this time not just a grasping move. Facing Akainu's renewed attack, Dao Xian, confident in his own strength, chose to counterattack this time. "Transform." With a thought, a belt instantly appeared around his waist, although he had not yet donned his empty armor. The appearance of the belt had already released most of his power. The Millennium Light suddenly appeared in his hand. The power of fluctuation condensed as Dao Xian used the Millennium Light to unleash the power of fluctuation from his body. Ice Blade, Fluctuation Sword. A special slash was unleashed, and behind the slash followed a series of ice blades that froze everything in their path. This move, a unique skill of Azura, was utilized by Dao Xian in a way that resembled the unique slashing techniques of the One Piece world. However, under the influence of the power of fluctuation, the power of this slash was even greater, adding a special ability to freeze everything. Akainu's magma fist continuously surged, showcasing the volcanic eruption power that he had focused on developing. The magma collided violently with the slash, scorching the middle ground into an environment that resembled a volcano that had burned out after an eruption. The Navy soldiers quickly retreated under Smoker and Tina's evacuation. Such a level of battle was beyond their capability to participate in. Moreover, Smoker and Tina deeply understood that Admiral Sakazuki, in order to achieve his objectives, never hesitated to sacrifice the lives of Navy soldiers. The possibility of friendly fire was extremely high. Within seconds, the power of the slash was completely countered by Akainu's magma fist, and Sakazuki looked solemnly at Dao Xian, who had walked out of the shop. Now that the first move had been made, this battle had become inevitable. Dao Xian glanced at the surrounding environment. Given their strengths, it was uncertain whether Sabeti Archipelago could be preserved if they went all out. Follow me. You wouldn't want to accidentally harm innocent civilians, would you? After speaking, Dao Xian quickly ran toward the seaside. Akainu followed closely behind. Although he could sacrifice innocent civilians when necessary, this mysterious merchant actively moved the battlefield elsewhere. If he could avoid involving innocent civilians, he wouldn't force the battlefield to be on Sabeti Archipelago. The two quickly left Sabeti Archipelago, relying on their own abilities. In the sea, Dao Xian floated in the air using the power of talismans, while Akainu occasionally stepped in the air, also standing in midair. Faced with the flying Dao Xian, Akainu took the initiative to attack. Meteor volcano. Countless lava eruptions, under the influence of Kinbunchika Haki, accurately covered every spot where Dao Xian was located. Azura evil light slash. The power of fluctuation condensed, and a massive flying slash flew toward Akainu. If the ice blade, fluctuation sword relied on attribute attacks, the Azura evil light slash relied on size, with one strike being 10 times larger than an ordinary slash. Enough to mercilessly cleave toward Akainu, capable of slaying a Sea King class that is 100 meters long. Chapter 92. Mahapotamo the Red Dog stepped lightly, skillfully dodging the slash with the help of his observation haki. Dao Xian frowned. The Red Dog's preemptive judgment was clearly a result of his observation haki. This special power of observation haki seemed a bit too exaggerated without a counterbalancing force of the same level. Every attack was foreseen by him. It was impossible to hit him. Since that was the case, Dao Xian decided not to hold back. This time, he was going to teach the Red Dog a lesson, making others aware of his power. In the future, there would be fewer who dared to provoke him. With a thought, the black-based void armor instantly enveloped his entire body, and Dao Xian's power underwent a qualitative change. Ice Age, originating from the scarlet red eyes, slashing power. The demon manifestation, capable of freezing time and space, displayed its might for the first time in this world. This move was inspired by Akiji's freezing fruit ability. A strong wave of cold ice surged outward, instantly freezing the sea within a radius of several miles, with countless ice blades shooting towards the Red Dog. As a magma fruit user, the Red Dog was least afraid of ice. Countless ice blades turned into vapor the moment they approached him, as lava flowed over his body. And Sakazuki charged toward Dao Xian. Ice storm. Under Dao Xian's control, the weather suddenly turned sharply cold. Even snow began to fall. The battlefield further transformed into Dao Xian's domain. The situation near Sabeti Archipelago immediately attracted the attention of others, especially the scene of the sea being frozen, prompting some knowledgeable individuals to speculate about which battle Akiji was engaged in. However, there were not many qualified to watch the battle. Smoker transformed into smoke, observed from a distance, while Tina watched via satellite. But with the weather changing under Dao Xian's control, Tina quickly lost her ability to observe. Damn it! The Red Dog struggled to approach Dao Xian, with countless ice cavalry being shattered under his attacks, only for the ice on the ground to reform again. Like immortal soldiers, they became a constant annoyance to the Red Dog. Meteor volcano. The Red Dog unleashed the meteor volcano once more, but compared to the earlier test, this time the lava blocks released were the size of actual magma erupting from a real volcano. Countless magma blocks fell onto the ice surface, returning the ocean, which had turned into ice, back to its original state. This was the kind of disaster-level power possessed by the top combatants in the pirate world. They could single-handedly challenge nations. The power to annihilate a country was terrifying. As the icy ground dissipated, the ice cavalry naturally lost their foundation. However, Dao Xian was unconcerned. He had gathered immense power around him, making him virtually invincible in this pirate world. Unless the 4 emperors or 3 admirals attacked him simultaneously, he would face no danger. And if that situation arose, he had a safe house to retreat to. Dragon Break Sky Slash. In the moment he swung his sword, Dao Xian transformed into a fleeting sword shadow, instantaneously appearing 100 meters behind the Red Dog. The expression on the Red Dog's face froze in anger as he was split in two, transforming into a pool of magma. Just before hitting the ground, He barely managed to maintain a human form and took to the air once more, avoiding the embarrassing situation of a devil fruit user falling into the sea. Looking at the troublesome red dog, Dao Xian felt a bit of a headache. Hitting the red dog was easy, but before mastering the ultimate form of the void, he found it challenging to inflict serious damage on him. The combination of elementalization and observation haki was his best defense. Dao Xian couldn't use armament haki, and ice and water couldn't harm magma. Nonetheless, while Dao Xian did not intend to kill the red dog, it was necessary to impose a significant cost on him. It seemed he would have to try that move. Maha Potemo. Dao Xian murmured the name of this technique, named after the 8th level of the cold hell in hell. This was a special ability that the demon manifestation could only use once a day. The red dog's observation haki suddenly emitted a severe warning, alerting him to the terrifying nature of the ability Dao Xian was about to unleash. In the next moment, time stopped. Centered around Dao Xian, within a radius of 3 kilometers, everything was frozen in place by the cold. Outside the battlefield, Smoker was shocked by this scene, his cigar falling from his mouth as the unfolding spectacle was too incredible. Inside the battlefield, it was as if time had truly stopped. The only one able to move was Dao Xian. With a swift dragon break sky slash, the red dog's left arm was severed. Dao Xian had no intention of killing the red dog. After all, while there were adventurers like Shanks and Luffy in these seas, many more were ruthless pirates living by killing and robbing. Having a brutal marine like the red dog might actually benefit this world more. However, the marine's attempt to control his thoughts must be cut off. There was nothing better than demonstrating sufficient strength to defeat an admiral. Severing the red dog's arm was merely a small punishment to serve as a greater warning. With the existence of the Senza beans, restoring his arm would not be difficult. This was nothing serious for the Marines. But Dao Xian's plan to impose the maximum punishment on the Marines was not anything else but the doubling of prices. While others paid 20 million berries for a silver blind box, the Marines would have to pay a staggering 40 million for one. Otherwise, it wouldn't offset the red dog's offense against him. As for the Marines not buying his blind boxes, Dao Xian never considered that. From the moment he arrived in this world, everyone had been swept onto his chariot. Those unwilling to join would only be left behind in the dust of time. Time resumed. Suddenly, pain shot through his arm, and the red dog realized that his left hand seemed to have vanished. What happened? Why had his left hand suddenly disappeared? The red dog wore a confused expression. Everything that had just occurred was undetected by his observation haki, as if a segment of his memory had been cut off. Chapter 93. Akainu opens the box, or rather, who stole those few seconds of time? He was a Marine Admiral, one of the most powerful individuals in the world. Even Whitebeard and Kaido could not take away his arm without him noticing. Akainu completely lost his fighting spirit. Dao Xian's ability to take his arm naturally meant he could take his life as well. If he replaced the arm with his head, Akainu knew he would be doomed. Having tested the waters to this extent and nearly losing his life was enough. Since this mysterious merchant spared him, Akainu didn't have to die here. However, facing Dao Xian, whose power surpassed that of an admiral, the Navy's stance would need to be reconsidered. Dao Xian didn't even look at Akainu as he flew straight towards the safe house. Watching Dao Xian's departing figure, Akainu stepped lightly, heading in Smoker's direction. Inside the Navy base, Akainu, having bandaged his wounds, showed no signs of distress from losing an arm. With a serious expression on his face, he instructed Smoker and Tina beside him, from now on, lift all interventions regarding the mysterious shop. You just need to keep records of those who enter the store. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Smoker and Tina responded. Having witnessed Dao Xian's power firsthand, they understood Akainu's reasoning. An existence that surpassed admiral-level strength was not something the Navy could recklessly provoke. If they angered him, it wouldn't just be the monitoring Navy that would suffer. Even the Sabaody archipelago might not be safe. Moreover, this place often attracted celestial dragons. If a celestial dragon were to cross paths with this powerful being, it would undoubtedly lead to a great battle. To prevent such an occurrence, they would need to divert the celestial dragons elsewhere to avoid any confrontation with this strong individual, which could lead to a war between the Navy and him. After a moment of silence, Akainu asked, Smoker, did you see what happened when I lost my arm? What exactly occurred? Akainu couldn't figure out how he lost his arm, so he turned to Smoker, who had been watching from the side. Smoker paused for a moment before expressing his speculation. It seems. Time stopped. Just now. Everything within a radius of about 3 kilometers from me was frozen. Akainu's expression grew more serious. Abilities related to time were undeniably extraordinary. Among the known devil fruits cataloged by the Navy, there were only 3 fruits related to time. the reverse, slow, and time fruits. Such abilities, akin to rules, were nearly impossible to counter, leaving no room for resistance. Furthermore, while these three fruits had their respective weaknesses, this mysterious merchant's time stop seemed to have no drawbacks aside from its range. With such power, this mysterious merchant had the potential to eliminate any admiral in an instant, posing a greater threat than even the four emperors. Taking a deep breath, Akainu recognized that the test had been completed. It was time to lower his head. The 600 million berries allocated by the Gorosei were ready to be put to use. Back in the safe house, Dao Xian reflected on the recent battle, feeling a sense of ease. It was only natural, as he had mastered all of Empty's powers except for the ultimate one. And he also had the serum from Captain America, food cells, and charms enhancing his physical abilities. The Ice Emperor's divine artifact, Oni swordsmanship, wave engraving, Duga 9 swords, and a host of other abilities were at his disposal. Many of these powers, when taken individually, could surpass admiral-level combat, and in Dao Xian's hands, they fused into one. Defeating Akainu was almost effortless. Once Dao Xian further advanced and mastered the ultimate power of Empty, it was likely that all the strong individuals in the world combined would not be his match. He would wield the powers of a deity that controlled the microscopic world, manipulating particle fusion with a mere thought, capable of unleashing the explosive force of a nuclear bomb with a gesture. In simple terms, he could casually create nuclear bombs. Suddenly, Dao Xian thought of a question. Although he was not from this world and could not learn hockey, he could consume devil fruits, the crystallization of the world's rules. This was another way for him to gain power, aside from copying customers' lottery blind boxes. However, with such strength, he was currently only interested in a few overpowered devil fruits. The rest of the ordinary ones held no appeal for him. He would take them as fate allowed. If he had the chance to obtain them, he would eat them. If not, it was fine. An hour later, footsteps approached from outside the store as the one-armed Sakazuki entered, dressed casually and carrying a box. Facing the one who had severed his arm, Dao Xian showed no signs of resentment on Sakazuki's face. It was merely the price of his own provocation. "What are you here for?" Dao Xian asked flatly. While he didn't want to kill Akainu, he didn't hold a high regard for him either. It can only be said that the world still needed a navy like Akainu's, as the people he saved far outweighed those he had killed. "I've come to open a blind box. I wonder if I can make a purchase?" Sakazuki's expression remained neutral. "Sure, but due to the Navy's offense against me, the price has temporarily doubled. Until I forgive the Navy's offense, the normal price will not be restored," Dao Xian said nonchalantly, clearly indicating his intent to take advantage of the Navy. "No problem, then. How many blind boxes can 600 million berries buy?" On his way here, Akainu had even prepared for the possibility that he wouldn't be sold anything. He didn't expect it to just be a price increase, which didn't matter to him since this was the activity budget allocated by the Gorosei, not his personal funds. However, considering Dao Xian's attitude towards the Navy, it was still necessary to find a way to improve his view of the Navy in the future. Offering a specialty from this world seemed like a good choice. With that in mind, Akainu thought of a mysterious devil fruit sealed away in the Gorosei's treasury. 1 bronze blind box and 15 silver blind boxes. With a 10-for-1 deal, you can receive 1 bronze blind box and 16 silver blind boxes for a total of 600,040,000 berries. Sakazuki nodded, taking out the 600 million berries he carried, while the 40,000 berries were something he'd need to cover from his own pocket. Dao Xian took the 40,000 berries from the box and extracted a bronze blind box, placing it in front of Akainu. Akainu coughed to ease his tension. Opening a blind box was too stimulating. He rarely participated in such gambling-like activities. With a hint of nervousness, Akainu extended his remaining right hand to gently open the blind box. Chapter 94. Charizard, what is this? A familiar egg appeared in front of them, and Dao Xian was somewhat surprised. How did Carp hatch an egg, Akiji hatch an egg, Kizaru hatch an egg, and now even Akainu has an egg? Goodness, the Navy and the Pokemon world are very connected. This thing, the Navy should be quite familiar with. Akiji's Pidgeot, Carp's Blastoise, and Kizaru's Raichu all came from this kind of egg. Its name is Charizard. Dao Xian introduced the origin of this egg to Akainu, and since the owner of the little fire dragon is Akainu, Dao Xian directly named it after its ultimate form. Oh, Akainu looked at the egg with some curiosity. He had already seen Kizaru's, Akiji's, and Carp's new pets, each of which was equivalent to a powerful devil fruit user. Among them, Blastoise could carry Carp around in the ocean, and Pidgeot could fly people, making it very useful for assisting in battles. However, Kizaru's yellow-skinned electric mouse was the least useful. It couldn't swim in water or fly in the sky, which didn't serve much purpose for a general-level combat force. If he could hatch one that could fly or swim, it would be quite useful at certain times, such as traveling in the sky or rescuing these devil fruit users when they fall into the water. He didn't know what kind of special creature this Charizard was. Under Daoxuan's guidance, Akainu held the egg with both hands, and after a moment, a small red dinosaur crawled out of the egg. The little fire dragon let out a tender cry and landed on the ground. Suddenly, Akainu felt an inexplicable telepathic connection. After this telepathic connection was established, the little fire dragon, which was originally less than 1 meter tall, evolved twice in succession and became a giant Charizard that stood 5 meters tall. Under Akainu's power, this Charizard far exceeded its kind's height of 1.7 meters in the Pokemon world and grew enormous. Roar! A loud roar came, and Akainu sensed through the telepathic connection that it was extremely restless in this small room. It was asking him to go outside and fly around a bit. Go ahead. Akainu agreed to Charizard's request. Following the command, Charizard tucked its wings in and crouched down, slowly squeezing out through the door. As a Pokemon with the name of Dragon, its temper was generally very fiery. However, in this building, when it wanted to spread its wings and fly, there was an invisible pressure suppressing it, making it dare not do so, only able to carefully walk out the door. Once Charizard stepped outside, Akainu turned back and continued to open the blind boxes. He was very satisfied with Charizard, a Pokemon with flying abilities, as there were not many people in this world who could fly. Moonwalk could only satisfy short-distance flying requirements, and having such a pet or assistant not only enhanced combat power, but also greatly met mobility needs. He could provide timely support to various places, and its significance went without saying. Daoxian silently deducted the remaining 600 million berries and set out 16 silver blind boxes. After that, he said no more and gestured for Akainu to open the boxes. Looking at the silver blind box worth 40 million berries, even Akainu couldn't take an indifferent attitude. After all, 100 million berries could buy the worst animal-type devil fruit. For an ordinary person, having 100 million berries would be enough to lead a life of nobility and wealth in some small countries. This was definitely not a small amount. With a slight emotional adjustment, Akainu calmed his mind, suppressed all psychological fluctuations, reached out to pick up a silver blind box, and opened it. 1 bottle of red potion and 1 bottle of blue potion were revealed, which could restore a certain amount of injury. 2 bottles of thumb-sized potions appeared in front of Akainu, and Daoxian briefly introduced them. Ordinary items like these didn't require much explanation. Akainu nodded, his expression calm and indifferent. However, he felt a bit disappointed. The first 40 million berries had yielded this? Just this? With a hint of hope, Akainu opened 5 blind boxes in a row. A water release. Great Waterfall Technique 1-time scroll, capable of creating a small waterfall to attack enemies. 10 Pill of Hunger X, a pill that allows one to go 10 days without hunger while maintaining energy. After listing 5 items, and under Daoxuan's brief introduction, Akainu realized he had hit the jackpot. His already dark face became even darker. But since he had already opened this many, there was no way to return them. Holding on to a feeling of being scammed, Akainu continued to open the 7th silver blind box. What? Daoxian exclaimed in surprise, instantly attracting Akainu's attention. He had shown no reaction to the previous junk items. This feeling seemed to finally indicate a good item had come out. As the silver light faded, a belt appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Akainu eagerly asked. The belt was extremely unfamiliar. With his vast experience, he couldn't tell what it was, but that was okay. If he didn't understand, he would just look. Daoxian calmly glanced at the system panel. Beast King Transformation, Lion King? It turned out to be an Imperial tool. Daoxian had thought it would be a belt for Kamen Rider or Armored Warrior. Feeling a bit disappointed, Daoxian waved his hand and released an image. At least, it was an Imperial tool, although it was far inferior to the manifestation of a demon god. It could be considered a good item among the silver blind boxes and warranted some explanation. In the image, a young boy wearing the belt transformed into a lion-shaped half-beast, showcasing terrifying power and recovery ability. The footage passed quickly, as the attributes of this Imperial tool were relatively average. Its greatest advantage for Akainu was, instead, the powerful recovery ability. Akainu quietly accepted the belt. This wasn't the place for him to test its abilities. After the blind boxes were finished, he would return to the Navy and consider trying out this special item. The remaining silver blind boxes were quickly opened. Confusion filled Akainu's face. Of the 16 silver blind boxes, the only good item that came out was a belt, and it couldn't even be considered particularly good. He seriously suspected that this mysterious merchant was seeking revenge on him. Facing Dao Xuan's calm expression, Akainu suppressed the urge to spit blood and barely restrained himself from cursing. It seemed that the matter of gift-giving could not be delayed any longer. I'll stop here for today. Next time, I will bring gifts. Hopefully, I can clear up your misunderstandings about the Navy, Akainu said simply, walking out the door under Dao Xuan's non-committal expression. Chapter 95. Moria about to reach the summit. As soon as he stepped outside, Moria felt a call in his mind from the Charizard. Akainu strode purposefully toward the direction indicated by the sensation. On Sabidi Archipelago, a rotund man with a strange round helmet shouted at the Charizard flying in the sky. Get that big lizard for me. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, Charlo Saint's greatest hobby was attending slave auctions to purchase human slaves and exotic beasts. The Charizard flying above was clearly some kind of unique beast, completely capturing Charlo Saint's attention. This made him shout at the guard around him. The guards exchanged glances. They had no flying ability and were utterly helpless against the large lizard in the air. However, they could not disobey the orders of a celestial dragon. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Seeing the large lizard in the sky and the guard's lack of response, Charlo Saint was immediately enraged. He swung the whip in his hand at the guards, not caring whether they could fly or not. In his worldview, what he wanted, others must find a way to obtain for him. If they couldn't get it, they would be punished. This was the concept he had gained from being raised as a celestial dragon. After delivering several hard lashes, he saw the large lizard appear to fly away to another place, prompting Charlo Saint to continuously wave his whip and provoke the Charizard in the sky. Just born and flying in the sky, the Charizard, upon seeing a little bug provoking it, casually shot a jet of flame at Charlo Saint. The scorching flames swept over, instantly melting the clothes and helmet of Charlo Saint. However, the Charizard's attack, not fueled by anger, was more of a lesson for the one provoking it. Call the Admiral. Someone. No, a beast is attacking me, Charlo Saint. It must be captured. I want it as my pet. Charlo Saint shouted angrily, looking at the large lizard circling above. People passing by hurriedly kept their distance, fearing the repercussions, as the status of the Celestial Dragons was upheld by the Navy, making them utterly supreme. No one dared to provoke a Celestial Dragon. The best way to deal with an angry one was to stay far away. A request from Celestial Dragon? Sabadi Archipelago? While walking, Akainu answered the messages coming from the snail phone. With Akainu's speed, he arrived at Sabadi Archipelago in just a few minutes. From a distance, he saw a completely black Celestial Dragon throwing a tantrum and whipping his guards. Upon seeing Akainu's arrival, the Charizard that had been circling in the sky quickly flew down and landed beside Akainu. Admiral Akainu, capture that big lizard for me. Seeing Akainu arrive, Charlo Saint appeared to find a strong ally, ignoring the Charizard's affectionate behavior toward Akainu. He arrogantly approached Akainu and commanded him. Akainu, with a dismissive attitude, replied, Everything is normal with Celestial Dragon Charlo Saint. I've resolved the situation. Speaking to the snail phone, Akainu hung up, then turned to Charlo Saint and said, Its name is Charizard. It's my capable assistant. If there's a problem, go complain to the Five Elders. With that, he ignored Charlo Saint's incessant chatter and mounted the Charizard, using telepathy to direct it to fly toward Marine headquarters. While Akainu could ignore Charlo Saint, others could not. After Akainu left, Charlo Saint immediately erupted in anger and commanded those around him to look for unique beasts similar to the Charizard. Clearly, despite being burned by the flames of the Charizard, Charlo Saint still very much wanted another exotic beast. In the mysterious shop, Dao Xian counted his gains. Overall, he was dissatisfied with what Akainu had provided. The Imperial artifact was of no use to him, and, being a belt-type equipment, conflicted with his empty belt, so it was naturally not worth considering. The only useful thing was the Charizard. He had already seen Robin's sparkling eyes beside him, clearly indicating that this Charizard finally met her aesthetic standards. Having already given Nami a statue, it was only fair to give Robin the Charizard as well. In simple terms, for him, it was basically a zero gain, but this trip had taught Akainu a lesson and demonstrated his strength. He believed that the Navy, knowing his power, would no longer dare to take any improper actions to avoid provoking his retaliation. Report, Mr. Joker. According to our intelligence personnel, Admiral Akainu seems to have engaged in battle with someone on Sabadi Archipelago, suspected to be Admiral Akiji. The scene at the time. However, no one here has seen Admiral Akiji, and after the battle, Admiral Akainu seemed to have lost an arm. Before and after the incident, Admiral Akainu visited a shop called the Mysterious Shop. After hearing the intelligence, Doflamingo, far away in Dressrosa, let out a strange laugh, and said to Torbull beside him, "Interesting, to make Sakazuki lose an arm. There must be a huge secret behind this. Torbull, handle the family affairs for now. I will personally go to Sabeti Archipelago to investigate what's going on. There are hidden, huge secrets of the Navy there." Doflamingo, laughing maniacally, finished the strong drink in his hand, then shot out several extremely special thin threads toward the clouds in the sky. After pulling, he was lifted into the air, using the clouds as a fixed point to fly quickly. This was the special ability that Doflamingo developed after extensively exploiting the powers of the string fruit. The ability to unleash such powerful capabilities from such an ordinary paramecia fruit demonstrates that Doflamingo's qualifications are not exaggerated in the slightest. With a heart full of curiosity about this secret, Doflamingo sped towards Sabeti Archipelago. In the New World, on an ordinary island outside the influence of the Four Emperors, a massive ship was docked beside the island. It was the terrifying three-masted ship. This island originally had no name, but with Moria's arrival, it was renamed Moria Island. When Moria announced his plans, the location he revealed was precisely here. He intended to face the Navy's counterattack head-on and prove his strength to the world. Moreover, although he had not officially become one of the Five Emperors, his ambition had already attracted some pirates to his side. The 50 or so large ships of various sizes near the terrifying three-masted ship fully demonstrated the results of his announcement. Pirates who can enter the New World have bounties of at least tens of millions of berries. For ordinary people, they are monsters that cannot be dealt with by a typical number of individuals. These monsters come from Moria's charisma. As long as he withstands the Navy's counterattack and challenges one of the Four Emperors without falling behind, his position as one of the Five Emperors will naturally be secured. Chapter 96. Eve of Battle, Lord Moria. How should we arrange these people? Looking into the distance, Moria responded to Absalom's question, "No rush. Let's consider them after I withstand the Navy's counterattack." Moria's plan was to first fend off the Navy's retaliation, then gather forces and collect treasures to find a mysterious merchant in the Sabeti Archipelago and open blind boxes. After that, he would challenge the Four Emperors and successfully rise to power. The biggest challenge was whether he could withstand the Navy's counterattack. Moria was somewhat confident in this. After all, he had that ability. Defeating him was easy, but killing or capturing him was impossible. Due to the threat posed by the Four Emperors, the Navy couldn't deploy too much top-tier power against him. This time, the Navy would likely send one of the three admirals or that marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. As for the others, Admiral Sengoku needed to stay at headquarters and couldn't come. The others simply didn't have the strength to take down Moria. "Lord Moria, he's coming, he's coming. The Navy Admiral Kazuru is here." Perona flew over in a panic, shouting loudly. She had been using her ghost to monitor the surrounding sea for any sudden Navy attacks. Just now, her ghost detected the arrival of a warship, and the man standing at the front of the ship in a Navy coat was someone she had seen countless times in newspapers, Kazuru Borsellino, one of the three admirals. In her panic, she quickly retracted her ghosts and returned to report the news. The pirates around them watched Moria closely, eager to see how he would face this top-tier force of the Navy and whether he had the qualities of a king. You guys don't need to intervene in this battle." Moria decisively excluded his two core subordinates from the combat, while the newly arrived pirates were also temporarily of no use. Pirates in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions couldn't interfere in his battle with Kazuru. Their task was to showcase his performance in this fight and prove Moria's strength to the world. Shadow Core. Moria called upon the power hidden within his mask. The devil-like mask fused completely with him the moment he put it on. Rather than being an equipment, it was more of a special ability. Once fused, the mask disappeared, leaving only the ability within him. 100 Shadow Corps ninja soldiers suddenly emerged from the shadows in front, instantly boosting the morale of the surrounding pirates. "Lord Moria! Lord Moria!" These pirates cheered at Moria's summoning of the shadow soldiers, waving their weapons to cheer him on. Clearly, Moria's act of facing Admiral Kazuru alone had given them tremendous courage. It was known that, through countless newspaper promotions, the strength of the Navy's admirals was already well known to everyone. No pirate dared to underestimate the strength of a top-tier Navy force. Under Moria's control, the Shadow Mage transformed into a massive throne to support Moria's body, and 100 shadow soldiers lifted the throne and jumped into the sea. The throne, supported by the shadow soldiers, resembled a small boat as it headed towards Kizu, guided by Perona. This maneuver was not very practical for Moria. It would have been easier for him to have the Shadow Mage turn into a bat to carry him directly. However, to showcase his image as one of the Five Emperors, he deliberately used this move. No other reason, just for the domineering presence, just for style. This could help him gain a better and more perfect image of a strongman in promotions. Meanwhile, Morgans was raising his camera, occasionally adjusting for a good angle to take several pictures of Moria, preparing for future promotions. Whether he could ascend to the position of one of the 5 emperors depended on this moment. On the warship, Kizaru was bored, playing with the light sword in his hand. Just holding this weapon allowed him to feel its power. Moreover, the greatest feature of this weapon was that it could elementalize and merge into his body. It could either enhance his power directly or be taken out as a weapon, making it very useful. Kizaru estimated that this weapon increased his attack power by about 30%, which was an exceptionally powerful stat. Even facing Whitebeard directly, Kizaru now had confidence that he could defeat him alone. However, the balance of the sea was not something he could disrupt. Once he took action against one of the 4 emperors, the others would simultaneously strike at the Navy's forces. This also meant he couldn't act without authorization unless the Navy's power completely overwhelmed the 4 emperors in every sense. This was not impossible, as long as Sengoku also opened a round of blind boxes, along with Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, Akainu, and himself. If they all went to the mysterious merchant to enhance their strength, it seemed the Navy could completely secure this sea. The only problem was, where would such a large budget come from? The Navy's strength had always been under the control of the Celestial Dragons, including the strength of the 3 admirals, which had a certain balance in all aspects. To the outside world, Celestial Dragons appear to be a bunch of idiots, but only the high-ranking Navy knew what kind of terrifying power lay behind the 5 elders. That was the power that allowed the Celestial Dragons to stand at the pinnacle of this world, not merely relying on the strength of the Navy. Admiral Kizaru, someone is coming. A soldier's shout from the lookout tower reached Kizaru's ears. Kizaru focused his gaze and saw a black throne gliding across the sea like a small boat. Below, about 100 individuals dressed similarly to black ninjas from Wano were carrying the throne. Reichu, understanding Kizaru's intent through telepathy, Reichu immediately grew to 5 meters tall, transforming into a massive beast and jumped into the sea. Kizaru lightly kicked off and jumped onto Reichu's back, which swam towards Moria. This was a tacit understanding between both sides. Neither Kizaru nor Moria wanted their people to get hurt. Both sides skillfully avoided the ships. Seeing Kizaru coming over, Moria also stopped in his tracks, waiting for Kizaru to approach. The splashes of water stirred as the sea was almost windless at this moment. Not a single breeze blowing under the scorching sun, which burned the surface of the sea. Under such sunlight, ordinary people couldn't endure for long. However, both Moria and Kizaru were among the few strong individuals in this world, so this bit of sunlight was nothing to them. The distance between them quickly closed to less than 20 meters, with Kizaru riding on a huge beast, the Admiral of the Navy, on one side, and Moria, the former warlord of the sea, who was about to rise as one of the 5 emperors, on the other. Just their meeting could bring immense pressure to others. Chapter 97. The Great Battle. Moria, why did you unilaterally announce your withdrawal from the Shichibukai? Kizaru questioned, while also probing whether Moria had indeed acquired special abilities from the mysterious merchant, which prompted his current actions. He. Moria chuckled before responding. Do I even need to say? The Pirate King is the ultimate goal for all pirates. The Yonko are merely a stage on my path to becoming the Pirate King. Moria avoided discussing the mysterious merchant, using his ambition to deflect Kizaru's inquiries. He didn't know how many people were aware of the merchant's existence, but as a vested interest, he never wanted more people to know about it. At least, before he became the 5th emperor, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Oh, it seems you're quite confident, Kizaru replied nonchalantly. I hope your strength can match your ambition. Of course, Moria responded simply. Under this mental connection, Reichu initiated the attack. Thunderbolt. Electricity surged from Reichu, unleashing a powerful electric move. To avoid being accidentally harmed, Kizaru transformed into countless photons, briefly floating in the air while launching his own attack. Jata no Kagami. A bolt of lightning combined with numerous photon bombs completely covered the area where Moria was located. According to the Navy's intelligence, Moria's flying ability was quite limited, and in this sea, Kizaru, with his brief flight ability, held a significant advantage. This was also why Kizaru chose not to negotiate with him. The premise of negotiation is that neither side can overpower the other. If he could directly eliminate Moria, it would certainly be better than negotiating. As the attack came, there was no hint of panic on Moria's face. The Shadow Master enveloped most of Moria's body, and a massive bat wing flapped, allowing him to soar into the sky. This was a power that had never appeared in the original work. However, with his ambition restored, Moriya's strength would not remain stagnant. The ability of the Shadow fruit was further developed, wrapping his body in shadows to grant him additional abilities. For example, flight, and also for arms. 2 pitch-black arms suddenly sprouted, transforming Moriya into a 4-armed giant. Moriya's observation haki and Kizaru's observation haki canceled each other out, while Yada, no Kagami, and Reichu's Thunderbolt became outline attacks, just grazing Moriya. Kizaru's flying ability still couldn't match the wings on Moriya's body. With his wings flapping, Moriya closed in on Kizaru, and his 4 arms simultaneously launched an attack. As the shadow had a physical form, when it connected to Moriya's body, it could be imbued with armament haki. Moreover, these 4 arms, enhanced by the shadow, grew claws capable of easily tearing flesh. Combined with Moriya's already monstrous visage, he now resembled a 4-armed demon that had just crawled out of hell. How terrifying! Kizaru teased Moriya about his current appearance, but he showed no mercy. He unleashed his most powerful move, Lightspeed Kick. Faced with Moriya's attack, and bolstered by the Shadowless Sword's buff, Kizaru chose to confront it head-on. Moriya was already far behind him, and even if his fruit ability was further developed, what could it change? In response to Kizaru's counterattack, a smirk of triumph appeared on Moriya's lips. With the multiplication technique, the one thing he feared the least was someone matching him in brute strength. Armament haki was merely a layer of hard armor. True combat was all about strength. Moriya's height of 7 meters indicated his extraordinary strength, combined with the 4 arms from his Shadow fruit ability. Furthermore, partial 4-armed multiplication technique. Suddenly, Moriya's 4 arms swelled to more than 5 times their size, each massive arm comparable to Kizaru's own body size. Kizaru's expression changed drastically. However, the Lightspeed Kick he had already unleashed could not be retracted or changed in time. 1 kick against 4 fists. The powerful collision created a massive depression in the sea surface 10 meters below. Being in a superior position and without charging up, Kizaru decisively elementalized to mitigate his damage while mentally informing Reichu of his landing direction. With a partner capable of swimming, the threat of the sea was greatly reduced for a Devil Fruit user. Boom! The sea erupted in a huge wave, and the next moment, Reichu lifted Kizaru out of the water. It was only when Kizaru, weakened by the seawater, finally caught his breath. He had initially thought that fighting on the sea would give him the advantage, but unexpectedly, Moriya had outmaneuvered him. The wet navy uniform made Kizaru appear somewhat disheveled. Long live Lord Moriya. Amazing, Lord Moriya. In the distance, both the navy and pirates were observing the battle. When they saw Kizaru being knocked into the sea by Moriya, the pirates erupted in cheers. This was considered the strongest evidence that Moriya could contend against a navy admiral. Of course, both sides engaged in battle were aware of the reality. Kizaru knew he had been careless, and Moriya recognized that he had gained an advantage. The upcoming battle would not be so easy, but his goal had been achieved. At least on the surface, Kizaru seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was already sufficient as a spectacle for both Moriya and Morgans. As long as Moriya did not lose, this plan would already be half successful. At this moment, Kizaru's expression changed for the first time. After so many years of coasting in the Navy, he had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt this embarrassed. If Kizaru did not show his strength, did everyone consider him the weakest among the 3 admirals? Kizaru pondered silently, realizing he couldn't remember the last time he had fought with all his might. It seemed he had never truly gone all out. In these years, his current predicament appeared to be the most humiliating one. Thinking of this, Kizaru became even angrier. 10-finger laser. 10 fingers charged simultaneously, completely sealing off Moriya's direction from 10 different angles. This move had once, 2 years later, defeated a supernova in 1 hit. It was undoubtedly Kizaru's strongest attack. However, compared to the single finger from that time, an irate Kizaru now unleashed all 10 fingers together. Faced with such a powerful and fast attack, to maintain his image before his subordinates, Moriya chose to enter the shadow space this time. He only left the Shadow Master outside to engage Kizaru in a struggle. His goal had already been mostly achieved. All he needed to do next was to entangle Kizaru. Inside the shadow space, he had collected quite a few oxygen bubbles, enough for him to last a long time. Delaying until Kizaru became impatient would be the moment of his victory, and the title of the 5th Emperor would be within reach. During the struggle, Crocodile had quietly arrived at the Sabeti archipelago, and the already nearby Doflamingo had also reached the island. Chapter 98. Crocodile and Doflamingo among the 7 warlords, besides Mihawk, who stand alone. The others have their own forces. Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, Crocodile's Baroque works, and the tyrant Kuma has the revolutionary army behind him. While the Empress is the queen of the Amazon Lily, Jinbe has the support of the Fishmen, and Moria has a number of officer-level crew members. The core members of Crocodile's Baroque works are currently in the Alabasta Kingdom, but there are also intelligence agents from their organization on the Sabaody Archipelago. Therefore, he is naturally aware of the recent events happening on the Sabaody Archipelago. Although the specific details of the battle between Akainu and Akiji are not clear, the existence of the mysterious shop has long been investigated by the intelligence agents. With steady strides, Crocodile walks toward the location of the mysterious shop. As for Bonus, who came along, he has other plans for her. Walking through this lawless zone, he occasionally sends away a few ungrateful pirates to showcase his strength, making others keep their distance. On the other hand, Doflamingo approaches the mysterious shop with his unusual gait. Robin, do you want a Charizard? Dao Xian asked Robin's opinion. Clearly, compared to the Bulbasaur Robin already has, Charizard might be more to her liking, but in her hands, Charizard would only be a little fire dragon. Even with the manifestation of the demon god, Robin's strength is still not enough. Gana, the Bulbasaur lying on the ground, suddenly became anxious. She does not want her master to have another pet that would take away her master's affection. Seeing the anxious Bulbasaur, Robin smiled and shook her head. No need. I have Bulbasaur, that's enough. You can keep it. Well then, since Robin has already declined, Dao Xian prepared to keep the Charizard for himself. But he was not in a hurry to exchange for it. After all, the current size of the house is still not enough. A huge Charizard. He really has no place to arrange for it to stay. Robin's Bulbasaur and Nami's Pidgey are still small, so it's not a big problem. But it can be foreseen that in the future, it will definitely become very crowded here. He currently really needs a space-type item to expand the room. Otherwise, it will only get more and more crowded. However, there are almost no low-level items related to space, and he needs to obtain an item that can expand space, which gives Dao Xian a bit of a headache. Crocodile? Doflamingo? What are you doing here? At the entrance of the shop, Crocodile and Doflamingo faced each other with swords drawn, both looking ready to fight at any moment. How interesting, Crocodile. It seems you're also here for the mysterious shop? Doflamingo was the first to drop his aggressive stance. In terms of pure strength, he is indeed a bit stronger than Crocodile, but his fruit ability is lacking in certain aspects. He cannot help it, given the circumstances back then. He would have eaten even a trash paramecia fruit like the line fruit. Oomph. Crocodile ignored Doflamingo's question and walked straight into the shop. Doflamingo's arrival made him feel even more urgent. After all, when it comes to making money, he is no match for Doflamingo. Doflamingo can almost be said to be the biggest slave trader and arms dealer on the sea, and combined with his identity as a warlord and a king, he is undoubtedly a top-tier wealthy person. If Doflamingo were to open a few boxes here, the consequence could very well be the birth of a Yonka-level powerhouse. Faced with Crocodile's indifference, Doflamingo was not angry. He carefully examined the sign of the mysterious shop before stepping forward to follow Crocodile inside. Crocodile and Doflamingo? Just the two figures made Dao Xian realize that a big business opportunity had come, especially with Doflamingo. Dao Xian, who was originally lying on the sofa, instantly straightened up, becoming alert. Welcome to both of you, warlords. Dao Xian welcomed loudly. Crocodile approached Dao Xian, his face showing some unnaturalness, which was caused by Robin lying next to him. Facing the woman who had taken away billions of berries from him, he was definitely not pleased. However, with the mysterious merchant, Dao Xian, backing him up, he couldn't do anything to Robin and could only adopt an attitude of ignoring her. Dao Xian. Esteemed mysterious merchant, I also came here to open blind boxes. Dao Xian nodded in response to his question while looking at Doflamingo with a glance, signaling him to state his purpose. Doflamingo had already been observing the surrounding environment as soon as he entered the shop, and just now, he had seen the rules engraved on the wall, along with some precautions and a simple introduction. Mysterious merchant? Blind boxes? Looking at Dao Xian's gaze, Doflamingo decided to first observe Crocodile's box opening before deciding whether to trust the words engraved on the wall. I also came to open blind boxes. But it's first come, first served. Since Crocodile is so eager, let him go first. Doflamingo's tone was devoid of any arrogance, completely different from his usual demeanor. This was also because he had intentionally lowered his stance after seeing the instructions on the wall. The mysterious shop and this mysterious merchant were too enigmatic, making him, who considered himself a celestial dragon, have to temporarily lower his head. Dao Xian nodded and chose to ignore Doflamingo for now. His attitude was clear. He wanted Crocodile to test the waters first to see what was in the blind box before deciding whether to open one himself. Facing this big client, Dao Xian's attitude was also harmonious. How much are we opening this time? As a returning customer, you can directly start purchasing from the silver blind box, priced at 20 million each, or buy 10 and get one free. Crocodile nodded. Being able to buy the silver blind box directly was naturally a good thing for him. The bronze blind boxes are mostly garbage. And if he wants to get something good, it is certainly better to look at the silver blind boxes. This time I brought 600 million berries. That adds up to 30 silver blind boxes, plus the 3 silver blind boxes as a gift, a total of 33 silver blind boxes, right? Crocodile said with a slightly trembling voice. This time was indeed a gamble. Stimulated by Moria, Crocodile decided to bet everything he had. He converted all his assets into these 600 million berries to take a chance. If he could obtain something that increases his power from the blind boxes, then he too would have the chance to compete for the throne of this sea. However, the only challenge he chose was the man he had previously failed to defeat. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Chapter 99. European Emperor? He, Crocodile, also harbored the ambition to become the Pirate King. Then let's get started. Dao Xian looked at Crocodile's suddenly determined expression, as if he had made a decision, and then spoke up. Crocodile nodded in agreement to the deal. After receiving Crocodile's consent, Dao Xian decisively deducted the 600 million berries that belonged to him. Feeling the bitterness of losing all his wealth, Crocodile was filled with anxiety. If he couldn't sell anything, he would fall behind in this brand new era. However, to catch up with Moria, he was willing to take the risk. 33 silver blind boxes were neatly arranged in front of him. Doflamingo looked at the shape of the blind boxes with great interest. Their silver-like appearance seemed real yet intangible, existing in sight but undetectable by his observation hockey, like an illusion. Crocodile was too lazy to care about Doflamingo, knowing that with Doflamingo's wealth, if he chose to open the blind boxes, his strength would definitely receive a huge boost. In this regard, Crocodile was already far behind others. Meeting the mysterious merchant early on was already his luck. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he deserved to fall behind in this new era. With the tension of deciding his fate, Crocodile grabbed a silver blind box and gently squeezed it open. Under the silver glow, a talisman appeared, familiar with the process. Crocodile looked at Dao Xian to see if there was an image introduction. An image meant it was a good item. No, just an ordinary item. Mouse Talisman, also known as the Power Talisman. As the explanation unfolded, an image appeared, instantly making Crocodile very happy. This proved that the first silver blind box had already yielded. In the image, a big-nosed man in a blue shirt held the talisman and resurrected a statue of a deity. The statue displayed magical spells, incredibly powerful. It could endow inanimate objects with movement, turning inanimate objects into living beings, and could also turn living beings into inanimate objects. In Dao Xian's understanding, this talisman was equivalent to indirectly manipulating all external objects, such as transforming a mountain into a stone giant. Conversely, it could turn all things into statues, indirectly killing enemies. Whether for support or attack, it was considered a relatively powerful talisman. Coupled with Crocodile's abilities, it would be even more formidable. Under Dao Xian's series of introductions, Crocodile was overjoyed and was about to pick up the talisman on the table when an invisible thread picked up the talisman and flew to the other side. Doflamingo! Crocodile roared. He didn't expect Doflamingo to dare to act in the store and snatch his treasure. Doflamingo let out a proud laugh. The power of this talisman made him itch with desire. While everyone was distracted, Doflamingo secretly acted, using a thread to stick to the talisman and pull it over. Dao Xian's expression darkened. Although in the anime Doflamingo was known for his arrogant nature, even daring to toy with the Navy at the world government summons, he could not tolerate someone acting in his store. It was a direct provocation to him. Anti-magic. Dao Xian activated the anti-magic ability of the safe house for the first time. Simply put, it suppressed all extraordinary powers while reducing physical strength to a frail level akin to that of an ordinary person. He had not used it before because no one had ever fought in the store, even a kind who had attacked outside the door. The only one who truly fought in his safe house was Doflamingo. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the mouse talisman fell to the ground. Doflamingo was instantly dumbfounded. 5 color threads. Doflamingo tried various ways to use his ability, but found that his devil fruit powers had suddenly vanished. What did you do? Doflamingo asked darkly. Bastard. Although Crocodile had become weak, fueled by his anger, he still punched Doflamingo hard in the face. Fruit powers, hockey, strength, all comprehensively suppressed, suddenly attacked. Doflamingo was taken aback and collapsed to the ground. After punching Doflamingo, Crocodile picked up the fallen mouse talisman and placed it in his pocket. Dao Xian ignored the Doflamingo lying on the ground and continued to invite Crocodile to open more blind boxes. If Doflamingo wanted to open blind boxes later, Dao Xian would definitely teach him a lesson on pricing as the prize for his intervention. Doflamingo, knocked down, showed no signs of anger or rage on his face. Only an amused expression as he quietly got up to watch Crocodile continue opening blind boxes. 1 red potion, 1 blue potion. Military ration, pills, X10, can restore a small amount of chakra. After 5 consecutive silver blind boxes, Crocodile's expression began to show some panic. Just the mouse talisman was not worth 600 million berries. He needed at least 2 more items of the same level to challenge Whitebeard. Crocodile was well aware of the gap between him and Whitebeard. Ninja technique, sand clone. In the 7th silver blind box, a scroll appeared. After use, it could create a clone made of sand and chakra that could withstand a certain amount of damage and possess self-awareness. Crocodile nodded. Although it wasn't a great item, it still had some utility, so he wasn't too disappointed. During their exchange, Crocodile's hands did not stop opening blind boxes, continuing with the process. Dao Xian also provided simultaneous introductions. However, it seemed that Crocodile's luck had ended after the first blind box, as 15 consecutive blind boxes yielded basically nothing. This made Crocodile's expression increasingly grim. He had bet all his wealth. If he only got 1 mouse talisman, it was not enough for him to challenge Whitebeard. Gathering so much funding again would be extremely difficult. Looking at the remaining 12 blind boxes, Crocodile held his breath, fearing that even the slightest noise would bring misfortune. Explosive talismans, X20. Sniper rifle, X1. 100 rounds of ammunition. By the time he reached the 30th blind box, Crocodile's expression had turned the darkest. Almost in a daze, Crocodile's hands trembled slightly as he opened the 30th blind box. The dazzling golden light indicated that Crocodile had finally obtained something after 30 blind boxes. Chapter 100. Shoha Crocodile. What appeared before everyone was a palm-sized, raccoon-like monster with patterns on its body that seemed to represent the wind god in Wano country. The violet patterns covered the entire body of the creature. Despite its small size, Doflamingo and Crocodile's observation Haki kept warning them of danger. Within this tiny body seemed to contain a power that made them feel threatened. Beautiful, so beautiful. Crocodile gazed obsessively at the monster before him, feeling that the chakra within him was telling him that this creature was the source of his chakra. Is this the existence known as Shoha? Crocodile asked. Dao Xian nodded. Look, Dao Xian projected an image in which a man dressed in a white robe stood, with 2 horns on his head and a 6-pointed star necklace around his neck. Before the man, a massive divine tree connected the heavens and the earth. The man extracted 9 portions of chakra from the divine tree, one of which transformed into a gigantic beast that controlled fierce winds and magnetism, also wielding the power of sandstorms. With every move, it could destroy the world. Shoha is a type of beast formed from the power of a divine tree, divided into 9. They are immortal. Even if destroyed, they will be reborn in the world after a certain period. Of course, all of this is just a part of Shoha's essence. The Shoha obtained from the silver blind box is not complete, possessing only a quarter of its essence. However, its power is not significantly weaker. The main difference is that it lacks Shoha's intelligence. This part of the essence is merely a portion of energy and does not include Shoha's immortal nature. Its existence will live and die alongside its host. Once used, Crocodile will become a Jinchuriki like Gaara. However, he will be the most perfect Jinchuriki. The tailed beast will not interfere with him. And under the power of this tailed beast, he will be able to master wind release and magnet release. This is precisely the kind of power that should be present in a golden level blind box, a complete power system. By mastering Shoha, Crocodile essentially becomes a ninja while still retaining his original powers. The most wonderful part is that Shoha's powers are highly compatible with him. The powers of sandstorms, magnetism, and wind release. All of this made Dao Xian feel as if there was a hidden arrangement in the universe. Or perhaps the items in the blind box were inherently aligned with their personal traits. By holding it and calling out Shoha's name in his heart, it will merge with you. You are it, and it is you. Calling you Shoha Crocodile seems very fitting for your future. You will become incredibly powerful because of it, so powerful that you could even defeat the 4 emperors. As soon as Dao Xian finished speaking, Crocodile could no longer wait and raised the palm-sized Shoha statue, simultaneously calling out its name in his heart. Along with his call, The originally statue-like, small Shoha revealed a fierce visage and roared, then seemed to melt away, transforming into countless violet patterns that merged with Crocodile. As the patterns appeared on Crocodile's body, he felt the Shoha chakra within him continuously expanding, doubling, tripling, tenfold, 50-fold. The amount of chakra surged 50 times. While quantity does not equal quality, such a massive quantity still greatly enhanced his strength. The most direct outcome was that the tailed beast ball, which previously required all his effort to unleash, could now be used almost as casually as an ordinary technique. Various wind release and magnet release techniques further diversified his abilities. The control over sand brought by the tailed beast meant that even if he was handcuffed with sea stone cuffs, he could still use it. At the same time, Shoha's power enhanced his control over sand. Crocodile already felt that he was just one step away from fully awakening the sand fruit. Feeling this power, Crocodile's ambition reignited. If Moria could do it, so could he. Shoha? Watching the swirling monster merge with Crocodile, Doflamingo, despite having countless thoughts in his mind, dared not make any small moves. The earlier scene where he almost turned into an ordinary person made him feel the utmost fear towards this mysterious shop. That feeling was akin to being shackled with sea stone handcuffs. No, it was even more terrifying. Even his haki had vanished. This left Doflamingo only able to watch quietly from the side. However, such a powerful monster could actually merge with Crocodile and enhance his strength. All of this was obtained by Crocodile using 600 million berries from this mysterious shop. Thinking of this, Doflamingo suddenly became excited. In terms of wealth, he might be the richest among the 7 warlords. For Crocodile, taking out 600 million berries was very difficult. But for him, 600 million berries amounted to less than 1/10 of his fortune. If he were willing to go bankrupt, he could easily buy 1 or 2 golden blind boxes. While Doflamingo was lost in thought, Crocodile had already returned to reality from the excitement of gaining Shoha's power. With Shoha, this trip had already been a great success for him. Crocodile's mindset had calmed down. He no longer had high expectations for the remaining 2 blind boxes. Of course, it would be best if something came out. If nothing did, he was already satisfied. With this mindset, Crocodile continued to open the remaining 2 silver blind boxes. 1 miracle bean, 10 fasting pills. The miracle bean could heal all injuries. As long as one was not dead on the spot, it could restore all injuries, including regrowing severed limbs. Of course, it could not cure diseases. The fasting pill, when eaten, could prevent hunger for 10 days. Crocodile nodded, storing the miracle bean and fasting pills. Goodbye, boss. The next time we meet will be when I come to open the golden blind boxes. Crocodile's tone was filled with confidence, having obtained the power of Shoha. The Sansan fruit was just one step away from fully awakening. He was going to challenge the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, once again and become the 6th ruler of the seas. As for whether Moria, who wanted to become the 5th emperor, would fail, in Crocodile's mind, if Moria failed, it could only mean that he was a thoroughly foolish person. With such a great opportunity, to rashly act without having developed properly would be asking for death. However, Moria should not be such a foolish person. He should be able to securely hold the position of the 5th emperor. What Crocodile needed to consider now was how to ascend to the position of the 6th emperor. Chapter 101. The first box opening of Doflamingo in a one-on-one confrontation with Whitebeard. Doflamingo felt confident. Even if he failed, he could retreat unscathed and gain immense prestige. Just like Moria challenging Kaido. The only thing he needed to consider was the captains of Whitebeard's crews. Each of these captains possessed strength comparable to that of the 7 warlords, and Marco's power was particularly close to that of Whitebeard. If he challenged Whitebeard, it would be difficult to avoid interference from these captains. As soon as any captain took action, he would find himself in a life-and-death crisis. Thinking of this, Crocodile came up with a plan to directly challenge Whitebeard through the newspapers. A battle between captains should not be interfered with by others. Given Whitebeard's character, he would never shy away from fight. With this in mind, Crocodile briefly informed Dao Xian and then completely ignored Doflamingo, hurrying away to his base on Sabaody Archipelago. Watching Crocodile's departing figure, along with everything in this mysterious shop, Doflamingo finally connected all the dots. Sengoku mobilized the Navy to go to Alabasta precisely because the mysterious merchant was there at that time, and Crocodile's station location was the Kingdom of Alabasta. Coupled with Moria's sudden challenge to Kaido, Doflamingo understood the series of events completely. The Navy was the first to discover the mysterious merchant, followed by Crocodile and Moria. And now it was his turn. An entity capable of granting power is a terrifying existence. His previous small actions were too reckless and lacked respect for the strong. Mysterious merchant. I also want to open a blind box. I wonder what the specific conditions are. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow. Given Doflamingo's earlier actions, Dao Xian would not let him off easily. You also want to open a blind box? Dao Xian's tone made Doflamingo feel uneasy, but he was determined to open the blind box. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and nodded. The silver blind box. 30 million each. Dao Xian had not been too harsh with the price, only increasing it by 5 times. Doflamingo's smile instantly stiffened. However, since it was his own small action that triggered this, he had no choice but to accept the mysterious merchant's demand for more money. This was the price he had to pay for offending the strong. With that in mind, Doflamingo boldly stated the quantity he was willing to try. Give me 10 silver blind boxes. To open a silver blind box, one must first open a bronze blind box. The bronze blind box costs 300,000 each. Dao Xian interrupted Doflamingo's words and spoke quickly. Having already accepted the 5 times price, Doflamingo naturally did not mind other issues. Ha ha, how interesting. Doflamingo laughed, clearly adjusting his mindset. Money was not important to him. What mattered was power. As long as these 10 silver blind boxes provided him with a certain boost in strength, he would immediately liquidate some fixed assets to directly challenge Crocodile for the golden blind box, which he only dared to think about. Seeing Doflamingo suddenly laugh, Dao Xian felt he had underestimated him. As a user of Conqueror's Haki, a born ruler, although Doflamingo appeared strange in some aspects, at times his decisiveness made people feel that his royal qualities matched his status, provided that the person was worth treating him equally. Gome. Dao Xian waved his right hand, directly seizing Doflamingo's 300 million berries. Then a bronze blind box suddenly appeared, floating in Dao Xian's hand, slowly flying towards Doflamingo under the power of the chicken talisman. With the increase in power, Dao Xian's manipulation of various props also became more profound. The chicken talisman, although it manifested as flight, essentially possessed telekinetic power. Through the chicken talisman, Dao Xian could perform a series of tasks that talismans could do, such as moving objects from a distance. Faced with this blind box that could produce magical items, and having witnessed Crocodile open his blind box, even Doflamingo felt a surge of anticipation. What would he receive from the blind box? Doflamingo took the blind box, feeling a slight tension as he gently opened it. The outer packaging of the blind box turned into a burst of light and disappeared, revealing a scroll in front of everyone. What is this? Doflamingo was unaware of what this scroll represented since Crocodile had never revealed any scrolls. Fortunate indeed. Dao Xian introduced with a tone of admiration. This is a type of ability from the same world as the monster Shoha. In that world, there exists a being called a ninja, who uses ninjutsu to manipulate earth, water, wind, and fire to attack enemies, and even control yin and yang. Among them, there is a special ability called puppet manipulation technique. The greatest feature of this puppet manipulation technique is that it can retain most of the strength of the corpse as a puppet. However, Dao Xian shifted the conversation to explain the disadvantages of this ability in the pirate world. It cannot retain the abilities of a deceased person's devil fruit, which means that the corpse or puppet it manipulates is best if it is a martial arts or swordsmanship expert. Puppet technique. This ability is not of high grade. Thus, it is quite versatile, encompassing both modification and control capabilities. At the same time, this ability has many limitations, but its capabilities seem to have similarities with Doflamingo's parasitic strings, and his parasitic strings seem to be even stronger. It remained to be seen what powerful effects Doflamingo could unleash with this ability, and Dao Xian was eager to find out. Doflamingo suddenly smiled, as if he had thought of something, and happily put away the skill scroll for the puppet technique. Shall we continue opening 10 silver blind boxes? Dao Xian inquired in a routine manner. The smile on Doflamingo's face could no longer be concealed. The ability to enhance strength was truly magical. Having tasted the sweetness, Doflamingo grew increasingly eager for what was inside the blind boxes. With 300 million berries seized, 11 silver blind boxes were placed on the table. Doflamingo eagerly grabbed one silver blind box and gently opened it. Human Enhancement Serum. Dao Xian briefly introduced the item that was revealed. This serum initially surprised him. However, given his current strength, the enhancement it could provide was minimal, and Dao Xian showed little interest in giving a detailed explanation. It can slightly increase physical attributes. Doflamingo did not underestimate this item due to Dao Xian's brief explanation. Perhaps this item did not seem extraordinary in the eyes of the mysterious merchant, but to Doflamingo, every item that could enhance strength was an absolute treasure. Even a small amount of power, is a very magical and precious treasure for Doflamingo, who has already reached a bottleneck in strength. My lord, is there anything in the blind box that can allow someone to retrieve a consumed devil fruit? Or perhaps something that allows a person to eat 2 devil fruits? Doflamingo suddenly asked. Chapter 102. Moria standing firmly in an invincible position in the blind box. There's everything. Dao Xian simply answered Doflamingo's question with one straightforward sentence. As for why Doflamingo asked this, he understood very well. Clearly, Doflamingo was not satisfied with the devil fruit he had consumed. Indeed, Doflamingo's devil fruit belongs to the Paramecia type, specifically the lowest tier of the Paramecia fruits. Compared to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which is a top-tier Paramecia fruit, or other powerful Paramecia fruits, and the most terrifying Logia fruits, it falls far short. Just by switching to another devil fruit, Doflamingo could significantly enhance his strength. It's worth noting that when compared to Katakuri's Machi fruit, which possesses both Paramecia and special abilities, it can exhibit effects almost identical to elementalization under Katakuri's advanced observation haki. In contrast, Doflamingo's string fruit severely limits his potential. As one of the 4 emperors of the underworld and a warlord of the sea, acquiring a stronger devil fruit should not have been too difficult for him. However, he had already consumed a devil fruit at the age of 10, which restricted his ability to grow. The fact that he could develop an ordinary Paramecia fruit to the point of awakening already demonstrated his talent. Is there everything? Looking at the blind boxes, Doflamingo let out a joyful laugh, and a hatred for the celestial dragons surged in his heart again. Destroy them, filthy pigs, Doflamingo muttered to himself. Picking up the second silver blind box, Doflamingo's movements were relaxed and comfortable. Unlike Crocodile, who had gone bankrupt, spending 300 million berries for him was virtually painless. Just the puppet technique and human serum were enough to recoup his investment. At this moment, he was already planning to return and assess his assets, directly aiming for the golden blind box. The items in the silver blind box no longer satisfied his ambitions. 1 Durandal sword, 1 kunai. The appearance of 8 consecutive useless items began to shake Doflamingo's calm demeanor. Compared to Crocodile, what he had opened was too trivial. Although he thought he was satisfied, seeing the boxes nearly empty without any good items inevitably caused some fluctuations in his heart. Although Crocodile was a miser, he was a lucky one. Meanwhile, he was a wealthy, unlucky one. Doflamingo's smile vanished. Looking at the remaining 2 silver blind boxes, he held his breath, finally understanding why Crocodile had been so nervous earlier. Opening blind boxes was indeed quite thrilling. Finding a good item could significantly enhance his strength, and it was clear that his appetite had been whetted. Reaching out to the last 2 blind boxes, he casually picked one and opened it gently. Ninjutsu Body Replacement Technique. It allows the user to switch places with a pre-made special substitute within a range of about 50 meters. Dao Xian assessed Doflamingo. This technique, when given to Akiji, would be a nice substitute, but for Doflamingo, it would likely become a string substitute. However, with this technique, Doflamingo's difficulty level had undoubtedly doubled. Some abilities may not be high level, but they possess great utility in battle. The body replacement technique is one such ability. Doflamingo clearly understood its value, and he instantly recognized that this ability seemed to involve spatial manipulation. Storing the scroll carefully, Doflamingo was not in a hurry to use it. He still had the last blind box to open first. With this in mind, he quickly opened the final blind box. Nanjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. It can create 2 intangible illusions, with 2 shadow clones gathered at once, alongside the puppet manipulation technique. Dao Xian found that Doflamingo's compatibility with the Naruto world was remarkably high. Or perhaps this world is relatively close to the Naruto world. Of course, these were just Dao Xian's wild thoughts. He was not yet at the level to comprehend the mysteries of time and space. However, the probability of people from the pirate world opening items from the Naruto world was indeed high, which could be proven by the items opened from boxes. Your Excellency, let's stop here for today. I'll come back in a few days, and I will prepare the funds for the golden blind box in advance. Doflamingo openly expressed his goal. He had gained quite a lot this time. 3 special abilities and a serum were worth the 300 million berries he spent. Doflamingo was already fantasizing about what treasures might be in the golden blind box. Dao Xian nodded and deliberately revealed a piece of information. It's best to hurry, otherwise. The first person to open the golden blind box could be someone else. The first person to open the golden blind box? Doflamingo immediately had countless associations, but these were just side issues. The most important task now was to raise funds. The golden blind box was the priority. On the battlefield between Kizaru and Moria. Hee. Although there was no sound, the smile deliberately made by Moria's Shadow Master still made Kizaru feel disgusted. After separating from Moria's body, the Shadow Master could not enhance Haki, and its strength was very weak for Kizaru. It was solely relying on its immortality to annoy Kizaru here. Any casual attack from Kizaru could shatter the shadow into pieces, but it was useless. The next second, it would return to its original form. The only way to defeat it was to attack Moria's true body. However, the biggest problem was that Moria had completely vanished from the start, and even his observation Haki had no response. It was as if the only enemy he faced was the shadow, if it weren't for Reichu allowing him to occasionally step on the water. The light moon step alone would have been exhausting enough. At this moment, Kizaru's heart was already filled with rage. He wanted to see how long Moria could maintain this ability. With his strength, sustaining this intensity of battle for 10 days should not be a problem. Setting 10 days as a limit, if Moria could not hold on and reappeared within that time, he would directly eliminate Moria. On the other hand, if after 10 days he still could not do anything about Moria, he would have to resort to negotiation to seal Moria's mouth. However, for him, a Marine Admiral, this would undoubtedly be a very embarrassing situation. Chapter 103 The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, must have lost face. In the shadow space, Moria maintained the battle of the Shadow Mage with his senses leisurely lying on the ground of the space. The shadow space is not suitable for the existence of living beings, but with food and air available, along with the potions drawn from the mystery boxes, he was not worried about outlasting Kizaru. Defeating Kizaru was not something he could do with his current strength, but he could continue to exhaust him through the Shadow Mage until Kizaru ran out of patience. The Shadow Mage was still engaged in a battle with Kizaru, but from the intensity of the attacks, it was clear that it had turned into a contest of endurance. Watching this battle, Morgans, who was hiding in the sky, glanced at the camera in his hand, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Under his deliberate photography, he had already collected quite a few favorable photos of Moria. These photos were enough to create the illusion that Moria was evenly matched with Kizaru, and that was sufficient. It should be noted that the reputation of the Marine Admirals was cultivated by the world government over decades. Every admiral absolutely possessed strength worthy of their title. Moria, as a warlord of the sea, was still far from their level. However, with these photos, using Kizaru as a stepping stone to invisibly elevate Moria's reputation was simply brilliant. Moria's displayed strength had greatly exceeded his expectations, and Morgans was feeling his vision gradually becoming a reality. With this in mind, he called over a few albatrosses to deliver a letter to them, while also handing them the camera's film. Tomorrow's newspaper would publish this explosive news. Admiral Kizaru and Moria are evenly matched. If the failed challenge against Kaido was just a prelude, then being able to match an admiral like Kizaru would undoubtedly attract countless pirates to join. Once this battle ended with a call to arms, countless pirates would rush to join. Moria would then have the foundation to become one of the 4 emperors. On the other side of the sea, on the Moby Dick, a mysterious person in a hooded outfit approached Whitebeard. Ton ton ton. Whitebeard took a hearty swig of alcohol and said in surprise, "Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, what brings you to my ship?" With age catching up to him, Whitebeard's body had deteriorated and ailments had left him reliant on 4 drips. A beautiful woman in a white uniform was carefully administering the 4. Dragon remained expressionless and slowly said in a tone filled with emotion, "Whitebeard, don't you feel the arrival of a new era?" "Gurura, I'm Whitebeard. As long as I'm alive, this era will always be called Whitebeard." "You mean that brat Moria, right?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, confident as the world's strongest man. Even with ailments, he still believed he could defeat any enemy. One could say he was the current, albeit unofficial, Pirate King. However, he had no ambitions for that title. What he truly desired was never the throne of the Pirate King, but family. Perhaps it was due to his childhood that he placed immense value on family. Once he acknowledged someone as his son, he would protect them even at the cost of his own life. Moria is not as simple as you think. However, I'm not here for that, Whitebeard. Your health is declining, isn't it? Once you can no longer hold on, the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably fall apart. Dragon pointed out the weakness of the Whitebeard pirates, noting that many coveted their territory. Once something happened to Whitebeard, it would surely invite attacks from various forces. The Whitebeard pirates could fall apart in an instant. Facing Dragon's analysis, Whitebeard naturally understood. "Dragon, you're not one to discuss such trivial matters. What exactly are you here for?" Dragon slowly took out a hexagonal object from his hand, which bore a mark of a horse in the center. "What is this?" Whitebeard instinctively took the object. Ugh! A muffled grunt escaped. Old man? Old man, what's wrong? Marco and the other division commanders cast hostile glances at Dragon, all thinking he had used some trick to harm their father. They all drew their weapons, ready to act at Whitebeard's command. I'm Fina. Whitebeard's voice seemed to return to the time before he was plagued by illness, sounding exceptionally robust. This was a voice the division commanders hadn't heard in a long time. Feeling the surge of energy from the charm in his hand, it felt as if countless hidden injuries and ailments within him were being suppressed. Whitebeard's body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Gurura, Gurura. Whitebeard laughed loudly, the force of his voice resonating outward, causing the sea to stir. The sound alone could create a tsunami. This was the power of the strongest man, said to possess the ability to destroy the world, a force only available after the awakening of the Tremor fruit. Before awakening, the power of the Tremor fruit could only be exerted through the hands. However, after awakening, even sound could directly transmit the power of vibrations. Old man, Marco's face lit up with joy. As the ship's doctor, he understood Whitebeard's health the best. Based on his deductions, Whitebeard, under strict dietary control, probably wouldn't last much longer. But just now, Whitebeard had actually displayed the awakened power he could only unleash when uninjured. The conclusion drawn from this scene was that the item in Whitebeard's hand had healed his injuries. This was unbelievable. Marco's face was filled with disbelief. The other crew members cheered, and among the crowd, a stocky man quietly hid at the back, his face filled with an ugly expression. The healing of Whitebeard's injuries was not good news for him. After a moment of venting, Whitebeard calmed his laughter, and the sea gradually returned to calm. First glancing at the horse charm in his hand, Whitebeard then asked Dragon, "What is this?" Dragon calmly explained, "It's called the horse charm, and its function is to heal all ailments. Of course, it mainly addresses minor issues. Major ailments can only be suppressed. Given your health situation, it's best to keep it close. If you turn it into an accessory to wear, it can take effect." Looking at Dragon's actions, Whitebeard was somewhat puzzled. Why would Dragon give him such a precious item? This left him completely baffled. Why? Chapter 104. Crocodile's ambition. I want to ally with the Whitebeard pirates on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, while also borrowing some funds from them. The reason Dracul Myhawk sent this treasure to the Whitebeard pirates is that they are currently in urgent need of the horse charm. Even if Whitebeard himself does not care, his crew does. Whitebeard's health is more important than anything else. Moreover, the existence of the mysterious merchant will soon become hard to hide. In other words, even if he does not send the horse charm to Whitebeard, given the financial power of the Whitebeard pirates, the chances of them acquiring healing items are still 100. This move of his is essentially a way to sell a favor to the Whitebeard pirates in a timely manner. With Whitebeard's character, even if he learns about this later, he will still accept the favor. Thus, his goal will be achieved. As for borrowing money, it is a sudden idea of his. With the magical powers of the mysterious merchant's items, the money he borrows is almost guaranteed to be profitable. It's like making money for money, and he can return the principal to Whitebeard. As for the funds of the Revolutionary Army, as a leader, he is not suited to use the organization's money. Of course, he will not let the Whitebeard pirates suffer either. He will also share the news of the mysterious merchant with them. There is a phrase in the book he opened from the blind box that he strongly agrees with: to make more friends and fewer enemies, roughly speaking. The pursuits of the Whitebeard pirates do not conflict with those of the Revolutionary Army. Within the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the people are not oppressed. Ordinary pirates would not dare to attack countries within Whitebeard's sphere of influence. In certain aspects, it can be said that the Whitebeard pirates do better than the world government. Of course, he also somewhat agrees with the Navy. While there are bad apples among them, many more are just and righteous. However, the Navy's justice is unrelated to the world government that manages it. The Celestial Dragons established the Navy primarily to protect their own safety and to use it as a force to help them rule the world. Countless rebellions and deaths on this sea are connected to the tribute paid to the Celestial Dragons. Those countries unable to pay the tribute are excluded from the protection of the world government. The nobles and royals, in order to gather such a massive amount of funds, have increasingly intensified their oppression and exploitation of the lower classes. This led to the birth of the Revolutionary Army. However, as a former high-ranking Navy official, he knows a bit about the hidden power behind the Celestial Dragons, which is why he has never dared to provoke them too much. The Revolutionary Army is still in a stage of hibernation and development. Recklessly provoking the Celestial Dragons would be self-destructive. Forming an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates is just a casual move for him. Next, he will continue to follow the route described in the book. step by step befriending countries that have not allied with the world government and are suffering from the persecution of pirates and celestial dragons. He will quietly develop his strength until he has accumulated enough power to rise up and bring down the celestial dragons, who look down on the people as mere sheep. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Dracul Mihawk looked at Whitebeard across from him, waiting for his response. Graha, Dracul, I agree to your request. From now on, we will be allies. Marco, go to the warehouse and bring him all the berries. Consider this money a token of my gratitude for the treasure you sent. Whitebeard said generously. Money is not important to him. As long as he is alive, the countries within his territory will continuously provide funds. On the contrary, Dracul's horse charm has provided him with immense help. In this situation, he straightforwardly gave the money to Dracul and did not even mention borrowing it. Marco nodded, not the least bit dissatisfied. Money is nothing. Being able to restore Whitebeard's health is more important than anything else. He hurriedly took a few people to the warehouse to help retrieve the berries. There is nearly 2 billion berries worth of wealth in the warehouse, which is quite substantial, and he cannot carry it all by himself. Dracul continued, do not leak the news of our alliance for now. The Revolutionary Army still needs to develop. I have very important news that I need to tell you privately. After sending everyone away, Dracul informed Whitebeard of the existence of the mysterious merchant, leaving it to Whitebeard to decide whether to share this information with others. Moments later, watching Marco bring out nearly 2 billion berries from the ship, Dracul maintained a calm expression as he summoned a gust of wind to carry the wealth toward the Revolutionary Army's base. On the other side, Kizaru was still engaged in fierce combat with Moria shadows. A day and night had passed. A shocking piece of news spread across the world through the World Economic News Agency. In the Navy headquarters, watching the news, Sengoku's face was filled with confusion. Admiral Kizaru is at a disadvantage in his battle against the 5th Emperor, Moria. Several accompanying images perfectly captured the scene of Kizaru being knocked into the sea under Moria's attacks. The battle between the two continued, and the 5th Emperor's reputation was well-deserved. As the fight against Kizaru was tied, the images included scenes of Moria's shadow sorcerer attacking Kizaru. These images confused many, causing Sengoku to doubt whether Moria's current strength was indeed so formidable that he could fight evenly against Kizaru. Even those who were very familiar with Kizaru began to have such misunderstandings, let alone other pirates and the general public. At this moment, in countless countries and among numerous pirates, Moria's reputation soared once again, almost on par with the 4 emperors. Countless pirates, upon seeing his news, either wanted to join him or challenge him, the newly appointed 5th emperor stepping on his reputation to rise to power and directly attain his status. The entire world began to stir, almost faintly reminiscent of the great pirate era. On the other side, Crocodile, searching for Morgan's whereabouts, looked at the newspaper reporting this news and felt a bit frustrated. Damn it! Watching Moria getting closer to the 5th Emperor's throne, Crocodile couldn't help but curse. It was clearly he who first encountered the mysterious merchant. Unfortunately, due to his obsession with the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, he invested all his funds into finding it, and thus failed to strengthen himself in time and missed such a great opportunity. At this moment, Crocodile had already mobilized all his manpower and resources to search for Morgan's whereabouts. In terms of media power, there is no newspaper in this world that can compare Morgan's. The awakened Zoan fruit user. It's unclear whether Morgan's has the ability to communicate with birds due to his awakening or if he's a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user. This is something that others cannot know, but the world knows that he can command and employ birds to sell newspapers for him. Only he has the ability to sell newspapers to every corner of this world. Chapter 105. Give me some face. Crocodile knew that to complete his plan, he had to send out the message of his challenge. The red-haired pirates sailed towards the sea where Moria and Kizaru were battling. Captain Shanks, look. The sniper Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates handed over a newspaper he had just bought from a passing newsbird to Shanks. Moria and Kizaru are evenly matched? From the newspaper, this was the only piece of information Shanks found, which further solidified his belief in the arrival of a new era. A little Moria, not to mention, there were at least 9 people on his ship capable of defeating Moria, all of whom were strong individuals he had sought out from around the world. The red-haired pirates were different from the other Yonko. They took an elite route, and everyone who boarded their ship was recognized as a strong fighter by Shanks. Yet Moria, who merely purchased some blind boxes from a mysterious merchant, could reach a level of parity with Kizaru. This was simply unbelievable. Once this news got out, how chaotic would this sea become? Just thinking about it made Shanks shudder. It would bring about chaos 10 times greater than that caused by Captain Roger during the Great Pirate Era. He understood better than anyone what power meant in this sea. His purpose for this trip was not only to quell the conflict between Kizaru and Moria, but also to reach an understanding with them. That is, to ensure that everyone aware of the mysterious merchant kept the information from leaking. To control the impact of the chaos that this era would bring as much as possible, maintaining the precarious balance that could still barely be controlled. The red-haired pirates. It's the red-haired pirates. The pirates from Moria's camp, who were observing the situation, shouted in unison. A massive skull flag waved, with 3 scar-like marks on the right eye of the skull, causing the pirates in the sea to gasp in surprise. They never expected that their 5th emperor, Lord Moria, would attract the attention of Shanks, one of the Yonko, in his battle against Kizaru. At the same time, all the pirates had a thought. Why had the Yonko Shanks come here? On the battlefield, Kizaru had also noticed Shanks' arrival, but he could not stop this battle. Slash! Standing on his ship, Shanks drew his sword and delivered a powerful slash, dividing Kizaru and the Shadow Mage into 2 separate areas. Taking advantage of the temporary ceasefire caused by this slash, Shanks slowly approached, loudly addressing Kizaru and the Shadow Mage. Admiral Kizaru and 5 Emperor Moria, give me some face, let's end this battle here. Shanks' voice was so loud that even pirates at a considerable distance could hear him. Finally, Kizaru, who found a way to back down, lightly landed on Raichu's head and temporarily ceased his attack. Moria, who was observing the situation through the Shadow Mage within the Shadow space, instantly switched places with his shadow using his Shadow Fruit ability, appearing in the sky, with shadow wings sprouting from his back. The observing pirates and navy were unaware of the specifics. They only knew that under Shanks' request for some face, Admiral Kizaru and 5 Emperor Moria had stopped fighting. They couldn't help but marvel at the influence of Shanks, one of the Yonko. With one sentence, he made the Admiral and the 5 Emperors cease hostilities. After the ceasefire, Kizaru directly stated his demands. During this battle, he had confirmed 100% that Moria must have encountered the mysterious merchant. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for Moria's newfound strength and difficulty. The ceasefire was acceptable, and the Navy could even recognize his position as a 5 Emperor. But he had to make a promise to the Navy. Kizaru casually scratched his ear and said, let us hear it, but I can't guarantee I will make the promise you want. Just as Kizaru was about to talk to Moria alone, Shanks directly exposed the secret everyone knew but didn't want others to know. You all know about the mysterious merchant, right? Shanks wore a confident expression, as if saying they were all aware. Upon hearing Shanks' inquiry, Kizaru's heart stirred. Since Shanks was aware of the mysterious merchant's existence, did the other Yonko also know about it? This was the worst news for the Navy. The Navy was under the control of the world government, but there was no one above the Yonko. As long as the Yonko were willing, they could instantly gather the wealth of several golden blind boxes. Even platinum blind boxes were not impossible. However, no one in the Navy had opened a golden blind box yet, and it was still unknown how one could obtain a platinum blind box. But the consequences of merely having a golden blind box were already serious enough. It could create a monster far exceeding the combat power of an admiral, someone whom no one in the Navy could match, which would inevitably affect the balance of the world. Whitebeard and Shanks were one thing, but if Big Mom and Kaido obtained such power, Big Mom would surely use her invincible strength to plunder various races to realize her dream of a world nation. And as for Kaido, with his character that thrives on chaos, he would undoubtedly create turmoil everywhere. Regardless, it would not be a good outcome for the Navy. Kizaru's nonchalant expression changed. Moria's smile also faded. Their reactions undoubtedly confirmed Shanks' suspicion. My purpose here, aside from stopping your battle, is to hope to reach a common goal with you. That is to keep the existence of the mysterious merchant from becoming widely known. The existence of the mysterious merchant will only cause greater chaos, and I believe neither the Navy nor 5 Emperor Moria wants this to happen. Kizaru's face turned serious. Since Shanks had already learned of this news, there was no need for further discussion. Compared to the mysterious merchant, it was not just one more Yonko that mattered. Even if there were several more Yonko, it would not be as severe as the consequences caused by the mysterious merchant. That was a mysterious entity capable of creating countless individuals at the level of Yonko. I represent the Navy and agree to your proposal to keep the news of the mysterious merchant from leaking. At the same time, as long as Moria does not speak out, the Navy will acknowledge his status as a 5 Emperor. I agree to Shanks' proposal. The 3 reached a consensus on this point. To the pirates who had sided with Moria from a distance, this scene undoubtedly served as the greatest proof of Moria's strength. Kizaru, Shanks, and Moria were speaking on equal terms, making Moria's figure appear extraordinarily tall. Countless pirates had already automatically envisioned the moment Moria officially ascended to the status of 5 Emperor. Chapter 106. Jester Buggy Morgans recorded the meeting of 3 top powerhouses over the sea with his camera in the sky. At the same time, he thought of a particularly fitting title for the photograph: The Birth of the 5th Emperor Over the Sea. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku said to Sakazuki, "Take this magical bean and use it." Looking at Sakazuki's severed arm, Sengoku handed over the magical bean. Although their ideologies differed, they were both fighting for justice. With such a tool, he could not just stand by and watch as the Marine's top combatant, Akainu, had his arm severed. Sakazuki nodded and took the magical bean without hesitation, swallowing it whole. The fire dragon, being too large, was left outside the building, accompanied by a strong, tingling sensation. Akainu's lost left arm grew back. After a brief adjustment, Akainu returned to his perfect state, fully recovering from the injuries sustained in the battle against Doflamingo. Only then did Sengoku start conversing with Sakazuki. "Do you think we have any chance of capturing the mysterious merchant?" "Impossible," Sakazuki replied firmly. Just from the fight against Doflamingo, you can see his performance. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. To capture someone of his caliber, we would probably need all 3 admirals and every vice admiral to act together, and even that would only be a possibility. However, this mysterious merchant also displayed a special ability, flight. This fundamentally eliminates the possibility of being surrounded. This is the inherent advantage of being able to fly. Similarly, the celestial dragons have long wanted to eliminate Doflamingo, but due to the secrets he holds about them, they are wary of the risk of him revealing them to the public. Additionally, Doflamingo's developed ability to fly greatly enhances his mobility. If they can't defeat him, he can simply escape. That's why they have been hesitant to take action against him. Sengoku took a deep breath, a worried expression on his face. The 5th Emperor Moria and the other unknown individuals who have opened the blind boxes, this series of events is truly giving me a headache. And then there's that guy Carp. I sent him to find Crocodile, but he came back empty-handed and took a leave of absence to visit family. It's infuriating. In that case, all we can do is block the public's knowledge of the mysterious merchant. How's it going with the newspapers? They have already been instructed in the name of the world government to prohibit any publication regarding anything related to the term mysterious merchant if they encounter it. They have also been informed of the consequences, only Morgans. Sengoku pondered, although the World Economic News Agency has a partnership with the world government, Morgans has never revealed his true identity in front of people. Coupled with his ability as a Zoan-type awakened devil fruit user and his flight capability, we don't have any good way to deal with him. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Ever since the mysterious merchant appeared, one troublesome issue after another had arisen. All right, leave Morgans to me. The position of the warlord cannot remain vacant for long. Since Moria has given up his position as a warlord, we must find someone to take his place. Moreover, the battle between Kizaru and Moria seems to be ongoing. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, the transponder snail beside him suddenly rang. Answering the call, Kizaru's face appeared, mimicked perfectly by the transponder snail. "Sengoku, Moria has confirmed that he became stronger through the mysterious merchant. I have reached an agreement with him. The Navy recognizes his position as the 5th Emperor, and in return, he will keep his mouth shut about the mysterious merchant. However, Shanks has intervened in this battle, and he is aware of the mysterious merchant's existence." On the other end, Kizaru attributed his inability to take down Moria to Shanks' arrival, trying to save face. However, Sengoku and Sakazuki, both shrewd individuals, could tell what he meant. Clearly, Kizaru had also failed to take down Moria before Shanks arrived. Of course, this was not the main point. From the Navy's perspective, having more emperors is actually better. The Navy's influence in the New World is inherently weak. From a certain perspective, the New World is the domain of pirates and also of the 4 emperors. Moria's growing power will inevitably lead to clashes with the other 4 emperors. Fights between pirates are naturally not bad for the Navy. But the fact that Shanks knows about the mysterious merchant's existence makes this intelligence too important. The already powerful Shanks, if he goes to strengthen himself through the mysterious merchant, will undoubtedly enhance his strength more than several admirals combined. As I said, the 4 emperors can freely use their funds, while the Navy is constrained by the world government. To change this situation, the Gorosei must feel threatened and loosen their control over the Navy, whether it's about recruiting powerful individuals or increasing military funding. This cannot be delayed. All right, I understand. Celino, come back directly. Don't take a break this time. There are important matters that need your attention. Sengoku said solemnly, then hung up the phone and redialed the Gorosei's number. The severity of the situation must be reported to them immediately. Sengoku laid out the situation regarding Moria and Shanks. All right, we understand. We will give you a definite response tomorrow regarding the specifics. The voice of the Gorosei came from the other end of the phone. Should we increase the Navy's funding or initiate conscription for the world? Let's increase the Navy's funding. Currently, the Navy is still largely under our control, and there's no need to introduce too many uncontrollable factors. Agreed. With just a few simple words, the Gorosei reached a consensus. As the pirates grow stronger, the Navy cannot be too weak either, but this funding must be distributed evenly among each admiral. No single person should become too powerful. Of course, Akainu, as their most valued candidate, will receive the largest financial support. How much funding should we allocate? 5 billion. Increase the tax by 5 billion in this year's Heavenly Gold, and let the allied countries share this cost. Agreed. In this brief negotiation among the Gorosei, it was decided that countless civilians would lose their lives because of this 5 billion berries. The nobles would naturally look to recoup this money from the populace. Jester Buggy, one of the top pirates in the East Blue. Today, Jester Buggy is also on the path of treasure hunting, holding the treasure map in his hand, laughing heartily. He directs his subordinates to head towards the location marked on the treasure map. Chapter 107, Bamboo Dragonfly Meteor Shower of Fist Bones. Just when Buggy was feeling proud, countless shells fell from the sky, leaving him dumbfounded as he stood there watching the incoming artillery. The shells were too dense and too rapid, leaving him nowhere to escape. All the pirates on the ship could only watch helplessly as the rain of shells descended upon them. On Carp's dog-headed ship. Ha! My shell-throwing skills haven't diminished over the years, Carp said, looking at the pirate ship disintegrating into countless splinters, completely unfazed. Every time he returned to the East Sea, he would casually clean up the pirates, and the East Sea's decline as the weakest sea was partly due to his efforts. This time, while visiting his grandson, he happened to encounter this pirate crew, so he just took care of them. There was no need to specifically hunt these pirates down on the sea without a ship. Their chances of survival were already slim. Damn Carp, Buggy gritted his teeth. With the help of 2 surviving pirates, he barely managed to lie on a piece of wood, watching Carp's ship sail away, cursing under his breath. Familiar moves, familiar ships, all reminded him of the years gone by. Looking at the only 2 remaining crew members and the piece of wood, Buggy wore a face of helplessness. At this point, let alone treasure hunting, as a devil fruit user, surviving in this sea without a ship was too difficult, and the treasure map had gone down with the ship. Thinking of this, Buggy recalled the treasure hidden on an island near Sabeti Archipelago. As a pirate, collecting treasures and hiding them was his joy. His biggest fortune was hidden near Sabeti Archipelago. To make a comeback, he had to retrieve his treasure from there, and there was someone he respected on Sabeti Archipelago as well. He hadn't seen that person in many years and didn't know if they were still on the island, so it would be a good opportunity to visit. However, the biggest problem now was how to escape from this danger. The 2 surviving pirates looked at each other, waiting to see if Buggy's decision could save them all. What are you staring at? Buggy glared. Everyone shout for help. The 2 pirates nodded involuntarily and started shouting. Help! Help! The birth of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The accompanying image was taken by Morgans, showing a scene of Moria talking confidently with Kizaru and Shanks. Under Morgan's deliberate photography, Moria appeared extremely imposing, leading some uninformed crowds to perceive him as even more powerful than Kizaru and Shanks after seeing the photo. This is the terrifying aspect of the media. It quietly changes public perception, unrelated to facts, only connected to what the media wants you to see. Below was a series of Moria's achievements, serving as evidence for his status as one of the 5 emperors. A recap of Moria's achievements. Battled Kaido, slightly at a disadvantage. Battled Kizaru, slightly at an advantage. Engaged in equal conversation with the 4 Emperor Shanks, accompanied by guiding photographs. Moria's reputation shocked the sea at an incredible speed, until at the very bottom of the newspaper, an advertisement for Moria appeared. This newspaper, spread by the World Economic News Agency, gained momentum, prompting countless pirates to stir, either wanting to challenge or join. However, the 4 high-ranking emperors remained unmoved. Kaido merely glanced at it before continuing to indulge in fine wine. Moria, who had not mastered the technique of wrapping Haushika haki, couldn't even break through his defenses at this moment. Kaido completely dismissed him. Meanwhile, Big Mom, far away in Tado Land, was very pleased. Katakuri had failed to capture Moria in Wano, missing a good opportunity. Although she felt regret, Moria's ascension meant he wouldn't leave the new world, and she still had a chance to have a child with him. Moreover, if Moria agreed to have a child with her, supporting him to become one of the 5 emperors wouldn't be impossible. Dao Xian, located on Sabati Archipelago, was naturally unaffected by these external disturbances. However, seeing Moria rise to power, he only felt happy. After all, this meant that Moria, a major client, was getting closer, just as Dao Xian was getting a bit bored. Someone arrived. "Boss, I'm back." The handsome old man Rayleigh, with white hair and beard, came in carrying a huge package. Inside the package was a total of 700 million berries he obtained from Mihawk and Shanks. Rayleigh laughed heartily, saying that opening blind boxes was really enjoyable and beneficial for the mind and body. Ever since he opened blind boxes, he had forgotten about the ladies in the flower street. Seeing Rayleigh, Dao Xian smiled. "How many silver blind boxes are we opening this time?" 35. This package contains 700 million berries. Rayleigh patted the package, smiling. Since he started opening boxes, he had personally experienced the thrill and had seen Mihawk and Ace open blind boxes. From his perspective, he had never lost money. Opening blind boxes was simply a very profitable business, which was why he was so enthusiastic. With this money in hand, he didn't even return to the tavern, heading straight here with the goal of converting this money into items in the blind boxes. This also avoided the risk of Shaki discovering his secret stash. Being a man, he believed Dao Xian wouldn't betray him. Dao Xian certainly wouldn't refuse his request to open boxes. "Shall we get started?" Rayleigh nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Then let's go." Dao Xian took the 700 million berries directly, then handed Rayleigh 38 silver blind boxes, 35 purchased, and 3 complimentary. Rayleigh rubbed his hands, full of expectation, and grabbed 1 silver blind box to open it decisively. As a regular customer, he knew the rules, so there was no need for excessive introduction. Dao Xian had now reached a stage of calmness when faced with silver blind boxes, unless it was some special item. Ordinary silver-level props no longer stirred any emotions within him. However, as Rayleigh opened the first blind box, an item from a world he had never imagined appeared. A plain, seemingly toy-like bamboo dragonfly emerged. It is well known that anime, aimed at children, often depicts the most terrifying and dangerous worlds. And Doraemon is such a world. Indeed, what appeared before Dao Xian was a classic item from the extremely terrifying high-tech world of Doraemon, the bamboo dragonfly. Chapter 108. The Revolutionary Army hidden in the East Sea. What is this? Rayleigh looked at the toy-like object with confusion. Its name is the bamboo dragonfly. Once worn, it allows for free flight. Given the world level of Doraemon's universe, energy consumption is not a concern. Just these 2 simple sentences made Rayleigh overjoyed. The ability to fly is incredibly important in this ocean-dominated world, and there's no need for further explanation. This item comes from a terrifying world that possesses the ability to traverse between past and future. In this world, nothing can destroy it except for certain special devil fruit abilities. Dao Xian originally wanted to say it can't be broken, but upon thinking of certain rule-based devil fruits, he quickly changed his words. No matter how strong the material of the bamboo dragonfly is, it is still no match for rules. If there really exists a devil fruit that can cause direct damage, the bamboo dragonfly might not be able to withstand it. Traversing between past and future? Rayleigh keenly sensed the key point and couldn't help but ask. Images of the captain and his companions flashing in his mind. Is it really possible? Dao Xian casually replied. Of course it's possible. There are many beings across the myriad worlds that possess such abilities. At this point, Dao Xian couldn't help but recall those who can traverse time. Of course, he is most familiar with a few knights. Whether it's Kamen Rider Wizard's infinite form, Kamen Rider Kabuto's surpassing form, or Kamen Rider Odin and Den-O. They all possess the ability to manipulate time. Naturally, speaking of time, one cannot forget that highest and most benevolent demon king, Oma Zio. Absolute realm fluctuations, causality shifts. Parallel worlds sharing senses, creating and destroying worlds. Each of these abilities surpasses ordinary imagination. Time before him is like an unguarded woman, allowing him to play with it at will. However, just the empty void has already reached the golden level, and Dao Xian himself isn't sure whether Oma Zio's ability falls into the platinum blind box or the diamond blind box. Of course, these are just Dao Xian's musings and have nothing to do with Rayleigh for now. However, as the blind box levels rise higher, such powers will eventually appear in this world. As a mysterious merchant, Dao Xian has long known how the previous system holder met their demise. In a certain world, The last mysterious merchant recklessly released too many platinum blind boxes in one go, and multiple time-based abilities emerged from those boxes. Moreover, those individuals learned of the system's specific defense mechanisms. The powerful beings who could traverse time banded together and traveled back to when the mysterious merchant entered the world at its weakest, luring the previous system's owner into taking action. The result was that the previous system owner perished, and the system drifted into endless time and space for a long time thereafter. To avoid repeating the previous consequences, Dao Xian is extremely cautious about releasing high-level blind boxes. The golden blind boxes are one thing, but when it comes to platinum blind boxes, he must be especially careful. Looking at Rayleigh, Dao Xian continued to explain. Even in your world, there exists a devil fruit known as the time fruit, which has the ability to send people into the future. Rayleigh's expression showed signs of struggle, and then he seemed to come to terms with it. Forget it. Shopkeeper, let's continue opening blind boxes. Although he didn't know what Rayleigh was thinking, generally, when it comes to time-based abilities, the first thought for the owner is usually to make up for past regrets. I wonder if Rayleigh will miss his captain, or perhaps a certain family member. With that thought passing, the most important thing for Dao Xian is to open the blind boxes. As long as he develops cautiously, the people of the pirate world will never be able to grow as fast as he does. As long as he doesn't release too many platinum-level blind boxes at once, he won't face any mishaps. He doesn't want to be reckless. With the system, he can now live for hundreds of years. He has plenty of time to develop. Rayleigh reached for the blind box and continued to open it. The existence of the bamboo dragonfly surprised him greatly. Although he could swim between islands, flying is definitely more comfortable and convenient. This bamboo dragonfly brought him immense joy. While Rayleigh was busy opening blind boxes on the other side, Moria was aggressively recruiting soldiers and, relying on the reputation of the Four Emperors, found a territory outside the Four Emperors. He forcibly occupied it with strength as his own territory. At the same time, he was plundering wealth, attempting to quickly amass 20 billion in riches to make himself stronger with golden blind boxes. Although the Four Emperors had not yet moved, Moria was well aware that once his territory was secured, the Four Emperors would come to test him. If his strength was insufficient, this occupied territory would merely be a gift to the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors wouldn't mind casually taking over a well-established territory. Meanwhile, back at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon was strictly following the guidelines from the books to develop the revolutionary path to overthrow the celestial dragons. He was also seeking suitable planting locations for the seeds he had. However, given the weather on the Grand Line, growing crops was quite difficult. Thinking of this, Dragon gazed towards the east, where it seemed one of his comrades would be very suitable as a planting base. Moreover, after so many years without returning home, he was also somewhat eager to see how Luffy had grown. With this thought in mind, a smile appeared on Dragon's face. "Huh, Dragon, you're actually smiling?" Ivankov said in astonishment. Since he joined the Revolutionary Army, it was the first time he had seen Dragon smile, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Dragon quickly concealed his smile. He still needed to maintain his authority in front of these comrades, which is why he rarely smiled. "Ivankov, I have something to do in the East Sea. You can handle things at headquarters for now. If anything comes up, contact me with the transponder snail." "Huh, leave it to me." Ivankov patted his chest and agreed, while secretly speculating on Dragon's purpose for this trip. He knew that finding suitable planting locations for the seeds was one reason. However, just from Dragon's smile, he knew it was definitely not just this matter. Could it be Dragon's family is in the East Sea? Just as Ivankov was about to ask, Dragon seemed a bit impatient and summoned a gust of wind. Flying toward the sky, Ivankov couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The ability to fly is both cool and convenient from any perspective. He really wanted it too. Ivankov suddenly thought of the mysterious merchant. The only problem is that his pockets are empty. With this thought, he couldn't help but start thinking about the celestial dragons. Who could rival the celestial dragons in terms of wealth? Chapter 109, The Addition of the Seven Warlords. On Morgan's territory, exiting the Seven Warlords and issuing a challenge to Whitebeard? Interesting. With a cigar in his mouth, Morgans took a deep puff and looked at Crocodile, who was sitting opposite him, feeling inexplicably that something significant was happening that he did not know about. First Moria, then Crocodile. Suddenly, their strength surged, even daring to reach for the throne of the Four Emperors. There must be some earth-shattering secret behind this. However, Morgans was not in a hurry. As the king of media, these news would eventually reach his ears. Instead, what Crocodile was about to do excited him greatly. He had just unveiled one of the 5 emperors, and now was a 6th emperor about to be born. No problem, Mr. Crocodile. I will grant all your requests. With such explosive news, Morgans naturally could not refuse. Under Morgan's arrangements, Crocodile cooperated and took several promotional photos, thus fulfilling Morgan's requirements. Just wait, Whitebeard. Crocodile looked at the sky, silently recalling the scene when he was defeated by Whitebeard, the purple-black lightning entwined around the supreme great blade, the Cloud Cutter. It brought not only immense attacking power, but also a strong conqueror's hockey impact. Under that one strike, Crocodile lost an arm. After gaining powerful strength from a mysterious merchant, Crocodile then entertained the thought of challenging Whitebeard again, defeating the man with the world's strongest power and becoming the Pirate King. Dominating this world was Crocodile's dream. As for treasure, he had no interest. At Sabeti Archipelago, in a mysterious shop, Rayleigh had a dark face, panting heavily, silently opening blind boxes. He had opened 35 out of 38 silver blind boxes. Except for the first one, the rest were almost all worthless junk. Feeling the gap between him and the luck of the European emperor, Rayleigh was about to break down. One useful item, a bamboo copter from 35 silver blind boxes. Is that reasonable? It's completely unreasonable. With Ace and Myhawk shining in front of him, it was too hard for him as a non-lucky person to accept. However, no matter how hard it was to accept, the fact remained. The 36 silver blind box had also been opened, and it was junk again. Rayleigh had a face that looked like he was being toyed with. Dao Xian looked at Rayleigh with an expression of "you are a non-lucky person," making Rayleigh feel like he was about to spit blood. Looking at the last silver blind box, Rayleigh silently prayed for something that would help him get back some of his investment. Otherwise, this would turn into a one-time deal. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have a place to get 700 million berries. Relying on coding barely made ends meet, and his main source of income was from extorting those arrogant pirates in bars. However, that amount of berries was far from the enormous sum of 700 million. Rayleigh's hands trembled as he opened the last silver blind box, and as the light dissipated, "Oh, Rayleigh, not bad, not bad. Actually open it?" Dao Xian exclaimed. After not hearing Dao Xian's tone for a long time, Rayleigh instantly felt as if he had grasped the last glimmer of hope and asked, "What is this?" Looking at the 3 rice balls on the table, Dao Xian explained, "Its name is Momotaro rice ball. If eaten by other animals, they will obey your commands. However, it won't work on intelligent beings to a certain extent. The specific use depends on how you see it. Note that the rice ball's effect lasts only 3 days. Of course, if you make good use of this time, you can gain 3 powerful assistants." Rayleigh's face instantly fell. This thing was of little use to him. Sea kings? They were not his match. He didn't need such junk. Seeing Rayleigh's expression, Dao Xian reminded him, "It is a consumable and can be traded." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh instantly began to think about what kind of person would need such an item. Time flew by quickly without anyone opening boxes, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the spread of the World Economic News Agency's newspaper, the news of Crocodile exiting the 7 warlords and issuing a challenge to Whitebeard quickly spread in all directions. The consecutive exits of 2 former 7 warlords dealt a severe blow to the Navy's prestige. Inside the Navy base, Crocodile Moria, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting the names of the 2 former 7 warlords. "Sengoku, you've lost your composure." Zephyr, sitting upright nearby with his arms crossed, reminded him. After recovering his arm and regaining his belief from the mysterious merchant, Zephyr revitalized himself, returning from retirement to become a vice admiral in the Navy. Sengoku took a few deep breaths before asking Zephyr and Tsuru beside him how to deal with Crocodile and the 2 vacant positions of the 7 warlords. Tsuru calmly said, based on the known information, Crocodile must have gone to the mysterious merchant with a do-or-die attitude, and from his challenge to Whitebeard, he must have gained some powerful strength. Otherwise, his behavior cannot be explained. It is almost impossible for us to capture him when we know nothing. Tsuru raised her head and shared her speculation. "In my view, Crocodile's actions seem to be replicating Moria's behavior. Since chaos is inevitable, let's make this sea even more chaotic. We should help Crocodile with some publicity on his road to becoming the 6th emperor, while also finding ways to intensify his conflicts with Moria and the other 4 emperors. At the same time, I propose to the Gorosei to increase the number of 7 warlords. Increasing it to 12 people could be directly called the 12 warlords, or we could rename it. Additionally, I propose to the Gorosei to add 2 admiral positions to balance the power of the pirates." Tsuru made this suggestion after careful consideration. With the existence of the mysterious merchant, the increase in pirate strength can no longer be contained. Achieving a new balance requires the Navy and the seven warlords to establish a balance with the six emperors. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to strengthen the Navy's power. The establishment of the seven warlords was implemented under the strong promotion of the world government. In other words, the world government would rather have an additional force than allow the Navy to become too powerful. It should be noted that outside the Navy, the pirates, and the seven warlords, there are indeed strong individuals who are inclined towards the Navy. However, due to the Navy's system of 3 admirals, these strong individuals are, in a sense, blocked from the Navy. Chapter 110. Gung Shiro's Pain as a violent organization operating in the name of justice. The Navy is not without its members who harbor hostility towards the celestial dragons. Of course, under the circumstances where the world government holds the moral high ground, coupled with financial constraints and control over various aspects, it is unrealistic for the Navy to rebel against the world government. The growth of pirate forces also presents an opportunity for the Navy. Zifa nodded beside him. I agree with Crane's proposal. The mysterious merchant is an entity we cannot control. But as beneficiaries, Moria and Crocodile would likely not want more people to know of their existence. We can unite to control the dissemination of the mysterious merchant's information. That is something we can do. Before the situation in the seas becomes completely chaotic, we need to strengthen the Navy's power. Didn't the Gorosei allocate 50 billion berries? I suggest, Sengoku, you also try opening a blind box. You and Akainu each open a golden blind box, and select a few potential rear admirals to open some silver blind boxes. This will enhance our Navy's top combat strength. Zifa said with a serious expression. I have a feeling that a true monster is about to emerge on these seas. Sengoku and Crane exchanged serious glances. If before the appearance of the mysterious merchant, the strength was understandable, then the emergence of the mysterious merchant has exceeded all specifications. In terms of hard power, the strongest in the Navy right now should be Garp. After donning his gloves, no one present could match him. Next is Kizaru, whose shadowless sword acquired from the Abyss Party significantly enhances his strength. The two of them are clearly much stronger than the others. So, can the pirate strength increase be less than that of the Navy? In the face of this situation, enhancing the Navy's top combat strength is indeed crucial. Rather than spreading the 50 billion berries allocated by the Gorosei among many Navy members, it would be better to focus on enhancing the Navy's top combat strength. On the Moby Dick, Crocodile's declaration quickly reached the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, Crocodile has challenged you. Marco read the news from the newspaper to Whitebeard, who was recovering his health and indulging in food and drink. Whitebeard's improved health changed the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates. Since his recovery a few days ago, they have been throwing wild parties to celebrate. Gururara, that little crocodile? Let him come. I am the healthy Whitebeard now, Whitebeard said boldly. His confident tone prompted cheers from his sons. Everyone knew how powerful Whitebeard was at his peak. If they were worried before, then now that Whitebeard has recovered, he is seen as absolutely invincible in their eyes. A mere crocodile, who lost an arm years ago, probably doesn't even want to live anymore. Only Marco was deep in thought. Regarding the existence of the mysterious merchant, Whitebeard had only informed him. In many ways, although Marco does not hold the nominal position of vice captain, as the captain of the 1st Division and ship's doctor, he effectively serves as the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard has always been training him to be the next captain of the crew. In a few days, it would be the time for various forces to offer their tributes, which should amount to around 20 billion berries. He could try his luck at Sabaody Archipelago. After confirming the authenticity and effects, he would consider whether to inform others about the existence of the mysterious merchant. East Blue, Frost Moon Village, Isen Dojo. The essence of swordsmanship lies in the natural stance. The so-called natural stance is the optimal position for a swordsman to prepare to strike while holding the sword. Once the natural stance is mastered, the next step is to practice sword techniques. Inside the dojo, a man with a ponytail, glasses, and squinting eyes was teaching a group of young children the most basic sword skills. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the children to stagger. That's enough for today. The master has something to attend to, so you can head home early. Don't forget to practice and study by yourselves after you get back. Yes. The children scattered like birds, and soon the dojo was empty. Another strange wind blew, ruffling Gung Shiro's collar. He stood motionless in the wind, but a smile of joy appeared on his face as he saw a familiar figure approaching. In the wind, a hooded man appeared. Dragon. Gung Shiro. After exchanging names, Gung Shiro led Dragon into the building. This small dojo in the village had no one else but Gung Shiro, so he didn't have to worry about the trouble caused by Dragon's whereabouts being exposed. Dragon, Why have you come so suddenly? What happened? Dragon pulled back his hood, revealing a relaxed smile. Gung Shiro was one of the few friends with whom he could show his true face. Gung Shiro was also part of the Revolutionary Army. But unlike others, his role was more of a foundational presence in the organization. He would likely only appear at the final moment of the revolution. I came to see Luffy and, also, to borrow your place to plant a batch of food for the Revolutionary Army. Dragon took out some seeds from the blind box, and then informed Gung Shiro about the existence of the mysterious merchant and the series of events that had transpired. At first, Gung Shiro had no reaction, but upon hearing that the mysterious merchant's blind box could indeed yield items capable of resurrecting humans, his face lost all calmness. Quina. Gung Shiro murmured his daughter's name, his expression turning excited. His daughter had died in an accident after falling down the stairs at home. This became an indelible pain for him. Is it really true? Gung Shiro couldn't help but confirm again. There had indeed been many strange items found as blind boxes, including those that could regenerate severed limbs and cure all diseases. I believe resurrection is not impossible, Dragon said sincerely, knowing well the pain in Gung Shiro's heart, which was also the reason for his visit. Thank you for letting me know. Gung Shiro expressed his gratitude. Having such hope was enough for him, and the rest was merely a matter of money. However, before that, he wasn't particularly concerned with wealth. Where am I going to get so much money? It really gives me a headache. Of course, learning this news was already enough to make him happy, and Gung Shiro became quite enthusiastic. Chapter 111. Conqueror's Hockey Luck? Come on, Dragon. Let's drink a few cups together. Seeing his friend so happy, Dragon naturally wouldn't dampen his spirits. Dressrosa, a tropical-themed resort island. In a grand line, it might be just 10 miles apart, but it could mean the difference between summer and winter. At this moment, inside the palace, Doflamingo had gathered all the family executives. Doff, what happened? Asked Diamante, one of the executives of the Don Quixote family, with confusion. Since Doflamingo returned from the Sabeti archipelago, he had been very excited and summoned all the executives for a meeting. At this moment, aside from Virgo, who was sent out as an undercover agent, and Violet, who was forced to join, all other executives were already in place. Not only Diamante, but the other family executives were also filled with confusion, but seeing Doflamingo smile, it seemed like it was not a bad thing. Hee hee hee. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Family, a new era has arrived. The executives of the Don Quixote family exchanged glances, and Monet couldn't help but ask, Young master, what exactly happened? Doflamingo stopped laughing and explained. You all know about Moria and Crocodile, right? Everyone nodded. The reason they had become so powerful was that they held a huge secret. What secret? Doff, please tell us. Toripole asked eagerly. On that island, Doflamingo recounted everything that had happened to him on Sabeti archipelago. For Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family, or the Don Quixote pirates, was established with family bonds. As long as everyone in the team didn't cross his bottom line, meaning betray him, then each person was his closest family. To the outside world, Doflamingo was a villain, a scum of the sea, a pirate who did no good. But to everyone in the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was their closest relative. This bond was unbreakable. Therefore, even with such news, Doflamingo had no concealment and directly told everyone. So, Doff, you will gain even greater power? Our Don Quixote family can move towards the status of the Four Emperors pirate crew? Toripole said excitedly. He and Diamante, as failures on the sea, were thoroughly defeated by a powerful person with Conqueror's Hockey. Since then, he and Diamante deeply understood what Conqueror's Hockey meant on this sea. It was definitely not just a psychological shock to the weak. Conqueror's Hockey, in the hands of the strong, was like a more powerful armament hockey, with a larger attack range. Every attack contained one's own will. Each strike was a collision of spirits. He and Diamante were completely defeated. Because of this, from a moment he saw Doflamingo's Conqueror's Hockey, he and Diamante had the idea of nurturing Doflamingo. He also handed over the string fruit he had found at Doflamingo. However, looking at it now, it was indeed his string fruit that limited Doflamingo's potential. Hee hee hee. That's right. Family. Now turn all unnecessary fixed assets in the family into berries, except for the necessary funds for operations. This time, our Don Quixote family will mobilize completely and open blind boxes. Senor Pink, your regrets. If given the chance, I will make up for you. Doflamingo promised each of his family members. Do, Doff. Senor Pink, who was overweight, wearing a pink baby hat, sucking on a pacifier, and dressed in a yellow diaper with star patterns, suddenly choked up. His acquaintance with Lucian began as a tragedy, based on deception, and now, there was actually a chance for redemption. Let's get moving, family. This world is about to enter a new era. Yes, Doff. All the executives of the Don Quixote family responded strongly. The sea was turbulent. And days ago, the clown Buggy, who was knocked into the sea by a casual attack from Carp, surprisingly managed to reach Sabeti Archipelago. I, Buggy, have successfully survived. He laughed heartily while standing on the shore. He and two subordinates had soaked in the sea for a full day, and, as a devil fruit user, he fell into a state of weakness after being soaked in seawater. At this dangerous moment, a sea king swallowed him whole, and relying on his own strength, and through various coincidences, he successfully reached an island near Sabeti. After retrieving his belongings, he forced a nearby merchant ship to take him to Sabeti. Carrying a box of treasures, Buggy avoided everyone along the way and headed to Shaggy's bar. It had been many years since he last saw Vice Captain Rayleigh, and Buggy missed him very much. Inside Shaggy's bar, there were also not many customers today. As a well-known dark bar, aside from some rookie pirates from the Four Seas, there weren't many locals visiting. It could be said that it was 3 months without business, and when it opened, it would eat for 3 months. Welcome. Seeing the person who pushed open the door, Shaggy retracted her welcoming words and smiled. Oh, it's little Buggy. Aunt Shaggy. As Rayleigh's de facto wife, Buggy, who respected Rayleigh, also held Shaggy in high regard. Is Vice Captain Rayleigh not here? After resting and drinking some water under Shaggy's hospitality, Buggy finally inquired about Rayleigh's whereabouts. Shaggy took a puff of smoke and casually replied, he should be in the dock getting a coating. Wait a bit, he should be back soon. Rayleigh, who Shaggy mentioned was getting a coating, was currently wandering near the auction house. Unfortunately, he eagerly offered rice balls at the auction, but without anyone eating them. The effectiveness of the rice balls could not be verified, and they were ultimately unsold. Disappointed, Rayleigh returned after retrieving the rice balls. I'm back. Rayleigh returned to the bar looking like he had completed his work. Buggy lunged forward. Vice Captain Rayleigh. Buggy shouted excitedly. It had probably been several years since he last saw Rayleigh. During these years, he had been dominating the East Sea, living a very comfortable life. Chapter 112. Buggy forced to open a box. If it weren't for that guy Carp destroying his ship, Buggy wouldn't have come to Sabeti Archipelago, a transit point to the New World without any worries. Rayleigh was also quite surprised. Seeing old acquaintances from the ship brought him joy, especially Buggy and Shanks, the 2 interns from back then. He had been responsible for teaching them swordsmanship and hockey, and they could almost be considered his disciples. Rayleigh clapped Buggy on the back and laughed heartily. I heard from Shanks that you've been ruling the East Blue. How do you have time to come to Sabeti Archipelago to see me? Buggy, not caring that Shanks, his old rival, had revealed his whereabouts, certainly couldn't casually mention that Carp had wiped out his pirate crew. That would be too embarrassing. He quickly changed the subject, saying, my ship is too old. And this time I wanted to ask Vice Captain Rayleigh to help me buy a good ship. Hearing this, Rayleigh's spirits lifted instantly. He had just faced a failed investment, and now a wealthy person had come along. A decent ship would cost at least 100 to 200 million berries, while a ship costing a few million was hardly enough for a pirate vessel. This meant Buggy had brought a significant treasure. As Buggy's mentor and vice captain, it was reasonable for him to borrow some starting funds from Buggy. At worst, he could mortgage Momotaro's rice balls with Buggy. If he didn't pay back, that divine item would go directly to Buggy. No problem, leave it to me, Rayleigh agreed readily. Seeing their long-awaited reunion, Shaggy decided not to interrupt them and let Rayleigh take Buggy out to choose a ship. She only added as they left, don't forget to come back for dinner. Rayleigh waved his hand and walked out with Buggy and his suitcase. Once they were out of the tavern's view, Rayleigh led Buggy towards the mysterious shop. Buggy, how much are you planning to spend on the ship? Rayleigh probed into Buggy's finances. Buggy, feeling no wariness, replied, I prepared 300 million berries, but I only plan to spend a maximum of 100 million berries on the ship. I don't need a big ship for navigating the Grand Line. Just a vessel that can sail in the calm waters of the East Blue will do. Rayleigh nodded, first acknowledging Buggy's opinion, then said, by the way, Shanks is quite strong now. It seems he has been training hard since he left our ship. How about you? Rayleigh's words carried an intent to gauge Buggy's hockey. Buggy felt a bit awkward. Ever since he ate the chop-chop fruit, his strength had stagnated. That was why he had gone to the East Blue. With his previous foundation on the ship, he could still get by without significant improvements in strength. Buggy awkwardly replied, I don't think I need to. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, using hockey to grip Buggy's body, trying to stimulate his hockey. Buggy's face contorted in pain. It hurt too much. Under the threat of a fracture, Buggy barely managed to unleash his entry-level hockey. Rayleigh released the hockey and let go, sighing deeply. Buggy's face turned crimson. It was embarrassing that, as a crew member of the Pirate King, he only had such strength. It was simply tarnishing Captain Roger's reputation. Before you go back to the East Blue, let's have a special training session. Buggy found himself nodding involuntarily. On the sea, although Dao Xian didn't go out, he was already feeling the situation. Due to his habit of frequently purchasing newspapers from the World Economic News Agency, a newsbird would arrive every day around 10 in the morning to deliver newspapers to him. The news of Crocodile quitting the 7 warlords and challenging Whitebeard had also reached Dao Xian. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Dao Xian smiled. After calming down, he became less anxious. With Nami and Robin's company, he didn't feel lonely or empty, except for a lack of some spiritual nourishment. He then picked up a novel that told the story of the evil Army Germa in the North Sea. The characters involved were the inspiration for the Vinsmoke family's combat suits. Moments later, the door was pushed open, and a familiar figure entered again. However, Dao Xian was surprised to see a character who shouldn't be here at this time, behind Rayleigh, Buggy the Clown. Wasn't Buggy supposed to be in the East Blue at this hour? Dao Xian scratched his head in confusion. What he didn't know was that Buggy wouldn't have encountered Carp. However, influenced by Dao Xian, after Carp's failed search for Crocodile, he happened to return home and unexpectedly ran in a Buggy, casually annihilating Buggy's pirate crew. This led to Buggy coming to Sabady to find Rayleigh. "Boss, I'm back," Rayleigh greeted with a smile. Buggy looked around, surveying everything. Was this the good place Rayleigh spoke of? He thought they were going to Flower Street, which left him with a hint of expectation. Looking at the introduction on the wall, Buggy's eyes filled with skepticism. Worlds beyond, reversing time, resurrection items? Everything sounded so unbelievable. If it weren't for Rayleigh bringing him here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Rayleigh held Buggy back and said to Dao Xian, he wants to open a blind box. Let him try a bronze blind box first. Excessive explanations were a waste of breath. As long as Buggy opened a blind box, he would naturally understand everything else. Under Rayleigh's authority, even if he didn't believe it, Buggy didn't mind spending 200,000 berries to test the waters. Chapter 113. Super Divine Water. Thinking of this, Buggy nodded, acknowledging Rayleigh's statement. To be honest, he was a bit curious now. Could what the shop claimed be true? With Rayleigh's strength, there were indeed not many who could deceive him. You voluntarily want to purchase a bronze blind box, right? Dao Xian confirmed again. The system can only deduct money willingly given by others, and there is no possibility of coercion. Therefore, Dao Xian needed to confirm again. Buggy nodded. 20,000 berries was just a small amount. He didn't care. Dao Xian waved his hand lightly, and the jewels in the box suddenly decreased by nearly 20,000, while a bronze blind box appeared in Dao Xian's hand. Devil fruit ability? Buggy silently speculated as he looked at the suddenly appeared bronze blind box. However, he believed that with Rayleigh around, there was definitely no danger. Taking the bronze blind box handed over by Dao Xian, Buggy carefully opened it. After all, it was something he spent 20,000 berries to buy. He wanted to see what could be opened from this blind box. The packaging disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a round object, a compass commonly seen in navigation. Buggy was about to ask when Rayleigh spoke up first. What is this? Jack Sparrow's compass. Dao Xian looked at Buggy with surprise. Such an item would not be considered excessive in a gold-level blind box. It was surprisingly opened by Buggy in a bronze blind box, truly deserving of the luck of a conqueror's hockey user. Jack Sparrow's compass? Who is he? And what use does this compass have? Buggy asked. Rayleigh also looked at Dao Xian curiously. Its function is simple. It helps you find what you desire most. Of course, if you don't have a clear goal, its guidance will be quite vague, and it won't help you avoid danger. Before Buggy could react, Rayleigh became excited. So this compass can help us find treasure? Dao Xian nodded, confirming it. Buggy seemed a bit incredulous, picking up the compass in his hand, imagining the treasure hidden in the East Sea that he was searching for. The compass's needle instantly pointed east towards the East Sea. No matter how Buggy moved the compass, it always pointed to one place. Really? Buggy finally believed in the authenticity of this mysterious shop. Rayleigh beside him was even more astonished. With this compass, the wealth of the sea without a master was practically theirs for the taking. This time, even Rayleigh was left speechless. Just based on this compass, it could definitely be sold for 2 billion berries. However, anyone who was a fool wouldn't choose to sell it. It was equivalent to an endless source of wealth. Buggy put away the compass, feeling invigorated. A compass worth more than his entire fortune, 300 million berries. This trip was definitely worth it. Captain Rayleigh is a good person. Buggy gratefully glanced at Rayleigh and suddenly made a decision. Shopkeeper, give me 15 silver blind boxes. Rayleigh beside him. He had planned to borrow some from Buggy, but didn't he expect Buggy to get addicted after just opening one blind box? But it wasn't entirely Buggy's fault. After all, The experience of a lucky person and an unlucky one was completely different when spending money. With a lucky first pull, there was no way he would consider other consequences. With this compass, finding several billion in funds would be easy. Rayleigh maintained a forced smile on the surface, but was secretly cursing in his heart, wondering why he was such an unlucky person. Dao Xian naturally didn't know Rayleigh's little calculations, but anyway, 15 silver blind boxes were worth opening, especially for a unique character like Buggy. In the original story, he was a representative of good luck, so Dao Xian was very curious if he could continue this good luck while opening blind boxes. After confirming the routine again and receiving Buggy's consent, Dao Xian deducted the corresponding value of treasures from the box all at once. 16 silver blind boxes were laid out, of which 15 were purchased, plus one as a gift. Buggy swallowed hard, easing his inner tension. 300 million berries was a significant amount of his savings over many years, and it wouldn't hurt so much to spend it now that he had just opened the treasure-finding compass. Of course, he had named it that. As a lifelong treasure hunter, the compass's greatest function was to help him discover one treasure after another. With this compass, spending 300 million berries didn't feel so painful anymore. Buggy picked up a silver blind box and gently opened it, a golden light shining brightly. What is this? Rayleigh's eyes widened. Ace, my hawk, and compared to Buggy, everyone was a lucky person. While everyone was lucky, he was the only one unlucky. Rayleigh's expression was numb. He was completely speechless. The golden light shone for only 3 seconds before disappearing. What appeared before everyone was a cup that looked like an ordinary cup filled with white water. A character meaning God was engraved on the cup, indicating the extraordinary nature of the water within. As a newbie opening a box for the first time, Buggy had no idea what the golden light signified. With no emotional reaction, he looked up and asked, "What is this?" Rayleigh, curious, also looked over. He had seen several golden-level items, and each was remarkable. He wondered what use this cup of water had. Dao Xian had already checked the explanation on the system panel before they asked. There were many different items from various worlds, and Dao Xian couldn't possibly recognize them all. However, he finally understood what this cup of water was through the system's explanation. It was called Super Divine Water. Super Divine Water? In the world of pirates, there is certainly the concept of gods. The water that surpasses gods sounds extraordinary just by the name. Buggy eagerly looked at Dao Xian, waiting for a detailed explanation. It comes from an extremely terrifying world, a world where there are destruction gods and scions capable of destroying the entire world with a single strike. It is a type of poison, a very terrifying toxin. However, this poison has a function, which is to stimulate the potential of the person who drinks it. Dao Xian paused for a moment and continued, "Now, Buggy, you have 2 choices. One is to drink it normally. If you have enough potential, you could leap to become a strong person at the level of the 4 emperors. Of course, the probability of this is not high. If you fail, you might die. The other option is for me to help you neutralize its toxicity. However, its potential stimulating effect will also be greatly reduced, turning it into an ordinary strengthening potion." Dao Xian's voice suddenly rose. Chapter 114. The potential of the shattered fruits. So, Buggy, make your choice. A stable enhancement of some abilities, or take a gamble. This kind of selectable item is something Dao Xian has never seen before. However, through the system's explanation, Dao Xian has already understood its meaning. Before reaching the golden level, all the items obtained were basically just replicas, and their power was very ordinary. But once an item reaches the golden level, it will generate 2 sources. One is the system manufacturing a similar item to replace what the customer has drawn, and the other is the system directly extracting a genuine original item from endless parallel worlds through special abilities. Of course, this kind of choice cannot be triggered every time, but the Super Divine Water just happens to fit this situation. The original Super Divine Water is a special poison, and anyone with no potential or very little potential who consumes it will have only one outcome: death. Before Sun Wukong, a total of 14 people had consumed the Super Divine Water, and all of them died, directly poisoned by this lethal toxin. Only Sun Wukong, as a scion, managed to withstand the poison of the Super Divine Water. In this world, Dao Xian isn't sure if Buggy can withstand the toxin, but it can be anticipated that if Buggy really withstands it, his strength will immediately elevate from small pirate to a warlord-level existence. Dao Xian looked at Buggy with great anticipation, eager for his choice. After listening to Dao Xian's introduction, Rayleigh surprisingly remained silent. As a good man of the sea, he would not interfere with Buggy's choice, whether to gamble or not. It was entirely his decision. Buggy, rarely without a smile, fell into a difficult dilemma, as any man living in this sea would desire powerful strength. Over the years, his strong aversion to the devil fruit abilities had caused him to waste time, becoming a small pirate he once looked down upon. Should he take the gamble? The shop fell into a silence. A bead of sweat dripped from Buggy's face, expressing his inner turmoil. Dao Xian silently waited for Buggy's decision. After a moment, Buggy's originally comical face suddenly became resolute. Without saying a word, he picked up the cup and, before anyone could stop him, drank all the water in one gulp. Clearly, his decision was to take a chance. He, Buggy, also had his own ambitions. He dreamed of obtaining all the treasures in this world. Bah! Buggy really called out worriedly, but received no response. Buggy trembled all over, as if caught in some kind of pain, while tremendous changes were occurring within his body, unseen by everyone. Moments later, something astonishing happened. From head to toe, Buggy appeared to transform into countless tiny particles that dispersed into the air and then vanished. Did he fail? Watching Buggy disappear, Rayleigh couldn't help but ask. Dao Xian, however, noticed something different. A bell had appeared unknowingly, and at that moment, Dao Xian's field of vision had reached the microscopic world. In his eyes, countless blood and flesh cells floated in the air before him, and these cells seemed to possess their own will, continuously attempting to reorganize. Buggy had not failed. He had succeeded. Accompanied by Dao Xian's explanation, just as he had vanished, countless cellular particles reassembled, and a brand new clown Buggy appeared. Restored to his original form, Buggy, feeling the power within his body and the newly developed capabilities of his devil fruit, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That's great, Buggy." Rayleigh came over and patted him on the shoulder, his worried expression turning to joy. "I'm fine, Vice Captain Rayleigh. I've never felt this good before," Buggy confidently said, clenching his fist. "Buggy, your fruit ability has strengthened, right? What level can you achieve now?" Dao Xian asked curiously. Buggy, facing Dao Xian's inquiry, did not hide anything. Dao Xian's current image in his eyes was too mysterious, akin to a deity traversing the heavens. "The fruit I consumed is called the shattered fruit. Everyone knows this, right?" Rayleigh nodded. Decades ago, Buggy could already perform this ability, separating his body into chunks and flying or launching himself at will, making him a top nemesis for swordsmen. However, the shattered fruit has a significant drawback. His feet must be grounded, and the separated body cannot leave a 200-foot radius from his feet. Although exceeding this range won't result in death, he will still lose control. Under the effects of the super divine water, I suddenly realized that my fruit shouldn't be called the shattered fruit. Its essence seems to be the free control of all the cells in my body. I can make each cell in my body exist independently. Seeing that Rayleigh seemed somewhat confused, Buggy continued to explain based on his understanding. In other words, simple attacks like slashes, punches, or sword strikes do not cause me any harm. As he spoke, Buggy took out a knife and stabbed it into his eye. This scene looked extremely horrifying, but those present were all seasoned experts and naturally did not fear it. On the contrary, they immediately focused on the key point. A knife piercing into his eye, yet Buggy's expression showed no change. He seemed unaffected, and there was no sign of bleeding. Chapter 115. Super doubling after demonstrating his abilities. Buggy pulled the knife out of his eye, revealing an intact eye in front of everyone. Observing Buggy's fruit abilities, Dao Xian suddenly had a lot of inspiration and thought of several development directions. According to Dao Xian's classification of fruits he had seen before crossing over, Buggy's fruit ability is a very singular superhuman type devil fruit. Currently, the only confirmed individuals with similar abilities are Luffy's Gum Gum fruit and Navy Colonel Berrygood's Bean Bean fruit, among others. The biggest characteristic of this type of fruit is that its ability can only affect the user, unlike Don Quixote Doflamingo's Paramecia type devil fruit, which can create substances like strings. Therefore, the possibility of directly splitting the continent through the power of division is almost non-existent. The reason it is not stated as absolutely impossible is that these are all speculations based on Dao Xian's classification of devil fruits. If Dao Xian's guesses are incorrect, these theories naturally do not hold. However, the ability developed by Buggy, triggered by the super god water, in some sense confirmed Dao Xian's conjecture. This is a special ability that acts on one's own body. In simple terms, Buggy's body has essentially changed. When his body suffers sufficient blood level slashing damage, it will forcibly split apart, and in such cases, he will not take any damage. Furthermore, for Buggy, this splitting ability has reached an atomic level. Thus, it results in the effect of being immune to physical damage. However, to be honest, for elemental attackers like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, this ability is not very difficult to crack. The dispersed cells are extremely fragile. High temperatures, low temperatures, and laser beams can all cause damage. While this ability may have developed beyond his previous fragmented state for Buggy, Dao Xian believes that Buggy's fruit potential goes far beyond this. For example, transforming himself. Controlling cells means he can transform himself at will. 3 heads and 6 arms. 72 transformations seem possible, but this requires Buggy to study the cellular structure of these organisms. Once research is successful, Buggy's fruit could become a shape-shifting fruit, capable of changing into any organism. However, Dao Xian felt there was no need to remind him of these things. Perhaps with his own ideas, Buggy could develop even stronger and more interesting abilities on his own. There was no need for Dao Xian to make the development of the fruit so rigid from start. After demonstrating his abilities, Buggy then resumed opening the blind boxes. The appearance of 2 good items in a row made Buggy feel a jolt of excitement. Coming to the Sabeti archipelago was definitely the right choice. With his current strength, as long as he made up for his lack of hockey, he could immediately become a warlord-level powerhouse. Once he thoroughly familiarized himself with his fruit abilities and developed even stronger powers, it wouldn't be impossible to compete with the 4 emperors. Looking at the remaining 15 silver blind boxes, Buggy's eyes were filled with fiery anticipation. If 2 blind boxes yielded such good results, what kind of amazing items could be found in the remaining ones? With this expectation, Buggy continued to open the blind boxes. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, having learned that Buggy was fine, set aside his worries and fell into a sour mood. Before it was developed, the split fruit could be considered the most useless of the useless. Naturally, they looked down on such a worthless fruit. However, the situation was different now. The ability to be immune to physical attacks was quite powerful, as long as Buggy could withstand the Conqueror's hockey shock at the level of the 4 emperors. Even Shanks would find it difficult to deal with Buggy, and Whitebeard's Tremor fruit didn't seem to pose much of a threat either. Looking at it this way, this fruit's ability was not only not weak, but rather quite strong. It all depended on how Buggy utilized it. Thinking of this, Rayleigh wore a look of frustration, silently deciding that once Buggy finished opening the blind boxes, he would give him a special training course. It was definitely not because Buggy had continuously opened good items that made him feel jealous and want to mess with Buggy. Absolutely not. It was simply out of concern from an old captain for his underperforming crew member. What bad intentions could this vice captain have? Rayleigh silently calculated. Buggy, of course, was unaware that the vice captain beside him was planning a tough training session for him. After opening 5 blind boxes in a row that yielded trash, Buggy finally realized that not every item in the blind boxes was good. Watching Buggy pull out junk, Rayleigh patted his shoulder and feigned consolation. This is the normal level of blind boxes. The probability of getting 2 good items at the beginning is very low. But it's fine, you've already profited. Even if the rest turn out to be all trash, you won TB losing. Rayleigh suddenly stopped talking. Just as he was droning on, Buggy hit the jackpot again. 2 Senza beans appeared in front of him, leaving him utterly speechless. Senza beans are typically opened one by others, but Buggy managed to open 2 at once. Rayleigh felt an urge to spit blood, his chest suddenly feeling tight. Silently adding some weight to Buggy's upcoming training, he realized that the training he originally planned was still too gentle. It had to be doubled, or even super doubled. Senza beans could revive severed limbs. One could restore all injuries, with the only drawback being that they couldn't cure diseases. Dao Xian briefly explained the effects of the Senzu beans to Buggy, who promptly put them away. By the way, Vice Captain Rayleigh, why don't you send one of the Senza beans to Shanks? Buggy said with a proud expression, asking Rayleigh to deliver one to Shanks. No need, keep it for yourself. Shanks' hand is already healed, and he used a Senza bean too, Rayleigh replied with a sudden smile. Shanks and Buggy were completely like a pair of feuding friends during their childhood, and it was the same now. Although on the surface Buggy seemed to hate Shanks, at times like this, he would still mention Shanks' injury. What a contradictory guy. Rayleigh smiled quietly. Chapter 116. The end of the box opening and Bucky's training. Upon hearing that Shanks' hand had recovered, Bucky turned back to continue opening the remaining silver blind boxes. From the super divine water in the first silver blind box to the fairy beans in the 7th box, he still had 9 silver blind boxes left. However, with a full harvest, Bucky felt completely different. Under the effect of the super divine water, his body became even stronger, and both his observation haki and Conqueror's haki were fully activated. It turned out that he had such potential. He just hadn't been able to unleash it before. Feeling this power, Bucky reached for the other blind boxes, eager to open the 9 silver blind boxes waiting for him. The 8th silver blind box was opened, revealing a plain and unremarkable skill scroll. After being stimulated multiple times, Rayleigh had fallen into a numb state, silently waiting for Dao Xuan's explanation, while silently hoping that the intensity of the upcoming special training would increase by another level. "Shopkeeper, what is this?" Bucky asked directly. "It's called the Sky Dance Technique." Dao Xian looked at Bucky with a strange expression. To be honest, the ability to fly that the Sky Dance Technique provided was indeed very practical. Bucky's luck was so good that even Dao Xian felt the system was at a disadvantage. First, the super divine water, then 2 fairy beans plus this skill scroll. Not to mention that there were still 8 silver blind boxes yet to be opened. Dao Xian continued to explain, "It's a special secret technique that allows a person to fly." At this point, that was enough. As a user of the split fruit, he certainly understood the convenience of having the ability to fly. Without this Sky Dance Technique, his splitting ability would be limited to a height of 200 feet above the ground, as he still couldn't escape the limitation of the split fruit, which kept his feet on the ground. His previous method was to let a small portion of the cells in his feet stay on the ground. But now it was different. With the Sky Dance Technique, his feet could fly along with the rest of his body. "Not bad, not bad." Bucky laughed proudly, putting away the Sky Dance Technique skill scroll and continuing to open the blind boxes. As a novice opening boxes for the first time, he had no idea what this stroke of luck meant. His luck as a European emperor instantly stimulated Rayleigh again. Bucky quickly opened the remaining 7 silver blind boxes, discarding 5 worthless items. What remained was 1 skill scroll and a brightly colored special potion. Bucky then looked at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. "These are called the Strength Technique and the Tenacity Potion. The Strength Technique comes from a world where ninjas are the profession, belonging to a very powerful ninja's special ability. The Tenacity Potion, on the other hand, comes from an even more terrifying world. I have to say your luck is really good. It's quite enviable," Dao Xian sighed. "Among all the people who have opened blind boxes here, only one person has had slightly better luck than you, and that person was also brought by Rayleigh. The Strength Technique can greatly enhance the destructive power of your strength, while the Tenacity Potion can increase your stamina limit and heal certain injuries. Of course, this potion has a time limit. It will probably be effective for a day. Bucky, with this 300 million berries spent, you've gained power that others can't even achieve with over 1 billion berries. This has to do with your luck and your choices." Faced with the life-threatening super divine water, Bucky chose to take a gamble, plus he had great luck with opening boxes. That is how he made such gains. After digesting all this, I believe Bucky will truly deserve the title of Pirate King as crew member. After saying all this, Dao Xian looked at Rayleigh, who was staring intently, and considered for a moment before saying, "Rayleigh, you've already helped me bring in 2 customers, Myhawk and Bucky. For marketing reasons, if you bring in 1 more customer, I can give you 2 silver blind boxes." Among so many customers, only Rayleigh was continuously bringing in clients. Given this reason, Dao Xian decided to give Rayleigh a small benefit. 2 silver blind boxes were only 40 million berries. Bringing in 1 customer would easily cover that cost. It was a guaranteed profit. Sure thing. Rayleigh immediately agreed to Dao Xian's suggestion. Free silver blind boxes were too tempting. He just needed to bring in 1 more person to open them. Rayleigh could easily think of several people. Dao Xian nodded. "Bucky, I look forward to your next blind box opening." Bucky also nodded, expressing his willingness to return. He and Rayleigh then turned to leave. This trip had been very rewarding, and he needed time to digest it. Moreover, with the flying ability, he no longer felt such an urgent need for a ship. Once he fully digested this haul, it would be time to use his treasure compass, as countless treasures awaited him on the sea. With this thought, a big grin spread across Bucky's face, clearly in a very good mood, completely unaware that he was about to face Rayleigh's most brutal special training. Bucky and Rayleigh found a small island to begin their special training journey. However, their movements had already come to the attention of the Navy. With the ability of the satellite eye, Tina continued to monitor the movements near the mysterious shop on this island. Given the special nature of the mysterious merchant, Tina did not dare to directly monitor the mysterious shop. However, keeping an eye on the movements around the shop was not a problem, and the Dark King Rayleigh had also entered her sights early on. It was impossible for the Navy to be completely unaware that Rayleigh lived in the Sabaody archipelago. Rayleigh's current appearance, aside from his hair turning from gold to white due to age, still resembled that of the Dark King. However, as long as Rayleigh did not actively provoke trouble, the Navy did not want to provoke a powerhouse of his level. After all, he was not a devil fruit user. The sea could not stop him. In his youth, he could easily cross the sea with his physical strength. How could the Navy target someone like him and hope to capture him? If they mishandled it and failed to capture him, the Navy would not be able to withstand his retaliation. A solitary royal-level powerhouse seeking revenge would come at too great of a cost. For this reason, the Navy's attitude toward Rayleigh was to keep a watchful eye on his movements while avoiding provoking him. Today, however, Rayleigh was seen appearing very familiar with the East Blue pirate, Bucky, which immediately piqued the Navy's interest. After the Navy headquarters received this intelligence relayed by Tina, they immediately began an investigation. Meanwhile, a special fund of $5 billion allocated by the world government was also transported to the Navy headquarters. As for the matter of adding 2 more admirals and the 7 warlords mentioned by Vice Admiral Tsuru, the 5 elders were still discussing it. They were waiting for the outcome of Crocodile's challenge. A single Moria and a 5th Emperor are not enough to prompt such a significant action from the Navy. Chapter 117, The Impending Great War, however. The pressure brought by the 6 kings is completely different, and the positions of the generals and the 7 warlords must be added. Otherwise, the power of pirates cannot be suppressed, and this sea will inevitably fall into chaos, which is definitely not a good thing for the celestial dragons. There are still 4 days until Crocodile's challenge to Whitebeard. He originally agreed with Whitebeard to meet a week later. During these days, he has been continuously familiarizing himself with his new abilities. In this battle against Whitebeard, he will showcase his power to the world through Morgan's live broadcast. That's right. If Moria had a chance to maneuver through photos, then Crocodile is prepared to demonstrate his strength through a live broadcast. The power of the Guardian Crane is stirring, igniting his ambition. All members of the Baroque works have also arrived in the Grand Line, making special preparations for his battle with Whitebeard. Just wait, Whitebeard. Crocodile laughed maniacally, unleashing power that turned everything around him into sand, showcasing the awakened power of the top-level devil fruit development. Perona, how many berries do we have now? Moria, who was continuously exercising to rid himself of his fat, asked Perona beside him. He doesn't have many trusted subordinates, and Perona is definitely one of them. Only she can handle the money matters. 18 billion berries. Perona calculated silently and replied, Almost there, Moria smiled while looking at his trusty sword nearby. Old buddy, I'll be able to wield you again soon. More than a decade ago, Moria fought against Kaido, and at that time, both his hockey and swordsmanship were at their peak. Unfortunately, he still lost to Kaido, but that doesn't mean Moria is weak. Young Moria dared to swing his sword at anyone, and even now, knowing he might not win, he still has the courage to swing his sword at anyone. With his gradually recovering spirit, Moria felt that his lost armament hockey and conqueror's hockey were finding their youthful sensations again. He just needed to refine his swordsmanship, and he would completely return to his peak. A wisp of black lightning suddenly appeared beside Moria, and the battle with Kaido gradually stimulated Moria's fighting instincts. He was gradually exploring further techniques of conqueror's hockey. With the right opportunity, he could fully master the technique known as Thunderbawa, but in Kaido's hands, it was called Thunderbawa. In his hands, it should be called Divine Kill. Sakazuki, let's quietly head to Sabaody Archipelago. According to our research opinions, this 5 billion berries should be divided between you and me, each taking 1 golden blind box. Tontada, Smoker, and Tina will be the key training targets, sharing the remaining 1 billion berries. Under Sengoku's explanation, the arrangement of this 5 billion berries is clear. As the top combat power of the Navy, both he and Sakazuki receiving a golden blind box is unquestionable. However, Smoker, Tina, and Tontada had undergone some debate. After all, these 3 are generally more dovish Navy elites. However, with Sengoku's strong support, and since the Hawks are not particularly disadvantaged, Sakazuki has the right to use 2 billion out of the 50 billion berries. The final conclusion was set like this. Sengoku and Sakazuki boarded a plain little warship heading towards Sabaody Archipelago. East Blue, after explaining everything to Yamaguchi Shiro, Drago finally arrived at Windmill Village. Luffy. In the forest, Carp shouted Luffy's name loudly. Under his vigorous training, Luffy had no choice but to evade, temporarily escaping Carp's grasp. At this moment, Luffy was hiding in the dense grass, not daring to move at all. Carp's training methods were very rough. Simply put, it was all about body memory. After being hit many times, he naturally learned how to dodge attacks. And under his deliberate training, Luffy had already unconsciously mastered an advanced technique called Life Return. The biggest feature of this technique is the ability to quickly digest food and convert it into stamina to recover injuries. While mastering Life Return, Luffy's physical quality had long met the requirements for hockey. However, for Carp, it wasn't necessary to teach him hockey so early. As long as his physical quality reached the standard, mastering hockey under certain circumstances would be a piece of cake. A sudden gust of wind blew through the forest, exposing Luffy hiding in the grass. But seeing Luffy, Carp did not rush to train him. He simply picked Luffy up and turned to shout at the air. Drago, is it you? Little brat, come out. Who is Drago? Luffy, seeing Carp not continuing to hit him, asked in a straightforward manner. Carp scratched his nose, pretending he had forgotten to mention. Didn't I tell you about your father? Drago is your father, and he is my son. Sai Luffy looked shocked. So I have a father? Then he imitated Carp's words and shouted into the air. Drago, is that you? Little brat, come out. Growing up under Carp's care and raised by bandits, no one had ever mentioned anything about his father due to Carp's threats. All of this left Luffy with no concept of father. The old and the young both shouted Drago's name loudly in the wind. A more explosive gust of wind swept through, almost blowing Luffy into the sky. Fortunately, Carp grabbed his arm. Otherwise, Luffy would have experienced being blown away. In the midst of the strong wind, Drago appeared. Seeing Luffy grow strong up to this point, Drago smiled. Carp scratched his nose, pondering Drago's intentions as he suddenly returned in front of him and Luffy. For so many years, Drago had never shown himself in front of Luffy. Why did he suddenly appear now? This must have something to do with the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 1:18 Father-Son Dialogue. You are my father, Drago? Luffy asked nonchalantly. Drago frowned. Iron Fist of Love. Luffy's casual attitude naturally provoked Drago's Iron Fist of Love, which he learned from Garp. Drago's childhood and Luffy's treatment were exactly the same. He had taken plenty of beatings from Garp. This led to Drago feeling a bit itchy when faced with Luffy's disrespectful demeanor. A merciless blow sent Luffy crashing to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Drago, you didn't come just to see Luffy, did you? Garp asked, poking his nose. I just happened to pass by and wanted to take a look at Luffy. Since I saw you here, there was no one else around. I showed up. After all, my current identity. Drago said, if anyone sees me communicating with you, it wouldn't be good. Over the years, Drago had been trying to avoid meetings with Garp to prevent drawing the attention of the world government, which would be detrimental to both Luffy and Garp. Garp nodded. Although he wanted to train his descendants to become Marines, he understood Drago's decision to leave the Navy after witnessing the atrocities committed by the world government and to create the Revolutionary Army instead. After Drago defected from the Navy, the world government had considered taking action against him, but due to his strength and the protection of Sengoku, Zephyr, and others, they ultimately chose not to act against him. He also had no need to meet with Drago and provoke the delicate hearts of the Celestial Dragons. I also wanted to talk to you about the blind boxes. I believe the Navy has already gotten in touch with them, right? Drago asked. That's right, and the Navy's actions are larger than you might think. Just a few days ago, the world government allocated 5 billion berries to enhance the Navy's combat power. These matters were naturally not secrets. Garp chose the justice of the Navy, not that of the world government. The Revolutionary Army, led by Drago, was more focused on the Celestial Dragons. And although there were frictions with the Navy, they were all within the realm of justice. Garp didn't mind leaking information to the Revolutionary Army to irritate the Celestial Dragons. 5 billion berries? Drago furrowed his brow. Such a large sum was enough to buy 2 golden blind boxes. However, he quickly thought of the implications behind this. The Celestial Dragons would definitely not use their heavenly gold for this purpose, which meant that the source of this 5 billion berries must come from the world government's allied nations. This was undoubtedly good news for the Revolutionary Army. The more the nobles oppressed the populace, the more it would incite anger and resentment among the people, making it easier for them to join the Revolutionary Army. This would naturally be beneficial for the growth of the Revolutionary Army's power. Take care. Garp and Drago nodded to each other. Drago looked reluctantly at Luffy on the ground before disappearing with a gust of wind. From the standpoint of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, this level of meeting was already the limit. Too much contact would only prompt the world government to decide to eliminate Garp. The power of the world government was not something to be taken lightly. If they were truly angered, Garp's fate would be uncertain. However, with the emergence of the mysterious shop, overturning the situation of the world government seemed to be happening much faster than he had imagined. A peaceful family life didn't seem as far away as he had thought. Watching Drago leave, a hint of reluctance flashed in Garp's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Drago's path was inherently dangerous. All he could do was try to minimize Drago's weaknesses. Looking at Luffy beside him, Garp pondered whether he should let him join the Navy, but perhaps letting Luffy be a free pirate would be better. If Daoshin knew Garp's thoughts, he could probably guess whether Garp's deliberate leniency would influence Luffy's future path as a pirate. Whereas Drago, damn it, Luffy, who had just regained consciousness, shouted angrily, only to be met with another round of training from Garp. Regardless of whether Luffy would become a Marine or a pirate in the future, laying a solid foundation for him was the most important thing. In this vast ocean, only the strong could make their voices heard. There were no weaklings in the monkey family. Luffy, the special training continues. After going through my special training, I won't oppose whether you want to become a Marine or a pirate. Garp shouted. Really? Just watch me. Hearing that his grandfather didn't oppose his pirate path, Luffy immediately became invigorated and energetically sparred with Garp. A day later, Sengoku and Akainu quietly arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, accompanied by Momonosuke and the station smoker and Tina. The group headed towards the mysterious shop. With 5 billion berries, if they could find the right candidates, they could purchase a dozen or more devil fruits, creating a large number of powerful individuals. Now, that so much berries were to be distributed among 5 people, what kind of monsters would be created? No one knew. 3 days left. Daoxian muttered to himself as he looked at the news in the newspaper. There were only 3 days left until Crocodile challenged Whitebeard, and there had been a recent surge of blind box openings. This made Daoxian carefully consider who else might come. Among the strong individuals Daoxian had hosted who had already opened blind boxes, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Moria were the most likely candidates. Doflamingo, with his rich assets, only needed to sell some fixed assets to afford a golden blind box. Having tasted the benefits, Daoxian could easily guess that Doflamingo would come. Moria was also actively gathering treasures, a fact Daoxian was already aware of, given Moria's status as one of the 4 emperors. He could likely gather 20 billion berries in no time. Daoxian was increasingly looking forward to the opening of the first golden blind box. Sakazuki, what do you think this world will be like in the future? Sengoku suddenly asked as they walked. The arrival of the mysterious merchant had guided this world in an unknown direction. The balance of the seas could only be broken when a significant change occurred in one side. But it would never be so exaggerated as to have 2 emperors emerge simultaneously. Indeed, the prevailing opinion within the Navy was that Crocodile would definitely succeed. After all, this sand crocodile was cunning and would never wager on something he wasn't sure of. Since he dared to challenge, he must have some level of confidence. Ultimately, he didn't necessarily need to defeat Whitebeard. The most important thing was to showcase his power to the world. Out of caution towards the mysterious merchant, the Navy chose to adopt a dismissive attitude towards Crocodile this time. In short, it wasn't guaranteed that they could kill Crocodile, and he held the secret of the mysterious merchant. So to prevent him from spreading it widely and causing too many uncontrollable strong individuals to emerge. Chapter 119. The astonishing 5 billion berries box opening the Navy can currently only turn a blind eye to things. Of course, it would be best if Crocodile were to perish in the battle against Whitebeard, but that possibility is slim. No matter what the future holds, we just need to do our part. The Navy stand for justice. Our duty is to eliminate pirates and protect the people. Akainu said expressionlessly. But Sengoku sensed a different nuance in his words. It should be noted that among the Navy's responsibilities, there is also the duty to protect the celestial dragons, which is separate from protecting the people. Akainu has always promoted the duty to protect the celestial dragons within the Navy, but in front of him, Akainu has for the first time set this statement aside. It seems Akainu may not be so loyal to the world government after all. Sengoku thought silently about his position. Is that so? Akainu, I might recommend you for the position of a next fleet admiral. Sengoku suddenly said. Akainu did not respond, silently walking towards the mysterious shop. The 5 soon arrived at the door of the mysterious shop, and this time, in order to avoid drawing attention, they all changed into plain clothes. This wave of 5 billion berries is already a significant support from the world government. Unless a Marine admiral dies next time, there's no way to receive such generous support again. Sengoku and Akainu's silence made the others quiet as well, bearing the pressure. This 5 billion is too important for the Navy. Hopefully, they can achieve the desired result. The group of 5 stepped into the mysterious shop one after another. With their imposing presence and size, they immediately attracted Daoxian's attention upon entering. Akainu, Tina, and Smoker were all regular customers, so Daoxian naturally recognized them. As for the other 2, even without wearing that justice coat, Daoxian could instantly recognize Sengoku's distinctive appearance. As for Peach Rabbit, after a careful recollection, Daoxian also recognized her, the Navy's candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit. These 5 individuals are all current or future powerhouses of the Navy. Daoxian immediately understood that this was a big business opportunity. He just didn't know how significant the amount would be. Akainu took the lead. We are here for the blind boxes. At the same time, to express my apologies, I have brought a gift. With that, Akainu took out a small gift box from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to Daoxian. A devil fruit? This peculiar fruit immediately triggered Daoxian's thoughts about the world background. His first reaction was that it was this thing. Akainu nodded. Yes, I am expressing my apologies with a special paramecia-type devil fruit. After silently identifying the fruit with the system, Dao Xian decisively agreed to Akainu's request, not expecting there to be such a fruit. I accept your gift, and as for the price of the blind boxes, let us keep it at the normal price. Akainu then breathed a sigh of relief, although he felt that this fruit would earn Dao Xian's forgiveness. He was a bit worried until he received a definite response. This devil fruit had been kept in the treasury because its specific abilities were unknown. However, its unique appearance, unlike ordinary devil fruits, drew particular attention. Now, being able to save the Navy too, 5 billion or even more funds was truly a great profit. Peach Rabbit, you will open 1 bronze blind box and 10 silver blind boxes. Smoker, you will open 20 silver blind boxes. Tina, you will also open 20 silver blind boxes. This arrangement already amounts to a big business of 1 billion and 20 million berries. The remaining 4 billion berries will be 1 gold blind box each for Sengoku and me. What we can obtain will depend on our luck. Who will go first? Dao Xian asked after seeing Akainu's arrangement. Just this arrangement already exceeded 1 billion berries. It seemed that the golden blind box was about to make its appearance today. Even Dao Xian was somewhat looking forward to it. Among the golden blind boxes, he only knew that most possessed a complete power system, or were elixirs. Or perhaps they contained particularly powerful vehicles or one-time items. None of them are weak items. Shall we open them together? Sengoku suggested. Then let's open them together. Sengoku did not have a habit of dragging things out. Dao Xian looked at the others, and seeing no objections, he deducted the corresponding berries from the several large boxes that Smoker had brought. Please. In front of Peach Rabbit was a bronze blind box, while Smoker and Tina each had 22 silver blind boxes. This was Sengoku's first time seeing a blind box. He carefully examined its appearance and the actions of those opening the blind boxes, trying to decipher the mystery of opening the boxes. The 3 of them opened their blind boxes in unison, but Dao Xian took a quick glance and immediately noticed that Smoker and Tina had drawn dark boxes. 2 unremarkable items were briefly mentioned by Dao Xian before he shifted his focus to Peach Rabbit. This is interesting. Peach Rabbit raised her eyebrows and asked, "What is this?" A small ball the size of a thumb, pure white and exquisite as if it were a piece of art, was placed on the table. Akainu and Sengoku remained calm, silently waiting for Dao Xian's explanation. Beauty retaining pill. Its function is simple. It preserves one's appearance until death, meaning one's looks will remain as they were when consumed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, Akainu, and Smoker remained indifferent, but admiration flickered in Tina's eyes. As a woman, there is no woman who does not care about her appearance. Those who speak of inner beauty are often those lacking outer beauty. A special item that can maintain one's appearance is incredibly precious for women. Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled even more, and she couldn't wait to swallow it. As a woman in her 30s, she had already begun to notice the appearance of wrinkles. With the beauty-retaining pill, she could maintain her looks. Even if given a golden blind box, she would not want to trade it. Peach Rabbit's skin immediately underwent a change. Given that this was only the beauty-retaining pill, her appearance did not revert to her younger years, but the wrinkles were still improved. She returned to her 30s, the most perfect time. Taking out a mirror from her chest, Peach Rabbit admired her beauty and then happily asked Dao Xian for the remaining 10 silver blind boxes. Her interest in the blind boxes had been thoroughly piqued. Dao Xian waved his hand, and 11 silver blind boxes appeared. However, he did not notice that Robin beside them was now shining with excitement. Clearly, she was also very interested in the beauty-retaining pill, while Nami, on the other hand, had no feelings about it. She was still in her youthful days and had not yet experienced the pains of aging. Chapter 120. The Dance of Duel. Looking at the 3 people, Dao Xian thought for a moment and decided to let them open the boxes together to avoid wasting too much time. The subsequent Sakazuki and Sengoku were clearly aiming for the golden blind boxes, which made him eager to know what kind of items would be inside. With this in mind, Dao Xian instructed, "You 3 can open them together. After you're done, I'll explain everything at once." The 3 had no objections to Dao Xian's words. They were all excited to see what they could get from their blind boxes. Without any instructions from Sengoku and Sakazuki, the 3 quickly picked up their blind boxes and began opening them. Excluding the 2 already opened silver blind boxes, there were a total of 53 silver blind boxes, which were opened by the 3 in just a little over half an hour. Dao Xian listed out the more valuable items they had opened one by one and began to introduce them. Looking at the items in front of him, Dao Xian turned his gaze to Peach Rabbit and started explaining. A skill scroll and a fairy bean. There's no need to introduce the fairy bean. You in the Navy should be very familiar with it. The important part is this skill scroll. What Peach Rabbit opened was a new world ability belonging to the League of Legends universe. Prior to this, Dao Xian had only opened potions and equipment from this world, and this was the first time he had encountered skill. Dao Xian's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The fact that he highlighted it could only mean that this item was definitely extraordinary. Its name was Swordsmanship, Dance of Duel, and the owner of this sword technique had a resounding title, the Unparalleled Sword Maiden. This scroll contained the most fundamental and important part of her sword technique. As a great swordsman, Peach Rabbit was naturally obsessed with swordsmanship, and upon hearing Dao Xian's explanation, she instantly became interested. What kind of intricacies did the sword path of another world have? It should be known that the classification of swordsmanship in this world was very crude. There were only 3 levels: swordsman, great swordsman, and grand swordsman. However, even among grand swordsmen, Peach Rabbit was clearly inferior to Mihawk in terms of swordsmanship. Seeing the curious look in Peach Rabbit's eyes, Dao Xian elaborated a bit more. The core of the Unparalleled Sword Maiden's Dance of Duel lay in 2 words: flaw. This sword technique, in the hands of the Unparalleled Sword Maiden Fiona, was invincible, capable of slaying gods above and exterminating demons below. The specific power depended on how far one could practice this sword path. Moreover, the Unparalleled Sword Maiden's abilities consisted of 5 core powers, and this was merely the most basic one, yet also the most important. I hope the Unparalleled Sword Path will showcase a different style in your hands. Under Dao Xian's description, Peach Rabbit seemed to envision a graceful female swordsman wielding her long sword, battling gods and demons. Noticing the look in Peach Rabbit's eyes, Dao Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Speaking of which, the Unparalleled Sword Maiden did battle against demigods like Orn and Bear in the Summoner's Rift every day, which could also be considered fighting against gods and demons. He hoped that wasn't an exaggeration. Ahem, I've finished introducing the items opened by Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Now let's continue with the items opened by Vice Admiral Smoker. Dao Xian decisively shifted the topic to the items Smoker had opened. From Smoker's 22 silver blind boxes, he had only opened 2 useful items. Compared to Peach Rabbit, it was undoubtedly a significant downgrade. The expressions of Sengoku and Sakazuki clearly conveyed this sentiment. Smoker, what a waste. With so many berries spent to train him, it's just a waste. Seeing the expressions of the 2 commanders, Smoker also wore a distressed face. Could the store manager explain what these 2 items are? Although the quantity was small, Smoker still had one last hope, which was the quality. He hoped these 2 items had powerful abilities. Otherwise, it would be a disappointment for the 400 million berries invested. Noticing Smoker's eager gaze, Dao Xian began to explain. Although Smoker didn't open many items, the quality was quite good. One of the items was a ninjutsu from the Naruto universe, and the other was a magic from the fairy tale universe, which Dao Xian had never touched before. Water release, water prison technique, and magic. Magic? Smoker questioned. In One Piece, there was no concept of magic. What was magic? Indeed, magic transcended ordinary imagination, enabling what humans couldn't do. The best way to understand it in this world would be through devil fruits. To the people of that world, perhaps every devil fruit user was a magician. And the magic you open belongs to a type of magic from a world I've named fairy tale. As the explanation continued, a familiar image rose. In the picture, a man with a pompadour was manipulating smoke to fight. What this magic could accomplish, Smoker could do as well. However, Smoker quickly realized the difference. If Smoker used smoke to attack, he would mostly be elementalizing himself and hiding within the smoke. Simply put, the one actually attacking the enemy was still Smoker's body. But this magic that manipulated smoke allowed the smoke to attack on its own, which was undoubtedly a very powerful ability for Smoker. A smile appeared on Smoker's face. After opening the blind boxes last time, he had gone to impel down and obtain toxins from Magellan. However, there was a huge problem preventing him from merging with the poisonous fog. He could not immunize himself against toxins, which meant he could not directly transform into a toxic person to attack enemies. This was indeed a regret, but with the magic to manipulate smoke, Smoker could do much more. After Dao Xian finished the explanation, Smoker happily put away the 2 scrolls and stepped aside to watch Dao Xian explain the items opened by Tina. When it came to Tina, it became complicated. Tina politely waited for Dao Xian's introduction. In front of Tina were 5 items, clearly indicating she was quite lucky. The fairy bean and potion needed no mention. Dao Xian set the 2 consumables aside and focused on the other 3 items. Fire release, dragon fire technique from the Naruto world, can produce intense flames that cling to lines or your barriers after use. Tina nodded. The direct lethality of her barrier berry wasn't that strong, and this ability could somewhat compensate for her lethality. However, it was still more of an embellishment and did not significantly enhance her strength. Tina's expression was clearly very calm. Dao Xian continued to explain the other two items. A 7 enhancement scroll from the dungeon world and Chapter 121. The Buddha's palm, a small piece of vibrating gold. A small mass of what seemed like liquid material, but in Dao Xuan's mouth. It was a type of metal that inevitably raised the curiosity of others. Vibrating gold, also known as sound-absorbing steel, has the unique property of not conducting any heat or kinetic energy. In terms you can understand, it means that neither magma nor ice, or even immense force, can damage this metal. Pure strength can hardly destroy it. Once it takes shape, it is almost impossible to change again. At this moment, the vibrating gold is still under the protection of the system, in a liquid state. Once it takes shape, it will not change. Whether to turn into a weapon or armor depends on their own ideas. After hearing Dao Xuan's explanation, Tina's face suddenly became very happy, which puzzled Dao Xian. Seemingly noticing Dao Xuan's confusion, after consulting with Sengoku, Tina revealed the specific details of her fruit ability to Dao Xian. The Kanken fruit's ability allows her to create barriers from any part of her body to trap enemies, and the strength of the barriers depends on the metal Tina carries. Tina boldly lifted her shirt to reveal not the ominous sign Dao Xian liked, but several pieces of metal. These pieces of metal are the source of the strength for the barriers Tina creates. Without these pieces of metal, she can still use her ability, but the created barriers are no different from ordinary metal. Moreover, according to the Navy's records, once the Kanken fruit awakens, it can completely record the strength of these metals. Once Tina's fruit awakens, she will be able to create vibrating gold barriers. Dao Xian gasped in surprise. Tina's fruit is clearly a creation-type fruit like Doflamingo's, but he didn't expect it to hide such an ability. Just thinking about it, once awakened, Tina would be able to create an indestructible sea of vibrating gold barriers. Definitely the potential of a general. Moreover, Dao Xian instantly had more associations. If Tina's fruit has this ability, does Doflamingo's string fruit have such a special ability? If Doflamingo could produce Spider-Man's web, that would be interesting. Indeed, after hearing Tina's account, Dao Xian praised. Sengoku nodded as well. Establishing a good relationship with a mysterious merchant is crucial, and relationships need to be cultivated. Revealing a bit of information to gain his favor is a very worthwhile thing. Dao Xian looked at the three people who were almost future top-tier generals. After digesting the items from the blind box, each of them would definitely see a significant increase in strength. However, this was none of his business. For him, the most important were still Akainu and Sengoku beside him. Faced with the imminent golden blind box, Dao Xian was also very much looking forward to it. So, was Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu here to open a golden blind box? Dao Xian asked without hesitation. I and Sengoku each have a golden blind box. Dao Xian nodded. Admiral Sengoku needs to buy a bronze blind box first before he can purchase a golden blind box. Then I will take a bronze blind box. Sengoku took out 400,000 berries from his pocket, enough to cover the cost of 2 golden blind boxes and 1 bronze blind box. Dao Xian accepted the money, and a bronze blind box appeared in Dao Xuan's hand. Here, Dao Xian handed over the bronze blind box. Sengoku, who was only 2 meters tall, but whose aura was not inferior to the 3-meter-tall Akainu, looked at the blind box in his hand and recalled how Tina had opened her box just now. He gently unwrapped the packaging of the blind box. A Pokemon egg that he was very unfamiliar with, but Akainu was very familiar with, appeared before him. A Charizard egg? Looking at the familiar appearance, Akainu questioned. Dao Xian had an expression of as expected, and had to say that the Navy and Pokemon really had a connection. Sengoku also immediately realized that this egg was clearly from the same series as the creatures around Akiji, Kizuru, and Akainu. What is this? A Mount Goat. Dao Xian directly announced its ultimate form. With Sengoku's power, the little lamb would probably immediately transform into its ultimate form as soon as it was born. Pick it up and feel it carefully. Following Dao Xuan's guidance, Sengoku held the fist-sized egg. The egg gradually warmed in his hands, accompanied by the sound of cracking. A peculiar little lamb appeared. Sengoku suddenly felt as if he could sense the little lamb's adoration towards him, as if treating a father. Before Sengoku could examine it closely, the little lamb quickly grew larger in a flash of white light, revealing a huge goat that stood over 2 meters tall. The goat had 2 sharp horns that looked particularly intimidating, and its red hooves, intertwined with green plants around its neck and back, made it look exceptionally harmonious. Baba! Sengoku patted its head, receiving a lick from the Mount Goat. After a brief familiarization, Sengoku nodded and said, "Let me open the golden blind box first." Sengoku said steadily. Daoxian nodded, and 2 billion berries disappeared without a trace. Among them, the billion berries taken by the system truly vanished, while the billion berries belonging to Daoxian were temporarily stored in the system. However, the berries earned by the system seemed to be returned back to the system. But amidst this, it seemed the system extracted something from these strong individuals or from the berries. Setting aside these unknowns, Daoxian extracted the first golden blind box from a system. Here, a golden blind box, nearly half a meter in size, appeared before everyone. Its massive form and the golden sheen emanating from the blind box all indicated its extraordinary nature. The golden blind box exchanged for 2 billion berries made even Sengoku feel a bit nervous. However, Sengoku immediately discarded this thought and opened the golden blind box with a solemn face, believing that there must be good things inside. A very special book appeared. The cover of the book displayed a statue resembling his transformed Buddha-like figure, but a more solemn Buddha statue appeared. For large characters were written on it. The Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm? Sengoku frowned and looked at Daoxian. Daoxian glanced at it a few times, but couldn't identify which version of the Buddha's palm it was. But it was unlikely to be the one from the Journey to the West, the Demon Subduing Edition. The possibility of it being from a high martial or medium martial world was the greatest. Chapter 122. The Body Technique, named after the divine thinking of this. Daoxian stopped guessing and directly looked at the introduction on the system panel. It turned out to be this. After reading the description on the system panel, Daoxian realized that this Rulai palm originated from a relatively obscure TV drama in his memory, which is named after the palm technique itself, rather than from martial arts or demon-slaying chapters. However, to be fair, considering the power of the Rulai palm in the drama, it can be regarded as a transitional stage from medium to high martial arts, definitely not tarnishing the reputation of the palm technique. Of course, no matter how strong a martial art is, it still depends on the practitioner's performance, just like the 18 dragon-subduing palms in the hands of Xiaofeng. The same martial art will naturally have different powers in different people's hands, and Daoxian was very curious about what kind of power the Rulai palm could exert in the hands of Sengoku. Rulai palm. You can understand it as an extremely powerful body technique. It is at least 10 times more powerful than the 6 styles. Daoxian tried to introduce it in a way that people in this world could understand. While martial arts, especially palm techniques, are indeed quite similar to body techniques in this world. Therefore, Daoxian introduced it this way. Accompanied by the explanation in the video, a middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothes like a beggar waved his hands, releasing one Buddhist seal after another. With a wave of his hand, mountains were shattered and the earth split apart. To Sengoku, this scene undoubtedly resembled a stronger version of the shockwave after he transformed into a great Buddha, and through this martial art, it seemed that the shockwave he released could also be even more powerful. The Rulai palm contains 2 functions. First, after training, a special energy different from Haki will be born within the body, called inner strength. Inner strength has limitless effects, such as healing, defense, and attack, surpassing Haki by 100-fold. Second, it includes a set of attack methods that can only be activated through inner strength, the power of which you have already seen in the video. Moreover, the physical quality of the person in the video is vastly different from yours. In your hands, its power will only be even stronger. Sengoku looked at Daoxian's explanation and suddenly had a question. I wonder if this inner strength can be learned by others? If so, then the combat power of the Navy could be greatly improved, making this a huge profit. Daoxian shook his head. The secret book contains special powers that can change your physique, and others will never be able to learn it no matter what. Then, if someone else opens up another inner strength martial art and changes their physique, can they learn it? Sakazuki quickly realized the loophole and immediately asked. Yes. After looking at the system's explanation, Daoxian nodded as well. Mastering such a divine-level martial art isn't easy without the help of the system. It's important to know that after using this secret book, in addition to the physique transformation, there is also a fast inner strength training function. Simply put, with Sengoku's age and physique, after using the secret book, he could gain 30 years' worth of inner strength in 3 years, which would help him form combat power at the fastest speed. However, this makes sense. Without such capabilities, it wouldn't do justice to the name of the Golden Blind Box. Sengoku also nodded. Such a powerful body technique is worth the 20 billion berries he spent on it. Especially after seeing the Buddhist seal in the video, Sengoku keenly felt his connection with this martial art. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. It's important to note that in this world, the Buddha is only legendary in Wano country. And this martial art, which is also named after the Buddha, must have earth-shattering power. Chapter 123, Gaia, Memory. Zhang Guo reached into the golden blind box and took out a body technique manual named Rulai Shinzhang. With a gentle pat, the manual instantly vanished, and a golden light enveloped Zhang Guo's entire body. To Sakazuki, standing nearby, it vaguely resembled the solemnity of the Buddha statues seen in the temples of Wano country. As the person involved, Zhang Guo felt an inexplicable energy circulating throughout his body. Under the flow of this energy, a new force gradually emerged within him. This energy moved through his body, giving Zhang Guo a comfortable sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. The minor injuries accumulated over years of battle began to heal under the movement of this energy. Gradually, it seemed that this energy flowed towards Zhang Guo's armament haki, and at the moment of contact, the armament haki he had honed for decades transformed into inner strength. Just like a small river flowing into the sea, when Zhang Guo's decades of honed armament haki met this higher quality inner strength, they merged together without reservation. 1 year, 2 years. After nearly 30 years of honing, the armament haki finally transformed into 10 years of pure inner strength. Sakazuki, besides your fruit ability, use your strongest armament attack on me. Zhang Guo, having fully digested the Rulai Shinzhang and converted his armament haki into inner strength, opened his eyes, exhaled, and spoke slowly. As a longtime colleague, Sakazuki immediately understood his intention. He wanted to test the newly acquired ability. Zhang Guo's confidence in saying this was evident, and Sakazuki gathered his armament haki without holding back, preparing his strongest attack beyond further flowing cherry blossoms. Zhang Guo, be careful. The powerful strike, infused with Sakazuki's full haki, struck Zhang Guo's chest with a force like thunder. Seventh style, welcoming Buddha to the west. Zhang Guo circulated his inner strength, flowing according to the route of the seventh style of Rulai Shinzhang, while a golden light surged around his body. At that moment, Zhang Guo appeared as a solemn and majestic Buddha statue of ordinary human size. The first 8 styles of Rulai Shinzhang focused more on functionality, including attacks, captures, and sound wave attacks. The 7th style was specifically a defensive move. The golden light protected Zhang Guo like golden armament haki, and it was more than twice as strong as his previous armament haki. Such a powerful attack landing on Zhang Guo only caused him to take 3 steps back, without any damage at all. Zhang Guo nodded to Sakazuki, signaling the end of this test, but he gained a new understanding of the power of Rulai Shinzhang. As expected of the golden blind box, it seemed to hold the possibility of ending the conflicts in this sea after he fully digested Rulai Shinzhang. At this moment, Zhang Guo's conqueror's haki also seemed to undergo subtle changes under the influence of Rulai Shinzhang, transforming towards a divine and Buddha-like quality. In simple terms, it was becoming even more powerful, moving towards a deeper realm of conqueror's haki. Zhang Guo stepped aside, allowing Sakazuki to start opening his own golden blind box. Sakazuki took 3 steps forward and said in an unruffled tone, "I'll buy a golden blind box." Daoxian nodded, skillfully took the berries, and manifested another golden blind box to hand over. He wasn't entirely satisfied with the Rulai Shinzhang that Zhang Guo had opened. To put it bluntly, it was still a matter of compatibility. Although Rulai Shinzhang was powerful, it didn't quite match his own strength. He hoped that whatever Sakazuki opened would be more aligned with his power system. The golden blind box reappeared, capturing the attention of everyone present. With Zhang Guo's surprise ahead, everyone was filled with confidence regarding the golden blind box. Sakazuki still wore a stern expression, but his unsteady hands suggested that his inner feelings were not as calm as his outward demeanor. As he moved, the second golden blind box was opened. Inside the blind box, a palm-sized, elongated object resembling a toy appeared before everyone. What is this? From its appearance, Sakazuki couldn't determine its function, prompting his question. Gaia memory. It's called Gaia memory. Daoxian smiled, clearly delighted to finally see the power of a Kamen Rider, which wasn't easy to come by. It's important to note that the power of Kamen Riders is applicable to any Kamen Rider, meaning that this Kamen Rider, who inherited the Kuga belt, can also utilize the power of Gaia memory. Gaia memory? Sakazuki felt even more confused. Sakazuki, have you ever thought that the ground beneath your feet is alive? Daoxian, in a good mood, began to explain. The group was instantly drawn in by his words and gathered around. In the world where Gaia memory exists, there's a being known as Gaia consciousness, which is the will of the earth and the will of the planet. For certain worlds, the planet is the entire world, just like the ground we stand on. After hearing Dao Xuan's explanation, everyone exchanged glances. Gaia, the carrier of the world, what a magnificent life it is. If they had to use a word to describe it, they could only think of one: divine. Observing their bewildered expressions, Dao Xian began to explain Gaia memory. Gaia memory is a special tool that carries all the memories of the planet regarding certain phenomena. For example, the Gaia memory before you is named magma. It holds all the memories of a planet related to volcanic eruptions and the essence of magma. Sakazuki fell into deep thought while looking at the Gaia memory. Memories about magma? This item was invaluable to him as a magma fruit user. His fruit development direction differed somewhat from that of previous magma fruit users. In some sense, he was the most powerful magma fruit user. Other magma fruit users focused on developing the magma itself, but he, having witnessed the power of volcanic eruptions as a child, destroying and melting everything, represented the force of destruction. That scene had been deeply imprinted in his mind since childhood, leading him to not follow the Navy's documented direction for magma fruit development after acquiring the magma fruit. Instead, he headed towards simulating volcanic eruptions. His several signature moves were developed this way, and this Gaia memory would be extremely beneficial to him. Sakazuki looked at the magma memory with a glint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 124. Clock Fruit. Not only that, Dao Xian continued, it can also allow one to master the power of magma. Combined with your magma fruit, it will only make you even stronger. If we say that the magma memory represents the magma power within Kamen Rider W, then the magma fruit in the world of One Piece similarly represents the magma power of this world. What kind of special power will double magma bring to Sakazuki? Dao Xian was also very curious. Sakazuki nodded, but the power of magma would definitely not be convenient to try in this store. Looking at the magma memory, Sakazuki reached out and picked it up. At the moment of contact, a socket-like tattoo appeared on the back of his hand. Looking at the socket, Sakazuki knew that as long as he inserted the magma memory into this tattoo, he would be able to obtain the power of this Gaia memory, magma. After opening all the blind boxes that needed to be opened, Sengoku and Sakazuki exchanged nods before bidding farewell to Dao Xian and leaving the place. The power of the two golden blind boxes made them like the stabilizing needle of the sea, firmly grasping the Navy's preparation for the arrival of a new era. Watching their departing figures, Dao Xian then took out the devil fruit that Sakazuki brought as an apology gift. What kind of fruit is this? Nami leaned over curiously and asked. Dao Xian examined this special paramecia fruit. Under the system's appraisal, he successfully learned its name. The paramecia clock fruit belongs to Dao Xian's classification of creation-type devil fruits. Its primary ability allows all matter that his limbs come into contact with to transform into clocks. From his point of view, it seems ordinary. Even if awakened, it would only create a realm belonging to clocks, completely lacking the lethality of Doflamingo's string fruit. However, under the system's explanation, it revealed its true nature. When the clock fruit enters the next stage of awakening, it can touch the bottom line of rules and exert abilities similar to the rule fruit of the pawpaw fruit. In other words, the clock fruit is actually a dual fruit of creation and rules, but in the world of One Piece. The highest level of development for target fruit abilities is merely awakening. This fruit has never shown its true abilities before others. For Dao Xian, this devil fruit is extremely important. It is the core of a future ability for him. Thinking of this, Dao Xian took a bite of the clock fruit. To avoid it being unpalatable, Dao Xian did not crush it completely, but bit into small pieces and quickly swallowed the entire devil fruit. A stream of inexplicable information suddenly surfaced in his mind, and then all the abilities of the clock fruit instantly gathered on his belt. It seemed to have been filtered and strengthened. The next moment, this stream of information returned to Dao Xian, becoming his innate instinct. If he had to describe his current state, it would be similar to Wang Xiaoming's spatial power and the power of the ominous Time King. First, Dao Xian looked at the size of the room and utilized the awakened power of the clock fruit. This was the first ability used independently without needing to cooperate with the belt. For Dao Xian, this was like the ominous Time King. The reason the ominous Time King is called such is because of the first two characters. Ominous is also the ominous power, which is the core of the ominous Time King. And the power of the clock is his core. Clock domain. In the store, the floor, walls, tables, chairs. Everything transformed into countless clocks. Countless clocks accumulated together, forming Dao Xian's awakened ability. Dao Xian called it clock domain. At this moment, the area of the room, originally less than 200 square meters, suddenly expanded fivefold, which was Dao Xian's first basic application of the clock ability, manipulating space. However, this was still not enough. As it was now, once the ability was released, the space would return to its original state. He needed to awaken the next stage of power. Fix. The hands on countless clocks simultaneously began to move. After rotating for a moment, the clocks gradually returned to their original state, and countless clocks disappeared. However, the size of the room had invisibly increased fivefold. The only difference from before was that a half-meter-high wall clock hung on the wall. The clock turned endlessly, maintaining the stability of this space. Amazing! Watching everything that just happened, Robin exclaimed. As an archaeologist, she had read a great many books during her time in O'Hara. When it comes to knowledge of devil fruits, she could definitely rank among the top. The ability that Dao Xian just demonstrated was the highest realm of fruit ability development recorded in the books, Awakening. As for the subsequent release of the ability while retaining the influence caused by the fruit's ability, this seemed to surpass Awakening. Or perhaps, this is the next stage of Awakening? Looking at the expanded room, Dao Xian admired his masterpiece. After being purified through the belt, Dao Xian knew that he was completely unaffected by the limitation of only being able to eat one devil fruit or the weakness of being afraid of seawater. However, for the sake of compatibility, even if he continued to eat devil fruits, it would be best to eat ones with similar abilities, such as those involving time and space. This would allow his future to not be limited to being a rider, but to transcend the world. This is a true path of transcendence. As for how to obtain these other fruits, Dao Xian certainly had a way. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the new world, an intense battle was about to unfold. Chapter 125. The Strong Ones Who Stand Alone Against a Nation in the New World. On a massive desert island, Crocodile stood alone, facing off against the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard. Old man, leave it to us, right? Yeah. How can a mere crocodile be worthy of the old man's intervention? The captains eagerly volunteered, vying for the chance to take action. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, saying, "How long has it been since you've seen the old man make a move? I'm feeling a bit restless today, so everyone step back a bit. Don't get caught in the crossfire." "All right then, old man." The onlookers remembered how long Whitebeard had been weak and how hard he had fought to regain his health. Naturally, no one wanted to steal this opportunity from him. Ignoring the mockery and disdain from these people, Crocodile focused solely on Whitebeard. He had come alone this time to avoid any collateral damage, and the sandy island was also chosen by Whitebeard. Whitebeard was afraid that Crocodile would not be able to unleash his full power, so he picked this desert terrain that was most suitable for Crocodile to exhibit his strength. Meanwhile, in the distance, Morgans and several albatrosses, equipped with broadcasting cameras, showcased this battle to the entire world. Sabaody, Marine Headquarters, the Four Seas, and the territories of other emperors all had live broadcast locations, and only Morgans could accomplish this. At this moment, the whole world was watching this great battle live. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates moved away from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Although the aftermath wouldn't harm them, there was no need to look foolish. Once the members of the Whitebeard pirates had moved far away, Crocodile asked with confusion, "Whitebeard, are your injuries healed?" From Whitebeard's recent performance, he seemed even healthier than when he last challenged Crocodile, which made Crocodile's heart sink, instantly losing his initial confidence in defeating Whitebeard. "Gururara, are you scared, Crocodile?" Holding a supreme blade named Tornado Cutter, Whitebeard laughed, and as his voice carried, a shockwave of power radiated outward. It felt as if an earthquake had occurred in the desert. This was Whitebeard's first full release of the Tremor Fruit's power in years. This scene, captured by the live broadcast, spread across the world. The Four Seas. Is this the power of Whitebeard? It's truly terrifying. Just the sound can create an earthquake? The residents of the Four Seas had never witnessed such immense power. They had only heard of it in legends. Now, those legends had become reality. For the first time, the residents and pirates of the Four Seas understood what it meant to be the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard has recovered. At Marine Headquarters, Carp, 3 admirals, Sengoku, and several elite vice admirals gathered to observe the battle. Only they knew that Crocodile genuinely had the strength to challenge Whitebeard. After all, Crocodile had purchased blind boxes from the mysterious merchant twice, who knew what he had obtained. Compared to Crocodile, the healthy Whitebeard attracted their attention even more. A sick Whitebeard was manageable, but a healthy Whitebeard was not what the Marines wanted to see. Interesting. On Sabaody Archipelago, watching Whitebeard unleash his power, Dao Xian muttered to himself. In the anime, Whitebeard had never shown such power. Instead, it was Blackbeard who had stolen his fruit that had once displayed such abilities. Many speculated that this might be the power of the Tremor fruit after its awakening, which also indicated Blackbeard's terrifying potential. In just 2 years after acquiring the Tremor fruit, he had developed it to the point of awakening. Now, Whitebeard's ability to display this power was almost like announcing that he had fully recovered. Coupled with the image of him being vigorous and fierce, Dao Xian had an expression of excitement. Crocodile might be in for a tough time. Oomph. The old man should head to the grave. This sea no longer belongs to you. Step aside. In response to Whitebeard's teasing, Crocodile retaliated with words. Whitebeard was not angered by Crocodile's retort. Gururara, you're too arrogant, Crocodile. As he spoke, a shockwave of the Tremor fruit gathered on the blade of the tornado cutter. With a mighty slash, Whitebeard aimed at Crocodile. Crocodile did not resist this probing attack. The powerful shockwave struck him, scattering him like sand, and the residual force created a gap several dozen meters wide in the desert. The scattered sand quickly reformed, restoring Crocodile to his intact state. Stop with these tricks, Whitebeard. Crocodile scolded. This was the strength of a Logia-type fruit. The Tremor fruit's ability was indeed powerful, but once its power was unleashed, it could not attach Haki. Thus, it could not harm a Logia user. Whitebeard, of course, knew this. He treated this battle as a game. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed joyfully, his left hand clenched into a fist, and a special aura unique to the Tremor fruit appeared around his fist. He swung his fist through the air, landing a heavy blow on the atmosphere. Crack! The air seemed to crack, and a strong force slammed into Crocodile's body, igniting his fury. Whitebeard clearly had Haki, but chose not to use it. Relying only on his fruit's ability, was he just playing around? Guardian Crane. Crocodile decided he would no longer play these games with Whitebeard. In his prime, a healthy Whitebeard, without using Guardian Crane, had no chance of being defeated. A storm surged, whipping up clouds of sand, with countless particles gathering in Crocodile's direction. Whitebeard did not stop him. He merely stood still, watching with interest Crocodile's new tricks. A sandstorm, an earthquake, truly monstrous. Is this the power of the 7 warlords and Whitebeard? The battle between the two had yet to truly begin, but the scenes of earthquakes and sandstorms had already astonished the people of the 4 seas. Chapter 126. Moria's quiet arrival at Sabaody. It was here that they first understood what it meant to be a strong person, what it meant to be an existence akin to a one-man nation. At the same time, the power of the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Under the gathering of wind and sand, a towering beast, over 200 meters tall, appeared before everyone. The massive creature roared silently at the sky the moment it formed, even without sound. Those watching the live broadcast could feel its terror. Gulalala. Whitebeard laughed again, delighted by Crocodile's strength. The stronger he was, the more excited Whitebeard became. As if sensing Whitebeard's provocation, the beast turned its head, quickly condensing a dark purple-tailed beast ball in its mouth. It shot towards Whitebeard. Good. Feeling the power of this attack, Whitebeard's competitive spirit was ignited, and he decided to take the hit head-on. With a fierce shout, purple-black lightning suddenly appeared in the air. The purple-black lightning was a deep application of Conqueror's Haki, a top-tier presence in both mental and physical attacks. At the same time, the power of the Tremor fruit was also at work. The metallic-colored cloud of the tailed beast ball, under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, was stained a black-purple hue, taking on the appearance of a black sword. 12 supreme great swords were present. 6 were crafted by artisans, while the other 6 were honed by 6 sword masters using their lifetime's worth of Haki. The supreme great swords refined with Haki were also known as black swords. The 20-meter diameter tailed beast ball quickly approached Whitebeard, about to collide with him. In that instant, a slash that gathered all of Whitebeard's power struck heavily against the tailed beast ball. Centered on Whitebeard, the tailed beast ball was split in 2, blasting outward in opposite directions. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the tailed beast ball, flung hundreds of meters away, struck the ground, creating 2 massive pits dozens of meters deep. This scene fully showcased Crocodile's strength, while highlighting just how powerful Whitebeard was to be able to cleave it in half. After the probing attack, Crocodile manipulated the body of the tailed beast and lunged toward Whitebeard. Size equated to power. The body made up of countless grains of sand held a force of several 100,000 tons. Crocodile was hidden within the tailed beast's body, protected. As long as his chakra wasn't exhausted and he wasn't knocked down, he was an immortal existence. The gravel on the ground could always replenish any damage to his body. The two monstrous sea powers engaged in fierce combat. In the east blue, under the boundless blue sky, a mysterious powerhouse was watching this battle. Morgan chose to develop a live broadcast signal. As long as there was broadcasting equipment, anyone could witness this world-shocking war. At this moment, watching the battle between Crocodile and Whitebeard on screen, the mysterious powerhouse laughed maniacally. "You're not finished yet, Whitebeard. Wait for it. World, my revenge is coming soon." Sabeti Archipelago. Dao Xian had long lost interest in watching. The outcome was already predetermined. Although Crocodile had obtained the power of the tailed beast from him and had the advantage of the desert home ground, with Whitebeard's strength, he could turn the tide with a wave of his hand. As long as he wanted, he could obliterate this island in minutes. Crocodile had already lost. However, even if he failed, he still had to showcase his strength. The performance in this battle would determine whether he could become the sixth emperor. Meanwhile, behind this eye-catching battle, Moria, who did not want to be discovered, quietly arrived at the Sabeti Archipelago under the cover of Absalom's transparent fruit ability. Taking advantage of the fame from this battle to become one of the 5 emperors, Moria successfully gained the allegiance of a large number of pirates and occupied part of the New World territory. He successfully received a fee allowing them to use Moria's flag as a symbol of protection. A total of 2 billion berries had been collected. It would take another year to gather such a sum again. Whether he could secure his position as the 5th emperor depended on whether this golden blind box could yield items that made him even stronger. Dao Xian. Hello. Just as Dao Xian was listlessly watching this predictable battle, a familiar voice made him look up. "Who are you?" Looking at the figure before him that clearly resembled Moria, but with a toned and robust physique compared to his previous bulk, Dao Xian couldn't help but rub his eyes. In disbelief, he thought this person could actually be Moria. "I'm Moria." Moria revealed his trademark laugh, finally making Dao Xian recognize who he was. "Dao Xian, I apologize for my previous offense." Absalom, with his sharp duck-like voice, apologized to Dao Xian. This made Dao Xian feel quite uncomfortable. He hadn't done anything to Absalom. Wasn't it just that Robin had frozen him for a moment, and then he sank into the sea? How did he end up with this voice? Dao Xian nodded, choosing not to pay attention to Absalom, and turned to Moria. "How much berry did you prepare for this trip?" As one of the 5 emperors, Moria might not have gathered enough for a golden blind box. 2 billion berries. Moria nodded, casually stating this astonishing figure. Dao Xian nodded in approval. "All right, having a golden blind box is quite a big deal. You can open 1 golden blind box and 10 silver blind boxes." Moria nodded and said, "Among them, 2 billion and 20 million berries are prepared for Absalom. I'll just open 1 golden blind box." Absalom instantly blushed. Lord Moria, his eyes were filled with loyalty toward Moria, and this scene fell into Dao Xian's sight. To be fair, although Moria, Doflamingo, and others were considered villains and scoundrels externally, they treated their core subordinates very well, leading to high loyalty among their subordinates. Among them, Absalom saved Moria during the Marineford War. At the same time, upon learning that Absalom had been captured by the Blackbeard pirates, the new 4th emperor, Moria, disregarded the danger and stormed into Blackbeard's territory just to save him. He could be considered a qualified good captain. Chapter 127. The Sand King Moria handed over 202 million berries and instructed Absalom to open the box. Dao Xian didn't say much, took the berries, and handed over a bronze blind box. Absalom took a deep breath, stepped forward, and took the bronze blind box. As Moria's most loyal subordinate, his strength was undoubtedly lacking. His haki only reached the most basic level, relying entirely on the powers of the transparent fruit and his body modifications. He could bully ordinary people, but against strong foes on the sea, he was undoubtedly useless. However, for Moria, lacking strength could be cultivated later, and now there was a mysterious merchant to compensate. Loyalty, on the other hand, couldn't be replaced. This was also the reason he chose to give Absalom a part of the opportunity after collecting so much funding. The same situation applied to Perona, but this time she willingly gave the opportunity to Absalom. Compared to Absalom, Perona's fruit ability didn't rely much on her own strength, so her demand for the blind box wasn't that strong. Feeling nervous, Absalom opened the bronze blind box. "What is this?" Absalom couldn't help but ask. A scroll filled with vibrant green appeared before him. Dao Xian quietly checked the system's introduction, and after understanding its origin, he began to explain. In a place called Bandle City, there exists a special group of beings known as Yordles. Among the Yordles, there's a combat hero known as the Swift Scout, also referred to as Captain Timo. He is brave and fearless, with great strength. He is skilled at creating various traps and poisons. Dao Xian's words were interrupted by Absalom's flattery. This Captain Timo must be as tall and handsome as Lord Dao Xian, brave and fearless, right? Such a heroic figure. Absalom, following Moria's orders, seized the opportunity to flatter Dao Xian. Meanwhile, he was boasting wildly. Dao Xian's face instantly darkened, but he could only blame himself for not clarifying that Yordles were a group of little people. Oof. Dao Xian shot a glare at Absalom to stop his awkward flattery and continued with the introduction. This scroll contains the blinding poison meticulously developed by Captain Timo. It is most suitable for applying to blow darts to attack enemies. Absalom's eyes clearly showed disappointment. There aren't many masters of poison in the world of One Piece because the people here have incredibly strong physiques. Common poisons only make them feel uncomfortable. Moreover, this poison lacks lethality and mainly serves to blind. The blinding poison ignores the enemy's level of strength and enforces blindness for 3 seconds. It only requires the poison to touch the enemy's body to take effect. Dao Xian silently added in his heart, at least in this world, no one can resist its power. In fact, this toxin is no longer just a toxin. It has integrated Captain Timo's unique power. Combined with a transparent fruit, Absalom could become a top-notch assassin, silently delivering fatal strikes with a blow dart. As for battling strong opponents, he could become a perfect support, helping Moria disrupt the enemy's actions. Absalom's expression instantly changed to one of joy. He naturally wouldn't dare to doubt Dao Xian's words. The sudden surge of power in Lord Moria was the best proof. Looking at the scroll, Absalom carefully stored it away. He then set his sights on the silver blind box. Since there was such a powerful item in the bronze box, what about the silver blind box? A fiery light flashed in Absalom's eyes. Continue. Dao Xian waved his hand, collecting the remaining berries, and 11 silver blind boxes were neatly arranged in a row, waiting for Absalom to open them. At this moment, on the live broadcast screen nearby, the intensity of the battle between Whitebeard and Crocodile escalated once again, temporarily capturing the attention of Dao Xian and Moria. Open them all. Once you've finished, I'll provide a unified commentary. Dao Xian instructed Absalom, and both he and Moria turned their attention to the battle on the screen. Crocodile, is this all you've got? Gururara. Whitebeard's face was filled with an excited smile, and every slash he made was accompanied by the remnants of the guardian crane's body. However, in this sea of sand, countless grains of sand continuously replenished, allowing the guardian crane to unleash its power like an immortal beast within the body of the tailed beast. Feeling Whitebeard's invincible power, Crocodile finally unleashed the ability he developed by combining the power of the tailed beast with the sand fruit. Death Desert. The tailed crane, which was originally engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Whitebeard, suddenly stood still, silently roaring at the sky. The gentle breeze that was originally blowing seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, stirring up the grains of sand on the ground, rapidly forming a deadly sandstorm. The 200-meter giant beast kicked up a massive sandstorm covering an island several dozen miles wide. The once still desert began to flow, continuously devouring all living things above it. Cacti, shrubs, and a few wild rabbits. The few remaining lives on this island of sand were obliterated in an instant. And all of this was broadcast live to the world by Morgans from above. God of the desert, King of the Sands. At this moment, such immense power caused the title of Sand King to unconsciously appear in the minds of people all over the world. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, in the Navy's records. Has there ever been such a powerful user of the sand fruit? Vice Admiral Crane inquired. Sengoku shook his head. No, Crocodile is arguably the strongest among all sand fruit users in history. Crane couldn't help but exclaim, a terrifying, mysterious merchant. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Those who had opened blind boxes could especially appreciate the terrifying power hidden behind the mysterious merchant. It is worth noting that they had only opened a golden blind box so far, and it was already this powerful. There were still platinum blind boxes, diamond blind boxes, and god-level blind boxes above that. Just thinking about it, it was clear that those were far beyond the limits of this world. If the mysterious merchant wanted to destroy this world, perhaps all it would take was a flick of a finger. Chapter 128. The duel between the desert and the sea. Fortunately, from the intelligence gathered by the Navy, it appears that the only purpose of the mysterious merchant is to sell the blind boxes he speaks of, aimed at making the people of this world stronger. According to the views of several individuals who have interacted with the mysterious merchant, they unanimously believe that he is not an enemy of the Navy. Of course, he is merely not an enemy of the Navy. From their conversations and demeanor, it was evident that the mysterious merchant held a contemptuous attitude towards the world government and its rulers, the celestial dragons. Regarding this point, everyone chose to remain silent, as it was clear that after years of being under the rule of the world government, they had developed different thoughts. At the very least, no high-ranking Navy officer would adhere to the belief in the supremacy of the celestial dragons. Or rather, those who were truly brainwashed fools either died on various missions or lost their lives due to unintentional accidents. It was precisely through their silent operations that the Navy could uphold its justice. However, all these efforts, before the appearance of the mysterious merchant, were disregarded by the celestial dragons, who had the destructive power of the king and powerful celestial dragons that could rival the top forces of the Navy. Additionally, with military expenses under control, the celestial dragons were not afraid of the Navy breaking free from their control. The mysterious shop, as described by the admirals, was somewhat downplayed, leading the celestial dragons to regard the mysterious shop with indifference. All of this could be attributed to Sakazuki's earlier performance before the celestial dragons. However, such matters would eventually be discovered by the celestial dragons. What most worried Sengoku and others was that if the wealthy celestial dragons were to open the blind boxes, they would lose all resistance. Although the mysterious merchant looked down on the celestial dragons, one could not dare to think or gamble on whether he would refuse their request to open the boxes. Losing that gamble would have consequences no one could bear. The discussions of the Navy did not affect the battles occurring on the sea. The entire sand island had transformed into a hellish desert, devouring all life. Countless grains of sand flowed, trying to drag Whitebeard down several meters underground, burying him alive. This predicament was nearly impossible to break free from unless one had the ability to fly. However, in this situation, Whitebeard continued to laugh heartily, showing no concern for his predicament. On the distant edge of the island, at the moment the island came to life, everyone on Whitebeard's ship returned to the vessel to avoid being attacked alongside Crocodile. Old man, Vista looked worriedly at Whitebeard on the island. Marco, should we go help the old man? Other captains approached to ask. Crocodile's display of power at this moment was akin to that of an emperor, and Vista felt ashamed for having underestimated him previously. Marco remained steadfast and calmly said, "Trust in the old man. He's the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard." His words were filled with trust in Whitebeard and reassured the others. As the person who had followed Whitebeard the longest, Marco's words were not questioned by the others. Whitebeard plunged his sword, the Murakujiri, into the ground and clenched his fists, causing Marco on the ship to tense up instantly. Not good. Everyone prepare to break through the tsunami. The old man is about to unleash a big move. Although everyone was puzzled, they still readied their weapons out of trust in Marco, waiting for the tsunami to come. Whitebeard's movements were grand and expansive, crossing his fists. A unique glow appeared on his fists as he activated the Tremor fruit, and then he struck heavily into the air beside him. Crack! Crack! A visible crack appeared in the air, as if the sky itself had been shattered by Whitebeard's strike. The crack spread to the infinite horizon. The flowing desert instantly came to a halt under this blow. However, with the roar of the guardian crane, the desert began to flow again. Yet Whitebeard no longer cared. He was the absolute king of this sea for this very reason. His tsunami was powerful enough to destroy everything. Aside from Akiji, few could handle his power. Seconds later, the seawater beside the island began to flow rapidly, countless waves stacking to form a towering wave over 100 meters high, crashing toward the island. From the very beginning, Whitebeard had seen Crocodile's weakness. His power was too dependent on this desert. In this desert, Crocodile could exert emperor-level strength. However, for Whitebeard, destroying his home turf was not difficult. The guardian crane roared again, but compared to its previous roars, it seemed so powerless. At the moment Whitebeard raised the tsunami, Crocodile knew in his heart that he had failed. He felt he was still a bit short of being an emperor. If only the world's oceans were not so vast and were all land instead, how great that would be, he thought with reluctance. Perhaps the mysterious merchant had a way. Since the world limited him, he would change the world together. Crocodile's mind was filled with mad thoughts. The towering seawater soaked the entire island, transforming the desert into a swamp. It wasn't until it reached Whitebeard that it bowed to the power of the Tremor fruit, leaving a small patch of dry desert on the vast island. "Crocodile, I acknowledge you," Whitebeard exclaimed, tossing out a line before picking up the Murakujiri beside him and turning to leave. Whitebeard was very satisfied with this battle and had also seen Crocodile's weakness. However, aside from him, the other emperors would find it quite difficult to take down Crocodile in this desert. Even if Moria had become the 5th emperor, Whitebeard wouldn't mind allowing the sea to have a 6th emperor. Crocodile's power was sufficient to be called the 6th emperor, As for whether he could maintain that position, it would depend on Crocodile himself. Whitebeard, I owe you a favor. As Whitebeard's figure departed, Crocodile released the guardian crane's form, and the sand reassembled into a man wearing a leather coat. Staring at Whitebeard's figure, Crocodile took out a cigar from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. Sabaody Archipelago. It wasn't until the battle ended that Dao Xian and Moria turned back to look at the 11 silver blind boxes opened by Absalom. Chapter 129. The Demon of the Moon. Absalom's luck is quite good, to say the least. Out of 11 silver blind boxes, he actually opened 3 items. Unfortunately, they aren't particularly powerful. The items include the Sunflower Manual, a basic hidden weapon manual, and a biscuit that can restore injuries and replenish stamina, as well as the consumed powers of the Devil Fruit, with the strength of Laughing Proud. The Sunflower Manual could dominate the world, but in the context of One Piece, it is merely a somewhat unique and powerful body technique. Its greatest feature is the ability to cultivate inner strength and significantly enhance the speed of the user's strikes and movements. Given Absalom's beastly physique, it would be difficult for him to surpass the power of Dongfang Bubi with the Sunflower Manual in his hands. After all, Absalom possesses the transparent fruit and the special abilities of a cyborg. In terms of bounty, Absalom's strength should be between 50 million and 100 million berries, making him a monster that ordinary people cannot contend with. Dao Xian briefly explained the functions of the Sunflower Manual and informed Absalom of its side effects. Ignoring the changes in Absalom's expression, he turned to Moria. Whether Absalom was willing to cut himself to practice the Sunflower Manual was entirely up to him. Dao Xian was not interested in that. Instead, he was very curious about Moria's golden blind box, as that was the real prize. The magma memory that Sakazuki had opened had already been fused into the Yamatom Spirit Stone, perfectly merging with his flame form. Originally, the empty flame form referred to the power of the empty self in that state, but with Dao Xian's fusion of various powers, the current flame form now controls the power of the magma memory, becoming the true flame form. As for Moria's golden blind box, he wondered if it could bring him a similar or even greater surprise. A golden blind box. Moria stepped forward and directly bought a golden blind box from Dao Xian. Dao Xian didn't hesitate, deducted the berries, and handed the golden blind box to Moria, which was not small in size. Sakazuki and Sengoku had opened theirs on the table. However, for Moria, the size of this blind box was just right. Looking at the golden blind box worth 2 billion berries, Moria cautiously opened it, revealing a small sculpture that resembled him somewhat, both having demonic features. Moria carefully examined the statue before looking at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. With 4 arms, light blue skin, and an exceptionally long tongue sticking out of its mouth. The flowing hair was black with a hint of purple. Dao Xian recognized it at first glance. It was the statue of the Moon Demon, one of the 8 demons from Jackie Chan Adventures. Its name is the Moon Demon, Zhiluan. Dao Xian introduced the demon's name and abilities. In its world, it was born from the essence of the world. In a sense, they are born gods. Gods. Moria's eyes widened. Does this mean it opens something belonging to a god? Moria's face instantly filled with anticipation as he eagerly questioned what kind of power it possessed. So, what kind of power does this god, known as the Moon Demon, have? It can survive in space, cause the moon to explode, manipulate gravity, and control shadows. Its abilities are numerous, but the 2 most powerful are gravity and shadow. And this is the inheritance of the Moon Demon. Dao Xian pointed to the statue as he introduced it. At the same time, an image appeared on the statue, showing the Moon Demon Zhiluan fully exerting its power. It even pulled the moon down from the sky, attempting to destroy all of humanity. This scene captivated Moria. If I obtain its inheritance, can I do that? Moria couldn't help but ask. No. Dao Xian's simple reply shattered his beautiful dream. The reason Zhiluan is so powerful is not just because of these abilities, but mainly related to its bloodline. After all, it is a congenital god. Then, can I unlock this god's bloodline? Moria continued to ask eagerly. Anything is possible. Dao Xian replied with these words, feeling very pleased in his heart. This could be said to be the most powerful thing he has obtained since opening blind boxes. Through this inheritance, he could gain all of Zhiluan's powers, albeit potentially weakened due to lacking the demon bloodline. However, with this inheritance, there lies an endless future. All of Zhiluan's abilities, aside from manipulating the moon, are primarily based on gravity, which is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Mastering gravity is akin to holding the key to becoming a god. Suddenly, Dao Xian's mind wandered. If he could gather the inheritances and bloodlines of the 8 great demons, he would essentially possess the primal power of a world. At that time, he would be a god without being a god. Moria nodded, his eyes shining with ambition. He raised the statue of Zhuluan high, and as he did, the statue transformed into a purple-black magical energy that flowed into Moria's body. In Moria's eyes, purple-black light flickered, and at the moment the magical energy entered his body, he comprehended many of the powers of the moon demon, Zhuluan. However, for him, the only ability he could currently utilize through the magical energy was one, gravity. In simple terms, he had just gained this power and could not yet match the demon in the image in terms of strength. Nevertheless, he had still mastered the power of gravity, which meant he had become a dual devil fruit user. 2 devil fruits do not merely represent 2 strong devil fruit users. It has a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. At this moment, Moria was confident that he could successfully maintain his position as the 5th emperor. Reflecting on the powerful demon in the earlier image capable of destroying the world, Moria understood his direction. 2 words, make money. With enough berries, he could acquire Zhuluan's bloodline inheritance. Combining the 2 inheritances would yield a complete demon inheritance. Only then could he completely surpass Whitebeard, becoming the world's strongest man and the Pirate King. After opening the blind box, there was naturally no reason to linger here. Moria quietly returned to his territory. Using Absalom's transparent fruit, war was about to begin. The closest of the 4 emperors to his territory was Big Mom, and Moria knew that she was a complete madwoman who had long coveted his body. Chapter 130. The Great Recruitment. In order to avoid her, Moria escaped from the New World and hid in the Misty Sea. However, with the inheritance of the Moon Demon, Moria now has the confidence to confront Big Mom. The only problem is that his current forces are significantly weaker than Big Mom's. He currently lacks any strong subordinates. If the Big Mom pirates were to attack with full force, Moria could resist Big Mom, but others would have no way to deal with it. Unless Moria thought of Crocodile, who was in a similar situation. An alliance seemed like a good choice. Moreover, based on his own experiences, Moria was certain that Crocodile must have obtained his power from the mysterious merchant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to battle Whitebeard to such an extent. Moria believed that Crocodile would not refuse his proposal for an alliance. Once again, Morgans, who had gained sensational news, spread the message of Crocodile becoming one of the 6 emperors throughout the world through his newsbirds within 3 days. Countless people celebrated Crocodile's coronation. The Sand King, Shurima Island. Is this the kingdom of the Sand King? At Crocodile's strong insistence, the desert island where he fought Whitebeard was designated as his territory. The inspiration for this came from the desert emperor of another world that he had heard about while chatting with Dao Xian. Big Mom's nations, Kaido's Wano country, and Crocodile's territory would be called Shurima, the Desert Kingdom. He aimed to become the emperor above the desert, establishing a nation on this sandy island. A pirate nation. The news of Crocodile becoming one of the 6 emperors, spread by the World News Agency, made sure that everyone, whether they watched the live broadcast or not, was aware of this news. At the same time, the prestige of the 7 warlords increased invisibly. The 2 former warlords successfully challenged the 4 emperors and ascended, which made the 7 warlords no longer seen as mere dogs of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, but as a significant independent power, on par with the Navy and the 4 emperors. Compared to Moria, Crocodile's prestige from this live broadcast was much greater. After all, in the pirate world, 99% of people are illiterate. Crocodile allowed them to witness such a powerful and terrifying natural disaster. This was something Moria could not compare to, as a shadow fruit could not create such unique large-scale scenes typical of the Logia type. Even at its peak development, it could not produce such results. At this moment, a deep impression was engraved in the hearts of countless people. That is, Crocodile is a powerful figure second only to Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. In the hearts of countless pirates, his prestige was comparable to Kaido's. This is the greatest benefit of openly challenging the 4 emperors. In an instant, one could leverage the prestige accumulated over the years by the 4 emperors to ascend rapidly. The only downside being that if one's strength is not strong enough, the result is death. It's time. Within the Navy headquarters, the high-ranking officers remained remarkably calm under the pressure of the 6 emperors. After all, the 3 admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, had either enhanced their strength or restored it through the mysterious merchant. Even with the 6 emperors, the Navy could withstand their pressure. However, their main purpose for gathering here was to promote the establishment of the 5 admirals system, which is part of the Navy's great recruitment plan. Under the pressure of the 6 emperors at sea, The Navy must push for the establishment of the five-admiral system to counter the growing pirate forces. It is important to note that the position of an admiral represents not just the admiral itself, but also an increase in the number of vice admirals and rear admirals, as well as an increase in military expenditures on warships and weapons. Every new admiral represents an expenditure of billions in military funds annually. However, with the increase in pirate forces, they know that the five elders will agree to it. Similarly, to balance the Navy, the corresponding seven warlords will also see an increase in numbers. With this goal in mind, Sengoku dialed the phone to the five elders. The world situation changed dramatically. A few days later, another shocking announcement reverberated across the sea. World government great recruitment. The world government is recruiting for the Navy worldwide. As long as one has no notorious reputation and is powerful, they can rise to become a Navy admiral in one step. At the same time, various Navy positions will be granted based on the disparity in strength. This news instantly shook the entire world. The great recruitment, rising to admiral in one step. Countless pirates flocked to the new 5th Emperor and 6th Emperor. At the same time, countless strong individuals from the civilian sector chose to join the Navy in response to the increasing power of pirates. In the North Sea, within an unknown casino, a blind man in a purple outfit who had won millions of berries casually dispatched the casino's thugs with his cane sword and left with the money. After distributing the gambling funds to nearby civilians, the blind man was drawn to a topic of discussion among the locals. The great recruitment, huh? A thoughtful expression appeared on the man's face. The position of a Navy admiral could undoubtedly change many things. Some things cannot be changed merely by power. Even with his strength, which could defeat the vast majority of people in this world, he still could not change many things. Because of this, he chose to close his eyes and see the world with his heart. The position of admiral could support his dreams and help him change many things that could not be changed by power. With this thought, the man confirmed the recent recruitment points and went to enlist. Meanwhile, in the New World, another powerful monster with black curly hair and an exceptionally handsome face was walking on an island while looking at the world government's recruitment news. Is that the monster? I heard he hasn't eaten for 3 years because he finds food too troublesome. Is that true? Villagers were discussing this monster, 3 years without food, which is unimaginable for ordinary people. For such a person, the only thought in everyone's mind was that he was a monster. The man was not angered by the villagers' discussions, but continued to read the newspaper. The great recruitment, huh? A playful smile appeared on the man's face. After a long delay at sea, the red-haired pirates finally gathered enough funds and, driven by curiosity about the mysterious merchant, Shanks and several crew members quietly made their way to the Sabeti archipelago. However, before opening the blind box, he needed to meet the old captain first. Shanks and his group headed towards Shaki's bar. Meanwhile, the Don Quixote family, under the leadership of Don Quixote da Flamingo, is also heading towards Sabeti. Chapter 131 Ability Summary in the bar. Buggy and Rayleigh were merrily drinking and eating meat. The special training had ended, and under Rayleigh's rigorous training, Buggy's potential, which was already stimulated by the super god water, was fully displayed. In just about a week, Buggy had mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. The next stage of power enhancement was no longer something that special training could achieve. It required Buggy to continue exercising and improving through actual combat in the future. At this point, the two finally arrive at the bar to enjoy good food and drink, to relieve the fatigue from the special training. Meanwhile, they were discussing how to use the treasure pointer to search for treasure. Aunt Shaki, Vice Captain Rayleigh, and Buggy? As Shanks pushed open the door, he saw Buggy and Rayleigh enjoying grilled meat and drinks. He immediately burst into laughter and joined his crew in the battle for the grilled meat. As the red-haired pirates were never polite when it came to good food and drink, the scene quickly became chaotic. Damn red-haired, Buggy cursed. Let go of my drink. Rayleigh also scolded with a laugh. After a moment, under Aunt Shaki's suppression, the scene finally calmed down. Looking at Buggy beside him, Shanks laughed heartily and said, Buggy, when did you come to Sabeti Archipelago? I was just wondering when to go to East Blue. Buggy looked displeased and shouted angrily, We are enemies. Damn Shanks, I haven't forgotten the grudge of you making me eat the chop-chop fruit. I know. Shanks said innocently, smiling as he acknowledged Buggy's feelings. Although they were acting like they were at odds, it was clear that both Buggy and Shanks regarded each other as friends deep down. This was just their way of interacting. Brother Buggy. Shanks' crew members were naturally very enthusiastic towards Shanks' friend, and soon everyone became familiar with each other. After a warm greeting, they finally got down to business. Did you come to Sabeti Archipelago to open blind boxes? Rayleigh asked expectantly, as he just needed one more person to get 2 silver blind boxes for free. Among the people he considered, Shanks was one of them, and now he had come to him without Rayleigh having to go find him, which was perfect. Shanks nodded with a thoughtful smile. That's right, I came for the mysterious merchant. Since his appearance, this sea has become increasingly chaotic. Moria, Crocodile, the 6 emperors competing on the sea, and the 5 admirals of the navy. Naturally, the next step is the 7 warlords. What is his true purpose? I need to confirm it personally. Shanks laid bare his thoughts to Rayleigh and Buggy. He had been trying hard to maintain the balance of the sea, but this fragile balance was easily broken by the actions of the mysterious merchant through Mihawk and Rayleigh, along with a series of actions from Crocodile and Moria. He could see the strength of the mysterious merchant. Therefore, this time, the focus would be on opening boxes, while inquiring and probing the mysterious merchant's intentions will be secondary. He just wanted to seek a goal. He wanted to know what the mysterious merchant really wanted to do in this world and what kind of world he wanted to create. What effects would it have on the new world created by Luffy? Since that's the case, let me take you there. Rayleigh smiled. Knowing Shanks' character, this trip was inevitable. However, from Rayleigh's personal understanding, it seemed that the mysterious merchant didn't care about any special purpose. He was simply selling blind boxes. He was still quite sure of this, though it was also possible that the mysterious merchant was hiding too deeply for him to see through. Rayleigh beckoned everyone to head towards the mysterious shop. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was summarizing his current abilities. In addition to his original capabilities, such as Sky Self, Demon God Manifestation, and some ninjutsu, he also had the Floating Cloak and the Hand of Justice as 2 pieces of equipment. Recently, he had also chosen the swordsmanship inheritance from the 2 underground dungeons opened by Mihawk, gaining the artifact known as the 1,000-Year Light. At the same time, his chakra form had been further enhanced by the Guardian Crane chakra obtained again from Crocodile. Dao Xian had not yet exchanged for Buggy's Super God Water, as he was still in a human form. He would wait until he acquired some powerful bloodline before using it for better effect. Apart from these, the Sky Dance technique and Moria's Moon Demon inheritance brought him great surprises. This meant that his gains included the Sky Dance technique, Moon Demon inheritance, Lava Memory, Guardian Crane chakra, and the dual dance of the Sword Princess. Of course, the Clock Fruit was also worth mentioning. As for consumables, there was no need to mention them. Among these abilities, the one that surprised Dao Xian the most was the Moon Demon inheritance. On the 3rd floor, Dao Xian expanded the space tenfold, and under the protection mechanism of the system, he freely unleashed the power of the Moon Demon. Unlike Moria, who still needed to develop, Dao Xian already possessed a very high level of proficiency from the start. He could easily cancel gravity, enhance gravity, and manipulate various forces with great precision. As for the range, Dao Xian could sense that it had already reached several miles, and the Moon Demon energy was not fixed. As the Moon Demon energy grew, the range and strength of his abilities would increase, until he obtained the bloodline of the Moon Demon. He would experience a tremendous boost, strong enough to pull down the sun, moon, and stars. At the attic window, Dao Xian looked down at Rayleigh leading a group of people approaching. Red-haired, watching the figures of those accompanying Rayleigh, Dao Xian smiled. Shanks was indeed a charismatic character. At least in the world of One Piece, he was a highly popular character. What would appear when he opened the blind box? Chapter 132. Nano Warrior? Dao Xian had a little expectation in his heart. After tidying up his appearance, he leisurely came down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. Welcome, welcome. Dao Xian smiled as he led them in. Bailey stepped forward with a grin, saying, Manager, I brought another guest over. No problem. Your 2 silver blind boxes will be given to you once he finishes opening them, Dao Xian promised again. He then turned to look at Shanks, whose red-haired style he naturally recognized. However, compared to the anime, his 2 hands now looked completely normal. Seeing Shanks' restored arms, Dao Xian immediately had some guesses in his mind. It was highly likely that someone had given him a magic bean. Among the items available, only the magic beans had such an effect. Coupled with Shanks' friends, Dao Xian quickly deduced the development of the situation. Shanks must have met with Mihawk. While Dao Xian was sizing up Shanks, Shanks was also observing Dao Xian, an ordinary-looking young man, yet possessing an unimaginable identity, traversing through countless worlds. A mysterious organization like the Universal Chamber of Commerce. What could their purpose be? Hello, Lord Dao Xian. I'm here to open a blind box. Shanks took the 600 million berries he had collected from his crew and handed it to Dao Xian. 600 million berries can open 30 silver blind boxes. Plus the bonus, that makes a total of 33 silver blind boxes. Dao Xian clearly explained the purchasing power of the 600 million berries to Shanks. To open the silver blind boxes, do I need to open a bronze one first? Shanks asked, glancing at the rules on the sign beside him. He suppressed his curiosity, quietly guessing that they had felt something was off since they entered the room. The space inside was at least 5 times larger than outside. Clearly, this was also a peculiar power of this mysterious merchant, a power that had never been seen in this world before. Dao Xian nodded and saw Shanks take out another 200,000 berries from his pocket. After receiving the 200,000 berries, Dao Xian extracted a bronze blind box and handed it over. Is this the blind box? Shanks examined the bronze blind box handed to him carefully, and Dao Xian was not in a hurry to urge him. Shanks probably had no idea how well this mysterious merchant understood him. Shanks must have come here for more than just the blind boxes. Dao Xian was exceptionally certain of this. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Dao Xian's face. With a hint of curiosity, Shanks directly opened the first bronze blind box. What is this? Looking at the card inside the blind box, Shanks asked Dao Xian, "What is the thing you want to do the most?" Dao Xian suddenly asked, and the item before him surprised him, making him even more unable to understand Shanks. Adventure and waiting for the arrival of a new world. Shanks laughed heartily, unabashedly expressing his dream. Is that so? Dao Xian looked at Shanks' smile, finding it somewhat incomprehensible, but soon discarded that thought. Shanks' purpose would eventually reveal itself. He was not in a hurry. Thinking of this, he began to introduce the card's function and name. Field Magic Card, Country of Nature. This is a magical card with special powers. It can create a medium-sized island filled with various trees anywhere. The trees on the island can naturally form various houses. With this card, you can build a country at any time. In Dao Xian's impression, field magic cards seem to have only appeared in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! However, the fact that such a card appeared in the real world and had such power was quite remarkable. Even among silver blind boxes, it could be considered a top-tier item. Looking at the field magic card, Dao Xian had special thoughts. Shanks looked at this small card, somewhat surprised. A single card could create an island. Moreover, it could be anywhere. If this island were to be measured in terms of money, it would definitely be worth several 100 million berries. Using the topic of the island, Shanks boldly asked a question. I've always had a question. What does the Universal Chamber of Commerce want with berries? For you, aren't berries just a pile of waste paper? The value of a card like this far exceeds the value of the berries I paid. Shanks had a casual expression as if he was merely asking. Willing to hear an answer if Dao Xian want to give one. However, Dao Xian knew that he was very eager to know the answer. From Shanks' various actions in One Piece, he seemed to be just a tool, responsible for calming disputes before Luffy set sail. Maintaining the balance of the seas while waiting for Luffy, the main character he had entrusted with the responsibility of creating a new world, to make his official appearance. Dao Xian's existence undoubtedly disrupted his actions. How could he not want to know Dao Xian's purpose? Dao Xian smiled, not directly answering his question, but countering with, "You are waiting for Luffy to create the new world you desire, right?" Shanks' smile disappeared. The mysterious merchant knew too much. Why don't you create it yourself? Shanks struggled to say, I can't do it. As for why he couldn't, Shanks didn't want to answer Dao Xian's question and quickly shifted the topic. Let us continue opening the silver blind boxes. Dao Xian did not press further. There were many unsolved mysteries in the world of One Piece. He had plenty of time to slowly unravel these enigmas. For now, opening blind boxes was more interesting. Please. 33 silver blind boxes appeared before him, along with the disappearance of 600 million berries. Shanks regained his smile and casually opened the blind boxes. At the same time, an item that Dao Xian had never even imagined appeared before him. 4 square blocks with a metallic shell, a mysterious item emerged. What is this? Dao Xian looked at Shanks with a strange expression. This was the first time an entertainment item had come out of a blind box. It should be noted that the items in the blind boxes reflected the wishes and inner thoughts of the one opening them. Even if there was a deviation, there was still a certain degree of alignment. The people of this sea desired power, which was why the items that had been opened were consistently power-enhancing items. However, Shanks was the first person to open an entertainment item from a blind box. This special gaming device, named Switch Model 2200. It contained a lot of games. Enough to entertain. Entertainment item. Faced with this gaming device, Dao Xian was quite envious. He finally found a way to relieve boredom in this pirate world. Now, he hoped to meet more people like Shanks and get more entertainment items. Entertainment item? Life on the sea isn't always that interesting, which is also the reason why Shanks seeks adventure. Hearing about entertainment props, Shanks instantly perked up. How to play? There are many games loaded in this. And through these 4 gaming machines, online games can be played. Shanks nodded repeatedly, eager to try it out right away. But looking at the remaining 32 silver blind boxes, he temporarily set aside that thought. The two consecutive blind boxes had opened up items that thoroughly piqued his interest, making him unable to resist wanting to know what kinds of items could be opened from the remaining blind boxes. Lockie, make sure to keep these gaming machines safe. Shanks reluctantly watched as the gaming machines were put into Lockie's pocket before shifting his attention to the silver blind boxes. With an expectant heart, Shanks continuously opened the blind boxes. Fasting Pill X10. After opening 15 silver blind boxes in a row, he ended up with a bunch of useless items. Even less impressive than the initial entertainment props, and this scene indeed drew laughter from Buggy. No way, no way. The great Yonko is actually this unlucky opening a blind box. Could it be that you're a non-lucky player? Buggy teased Shanks gleefully, making exaggerated expressions. In the face of Buggy's accusations of being unlucky, Shanks scratched his nose and revealed an awkward smile, while others also began to laugh. With the opening of the 17th blind box, a peculiar item appeared. Chapter 133. The Useless Resurrection of the Dead, Another Piece of Junk. Shanks, you really are a non-lucky guy. Buggy laughed mockingly as he looked at the ordinary card drawn from the blind box, while Dao Xian remained silent, observing carefully. Dao Xian's reaction quickly caught Buggy's attention. It seemed that this card was not as simple as they had imagined. Buggy couldn't help but suppress his smile and, like the others, quietly watched Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. Looking at the card, Dao Xian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to draw the first resurrection item so quickly, even though this resurrection item came with many limitations. Nevertheless, it was still a resurrection item. The magic card, Resurrection of the Dead, that was its name. The previously laughing crowd suddenly stopped smiling upon hearing the name of this card. Resurrection of the Dead, as the name suggests, means the resurrection of the deceased. Everyone understood this, and countless associations flooded their minds. Rayleigh, Buggy, and Shanks all thought of that person. But Dao Xian interrupted their thoughts. As the name implies, its function is to resurrect a deceased person, provided that the body is intact and the time of death does not exceed 24 hours. To activate this card, a burial site must be prepared for the deceased. Shanks' face immediately showed a mixture of regret and relief. Resurrection of the Dead is a significant challenge to ethics and morals in any world. Shanks wasn't ready to resurrect his captain yet. However, this card still held great value, comparable to that of the previous field magic card. Everyone harbored different thoughts as they watched Shanks tuck the card away. They then turned their attention to the remaining blind boxes. Although this Resurrection of the Dead was extremely useless, and it was very likely that they wouldn't find a chance to use it, its existence proved one thing. There really were resurrection items in the blind boxes. Who doesn't have regrets? Relatives, lovers, and friends. And within the mysterious merchant's blind boxes lay items that could help them make up for those regrets. Nami, who had initially been excited, immediately showed a look of disappointment upon hearing the conditions. Given Belmer's situation, this card was of zero use to her. The crowd gathered tightly, and spurred by the resurrection of the dead, they eagerly looked at the remaining silver blind boxes. Buggy shouted out, "Captain, go for it." His words ignited cheers from others, collectively rooting for Shanks, as opening blind boxes seemed to become their grand event. Even Dao Xian couldn't help but smile. It can only be said that the atmosphere on Shanks' ship was genuinely good. Buggy, facing the fact that Shanks had drawn such an item, finally dropped his facade. Although it might not be as good as the items he had drawn, it was no longer related to the label of being a non-lucky guy, which made him quite displeased. Shanks, however, didn't care what Buggy thought. There were still 16 silver blind boxes left, and stimulated by the two magical cards. He was now full of anticipation for opening the blind boxes. Wiping his hands, Shanks continued to open the blind boxes while Dao Xian introduced the items one by one. The 13 blind boxes were opened very quickly, but in the presence of the resurrection of the dead, all the items turned into ordinary goods. Even Dao Xian showed no interest in giving a detailed explanation. The 13 blind boxes turned into nothing, with the only slightly better item being a handful of magic beans, while the rest held no surprises. However, for Shanks, these two magic cards plus the magic beans were already a huge profit. Just right. The red-haired pirates had no fixed territory, and they could use this magic card to create an island as their base. Rayleigh, are you going to open your silver blind boxes now? Or? Dao Xian finally brought up Rayleigh's 2 silver blind boxes after seeing that Shanks' blind boxes were all opened. Let's go. Rayleigh stepped forward. Shanks had made a killing with his blind boxes, making Rayleigh envious. Compared to the junk he had drawn, Shanks' 2 magic cards were simply a windfall. Others gathered around. Whether it was opening blind boxes or watching others do so, It was an enjoyable experience. The unknown was always so fascinating. Dao Xian took out 40 million berries and handed it to Rayleigh, completing the process of purchasing blind boxes. The 2 silver blind boxes were placed in front of Rayleigh. All eyes focused on him, making the originally calm Rayleigh feel a bit nervous. He wouldn't be today's non-lucky guy, would he? With a hint of this emotion, Rayleigh opened both blind boxes simultaneously. One silver blind box contained several fasting pills, which didn't need Dao Xian to mention. However, the other scroll instantly caught Dao Xian's attention. The symbol on the scroll resembled 6 gemstones. In Dao Xian's memory, only one world had such gemstones, and that was marble. What ability could this be? This is? With some tension, Rayleigh raised the scroll and asked, "Superpower scroll. What is a superpower scroll?" Buggy interrupted with a curious expression. "You can think of it as a special type of devil fruit, but this devil fruit won't make you lose your swimming ability. It has no weaknesses against seawater or sea prism stone. So what ability does it grant?" Shanks asked. Although he wasn't interested in devil fruits, it was mainly because he hadn't obtained a sufficiently powerful one. Between fearing seawater and an ordinary devil fruit, Shanks would definitely choose the latter. However, a devil fruit without weaknesses was hard not to be interested in. Rayleigh was also a bit excited. The magical powers of a devil fruit. If it weren't for the fear of seawater, he would actually want it very much. Superpower, survival of the fittest. Seeing the puzzled looks from the crowd, Dao Xian continued to explain. Simply put, with this ability, you can adapt to any environmental changes. When entering water, you'll grow fish-like gills and be able to breathe underwater. When encountering freezing conditions, you can evolve to resist frostbite and withstand freezing. When facing high temperatures, you can endure high heat. A creature that can survive in any environment. That's the function of this ability. A smile appeared on Rayleigh's face. Clearly satisfied with this ability, Dao Xian silently felt regret for Rayleigh. He had just checked the system, and since this ability was obtained from a silver-level blind box, its limit was only level 4 mutant. Chapter 134. The new 7 warlords. If such a power were obtained from a golden blind box, it would definitely belong to the abilities of a level 5 mutant. Reaching that level is practically akin to being a variant of an ultimate being, just like Dio Brando. Calling it an immortal body is not an exaggeration at all. However, now that the powers of mutants have appeared, Dao Xian also sensed that as more people opened blind boxes, the quality of the items within them gradually improved. Worlds like Doraemon, Marvel, and Yu-Gi-Oh! All contain terrifying powers. The 3 Phantom Gods, Time Machines, and Infinity Stones. Rayleigh quickly picked up the scroll and used it directly. A silver light enveloped him, dissipating moments later with no visible changes. Yet Rayleigh knew in his heart that his body had undergone a change, gaining a new ability called adaptation, which would allow his body to change at any time with the right stimulus. "How is it?" Shanks asked curiously beside him. "I don't know." Rayleigh shook his head. "I don't feel anything yet. My strength, speed, and perception haven't changed. I guess I'll only feel it when I need to use it," Rayleigh briefly stated. Then, "See you next time, boss." The group waved goodbye as they left the mysterious shop. Only then did Dao Xian begin to tally his gains. In this round of opening boxes, both Rayleigh and Shanks surprisingly did not obtain any offensive abilities. From this perspective, neither Rayleigh nor Shanks seemed to be particularly ambitious. In contrast, Buggy actually had a bit of ambition. Among the items, aside from the field magic card, Country of Nature and entertainment props, Dao Xian had no interest in the others. The resurrection of the dead was quite useless and not worth considering. As for the survival of the fittest mutant ability, if it were a level 5 Omega mutant ability, Dao Xian might have directly copied it. Unfortunately, level 4 mutant abilities could only serve as an embellishment and would not have any special effects in front of Dao Xian today. However, the field magic card, Country of Nature, inspired Dao Xian with the idea of creating an island of his own, which seemed pretty good. But there was no rush for that. He knew that more and more strong individuals were becoming aware of the existence of his blind boxes. The biggest issue now was how many golden and platinum blind boxes the origin of this world could still open. Each world has a limit on the number of golden, platinum, or even higher level blind boxes it can open. This is precisely what Bailey represents. It is unknown whether the origin of the One Piece world can provide a diamond blind box. If the golden blind boxes represent paths to power, then the platinum blind boxes contain monsters with the name of gods, even granting the holders the potential to become divine. And the diamond blind box, at the moment of opening, might already allow one to achieve divinity. Red-haired Shanks and his crew arrived at the shore, unaware that their movements had all been observed by Tina. However, faced with Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, Tina could only report the situation to the Navy headquarters. a four-emperor bringing all his elites to Sabedi Archipelago and visiting the mysterious shop. Just thinking about it made Tina's head ache. Report, we have already found out about Buggy's transformation into 1,000 pieces, said Sengoku, sitting at his desk, listening to the report. The intelligence officer in front of him was reporting all the information. The clown Buggy, an intern crew member of the Roger Pirates, is a friend of Shanks and reportedly possesses the ability of the split fruit, suspected to be at least a warlord-level power. He has been hiding under the guise of a small pirate in the East Sea under the name of 1,000 Pieces Transformation before being discovered by the Navy. The specific purpose is unclear, but such a powerful individual must have a huge conspiracy, which requires further investigation. Sengoku nodded, allowing the intelligence officer to leave, and then began discussing other matters with several senior Navy officials. What do you all think about the Celestial Dragon's proposal to increase the 7 warlords by 5? During the global conscription process, the world government also had the Navy promulgate the decision to expand the 7 warlords. Everyone present knew that this was to balance the Navy. Yet they had to accept the world government's decision with a pinch of salt. Otherwise, just the constraint on military expenses would be enough to make them uncomfortable. The world government had already laid out its conditions, increasing military expenses by $50 billion each year in exchange for the Navy's support for the addition of the 7 warlords. I have no objections, but the selection of the 7 warlords is very important, Zifa stated expressionlessly. He was equally displeased with the Celestial Dragons and Pirates. But after Daoxuan's remarks, he had a new perspective. What he needed now was time to transform the Navy into his ideal form. This global conscription was also a perfect opportunity, and he had already proposed to Sengoku to act as the final examiner to select this batch of Navy personnel. Let's discuss who to issue invitations to for the 7 warlords. Sengoku threw out the topic of the day. With 6 emperors reigning supreme, the Navy's conscription and the addition of 7 warlords were all aimed at rebalancing the situation at sea. I propose inviting Buggy, the clown, to take up the position of 7 warlords. His identity as a member of the Pirate King's crew and a friend of Shanks is enough to deter ordinary pirates. Akiji suggested. Others also put forward their ideas. Soon, a list of candidates for the 7 warlords was completed, and the Navy sent invitations to the top 7 individuals to assume the title of the new 7 warlords. If anyone refused, they would continue down the list. Days later, under the news of 2 emperors reaching the top, the Black Peach Pirate Challenge against the Whitebeard Pirates ended in failure, and the entire crew joined the Whitebeard Pirates, becoming part of them, a piece of news that was completely overshadowed. However, those who should pay attention were still focused on this news. Whitebeard, Carp was tasked with delivering invitation letters to the new 7 warlords, and on the way, he learned through the newspaper that Ace had joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking at this news, Carp smiled. For Ace, who had failed to join the Navy and also rejected the invitation to become a warlord, joining the Whitebeard Pirates was a good outcome. At least he knew how protective Whitebeard was. With Whitebeard around, Ace's safety could be guaranteed, and that was enough. Meanwhile, Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, under Whitebeard's orders, brought hundreds of millions of berries to the Sabedi Archipelago. Along with him arrived all members of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 135. Troublesome Buggy. All the cadres of the Don Quixote family have mobilized to the Sabedi Archipelago, while Marco, the captain of the 1st Division under Whitebeard, has also arrived at the Sabedi Archipelago alone. Their direction of advance is all towards the mysterious shop. This scene immediately caused Tina, who obtained the information through satellite reconnaissance, to feel a bit of a headache. With the power of the Don Quixote family and Marco's strength, the station troops on this island are completely unable to resist. However, it also doesn't seem appropriate to just let them head towards the mysterious shop like this. Tina was caught in a dilemma, but Smoker quickly offered a suggestion. We don't need to stop them, Tina. Bring 200,000 berries, and we'll go to the mysterious shop too. If they can open it, we can too. And we'll follow them the whole way. We'll record everything they get from the blind boxes. Tina looked at Smoker oddly. It was the first time she felt that Smoker was so clever. She used to think of him as just a brute. I think your idea is great. With their minds made up, Smoker and Tina decided not to bring any Navy soldiers, just the 2 of them heading towards the mysterious shop. With their current strength, even if they weren't a match for their opponents, they could still escape safely. Their goal was to keep an eye on Doflamingo and Marco, gathering intelligence on the items they obtained from the blind boxes for future use. Crocodile and Moria were previous examples. If Doflamingo were to obtain some items and challenge the Yonko, the Navy would be too passive. The 6 emperors were already a headache for the Navy. They couldn't allow a 7th emperor to emerge. If such a possibility arose, the Navy could only work to eliminate it. This point would be conveyed to Doflamingo as a warning, informing him of the consequences. Doflamingo, as several teams were heading in the same direction, they naturally encountered each other. Marco soon spotted Doflamingo's figure, who was surrounded by all the cadres of the Don Quixote family. What was he doing? Marco frowned and thought. Could it be that he was also here for the mysterious shop? Marco quickly guessed his purpose, and a look of contemplation emerged on his face. The sea had been calm for many years, but in less than 6 months, so many significant events had occurred in succession. There must be some underlying factor influencing others. The existence of this mysterious shop was very likely the root cause. However, given that the items in this mysterious shop had healed Whitebeard's old wounds, Marco did not resent its existence. On the contrary, he was filled with curiosity. With this in mind, Marco followed behind the Don Quixote family, heading towards the mysterious shop. I need a ship. Wandering near Shacky's bar, Buggy was feeling somewhat troubled, although his potential had been unleashed under the effect of the super god water. And now he could use Sky Dance to directly leap across islands. As a pirate at sea, a ship was always necessary. Unfortunately, the biggest problem was that he had no money. Originally, Vice Captain Rayleigh was supposed to go treasure hunting with him, but Rayleigh suddenly had something to attend to, leaving the matter of the ship entirely up to him. Buggy was turning his brain to think of a solution. Suddenly, Buggy slapped his forehead and remembered the treasure compass in his arms. The intense training had made him completely neglect its existence. Just when he thought of treasure, it instantly came to mind. The treasure compass has the function of locating items. He didn't know if there was any treasure on this Sabati archipelago. After surveying his surroundings and confirming safety, Buggy took out the incredibly precious treasure compass from his chest. With it, Buggy knew he wouldn't be short of money. Such a treasure should be used discreetly. Buggy strongly wished for berries, silently letting the compass guide him to the place with the most berries on the Sabati archipelago. The pointer on the compass, driven by Buggy's desire for berries, pointed straight towards a certain location. What audacity! Doflamingo, leading his family members, sensed a sudden arm reaching towards the bag containing money from Pika through his observation hockey. This scene made Doflamingo furious. There were only a handful of people in the entire sea who dared to act against him. He didn't know which of these people possessed such capability. This was clearly the ability of a special devil fruit user. 5 color strings. 5 thin threads suddenly appeared under the effect of the fruit's ability. These threads, developed by Doflamingo, were even stronger than ordinary steel. Under Doflamingo's control, the threads shot out like claws directly at the arm trying to snatch the money bag. This powerful strike was enough to shred ordinary steel. An average swordsman would only have this level of strength, but in Doflamingo's hands, it was merely a basic strike. This was the power of a warlord. The fierce grab shredded the arm into pieces. Doflamingo frowned as he watched everything unfold. The arm suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny particles in the air, disappearing without a trace. With Doflamingo's power, he couldn't stop such tiny matter. Doflamingo? Several cadres voiced their confusion. The previous scene was too quick. They hadn't clearly seen what had happened. Anger appeared on Doflamingo's face, but he said nothing. Instead, he fully unleashed his Conqueror's hockey and observation hockey. Hiding behind a building, Buggy felt a mix of fear and reluctance to give up as he contemplated the 20 billion berries he sensed through the arm. He immediately had a few thoughts. However, he hadn't fully gotten used to the fact that he was a powerful person. Just as he hesitated about whether to snatch it hard, a voice suddenly appeared, scaring him out of his wits. Got you, brat. On top of the building, Doflamingo's face was filled with rage. Buggy was no big shot at all. In other words, a nameless nobody dared to act against him. 5 color strings. The same technique was unleashed again, with both hands swinging out simultaneously. 2 powerful claw strikes split the unsuspecting Buggy into several segments. Just as Doflamingo thought he was dead. Damn it, bastard. That was too heavy. Shocked, Buggy used Sky Dance to float his entire body in the air, cursing loudly. 5 color strings. Doflamingo was too lazy to waste words with a nameless nobody. If one strike didn't kill him, then he would deliver several more. Chapter 136. The 12 kings descend to the sea, and the 6 emperors. The 5-colored line in Doflamingo's hands was as sharp as a swordsman's cut, slicing Buggy's body into countless tiny cubes. However, none of these cubes bled like a normal human. Instead, they all floated in the air. This bizarre scene sent chills down people's spines. To ordinary onlookers who didn't understand, it would appear as a monstrous sight. But to Doflamingo, this was merely a special devil fruit user. String net. When a cut failed, Doflamingo instantly switched tactics. deciding to ensnare him with a net and directly send him into the sea to see what this devil fruit user could do. Scatter. As the net approached, Buggy gradually regained his composure. He had figured out that the person in front of him was not easy to deal with. Facing the net, Buggy used a power he had never been able to before. He transformed into countless tiny particles passing through the net, and then these particles reformed into a human shape, with only his arms flying away from his body. Strong punch armament hockey. The armament hockey hidden in every cell of his body allowed Buggy to use it even without being physically connected. Coupled with the use of strong punch, a powerful force instantly sent Doflamingo flying. As a crew member of the Pirate King, Buggy had seen a lot. He recognized Doflamingo, but in Buggy's eyes, the 7 warlords were still weaker compared to the real strong ones he had encountered. This was why he dared to take such risks. However, Doflamingo's power was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Buggy suddenly felt a bit reckless. He seemed to have gotten a bit carried away. But since becoming stronger, he hadn't really fought anyone, and Doflamingo was a suitable sparring partner. Plus, with the sky walk technique as a backup for retreat, Buggy faced Doflamingo without any panic. Doflamingo, having been sent flying, was filled with rage. This was the first time someone had actively sought trouble with him. The red-nosed clown in front of him was unknown to him, filled with anger for being provoked and humiliated. Doflamingo halted the other family members who were preparing to join in and decided to personally eliminate this strange guy. Should we stop them? Tina thought it was unnecessary. Smoker and Tina watched the battle from a distance. One side was the recently rising 7 warlords, and the other was a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, a friend of the Yonko Shanks. The two were locked in an intense battle, which was entirely expected in Smoker and Tina's eyes. It was nothing unusual. Neither of them intended to intervene. This was a lawless area with no civilians. Even if someone got accidentally hurt, they wouldn't be good people. They could just watch the fight from the sidelines. Bloop, bloop. The transponder snail that Smoker carried with him rang. He took out the small transponder snail and answered. Where are you? Is Buggy still in Sabaody? The transponder snail mimicked Carp's voice, picking his nose and asking casually. Buggy is still on the island, near the mysterious shop. He has clashed with Doflamingo, and they are currently fighting. Buggy is indeed strong, being a crew member of the Pirate King Roger. Smoker praised Buggy's strength through the transponder snail. In his eyes, Doflamingo was at a complete disadvantage against Buggy, no matter how many times he was attacked. Even if he was cut into countless tiny cubes, Buggy was able to reassemble himself, seemingly unaffected. On the contrary, Doflamingo's strength was clearly inferior to Buggy's. Whenever they clashed in terms of power, it would end with Doflamingo being at a disadvantage. All right, I'll come over shortly, Carp said hurriedly, hanging up the call. Doflamingo's expression grew darker. His attacks had no effect on the red-nosed clown in front of him. Instead, this red-nosed clown was incredibly powerful, and every strike he delivered was painful. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared to use his awakened power, transforming the surroundings into a domain of strings to attempt to unleash his strongest attack. Wahaha! Stop! A swift figure stepped forward, rapidly moving in front of two. Iron Fist, with a punch from the left and a punch from the right. Carp used his overwhelming strength to simultaneously block their attacks, ending the battle. Oomph! Seeing Carp arrive and prevent the fight, Doflamingo glared fiercely at Buggy. In the face of Carp, Buggy's gaze became evasive. He still remembered the time when Carp chased their ship. One could only say that Carp was incredibly formidable in his youth. Carp ignored Doflamingo beside him and looked at Buggy, laughing heartily as he took out an invitation. The world government invites Buggy the Clown, a crew member of Pirate King Roger, to serve as one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. The 12 kings descend to the sea. Do you accept? Carp's piercing gaze fixed on Buggy, his hands itching to fight, looking like he was ready to strike at any moment. Buggy glanced at the eager Carp and the nearby Doflamingo, and after a brief consideration, he accepted the world government's invitation. At least on the surface, there was no downside, and he could obtain a legal piracy license while also getting rid of the troublesome Doflamingo, a crew member of the Pirate King. Hee hee. A chuckle came from Doflamingo. Upon hearing that Buggy was a crew member of the Pirate King, Doflamingo instantly calmed down. This was the reputation left by the Pirate King in the world. His crew members were naturally held in higher regard. In Doflamingo's eyes, Buggy became a strong individual. A strong individual he recognized. It was just a misunderstanding, right? Buggy the Clown? Doflamingo took the initiative to be friendly, and Buggy laughed heartily in agreement. Exactly. It was completely a misunderstanding. The two exchanged smiles, and Doflamingo then said to Carp, "You can discuss your matters among yourselves." Our Don Quixote family has other business and will take our leave. Doflamingo walked away with the others toward the mysterious shop. Carp looked at Doflamingo's retreating figure and ultimately chose not to act. It would be difficult for just him, Smoker, and Tina to keep the entire Don Quixote family here, especially since Doflamingo could fly. Smoker looked at Doflamingo's back and said to Carp, "Vice Admiral Carp, Tina and I will go to the mysterious shop to monitor Doflamingo." "Go ahead." Carp naturally understood their intentions. Due to the system of the 7 warlords, they could not take the initiative to act against Doflamingo, but monitoring was still permissible. The situation in the mysterious shop is too important. It's necessary to monitor what items Doflamingo obtains from it. Chapter 137. The entire Don Quixote family unboxes. Everyone had left, leaving only Garp and Buggy. Garp then patted Buggy on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Little Buggy, last time we met, you were still on Roger's ship." He pointed to Buggy's height in comparison to his own. "Last time, you were only this tall," he said, pointing to his knee while looking at Buggy. Buggy forced a smile, feeling resentful inside. Not long ago, they had seen each other, but Garp might have just casually eliminated a pirate without caring who the pirate on that sunken ship was. Or perhaps he still didn't know that the ship he casually sank in the East Blue was Buggy's. Damn it. However, if he had recognized Buggy back then, Garp might have really sent him to impel down, so it seemed like it was his luck. Under Garp's reminiscing, Buggy managed to engage in a few polite exchanges. Garp then straightened his expression and said, "All right, since you've agreed to become one of the 7 warlords, that's settled. The Navy will announce your existence to the sea in due time. I have other matters to attend to. Garp, you go ahead and do your thing." Buggy said eagerly as soon as he heard Garp was leaving. He didn't want to accompany Garp in this chat. Garp nodded and walked towards the warship waiting on the shore, where several strong individuals needed his invitations. Watching Garp's departing figure, Buggy began to ponder the pros and cons of becoming one of the 7 warlords. First, the 7 warlords had to face challenges from various pirates. If one's strength was insufficient, becoming one would be courting death. However, Buggy wasn't worried about this now. With his strength, ordinary pirates were no longer a match for him. On the other hand, the benefit of being one of the 7 warlords was that he could roam freely on the seas without being attacked by the Navy. Moreover, as long as he was outside the protection of the world government, he had the legal right to plunder. Thinking about this, he could openly search for treasures without being pursued by the Navy, which was a significant advantage. Now he just needed a good ship and a group of subordinates. How could Captain Buggy lack subordinates? Buggy was already contemplating how to leverage the title of the 7 warlords to acquire a ship and a crew. In Mysterious Shop, Buggy and Doflamingo were about to battle. They were only a few kilometers away, and with Dao Xian's keen eyesight, he had long noticed the two engaged in battle. Just as he was watching with great interest, he saw Garp suddenly appear and stop their conflict. With his extraordinary hearing, he naturally heard everything. 6 emperors, the 7 warlords plus 5 admirals? Interesting. Dao Xian revealed an expression of having seen something intriguing. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and his 5 core cadres arrived at the mysterious shop, originally planning to all head to Sabaody.